Chapter 1 Recognizing Scoundrel and Restarting Life. Themani ha devoted me heart and soul for 10 years, on their 6th wedding anniversary, personal pushed me off feathered flora forvola. I lay on the ground, barely breathing, with blood pouring from beneath, staining the entire. Why dothystem? The tearing pain caused my entire body to shake uncontrollably. I stared intently at the man who had just been tender and sweet with a look of sorrow floating across. At this moment, confusion, anger, and despair filled my entire being. Shinjinan, with his arms crossed, ways enveloped in a ray of disgust, he looked down at me with contempt and spoke nonchalantly. The woman in keeping outside is pregnant, you and Tojave haranth each the proper status, but I'm also reluctant to give up Themani from Jiang family. So John Yuning, you musty. A woman outside, a child? We had been together from campus to Thuatingvale, walking hand in hand for 10 years, our relationship had always been good, and never knew when he had a woman outside. Did he ouch yet, and have a child, Shinjinan, then what was our your relationship all about? My breath was ragged, Micah Steving a pan down Ikishin dan drored in a frenzy. John Yuning, why are you so excited? It just made death a mistake the Talma 9th world make 10 years. Imalria I teared off your body devoid of charm, like a dead corpse. If it weren't for them and your Jiang family, you wouldn't have been both her to look at you again. My eyes were witty open, my heart tightly gripped, tears streaming down. Shinjinan the loved with all me heart, and do actually when Teto kilmed doyohavia hartle, you beast. Shinjinan's sighs were resinister, emanating a cold as tats out he didn't want it with beast. John Yuning, since he are going to the anyway, it does matter if I tell you he also had a hand in your parents' scare accident. Me parent street dio soul, wedi diutis? History in disbelief, tears streaming down, nearly collapsing. Treatwell, in theories, he was just a gold digger, the opposed her marriage in every way. When I joined the company, they constantly guarded against and hindered me. Speaking of it, I have it thank you, fool, if it weren't for Eobig your father former repeatedly, he would have kicked me out of the company long ago. Where wold a better John Yuning, it's your foolishness that killed them. Countel's emotion stumbled within medspair, collapse, regret, helplessness, self-deprecation, ultimately turning into a sneer. After marriage, I abandoned my status as Sarah Kairis and gave up my career, devoting myself to taking care of a stale life. Deceived by him, I begged my father repeatedly to elevate him from a poor college student to the position of executive president of Jiang's group today. I devoted myself to and here you with my family. I hate. A heart-wrenching hatred. I supported me body with me hands and struggled to crawl to his legs. He lowered me head and bit down with all my might. Shinjinan was unprepared for him, Hegaspeed pain and started kicking me head with all his strength. Bitch, you derebed me when I in your deathbed. Despite the splitting headache from his kicks, he still held onto himly until I derif a pissuffles from his leg. A bloody taste filled my mouth before I released my grip. My lips, stained with blood, parted slightly, my teeth grinding. I say to Shinjinan word by word, Shinjinan, after I will become a fiercest, I will never let you go. Shinjinan covered is in Jordan bleeding old with his hand, his ass revialan gabona killing gonger, has stepped on my face and crushed eitherd, the healdig and jinta michik, stick had blood flowed down michikant tamamouth. He say to me viciously, John Yuning, y'all were manipulated by me even when I were alive. We shall be afraid if I owe your spirit after you? After saying this, he still felt unsatisfied and kicked my stomach several times with force. Pain, heart-wrenching pain. I'll to taddying howl from me mouth. Thebla don the ground flowed Marian more. As I was on the verge of death, in a trance, is meld a familiar perfume. I suddenly widened my eyes. This shentways exig light some east he perfumey had gavento lynching. It was a gift to special I brought back for her during a previous trip to Europe, from Avarinitcha brand. This perfume had onicas and tand was not commonly seen. How cold this and now be in Shinjinan, they didn't get along and had no contact with each other. I suddenly remember at the Tohiligo, when I mentioned to Linzing that I was planning to undergo to heavy child, she suddenly flipped to 10 strongly opposite the procedure, saying she didn't want me to suffer, it didn't think much of it at the time. Could it be thought their discord was just us to deceive had they been colluding with each other for a long time? One was man I had loved 14 years, and the other was a mistrusted girlfriend. It turned out that Hattie was the most ridiculous fool in the world. It felt like the blood had been drained from me body. John Yuning, you'll grant our filial pate and send out at the Yellow Springs Road to keep our parents' company. You had oppression before, after your death, you'll claim Thadio Kun Bertheblawafio your parents passing and jump from the building. Don't worry, you'll take care of everything Jinth Jiang familia for ya. After saying this, Shinjinan kicked my stomach hard again, causing Metamoan in pain, blood splashed on his face and body instantly, a hint of malice and satisfaction flash in his eyes. Blood fam oozed from the corner of my mouth and my consciousness became increasingly blurred. The words I went to square completely stuck in my throat. Under Shinjinan's disgusting gaze, a tear slipped down the corner of my eye, and I breathed my last. Until my death, my eyes were witty open, filled with hatred and unwillingness as I gazed at Shinjinan, I did with enclosed eyes. As me soul ascended, I suddenly felt of everything in front of become blurry, and he ways instantly pulled away by a powerful force. When I slowly opened me as again, I was lying ganade, looking around, I saw the furnishings and realized he had returned to the villa it was a me parents' dowry. Didn't I how cold I'd here? I abrupt licit up, gatutov barefoot, and so mijulfin the mirror with disheveled hair and de pajamad up, miskin smooth and tender, without tassingle scar on my entire body. Ibit me arm hard and then stood in place, murmuring softly, I can feel pain, could it bethat I'd been reborn? Which year have you returned to? Before I cold sort me thought hots, the bedroom door was jidla pushed open. Ning ning, you're awake, I warmed some milk for ya, drink it will I shot, a familiar and gentle voice sounded behind me. My breath caught in my throat. An icicle instantly filled my eyes, and I clenched me fists, my eyes dark and heavy. Although at this moment I had theurgito de voriciart, he had to exercise extreme restraint before if I understood the situation. If it on my lower lip closed my eyes to cope the turmoil and danger within. When I opened my asagan, my expression had returned to normal. My fingers, hidden in my sleeve, were tightly clenched. I lola turned around Dan Soshin Janan walking towards me with a cup of milk. He glanced at me for times, hissa letting it with helplessness. He put me on the bedside edible, picked him up and placed me on the bed, then knelt down to pick up the slippers beside me and put them in my feet. In college Shinjinan gradually occupied me heart with just a little bit of underness, he made me accustomed to such care, slowly immersing myself in a tangible to extricate myself. But now I realize a thought man can also hide and pretend for many years if the benefits are a sufficiently attractive. With lip perceptible restraint he was to follow Varan didn't speak. He tickled Minos with his finger and said with full affection, Ning Ning, it's my fault for being tore with you all last night, Area still feeling unwell, it's hard for to get up so early today and got off the company with him. Fasinga Shapak. Chapter 2 Life as a play, all dependent on performance. In my previous life, at this very moment, I was deceived by him. I bestowed upon him the entirety of the shares my parents left behind after their demise. After that, I became of no further use to him, and he, devoid of any lingering affection, struck me down the very next day, the day of our 6th wedding anniversary, when I was caught off guard. A bone-deep hatred flickered in my eyes, but as I subtly shifted my gaze, I quickly masked my emotions, responding coldly, Shinjinan, I will not go, Ning Ning, what has this sudden change of heart? Did I do something wrong that upset you? Shinjinan's expression froze, his grip tightening around my hand, his face betraying a hint of panic. What have you done? Are you not aware? I stared at him, interrogating him with an unwavering intensity. A fleeting look of guilt crossed Shinjinan's face. He faltered, unable to meet my gaze, yet he swiftly composed himself, adopting a pitiful demeanor as he cautiously spoke. Ning Ning, what do you mean by that? Have you misunderstood something? Your husband loves you dearly, this attitude of yours pains me to the core, then go die. Do you care for the Jiang family's fortune? I retorted, scoundrel, it's a pity you're not an actor. After all these years spent together, how could I have been so blind to your hypocrisy? As I pondered, I concluded that death would be too lenient for you, Shinjinan. In the future, I shall make you experience the agony of being unable to live or die. I scrutinized him and declared seriously, Shinjinan, why are you so flustered? Have you truly done something shameful behind my back? Ning Ning, you've misunderstood. How could I ever betray you? Shinjinan insisted, his eyes fixed upon mine, vehemently denying my accusations of very well. I was merely teasing you. You were quite vigorous yesterday, and I'm not feeling well, so let us postpone our plans, shall we? Though I felt perfectly fine, I vividly recalled how, in my past life, he had gone to great lengths to please me in bed just to secure those shares, a thought that now filled me with disgust. I noticed Shinjinan's tense expression relaxing, a smile gracing his lips as his gaze fixated on me. Ning Ning, it's only because you were so enchanting that your husband struggles to maintain control. Should I take you to the hospital for a checkup? Enchanting? I distinctly remembered him calling me a lifeless corpse, devoid of charm. Before my demise, how could such a shameless scoundrel exist in this world? My inner fury threatened to erupt, and at that moment, all I wanted was for him to leave. I coolly stated, you should head to the company, I'll go to the hospital by myself later. He failed to detect my unease, his gentle smile unwavering. My mother just returned to her hometown, be careful on your way. I've just been promoted to executive president of the company, and it wouldn't be wise to be late. Otherwise, I would have accompanied you. I raised an eyebrow, recalling that in my previous life, Shinjinan's mother did indeed return home for a 100-day celebration, only to return and treat me with disdain, berating me as a barren hen, accusing me of wishing for the extinction of the Shin family line. After Shinjinan returned home that night, she had thrown a tantrum demanding our divorce. Shinjinan had refused, and she resorted to a hunger strike. Perhaps my demise was part of her scheme. The thought of how obediently I had catered to her whims in the past filled me with bitterness. Noticing my silence, he leaned down and kissed my forehead, gazing at me with adoration. That is my good wife. I'll head off to earn a living for our family. He turned to leave, but not before glancing back with a teasing look at Ning Ning. After all that commotion last night, don't forget to drink the milk on the bedside. Replenish your strength with that. He left, and as I watched his retreating figure, I clenched my fists, my entire body trembling from the force of my grip. In my heart, I silently vowed, Shinjinan, divorce would be too lenient for you. Our days are long and I shall reclaim everything you've taken from me. I will personally send this demon to prison and ensure your disgrace and suffering are repaid in kind. Once my emotions settled, I headed to the bathroom for a shower. The thought of his touch from my previous life ignited a fury within me, and I scrubbed my body mercilessly until my skin bore crimson marks. Only then did I cease, the areas he had kissed becoming slightly swollen from my relentless rubbing. After my shower, I changed into fresh clothes, applying a thick layer of foundation to mask the slight swelling on my cheeks. Sitting before the vanity mirror, I began to devise my plans for revenge. Shinjinan had just been promoted to president of the group, and I was well aware of his collusion with other shareholders. In my past life, my father had caught him in a compromising position and sought to deal with him. Only my persistent pleas had spared him. Reflecting on this, guilt washed over me. Had I heeded their warnings and distanced myself from this demon, my parents might not have met such a tragic end. Tears of regret streamed down my cheeks, but after a considerable time, I wiped them away and steadied my resolve. Having spent 6 years as a full-time housewife, I had been away from the company for far too long. My only asset now was the 25 share of the Jiang Group held in my hands. In the current landscape, I could not contend with Shinjinan in any other regard. One wrong move could lead to disaster, and I had to tread carefully. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to find a reliable lawyer and immediately thought of Fu Yunting. He was the founder of Juanha Law Firm, a towering figure in Jiangcheng's legal circles, known for never losing a case. His ironclad reputation was well-deserved, and his approach was both decisive and efficient. Our families had been friends for generations, and in the past, our elders had even arranged a dinner to bring us together. Rumor had it he had an unforgettable first love abroad, which had kept him unattached for years. Aware of his lingering affections, I had refrained from defying my elders when I agreed to meet him. However, upon our meeting, he unexpectedly suggested we consider marriage, leaving me flustered as I was determined to marry no one but Shin Jinan. In a fit of pique, I had harshly ridiculed him, and he countered with biting sarcasm. His words were sharp, and he held all the advantages in our exchange. Feeling cornered, I blurted out that I would rather marry a beast than him. Though I regretted my outburst immediately, the damage was done, and we parted ways, becoming sworn enemies. Ironically, I had indeed ended up marrying a beast. I bit my lip, determined that even if I had to plead on my knees, I would enlist his help. My peripheral vision caught sight of a glass of milk on the counter. Though I had a daily habit of drinking milk, he always went out of his way to offer me a glass after our intimate moments. Initially, I considered it a thoughtful gesture, but now I couldn't help but question his motives. I raised an eyebrow. Could it be? I poured the milk into an empty bottle, secured the cap, and placed it in my bag, deciding to have it analyzed at the hospital after visiting the law firm. Suppressing my inner fury, I stepped out. I drove straight to Juanha Law Firm, feeling a flutter of anxiety at the thought of that indifferent, distant face. Taking a deep breath, I exited the car and approached the reception desk. Sorry, ma'am, but without an appointment, I cannot let you in, the receptionist replied politely. If I were to make an appointment now, how long would I have to wait to see lawyer Fu Yunting? She smiled gently. Ma'am, the earliest would be a month from now. A month? My brows furrowed in frustration. I could not afford to wait that long. Could you please call lawyer Fu Yunting and inform him that I am Jiang Bin's daughter, Jiang Yuning? I have something urgent to discuss with him. After making the call, the receptionist smiled and nodded. Ma'am, lawyer Fu is ready to see you. His office is on the 10th floor. I thanked her and pressed the elevator button for the 10th floor. Guided by Fu Yunting's assistant, I mustered my courage and knocked on his office door. Enter. His deep, magnetic voice resonated, evoking an inexplicable sense of pressure. Chapter 3 is Stress Relief Toys. His deep, magnetic voice resonated, inexplicably instilling a sense of oppression. I pushed open the door and beheld Fu Yunting seated behind an expansive desk, engrossed in documents. Compared to 6 years ago, he exuded an air of increased gravitas, yet his gaze remained as cold and indifferent as ever. He cast a sidelong glance at me, then returned to his papers, his tone nonchalant as he remarked, Miss Jiang, what brings you to seek the assistance of this reticent man? A tremor coursed through me. He still remembered the words from 6 years ago. It seemed he held a grudge. Aware of the difficulty of my request, I lowered my voice and humbly implored, Lawyer Fu, I acknowledge my past transgressions. I beg you, considering our family's long-standing friendship, not to hold it against me. I wish to enlist your help in filing for divorce, reclaiming my company, and ensuring that Shin Jinan leaves with nothing. Help you? Fu Yunting set aside the documents, lifting his obsidian eyes. On what grounds does Miss Jiang presume I would set aside past grievances to assist you? He sat there, his countenance serene, yet his mere words sent chills down my spine, making me yearn to flee. However, I could not afford to do so. I was isolated and vulnerable. If I wished to reclaim the shares and properties I had bestowed upon Shin Jinan, Fu Yunting was my only option. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, I took a deep breath and stepped closer. Lawyer Fu, I assure you of my sincerity. If you are willing to assist me, you may set your fee at any amount you deem fit. Miss Jiang, I am not in need of money. Fu Yunting rose, a hint of amusement flickering at the corners of his lips, his tone indifferent. I shall not take on your case. You may seek a more capable attorney. I have a meeting to attend. Excuse me. He stood tall, his demeanor austere, his voice deep and flat, yet exuding an undeniable air of nobility and detachment. Before he could take a few steps, I positioned myself in his path, raising my voice slightly. If you would help me reclaim my company, I assure you that my family, the Jiang Group, will unreservedly fulfill any future needs you may have. Fu Yunting scrutinized me, his eyes inscrutable. A moment later, he leaned closer. Miss Jiang, are you referring to any matter? I met his gaze with unwavering resolve. Yes, any matter. To my knowledge, Miss Jiang is renowned in Lin City for her infatuation with love. How can I trust that you won't have a change of heart and withdraw your lawsuit, wasting my time and tarnishing my reputation in the industry? His voice echoed in my ears. He stood too near, and I caught a faint scent of pine on him, his gaze pressing down upon me with an overwhelming sense of urgency. I lowered my eyes slightly. Lawyer Fu, I can guarantee you that I am determined to divorce. Shin Jinan has already strayed. How could I possibly share a man with another woman, even if I am love-struck? I have my principles and boundaries. Fu Yunting raised an eyebrow, the light in his eyes shifting. Then Miss Jiang must demonstrate her resolve and sincerity in this divorce. I lifted my gaze to him, softly inquiring, Lawyer Fu, what must I do for you to believe me? Fu Yunting regarded me in silence for a moment before slowly responding. To prevent Miss Jiang from having second thoughts, I suggest you refrain from granting Shin Jinan any opportunity to approach you. Legal proceedings require time. If Miss Jiang has such needs, perhaps investing in some stress relief toys would be advisable. Stress relief toys? It took a moment for realization to dawn, and my face flushed crimson. Observing Fu Yunting's serious demeanor left me at a loss for words. The outside world whispered that Fu Yunting was unable to forget his ex-girlfriend and avoided women altogether. Could it be that he relied on such items to alleviate his desires? Images of Fu Yunting with intimate toys flashed through my mind once I accepted this notion. Seeing his austere and reserved demeanor only intensified the heat in my cheeks. Miss Jiang, such a bold heart, still contemplating other matters at this juncture. Fu Yunting scoffed, his lips curling slightly. I found myself ensnared in the embarrassment of his revelation. The atmosphere grew thick with tension, clearing my throat. I attempted to diffuse the awkwardness. I dared not meet his gaze, instinctively retreating a few steps, but collided with the chair behind me, losing my balance. Fu Yunting acted swiftly, encircling my waist. My flailing arms instinctively grasped his muscular chest. I must admit, his physique was impressively firm and robust, a striking blend of lithe elegance and muscular definition, rivaling that of a supermodel. We stood so close that our noses nearly touched. Suddenly, his eyes darkened with an intensity that left me bewildered. I felt an unmistakable air of intimacy emanating from him, and for a fleeting moment, I lost my bearings. Are you finished groping? Fu Yunting's gaze was enigmatic, his voice low and husky. I snapped back to reality, hastily releasing him and retreating a few steps, apologizing profusely. Lawyer Fu, I did not mean to. Fu Yunting averted his gaze, turning to sit back at his desk, smoothing out his crumpled shirt as he casually remarked, I have encountered countless cases where the male party pleads and deceives, only for the female party to withdraw her lawsuit. Miss Jiang, as adults, I trust you comprehend the implications of my words? My ears tinged with heat, I nodded earnestly. Lawyer Fu, rest assured, I will never allow him to touch me again. The mere thought of Shen Jinan ignited a rage within me. I would never permit him such liberties again. After a brief silence, Fu Yunting spoke slowly, in that case, I will take on Miss Jiang's case. Upon hearing this, the tension in my heart eased considerably. However, I have conditions. Once you win your case, I require you to promise me one thing. My eyelashes fluttered as I fixed my gaze upon him, whispering, Lawyer Fu, you wouldn't ask me to commit murder, arson, or engage in any illegal activities, would you? Leaning back in his chair, Fu Yunting replied coolly, murder and arson? Is that how you perceive me, Miss Jiang? As for compromising my integrity, you need not worry, your appearance is rather unremarkable. His final words dripped with sarcasm, and I pouted in disagreement. I had once graced the list of the most beautiful socialites in Lin City, though I had indeed spent a small fortune to secure my position. Nevertheless, I was hardly as plain as he suggested. I recalled that the number one spot had belonged to Fu Yunting's former flame, Bai Yue Guang. The media had even compared us, asserting that while we bore some resemblance, her talents outshone mine. I had dismissed their opinions, subsequently ignoring such gossip. Though I had my reservations about Fu Yunting's remarks, this was not the moment to delve into that topic. Very well, Lawyer Fu, it's a deal. I pulled out a chair and sat across from him, my expression grave as I stated, Lawyer Fu, I kindly request that you draft a will for me. Chapter 4. Poison in the milk. Fu Yunting fixed his gaze upon me, his expression darkening slightly. Are you afraid that Shen Jinan might resort to greed and murder? Indeed, Fu Yunting was astute, discerning the underlying truth with a mere hint. My eyes flickered momentarily, and a bitter smile escaped my lips. The contents of my will stated that all shares and assets under my name would be bequeathed entirely to my children upon my death. If I were to remain childless, everything would be donated to a charitable foundation. Furthermore, Lawyer Fu, I require the will to be finalized today. This way, even Shen Jinan, in his pursuit of my wealth, would think twice before taking drastic measures against me. I am currently isolated and vulnerable. Should I fail to withstand his schemes and fall victim to him once more, I refuse to leave a single penny to such a scoundrel. He shall not drive my car, reside in my home, or seize my father's company. Absolutely not. Understood. Fu Yunting responded decisively. As of now, I have transferred 3 properties and a Mercedes to Shen Jinan, and prior to our marriage, I gifted him 20 of my shares. How can I reclaim them? After a brief pause, Fu Yunting spoke slowly, Miss Jiang, it seems the rumors about you being a quintessential romantic are indeed true. Your generosity is quite remarkable. As far as I know, the market value of your 20 share in the company amounts to several billion. I advise you, regardless of gender, that those who are love-struck often meet with unfortunate ends. I felt a lump in my throat, momentarily rendered speechless. His gaze lingered on me for a fleeting moment before he continued coldly, if you wish to file for divorce and reclaim what is rightfully yours, you must gather substantial evidence of Shen Jinan's infidelity. Your suspicions hold no legal weight. Evidence. After sharing a bed with him for so many years, had it not been for his confession just before my near demise, I would have foolishly remained ensnared in the elaborate trap he had crafted for me. My brow furrowed, and I bit my lip tightly. Lawyer Fu, Shen Jinan is cunning and meticulous, his actions are often concealed. I have yet to procure substantial evidence of his betrayal. Can you assist me in investigating and gathering proof? Fu Yunting replied with a dispassionate tone, a lawyer can only investigate extramarital affairs within legal boundaries. I suggest you seek a reliable private investigator to document evidence of his infidelity. Additionally, during your interactions, record any information that may be advantageous for your divorce, as it could grant you leverage in court. He handed me a business card, advising me to avoid raising suspicions. Purchase a new phone for our communications. Shortly, I will have my assistant draft your will and file it with the registration office. Once completed, I will send you an electronic copy. Fu Yunting, with his elongated fingers clasping the card, spoke with unwavering decisiveness, embodying a man of action. Hearing his words eased my anxiety significantly. I accepted the card he offered and smiled at him. Thank you, Lawyer Fu, for your willingness to help. My assistance comes with conditions. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, not a matter of altruism, he replied, his lips pressed together, his voice laced with nonchalance. Although I was uncertain of what he would require of me, I was resolute in my determination to punish Shen Jinan for his transgressions. I was acutely aware of how precious time was to someone like Fu Yunting, and I dared not linger further. Rising from my seat, I politely bid him farewell. Just as I reached the door, Fu Yunting spoke again. Miss Jiang, if you believe Shinjin harbors malicious intentions towards you, I advise you to remain vigilant and safeguard your personal safety. My gaze shifted slightly, and I turned to him, offering a faint smile. Thank you, Lawyer Fuda. I will take your advice to heart. Upon exiting the law firm, I promptly made my way to a shopping center to purchase a new phone, inserted a new SIM card, and set a fresh password. I immediately sent him a message using the number on his business card, pausing briefly before discarding the card into a nearby trash bin. Subsequently, I drove to a private hospital quite distant from my residence, where I brought the bottle of milk for testing. The hospital swiftly provided the results. The milk contained a small dose of contraceptive, though the dosage was minimal. If ingested within 48 hours post-exposure, it would effectively prevent pregnancy. Though I had mentally prepared myself for this outcome, hearing the confirmation ignited a surge of anger within me. Shinjin and I had been married for 6 years without conceiving a child. We had even sought medical evaluations, and the doctors had assured us of our health. Initially, I was not anxious, but as time passed, panic set in. I consulted numerous specialists and endured various treatments, suffering greatly. I consumed bitter herbal remedies for years, yet my womb remained unresponsive. During these years of preparation for pregnancy, I endured relentless verbal torment from my mother-in-law, whose incessant meddling gradually led me to question myself, even spiraling into depression. Struggling with unstable emotions, I sought therapy and psychological counseling. Eventually, upon medical advice, I decided to undergo in vitro fertilization, which significantly improved my mood. However, due to the excessive medication I had taken, the doctor recommended a break from drugs to stabilize my health before proceeding with the procedure. Thus, before I could even begin to conceive, Shinjin pushed me down the stairs. Little did I know that the root cause of my infertility lay with him. How could he maintain a facade of affection while simultaneously administering contraceptives? I had spent a decade of my life with a man who wore a mask, leaving me feeling both shocked and desolate. The mere thought of Shinjin's duplicitous demeanor made my stomach churn, prompting me to rush to the restroom to vomit. It is astonishing how profound loathing for someone can trigger such intense physiological reactions. Once I emptied my stomach, I cleaned myself up in the restroom, tearing the test results into shreds and flushing them down the toilet, finally stepping out of the hospital. Feeling a pang of hunger, I grabbed a quick meal at a nearby diner. Although the food lacked flavor, I compelled myself to eat sufficiently, as I needed to ensure I had enough strength to face the challenges ahead. During my meal, I found a reputable private investigator online, shared my requirements with him, and after negotiating a fee, we arranged to meet. We convened in a discreet CAF, where I met a young man, seemingly a few years my junior, wearing a cap and carrying a large black bag. He asked me to call in Xiaoyu. I presented him with photos of Shinjin and Lin Xing, providing a brief overview of their backgrounds. After hearing my account, he confidently assured me that he was adept at investigating extramarital affairs and would provide me with feedback promptly. After concluding our discussion, we signed an agreement, and as per our arrangement, I paid him a 20 deposit without hesitation. I exchanged contact information with him using my new phone, and he departed shortly thereafter. Not long after he left, my phone rang. It was Shinjin and I scoffed. This scoundrel had the audacity to inquire after spending 200,000 on the secondary card he had given me. It is often said that a man's heart follows his money. Just because a man is willing to spend on you does not necessarily indicate love, but if he is reluctant to spend, it is clear he does not care. Previously, I would have dismissed such sentiments, but now I began to analyze them carefully. Fu Yunting was right. Whether male or female, those ensnared by love often meet unfortunate fates. I steadied my breathing and pressed the answer button. Chapter 5 of The Malevolent Mother-in-Law Strikes. Storm clouds gather. Wife, my supplementary card just charged 200,000. Did you go shopping? On the other end of the line, Shinjin's voice remained soft and tender, yet tinged with a hint of inquiry. Upon hearing his voice, I felt liberated from the need to feign composure, my eyes brimming with resentment and disdain. I went out for a stroll and bought a bag, I replied, taking a sip of coffee, my tone nonchalant and poised. Wife, didn't you say my mother often criticized you for spending recklessly? To avoid conflict, you promised never to purchase luxury items again. What caused this sudden change? I could sense a brief pause on the other end, Shinjin's tone restrained, yet the underlying dissatisfaction and reproach were unmistakable. As a daughter of a wealthy family, I had once been mindful of the feelings of others when spending money, but reflecting on the past, I couldn't help but let out a cold scoff from the depths of my heart. Raised in privilege as an only child, I was the apple of my parents' eyes, and due to our affluent circumstances, my every desire was indulged. Thus, I spent money freely, lacking any concept of its value. After marriage, the disparity in our social standings made Shinjin overly sensitive and insecure. It was only after I was coaxed into transferring all my funds to his name that he ceased his pretentious behavior. Subsequently, he arranged for a supplementary card for my daily expenses, claiming it would restore his sense of masculinity, dispelling the rumors of him being a kept man. Initially, I indulged in shopping, but my mother-in-law's constant scorn and verbal rebukes made me refrain from purchasing luxury goods. Over time, my desire to spend waned. Looking back, I realized how foolish I had been. Nurtured by my parents, I should not have belittled myself, allowing them and Shinjin to manipulate me. After all, he was merely a soft man who played both roles. I steadied my emotions and, after a pause, casually remarked, "What is wrong? Are you reluctant to let your wife spend the money you've earned?" Wife, you've misunderstood me. I earn money to provide you with a better life. It's just that you haven't spent much in recent years, so the limit on the supplementary card is only 200,000. If there is anything else you wish to purchase, I can transfer more. The implications in his words were clear, subtly advising me to refrain from spending. Had it not been for this recent charge, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that my worth in his eyes was nearly 200,000. Alright, thank you, darling. Then please transfer an additional 500,000. You always claim that your mother has wronged me, since she isn't home now, it's only fair that you make it up to me. I had no intention of exposing him. Instead, I feigned ignorance to his insinuations and continued to ask for money. I could hear him clearing his throat awkwardly on the other end, followed by a silence of several seconds. Finally, he chuckled and responded, "It's only natural for the husband to earn money for the wife to spend. I'll transfer the funds right away, but just to avoid your mother's nagging, ning, you should exercise some restraint in your spending." I understand. Darling, this is for your own good. I can't bear the thought of you being scolded. Scolded? I wonder who will truly face the scorn when I next encounter Wang Xiaoyun. Love can indeed blind one's judgment. It was only upon stepping outside this circle that I discerned just how hypocritical and insincere Shen Jinan truly was. When you have a moment, remember to increase the limit on the supplementary card, so I won't have to call you for more money in the future, interrupting your work. Another brief silence enveloped the call. Fearing that if I spoke further, I might inadvertently reveal his deceit, I hastily concocted an excuse to end the call. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Shen Jinan transferred 500,000. He clearly did not care for me, rather, he was concerned about my stake in Jiang Group, 35 shares. I muttered to myself, "Very well, Shen Jinan, I shall use the very thing you hold dear as bait to ensnare you. I will repay you for all you have done to me, our future will be a contest of performances." I sent him a kiss emoji and accepted his transfer. Following my plan, I visited the largest housekeeping company in Lin City. As I offered a salary 3 times higher than the market rate, the manager promptly selected several top-notch caretakers for my consideration. After providing a brief overview of my household situation, the caretakers respectfully bowed and greeted me. Since I had no children and my living conditions were significantly superior to others, they eagerly vied for my attention, each introducing themselves enthusiastically. I interrupted them, stating firmly, "I have a rather difficult mother-in-law. Once you begin working in my home, she may be highly critical. Just remember this, I am the one who pays your salary, so do not concern yourselves with her opinions. You must prioritize my interests at all times." The women exchanged glances, and one caretaker, frowning, quietly voiced her concern, "Madam, that will make this job quite challenging. We must not only work but also cater to her moods. If she deliberately creates difficulties, we will have to endure her wrath." Several others began to whisper among themselves. A glimmer of understanding crossed my eyes as I replied coolly, "That I shall not burden this particular caretaker. I will choose someone else." The eliminated caretaker's face flushed red. She opened her mouth to explain, but the manager shot her a disapproving glance, prompting her to leave in embarrassment. My gaze darkened as I continued, "I detest those who speak in circles. It's exhausting to listen to. As long as you perform your duties well, I assure you, I will not shortchange you." The remaining caretakers lowered their heads in unison, falling silent. I selected 2 who appeared competent, pointing at them, "You 2 will do, coordinate among yourselves, one will handle cleaning, and the other will prepare the meals. If your work satisfies me, I will increase your monthly salary by 2,000. Their faces lit up with joy and surprise as they nodded vigorously, pledging their loyalty. After signing the contract with the manager and settling the payment, I instructed them to arrive at my home by 9 the next morning before departing the housekeeping company. Upon returning to my car, I received a text from Fu Yunting, who sent me the electronic version of the will. True to his reputation as the most renowned lawyer in the field, his efficiency was commendable. I sent him a grateful emoji, but after a few minutes without a response, I set my phone down and drove to the cemetery. Standing before my parents' gravestones, I recalled their love and heartfelt advice, and tears streamed down my face. Overwhelmed with guilt, I knelt at their graves. Mom and Dad, rest assured, I will uncover the evidence of Shen Jinan's wrongdoing that led to your demise. I will ensure he faces disgrace, and he will pay for the blood he has spilled. I wiped my tears and continued softly, "Please forgive your unfilial daughter. I will reclaim the company my father painstakingly built over the years and ensure its continued growth. You may rest peacefully below." I lingered until sunset before leaving. On my way home, I made a deliberate stop at the mall, purchasing a Kelly 2 Hermes bag and a Cartier diamond bracelet. I also indulged at Kaiji, ordering a bowl of soup and a serving of crab roe buns. After enjoying my meal, I had the leftovers packed to take home. As the time drew near, I leisurely drove back. Upon entering my home, I found Wang Xiaoyun reclining on my custom Italian leather sofa, watching television, sunflower seed shells strewn across the floor. I couldn't help but furrow my brows slightly. Noticing me, she scrutinized me with piercing eyes and, her face flushed, spat out a string of indignation. "How much does your son earn that you can squander like this? Such a waste. Even a hen knows to lay eggs, and you can't even bear a child, knowing I'd be home by now. You didn't even prepare dinner, your parents are dead, yet you still act like a spoiled princess." Chapter 6. Letting go of decorum, fiercely confronting the wicked mother-in-law, her demeanor was identical to that of her past life. Previously, when she pointed her finger at my nose and berated me, I would simply retreat under the covers and weep. However, now, due to my indifference, her words could not wound me in the slightest. I casually placed my belongings on the coffee table and leaned against the side of the sofa, calmly anticipating her impending performance. Unbeknownst to her, this was merely the prelude to a brewing storm. She assumed I was still as docile and easily bullied as in my previous existence. With hands on her hips, she pointed sharply at my handbag, indignantly inquiring, "How much did these 2 items cost you?" "Over 300,000, I presume?" I winked at her and smirked. After 6 years of close proximity, I was acutely aware of her sensitive spots, and I stoked the flames of her emotional outburst. Instantly, she was enraged, her eyes bulging as if they might ignite with fury through gritted teeth. She shouted, 300,000, with that money, you could build a small villa back in our hometown. John Yuning, you are truly shameless, squandering my son's hard-earned money. As she reached for the packaging bag to inspect it, I remained tranquil, stating coolly, put it down, you won't be able to afford the damages if you break it. Her anger escalated further, her breathing rapid as her chest heaved with rage, her fingers seemingly itching to gouge my eyes out. With a livid expression, she retorted, you're spending my son's money, even if I ruin it, I won't compensate you. If you insist on that, I'm determined to take a look. Just as she forcefully yanked at the corner of the bag, I yanked it back with unexpected strength, causing her to lose her balance and fall heavily onto the sofa. Clutching her waist, she began to hurl invectives at me. Having experienced death once, I realized that if someone dislikes you, even if you behave like a meat cat, they will still find fault with you. Enduring only leads to being taken for granted. The best way to deal with a shrew is to meet aggression with aggression. Once her tirade subsided and she lay back on the sofa, gasping for breath, I smiled at her and spoke softly, at your age, it's unwise to maintain such a volatile temper. Be careful, or you might suffer a heart attack. If I continue to lavishly spend Shinjinan's money, you might find yourself kicking the coffin lid in frustration. She was taken aback by my unexpected rebuttal, her eyes wide with disbelief as she leapt up from the sofa. John Yuning, you little wretch. Have you lost your mind and forgotten your medication? How dare you speak to me like this? You've had a higher education and are a wealthy heiress, yet you're nothing but trash. You have no right to nitpick and gossip about me here. This is my home, no matter how inferior I may be. I have never eaten a single meal from your family, so you have no authority to lecture me. If you wish to continue residing here, adjust your attitude. In terms of vocabulary, how could I, a university student, possibly be outmatched by an elderly woman who hadn't even completed elementary school? In my previous life, it was merely my decorum that constrained my expression. Having been granted a second chance, I would no longer tolerate her. I had spoiled her for too long. It was time she recognized who truly held the reins in this household. Seizing the moment while she was momentarily stunned, I continued, previously, I thought of you as an elder and refrained from quarreling with you. Should you continue to overstep, don't blame me for treating you like less than human. Very well, John Yuning, you've grown bold. Once my son returns, I will have him divorce you immediately. You are nothing but a barren hen. I will see who dares to take you in. I chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, fine, I shall grant your wish. If Shinjinan were to divorce me, I wonder how many suitors would line up to become a son-in-law of the Jiang family. I was certain that Wang Shouyun would not dare allow Shinjinan to divorce me. Although he was currently the executive president, my father's shares remained in my possession. They would never be willing to part with such a lucrative source of income. My words left her momentarily speechless. Her mouth agape, she stared at me in shock for a long time before her face flushed with rage, her finger trembling as she pointed at me. You were so concerned about Jinan. When your parents disapproved of this marriage, you even attempted suicide. How could you suddenly change your mind? Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? She was correct. In my previous life, I had indeed been foolish, disregarding my parents' fervent objections and coercing them to relent and agree to my marriage with that heartless hypocrite. After our wedding, fearing I would suffer, my parents had even gifted me 2 villas, 3 large apartments, and a Mercedes-Benz as a dowry. In a moment of folly, I had even transferred the ownership of 3 apartments to the scoundrel Shinjinan. The thought of it filled me with seething resentment. After a brief standoff, I calmly stated, of course I care for Shinjinan, but if you continue to threaten me with divorce, I will not tolerate it. As a precious heiress, do you think I lack for men? Wang Shouyun's face fluctuated between red and white, leaving her speechless for a long time. I knew she was using an old mobile phone, which naturally lacked recording capabilities. In my previous life, despite my endless humility, she still twisted the truth and complained to Shinjinan. He understood my nature well and was even more familiar with his mother's antics. He wouldn't believe her incendiary remarks, or perhaps he feigned ignorance to keep me for my wealth. Regardless, I decided to confront her directly. I warn you, it's best for you to behave yourself. I have never accepted a single penny in gifts from your family. I spend only what my parents left me. From now on, you have no say in my expenditures. Furthermore, this apartment was a dowry from my parents. Should you provoke me, I will immediately have you sent back to your hometown and test me and see whom Shinjinan will choose between us. Wang Shouyun was taken aback, her expression shifting dramatically. After a moment of silence, she cleared her throat and said with a sharp voice, fine, I won't interfere. I can't be bothered with that nonsense. I remember you used to be quite understanding. Now you seem like a different person altogether. My gaze turned icy, and I let out a cold laugh. What do you mean by understanding? Am I to sacrifice my grievances for your benefit? From now on, your demeanor will reflect the treatment you receive from me. Wang Shouyun scrutinized me as if examining a stranger. I met her gaze with a piercing stare, and for a fleeting moment, her expression was blank. She quickly composed herself and feigned calmness, saying, Jinan will be home soon. Even if you disregard me, you must at least attend to your husband. Shouldn't you go prepare a meal for him? She had clearly capitulated, her former arrogance evaporating. It seemed my earlier stance had subdued her. I gestured toward the leftover food I had brought back from Kaiji, casually remarking, since you won't eat what I've prepared, this is the leftover from Kaiji that I packed for him. Let him make do with it. Every time I diligently prepared a feast, she would always nitpick, barely tasting a few bites before discarding the entire plate and then turning to Shinjinan to complain that I refused to cook, forcing her to bend over and toil in the kitchen at her age. Leftovers? You went out for a meal and brought my son your scraps, John Yuning. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Wang Shouyun glared at me, her teeth clenched in frustration, veins popping on her forehead. Just as she was about to say something further, she caught sight of the chilling glint in my eyes and fell silent. If you want tea, eat it, I'll take it to feed the stray dogs outside the community. How ungrateful, this is Kai GS crab roe bun, one basket costs a fortune. As I spoke, I pretended to head outside with the takeout box, prompting her to hastily raise her hand to snatch it from me. Before her hand could touch the box, I let it slip from my grasp, of the crab roe buns and soup spilled perfectly onto my handbag, the oil quickly seeping into the paper bag, spreading rapidly. I hurriedly opened my handbag to inspect the damage, only to find that the oil had already penetrated the contents. Just then, with a click, the door swung open, Shinjinin entered, his suit jacket draped over his arm. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he let out a soft sigh, his eyes revealing a sense of understanding. As he approached, Wang Shoyun threw herself at him, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, "Jinin, perhaps I should just return to our hometown. It seems your wife doesn't welcome me. At my age, I shouldn't have to endure this. If there is blame, it lies with my unfortunate fate. My husband passed away early, and I have no skills, living with my son in his wife's home, subjected to disdain and ridicule." Chapter 7. An eye for an eye, regaining a measure of control. I scoffed inwardly, it was always the same routine, devoid of any originality. Wang Shoyun excelled in the art of performance. During my past life, when Shinjinin was absent from home, she would hurl scathing remarks at me and issue commands with an imperious air. Yet, the moment Shinjinin returned, she would instantly don a pitiful facade. Shinjinin surpassed her in this art, having not only inherited her innate tendencies but also mastered the craft of feigned politeness to an extraordinary degree. Indeed, a family steeped in insincerity cannot possibly nurture individuals with a sense of conscience. I retracted the previous assertiveness I had displayed towards Wang Shoyun and shifted into a mode of passive endurance reminiscent of my former life. Silently, I took a cloth to wipe the coffee table clean and cautiously dabbed my bag with a tissue. Wang Shoyun continued her incessant wailing, prompting Shinjinin to guide her back into her room. Before long, I noticed her cries diminishing, and after a brief interval, both of them emerged. I observed Wang Shoyun dabbing her tears as she made her way to the kitchen, preparing to perform yet another act of martyrdom, adopting the guise of a compassionate mother. Her oft-repeated mantra to Shinjinin was that her own grievances were inconsequential, as long as the couple did not quarrel, emphasizing that we were residing in his wife's home and should not dwell on trivial matters. This statement was invariably accompanied by a woeful expression. Despite the fact that she was the one stirring discord, she consistently shifted all blame onto me. The recollection of her antics and insipid remarks from my past life filled me with a simmering rage. In my previous life, shortly after my marriage to Shinjinin, she had moved from the countryside to our home, promptly dismissing our housekeeper, claiming she would take care of our daily needs. Following the departure of the housekeeper, she conveniently attributed all household chores, cooking and cleaning to me, citing her age and ailments as excuses. As the sole daughter and cherished darling of my parents, I had never performed such tasks before. To appease her as a mother-in-law and to spare Shinjinin the discomfort of being caught between us, I acquiesced entirely. I took on all household responsibilities, becoming her obedient servant, yet she never offered me a kind word in return. As I was lost in contemplation, Shinjinin approached me, placing the bag I had been cleaning on the coffee table. He gently wrapped his arms around my waist, resting his chin on my shoulder, his eyes brimming with warmth as he whispered in my ear, "Wife, I am fully aware of my mother's true nature. If you feel wronged, let us rise above it. I have already reprimanded her sternly, please do not be upset." His gentle breaths brushed against me, causing my body to tense in resistance, and I suppressed my irritation, offering him a faint, albeit strained, smile. "Jinin, I'm not angry. It's just that the crab roe buns and soup I specifically packed for us were discarded by Mom, and my new bag has been stained with grease. I truly cherished that bag. It's such a pity. It's alright, my love. If you like it, we can purchase another one. Thank you, darling. However, we must address the underlying issue. She is simply resentful of my spending your money. Perhaps I should return to work at the company. This way, we could have less interaction and avoid unnecessary conflicts." Shinjinin's expression momentarily froze, but he quickly regained his composure, his voice tight yet tender as he replied, "Ning Ning, we agreed that you would stay at home, and I would handle the financial matters. I simply do not wish for you to endure hardship. You don't want me to struggle. Your words are sweeter than any song, yet I spend my days at home managing the entire household, preparing meals, cleaning, and attending to chores, far more exhausting than any job." Shinjinin's intentions were glaringly apparent. He sought to confine me to the home, preventing me from engaging with the company, ensuring a complete preparation for his future appropriation of my family's assets. I raised an eyebrow, playfully shaking his arm. "But Jinin, I find it exceedingly dull at home, and conflicts with Mom are inevitable. I don't want you to come home after a long day to deal with domestic issues. I worry for your well-being just as you worry for mine. Ning Ning, I certainly long to see you regularly, but I have just been appointed as the company president, and you are my wife. Employing a family member right after my appointment may invite criticism from other shareholders. If you agree, I can call Uncle Yu, a major shareholder and senior figure in the company. This matter could be easily resolved." Ning Ning, are you truly set on this?" Shinjinin's smile faltered, his expression darkening slightly. I returned his gaze with a soft smile, nodding with unwavering certainty. "Holding shares from my parents, my employment at Jones is entirely justified. After all, Jones is my father's labor of love, and I should contribute to its success." As he saw my determination, his anxiety intensified, his gaze shifting as he forced a smile, saying, "Ning Ning, weren't we supposed to prepare for having a child through IVF? The doctor advised that I should first undergo a period of adjustment before proceeding with IVF, and the psychologist also mentioned that remaining cooped up at home is detrimental to my mental and physical health. I might as well work for a while." Shinjinin's eyes flickered with surprise as he scrutinized me. "Ning Ning, you seem to have transformed completely. In my previous life, I was a naive romantic, easily manipulated by you all. In this life, I am an awakened, independent avenger, prepared to confront you all. Having experienced life and death, I have indeed changed. I fixed my gaze upon him, feigning suspicion, pouting in discontent as I asked, Husband, why do you always oppose my return to the company? Do you have someone there, fearing that my presence might disrupt your affairs? Shinjinin froze momentarily, his countenance shifting as he stammered, What are you saying, Ning Ning? How could I ever do anything to betray you? His attempts at deception were far from subtle, and his current defensiveness raised my suspicions. It was my previous unyielding affection that had allowed him to deceive me so effortlessly. Suppressing my inner fury, I flashed him a radiant smile. Why are you so anxious? I'm merely teasing you. This matter is settled. I'll assist Mom in the kitchen. It seems her meal is nearly ready, and I'd rather she not blame me later. Without waiting for his response, I swiftly entered the kitchen. Wang Xiaoyun was busy cooking. Upon seeing me, she scowled and snapped, What are you doing here? I noticed she had already prepared 2 dishes, so I ignored her words and cheerfully declared, Mom, let me help you serve the dishes. This is for my son, don't touch it. She shot me a glare and picked up the steaming plates, preparing to leave. I smiled, positioning myself in front of her, and leaned in to whisper, You often discarded the meals. Perhaps you should experience that feeling for yourself. Her brow furrowed in anger, and just as she opened her mouth to scold me, I snatched the dishes from her hands and promptly dumped them onto her footclad in slippers. Chapter 8 The Schemes of a Cad. In the kitchen, a cacophony of screams erupted, reverberating through the air. Wang Xiaoyun swiftly shook off the remnants of food clinging to her feet, and at that moment, she could no longer maintain her facade. Scalded, she let out an anguished roar, pointing an accusatory finger at me as she unleashed a torrent of vitriol. You little wretch, how dare you intentionally scald me? Just wait, I shall make you pay dearly for this. With that, she raised her hand, ready to strike. Anticipating her move, I seized her wrist with a firm grip and retaliated with a sharp slap across her face. Enraged beyond measure, she lunged forward, intent on tearing at my hair. This time, I refrained from retaliating. However, before she could pull more than a couple of strands, Shinjinin rushed over, his face a mask of alarm. He was taken aback by the scene before him, eyes wide as he gently pulled me into his embrace. With tender care, he began to smooth down my disheveled hair, his expression filled with concern and anxiety. Ning Ning, are you all right? Tears brimmed in my eyes as I shook my head innocently. I only wanted to help Mom serve the dishes, but she snatched them back too forcefully and accidentally spilled food on my feet. Then she began to hit and scold me. Wang Xiaoyun's face contorted in a grotesque expression of fury, as if she intended to strip me of my very skin. You little wretch. Just wait until I finish you off. You clearly poured the food on my feet on purpose. Mom, I can usually overlook your behavior, but this time you have gone too far. How could you lay a hand on Ning Ning? She has already been more than tolerant and dutiful towards you. If this continues, you must return to your hometown. Shinjinin, who rarely displayed anger, now wore a tense expression, his voice thick with suppressed rage. In past instances, I would have felt moved by his actions, but at that moment, I only felt revulsion. His words implied that he wished for me to forgive his mother and refrain from sending her away, subtly siding with her. Wang Xiaoyun, however, failed to grasp her son's genuine intentions. Upon hearing his words, she collapsed onto the floor, wailing and pounding her thighs. I am truly unfortunate. My husband passed away early, leaving me all alone to raise you, enduring hardship to provide for your education and sustenance. And now that you have become capable, you disdain me, this useless old woman. They say raising sons is to fend off loneliness in old age, but it seems you have forgotten your mother now that you have a wife. I noticed Shinjinin furrow his brow, and feigning concern, I approached her, attempting to assist her to her feet. Mom, your foot has developed a blister. Let me help you get some ointment. Her eyes glinted with palpable hatred as she gritted her teeth and spat, Get away, I don't need your insincere theatrics. With a forceful shove, she pushed me away, and I lost my balance, nearly falling, but thankfully, Shinjinin caught me just in time. His gaze darkened as he sighed deeply, looking at me with a tenderness that belied the tension of the moment. Ning Ning, there's no need to eat now, you've had your fill of anger. Let us return to the room, I am weary. I followed Shinjinin back to the room, where he offered me a few comforting words before, as was his custom, placing his phone and watch on the bedside table before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Glancing at the phone he had left behind, I recalled the password he had set in my presence, our wedding anniversary. His transparency had lulled my guard, and I had never thought to check his phone. The sound of running water filled the bathroom as I quickly picked up his phone, deftly unlocking it. I perused his various messaging apps, finding no suspicious correspondence. Even the contact list lacked Lin Xing's information. A thought crossed my mind. Did he, like me, possess 2 phones, which would explain his lack of concern over my scrutiny? I realized that a meticulous person like him would never allow me to easily uncover incriminating evidence, so I harbored little hope of finding anything noteworthy on his device. I returned the phone to its place. Before long, the sound of the bathroom door creaking open reached my ears. Shinjinin emerged, towel-drying his hair, clad only in a gray bath towel that wrapped around his form. His slightly disheveled hair dripped water, showcasing his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and well-defined chest and abs, exuding an undeniable physical allure. Had it been a different time, I would have pounced on him immediately. However, now I felt a mix of disgust and vigilance towards his body. It dawned on me that he intended to use his physique to seduce me, pressuring me into acquiescence regarding my employment at Jiang S. As expected, he approached me, pinning me beneath him, his eyes smoldering with desire. His warm breath brushed against my neck as he playfully nibbled my ear, murmuring provocatively, Ning Ning, I want you. His lips descended upon mine, trailing to my collarbone and further down. I raised an eyebrow, halting his advance with a hand. Shinjinin gazed at me, confusion etched across his features, his voice deep and husky. Ning Ning, what's wrong? Suppressing my inner revulsion, I managed to smile and replied, Jinan, I've been out shopping all day, and I'm utterly exhausted. Let us save it for another time. He pouted, playfully pinching my nose and whimsically said, alright, but next time, my dear wife must make up for it. He then rose from atop me, tucked the covers snugly, and reclined lazily on the other side of the bed. Internally, I scoffed at his audacity. He could easily be nominated for an award for his exemplary patience in maintaining a fade of tenderness towards me all these years while cavorting with other women and fathering children. My dear, considering you haven't worked for so long, the company's policies are quite stringent. I remember you mentioned wanting to open a CAF with Lin Xing. Why not pursue that instead? I don't want you to feel constrained. Being your own boss is far more liberating. Shen Jinan scrutinized me before suddenly speaking up. A knot tightened in my chest. My suspicions were confirmed. I was well aware he would obstruct my entry into the company, yet his reasoning was flimsy. I anticipated he would suggest an alternative. The CAF idea I had once shared with him, proposed by Lin Xing when I, foolishly, regarded her as my closest friend. A wave of melancholy washed over me. I maintained a composed demeanor, smiling as I posed a curious question. I recall you have always disliked Lin Xing. Why the sudden approval for me to open a CAF with her? Chapter 9 of the game begins, he hastily explained. My dear wife, I wholeheartedly support your decision to work, for my mother is indeed quite difficult to deal with, and I fear further discord may arise between you two. However, since we have decided to have children, the hospital visits and procedures will demand considerable time. I believe it would be more prudent for you to manage your own store. He paused, gazing at me, and added with a composed demeanor, as for Lin Xing, I must admit I do not hold her in high regard, yet as she is your closest friend, I, as your husband, ought to respect your relationships. Shen Jinan had previously expressed vehement opposition, likely fearing that prolonged contact with her might reveal my true intentions. Now, in his effort to prevent me from entering the company, he was willing to concede to nearly any request. To him, power and status appeared to be of utmost importance, which explained his dedication to maintaining this charade before me for so many years. Little did he know that his actions played directly into my hands. I had carefully considered the situation. Based on my understanding of him, if I were to rashly join the company now, he would become overly cautious and might deploy spies to monitor my actions, thereby hindering my investigation and efforts to rally support from other shareholders. Moreover, if he were indeed having an affair with Lin Xing, opening a CAF with her would serve as an advantageous means for me to uncover evidence of his infidelity. Additionally, I could continue to extract funds from him, achieving multiple objectives simultaneously, which left me quite satisfied. I paused momentarily, feigning discontent as I furrowed my brow and said, I have always dreamed of opening a CAF, but that would prevent me from commuting to work with you. Noticing a shift in my expression, he draped his arm over my shoulder, his eyes filled with tenderness as he replied, It's all right, my dear. We have plenty of time ahead of us. My shoulders tensed involuntarily, and I turned away from him, unable to suppress a flicker of disdain on my face. As for the investment for the CAF and the funds for a new handbag? Naturally, my husband would cover those expenses. Would 1 million suffice? Darling, I wish to establish the CAF not far from the company, so I can see you often. You know that location is incredibly valuable, and the rent will undoubtedly exceed that amount. I fixed my gaze on him, persisting in my demands, as a location near the company would facilitate my surveillance of his movements. Ning Ning, considering your lack of business experience, perhaps you should choose a more modest location to practice first. Once you gain experience, you can select a site closer to the company, alright? He assessed me cautiously before speaking. You're right, darling, business carries risks, and you work hard for your earnings. Perhaps I should forego the CAF and return to the company instead. I want to see you every day, and once I undergo IVF, I can resign. Shen Jinan's smile faltered, and he cleared his throat awkwardly before changing the subject. My dear, I believe you are correct. Jinhua Road hosts some of the most prestigious companies in Lin City. If you wish to open a sophisticated CAF, that would be the ideal location, as it would also make it convenient for me to visit you. Tomorrow, I will transfer 2 million to you. But what about our mother? She is still injured. We can hire 2 caretakers from a domestic service company. And what of Mom? You need not worry about that. I will speak with her later, and she will agree. My dear, I must trouble you once more. Please make a trip to the domestic service company tomorrow. I smiled at him, rest assured. I had achieved all my objectives for the day and was disinclined to waste further words with him. I rose from the bed and went to shower. After bathing, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror, droplets of water glistening upon its surface, and I chuckled at my own absurdity. To think that acting would feel this way, in my quest for vengeance, I had become the very person I once despised. I was learning to be duplicitous, calculating, tempestuous, ruthless, and indifferent. Raised in pampered comfort, I had developed an innocent disposition, perceiving the world and those around me as inherently good. It was only after experiencing death that I understood the world was rife with lies and traps, where a single misstep could lead one to irrevocable ruin. I lingered in the bathroom for quite some time before emerging, only to find Shen Jinan deeply asleep beside me. As I looked upon him, a sinister thought surged through my mind. Compelled by an inexplicable force, I retrieved a sharp pair of scissors from the storage toolbox, aiming it at Shen Jinan's heart, intent on plunging it in. I knew that with just a few strikes, I could extinguish the life of this devil, avenging my tragically deceased parents and the years I had endured being manipulated by him. No longer would I need to gather evidence or feign affection. I would be free from the constant vigilance required to protect myself from his treachery. This notion was both maddening and alluring, and I felt a thrill coursing through me as I trembled with the scissors in hand. Resolute, I closed my eyes and prepared to strike, yet, mere centimeters from his heart, I halted my hand. I thought of my parents. If they were to learn I had sacrificed my own life for the sake of ending Shinjinin, they would surely be devastated. They had always wished for me to cultivate a happy and fulfilling family, to expand the company my father had tirelessly built over the years. That if they were to know, their hearts would shatter. Should I proceed, I would become a criminal, and Shinjinin's misdeeds would vanish without a trace. His wealth might already have been transferred to his mistress, and I would be rendered powerless to reclaim it. Such an action would undoubtedly be folly. I had been foolish enough in my past life, and I could not afford to be so again. After a moment's contemplation, I placed the scissors in the drawer of the bedside table. I would not harbor murderous intent towards him, but I must remain vigilant. As I lay in bed, staring at the slumbering demon beside me, sleep eluded me. Remembering that I had perished the following day in my past life, I incessantly contemplated the next steps in my quest for revenge and how to shield myself from Shinjinin's machinations. It was not until the early hours of the morning that I finally drifted into a restless sleep. When I awoke the following day, the sun had already risen, and Shinjinin was nowhere to be found. He must have gone to the office. I opened my phone to find a message from him. Ning Ning, the 2 million has been transferred, please confirm receipt, your husband loves you, moi. After verifying, I replied with a grateful emoji. His response came swiftly, as long as my wife is happy, I am happy. If fulfilling your wishes brings me joy, so it is I who should thank you. Don't forget to visit the domestic service company today. It has been a long day, moi. I scoffed softly, glancing at the time on my phone. The domestic service representatives should be arriving shortly. Thoughts of Wang Shouyun below filled me with anticipation for the unfolding drama. Chapter 10. A test. Having just risen and completed my morning routine, I was greeted by a cacophony of noise emanating from downstairs. It was Wang Shouyun, vociferously airing her grievances like a fishwife. Her voice was robust enough that even from the second floor, I could hear her with remarkable clarity. Her frailty was only apparent when her son was at home. I changed into a casual outfit and descended the stairs with an expression of calm. Upon entering the living room, I spotted Wang Shouyun seated on the sofa, her face flushed with anger as she berated someone. The 2 nannies I had selected the previous day stood off to the side, luggage in hand, occasionally interjecting polite explanations during her pauses, their demeanor respectful and friendly. Wang Shouyun, however, adopted an unyielding stance towards them. Upon hearing my footsteps, her gaze snapped to me, and she pointed a trembling finger in my direction, her voice laced with fury. Zhang Yuning, did you hire these 2 nannies? You wastrel, at your young age, with your own hands and feet, can't you manage your household chores? Is the money in this house just blowing in from the wind? You only know how to squander my son's earnings. I crossed my arms and stood resolutely to the side, a smirk playing at the corners of my lips as I replied succinctly, I do not spend your son's money. Should I then spend another man's? You, in my youth, I did everything myself, yet here you are, so spoiled. How many pennies did your parents leave you that you think you can act this way? Wang Shouyun resumed her thunderous tirade, seemingly oblivious to the adage that reason does not reside in volume. She shouted incessantly, unafraid of losing her voice. Fortune was not on her side. Once pampered by her parents, now indulged by her husband. Faced with my retorts, she was left breathless, her expression darkening as she seethed. Zhang Yuning, you harlot. I haven't yet settled yesterday's score with you. In a moment, I shall call Jinan and instruct him to divorce you. My son is now a CEO. Even if he separates from you, he will lead a good life. After 6 years of marriage, and not a single child, had I been you, I would have ended it all long ago. Very well, go ahead and call, I challenged. If you can persuade him to divorce me, then you may consider yourself skilled. Wang Shouyun continued her raucous complaints, yet I had more pressing matters to attend to and chose to ignore her. I turned to the 2 nannies, who exchanged glances of confusion, and said, you may each select a guest room downstairs to reside in. Today marks the beginning of your duties, do not mind her antics. I will handle the payroll myself. If you require anything, call me. After they nodded in agreement, I grabbed my bag and stepped outside. I sat in my car, contemplating for a moment, then dialed Lin Xing's number, inviting her to join me for a meal. In my previous life, she had recently quit her job and was at home, so I knew she would be available. She readily accepted my invitation. I arrived at our favorite Hunan restaurant ahead of her and ordered our usual dishes. It wasn't long before Lin Xing appeared, her eyes still heavy with sleep, indicating she had just risen. Discreetly, I glanced at her abdomen. It was flat, revealing nothing amiss. Ning Ning, what brings you the leisure to invite me out today? At this hour, aren't you usually busy catering to your dramatic mother-in-law? She yawned broadly, her tone laced with amusement. I hired 2 nannies, so I am now liberated. Henceforth, I shall have ample time to meet with you and Jinan. I'll arrange for him to join us another day, and let him treat you to dinner. I suppressed my emotions and smiled at her. Upon hearing Jinan's name, Lin Xing's expression shifted instantly, her face contorting with distaste. Jinan treating me to dinner? No thank you, I fear I would suffer from indigestion after dining with him. Ning Ning, it's not that I have a grudge, but you are simply blind to his flaws. What flaws? I inquired. You always seem so critical of him. Could it be that he has someone else that you stumbled upon? A sudden look of panic crossed Lin Xing's face as she shook her head vigorously, stammering, No, I just think he is a bit pretentious, that's all. Ning Ning, you are overthinking it. To allay her suspicions, I offered a resigned smile. Lin Xing, Jinan does have many admirable qualities, you shouldn't always be so harsh on him. Well, if you think he is good, that's all that matters. After all, he isn't my husband. I raised an eyebrow, preparing to continue when she abruptly stood up, cutting off my words. Ning Ning, I need to use the restroom. She hastily left, leaving me to ponder her retreating figure. Having known Lin Xing for a decade, I understood her character and mannerisms all too well. It was evident she had been lying, desperately concealing something that was undoubtedly related to Jinan. As I was deep in thought, Lin Xing's phone on the table rang at an opportune moment. I picked it up, intending to answer for her, but froze upon seeing the caller ID, Jinan's number. Though she had not saved it, I recognized it clearly. I had checked his contacts just last night, and her number was absent. Their relationship was strained, akin to fire and water. Why would he call her? The scent of his cologne still lingered in my memory, along with Lin Xing's earlier furtive demeanor. Everything pointed to a troubling connection between them. Could it be that my longtime best friend was secretly entangled with this scoundrel? My heart skipped a beat as a rush of blood surged to my head. I was poised to answer the call, eager to hear the panic in Jinan's voice upon recognizing mine, to discover what excuse this master of disguise would concoct. The phone continued to ring insistently, clamoring for my attention. I steadied my nerves, inhaling deeply before placing the phone back down. Patience was crucial. The time was not yet ripe to expose them. Until I had concrete evidence, I could not confront them, lest I alert them to my suspicions. Should Jinan realize that I had uncovered his infidelity, he would undoubtedly hasten to eliminate me, even if it meant relinquishing the shares I held. His cruelty was unmistakable, and he was shrewd enough to understand the stakes. When Lin Xing returned to the table, I feigned disinterest, engrossed in a drama on my phone. Without lifting my gaze, I languidly smiled at her. "You should call back. Someone has been incessantly calling you." She dabbed her hands with a napkin, grabbed her phone, and after a moment of silence, replied with mild irritation, "It's the landlord, quite bothersome. Ning ning, you sit tight." I'll return the call. Once she left, I closed the app, my expression darkening as I set the phone aside. I had held onto a sliver of hope regarding Lin Xing, my dear friend of many years, pondering if perhaps I had misjudged her, that it might all be mere coincidence. Yet, her evasion of Jinan's call shattered that notion. The two of them had acted like adversaries in my presence, yet privately, they had evidently forged a connection. I scoffed quietly. They truly were putting on a splendid performance. By the time Lin Xing returned, the dishes had been served. She beamed at me, exclaiming, "Ning ning, I'm starving, let us eat." What did the landlord want to discuss for so long? "You aren't falling for him, are you?" I teased, scrutinizing her. "Of course not. My landlord has a grandson. Even if I were interested, I wouldn't pursue someone old enough to be my father. Nor would I consider a married man. Being a mistress leads to no happy endings," I remarked lightly as I placed a piece of meat into my mouth. "Naturally, with your looks, you'd have suitors lining up all the way to Paris. There is no need to settle for being someone's secret." Lin Xing laughed heartily. I lowered my head to eat in silence. "Ning ning, why did you order such a meat-heavy spread? Aren't you usually vegetarian to maintain your figure?" Lin Xing observed the array of dishes with hesitation, chopsticks in hand, unsure of how to proceed. "Too little meat isn't good for your health. Occasional indulgence won't lead to weight gain. Try the pig trotters, they're great for collagen," I suggested, placing a generous portion into her bowl, eager to gauge her reaction. Lin Xing grimaced at the sight of the trotters, covering her nose in distaste. "Eating something so greasy in the morning? My stomach can't handle it. I'll just order a couple of vegetarian dishes." She summoned the waiter to order a salad and some stir-fried celery. "Not feeling well, I recall you used to enjoy meat quite a bit," I remarked, locking eyes with her, a hint of indifference in my gaze. Chapter 11 Pandora's Box. Recently, my indulgence in food has led to a bout of gastroenteritis. The mere scent of greasy dishes turns my stomach. "Ning ning, I see you've lost weight again. You ought to nourish yourself properly." Lin Xing effortlessly placed a pig trotter into my bowl, her eyes brimming with concern and empathy for me. If this were merely an act, I must admit, her performance is truly commendable. Yet, in her presence, I felt an indescribable sense of discomfort and frustration. I swiftly broached the topic of our shared aspiration to open a CAF. She exhibited no signs of surprise, clearly having been informed beforehand. Who could have told her? The only answer could be Jinan. "Very well, but weren't you previously adamant about rejecting my proposal, intent on staying home to have children? What has prompted this sudden willingness to embark on a career? Is everything all right between you and Jinan?" Her gaze scrutinized me, her expression somewhat complex. After a moment of silence, I smiled lightly, adopting a relaxed demeanor as I replied, "We are doing well. I've simply grown weary of staying at home. Children don't arrive overnight, and I do like to find something to occupy my time in the interim." "That's good, Ning ning, you're making the right choice. A woman who clings too tightly can wear a man down. Men are like sand, grasp them too tightly, and they slip through your fingers. Relax your grip, and they may just remain nestled in your palm." Lin Xing's words bore a weight of irony in this moment, as I refrained from discussing her connection to Jinan until I had a clearer understanding of their relationship. I concocted an excuse to pay the bill and made my exit. I leaned against the steering wheel for a considerable time until the incessant ringing of my phone broke my reverie. It was a message from the private investigator, Xiaoyu, indicating he had made some progress and wished to meet. To keep abreast of Jinan's latest activities, I had instructed him to report any suspicious findings without delay. We arranged to meet at the CAF where we last convened, and I drove straight to the destination. Upon arriving, we met in a private room on the second floor. As soon as he spotted me, he retrieved a document pouch from his black bag. I opened the pouch, and photographs tumbled out. Among them were various images depicting Jinan's daily work life. In addition to a few shots of him in action, one photo captured a glimpse of a young woman's profile behind him. She sported a pair of black-rimmed glasses and wore professional attire, her demeanor radiating caution and timidity. She was quite ordinary in appearance, likely his secretary. Jinan had once jokingly remarked that his first criterion for hiring a secretary was that she should be as unattractive as possible, to ease my concerns. I gleaned little from these photographs, and I did not feel disappointed. Shinjinin was a man of profound concealment, capturing so many internal images in such a short span was a testament to his professionalism. I trusted he would soon uncover the information I sought. Sister, your husband frequently associates with this girl, should we investigate her? Xiaoyu suggested. I recalled Shinjinin's words during my near demise. He seemed to favor women of a more alluring nature, certainly not someone as conventional as this girl. Besides, given his astuteness, it would be improbable for him to so blatantly keep a mistress in close proximity. I shook my head resolutely, stating, no, he wouldn't be interested in this girl. Xiaoyu's eyes flickered, as if he harbored something unspoken, but upon seeing my firm stance, he refrained from pressing further. What about the woman named Lin Xing that I asked you to investigate? I inquired, raising my gaze to him, a ripple of intrigue stirring within my calm facade. He replied nonchalantly, I've followed her over the past few days. Aside from just dining with you, she has remained at home and hasn't ventured out. Xiaoyu handed me the printed bank transaction records, marked with red annotations to highlight suspicious entries. Sister, take a look at this. It's your husband's financial activity over the past 3 years. I've highlighted some questionable transactions for your review. I perused the records, noting the numerous transactions to the same account over 3 years, albeit of modest amounts, 520, 999, 1314. It was evident these were transfers made during specific holidays. A complex swirl of emotions enveloped me, and I couldn't help but smirk coldly. It appeared he had concealed this woman for 3 years without a trace. Had he not slipped up, I would have remained oblivious. My gaze turned icy as my fingers tightened around the coffee cup's handle. Xiaoyu continued his analysis. These amounts seem trivial, likely to deceive naive young women. I suspect your husband's mistress hails from a modest background and lacks worldly experience. It shouldn't be the girl named Lin Xing. I've been to her room under the pretense of inspecting plumbing, and she used high-end skincare products. A girl infatuated with luxury brands wouldn't be easily swayed by these petty sums. Taking a sip of coffee, Xiaoyu added, of course, there is another possibility. Your husband's mistress could be a calculating woman who understands his status and is biding her time, deliberately presenting herself as an innocent, unmaterialistic individual. Calculating? I mused, doubting Lin Xing possessed such traits. Her straightforward personality did not lend itself to subterfuge. If she wasn't the one, then why the concealment of her connection with Shinjinin, and what of the scent of the perfume? I furrowed my brow, feeling momentarily lost in thought. Can we trace the account holder of the transfers? I asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. After a brief pause, he responded, the account holder is a 22-year-old young man named Zhou Chao, originally from a remote mountainous area in Yin City. He is currently a senior at Beijing University in Lin City. A boy, does he have a sister? Sister, he is an only. I can assure you of that, Xiaoyu affirmed with confidence. Why would Shinjinin transfer money to this boy's account, especially such ambiguous sums? The situation was growing increasingly convoluted. I scrutinized the printed statements, noting that beyond the 2 million he had transferred to me today, there were 2 additional expenses. One for 80,000, and another for over 10,000. Today marked our 6th wedding anniversary. The 80,000 must have been for a gift for me, but what about the other transaction? Could it have been intended for the mistress? I instructed Xiaoyu to not only investigate Shinjinin and Lin Xing but also to delve deeper into this Zhou Chao. After leaving the CAF, I returned home to find the house immaculate, a testament to the exceptional housekeeping staff. Aunt Lu, responsible for the cooking, approached me as I entered, inquiring about dinner preparations. After providing her with the necessary details, I ascended the stairs. I carefully placed the folder Xiaoyu had given me in a safe spot before lying down on my bed, overwhelmed by an indescribable fatigue surging from within. Having barely slept the previous night, I soon succumbed to a deep slumber. When I next opened my eyes, darkness had descended outside. Dear surprise! The bedroom door. Take a look at the gift. I specifically chose it for you. The scene mirrored that of a previous life, when he had presented me with a Cartier Love Series rose gold diamond necklace. After adorning me with it, he had mysteriously mentioned preparing other surprises, before leading me to the balcony on the 3rd floor to view fireworks, where he had unceremoniously pushed me off. The memory sent a shiver through me, and I stiffened as I accepted the exquisitely crafted gift box, hesitating to open it. It resembled a Pandora's box. Once unsealed, the demons within would leap forth to consume me. Shinjinin, oblivious to my unease, set the flowers aside and gently urged, Ning Ning, open it and see if you like it. As I caught a whiff of the fragrance, the same scent from the perfume I had gifted Lin Xing, identical to the aroma I had inhaled just before my demise, I felt a jolt of alarm. To avoid raising his suspicions, I stifled my emotions and dazedly opened the gift box, revealing a Cartier 18K gold diamond necklace within. I inhaled sharply, my strength evaporating as my hand trembled, causing the box to plummet to the floor. Chapter 12 of the Demon's Destructive Plan. What's wrong, Ning Ning, do you not like it? Shinjinin gazed at me with a tense expression, his voice laced with concern. I like it, of course. I was just too excited to hold it steady. I suppressed my inner dread and forced a smile, quickly retrieving the gift box from the floor. Upon seeing this, Shinjinin's face returned to its usual composure, his brow slightly furrowing, a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. That's good to hear. Come, let me help you put it on, he said, showing a touch of thoughtfulness as he warmed the necklace in his palm before draping it around my neck, carefully tucking my long hair to one side. In the past, his small acts of kindness would have deeply moved me, yet now, I perceived him as a meticulous and formidable opponent. His core was too steady, he rarely exhibited anger. Even if he had grown weary of me long ago and had taken a new interest, he still donned his mask of gentleness and consideration at home, revealing the immense allure that wealth held over him. I steadied my nerves and smiled at him. Jeanne, today marks our 6th wedding anniversary, and I have prepared a special gift for you. His eyes brightened, his smile deepening. Oh, I have a gift too, my dear wife. What is it? He feigned anticipation and surprise, and I had no intention of disappointing him. I retrieved my phone and sent the electronic will to his device. As he opened the document, the smile on his face vanished in an instant. His lips pressed tightly together, emotions flickering across his face as he paused to gaze at me, confusion etched in his features. Wife, what does this mean? I arched an eyebrow, my smile radiant. We were planning to have a child through IVF, remember? A few days ago, I visited the temple to pray, and the master said sincerity brings blessings. I thought it would be a grand gesture to leave all my assets to our future child. Is that sincere enough for you, Jeanne? I truly long to bear your child. Shinjinan's expression darkened, his smile stiffening. Ning Ning, it's rather inauspicious for someone your age to draft a will. My parents died in an accident, so I have always harbored a fear of death. Regardless, our assets will eventually belong to our child. This is merely prudent planning. Furthermore, should we both perish unexpectedly without children, donating our wealth to society would also be a good deed. Shinjinan seemed lost in thought, regarding me in silence. Why are you not speaking? Do you disapprove of my actions, Jeanne? I have always been devoted to you. Do you perhaps harbor doubts about me? If you do not intend to leave our wealth to our child, to whom do you plan to bequeath it? He was already aware of the content of my will, and my objective had been achieved. I feigned anger, relentlessly pressing him, attempting to divert his attention. He shook himself back to reality, offering me a perfunctory smile. Of course my wealth will be left to our child, Ning Ning. It's just that this is all so sudden, and I'm a bit bewildered. It's not sudden, life is filled with uncertainties, who knows when one might unexpectedly pass away. If I were to die suddenly, Jeanne, even in death I would not let you go. Whether in heaven or hell, I shall drag you along with me, for my love for you is insatiable. I intentionally heightened my tone, half serious, half joking. His previously calm demeanor suddenly darkened, and he spoke slowly. Ning Ning, I feel as though you have transformed into a different person these past few days. Have you encountered something troubling? Whatever it is, remember to share it with your husband. I shall face it with you. I smiled at him. What could possibly trouble me? Perhaps I have simply been cooped up at home for too long. I should really get back to work. I haven't had the chance to tell you yet, but I've arranged to meet Lin Xing today about opening a CAF together, and she has agreed. Upon hearing Lin Xing's name, Shinjinan furrowed his brow, a serious expression crossing his face. She and I have never gotten along. Did she say anything disparaging about me? Of course she did. She claimed you were hiding someone and had a child with her. I fixed him with a serious gaze. Shinjinan's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes flickering and his face reddening slightly. He earnestly explained, Ning Ning, please do not believe her. She simply cannot stand to see us happy. I love you too much to have anyone else. You must trust your husband. I winked at him, a mischievous smile playing on my lips. Look at how nervous you are. I am just teasing you. If she truly said that, I would have stormed into the office long ago instead of remaining here at home. Shinjinan realized his previous reaction had been a bit excessive. He quickly embraced me and planted a firm kiss on my forehead, his eyes brimming with affection. I have the best wife in the world, how could I ever seek another? Yet, his touch made me feel uneasy, and a wave of distaste surged within me. I fought to suppress my discomfort and managed to force a smile. Jeanne, I'm hungry. Shall we go out to eat? Absolutely. He replied, taking my hand and leading me to the dining room. He gallantly pulled out a chair for me, and once I was seated, he took the seat across from me. The table was adorned with an array of dishes, romantic candles flickering, and glasses filled with red wine, clearly, all orchestrated by Shinjinan. He raised his glass, looking at me with gentle affection. Ning Ning, happy 6th anniversary. Happy 6th anniversary. I echoed, clinking glasses with him. He readily downed his entire glass of red wine, while I, due to my mistrust, took only a small sip, my eyes coldly observing Shinjinan's forthcoming display of emotion. He began to reminisce about the youthful days we had shared, his acting so convincing that he was soon shedding tears of nostalgia. He repeatedly sought reasons to toast, and after several rounds, he had consumed quite a bit, while I had only 2 glasses. During this time, I excused myself to the restroom, forcefully purging some of the wine from my system and discreetly taking a couple of sobering pills. As I had suspected, Shinjinan intended to intoxicate me. Once he saw my gaze growing hazy and my demeanor unsteady, he promptly produced the share transfer contract, urging me to sign. Feigning drunkenness, I slumped over the table, unwilling to cooperate. He remained relentless, pulling out the seal and preparing to press it against my hand. My strength was no match for his, and I found myself unable to resist his advances. Regaining my composure, my peripheral vision caught sight of the red wine on the table. Suddenly, I stood up, feigning drunkenness as I grabbed the bottle and attempted to drink more. He coaxed me, promising to drink with me slowly after I signed. I refused, and amid our quarrel, I seized the opportunity to spill the entire bottle of wine onto the contract. At once, Shinjinan's expression darkened, his face taut and his eyes glinting ominously. He believed my inebriation had stripped away my facade, revealing my true feelings. Remembering his past betrayal when he had pushed me down the stairs, I dared not linger. Before he could react, I called for Aunt Lu, demanding more wine. Upon seeing my drunken state, she consulted Shinjinan and helped me back to my room. Once she had settled me and departed, I ceased my commotion upon hearing her footsteps retreating down the stairs. I retrieved a pair of scissors from the drawer, placing them beneath my pillow, for I was acutely aware that I had perished on this day in my previous life. Thus, I held an unwavering vigilance and wariness towards Shinjinin. Before long, I heard footsteps drawing near, sending a chill down my spine. My fists clenched beneath the covers, I steadied my breathing, striving to relax, then closed my eyes, pretending to be asleep. The bedroom door creaked open, and my heart raced uncontrollably. I distinctly sensed a heavy pressure emanating from above me. Ning ning, ning ning. Shinjinin leaned close to my ear, tentatively calling my name. I remained unresponsive, eyes shut, and he, convinced of my slumber, turned and exited the room. In the darkness, I suddenly opened my eyes, hearing the door to the adjacent room close. Shinjinin had indeed retreated to his study. I threw off the covers and stealthily crept out of bed, glancing around to find the surroundings eerily quiet and devoid of anyone. I tiptoed to the study door, pressing my ear against it. Sure enough, Shinjinin was on the phone. Baby, just wait a bit. As soon as Jiang Yuning signs the agreement, I'll divorce her and welcome you into my life. Don T cry, I could never bear to let our child be a bastard. I will definitely get this divorce. At that moment, rage surged through me, my fists tightening as flames of hatred ignited in my eyes, yearning to incinerate the treacherous couple. Madam, why aren't you asleep? Why are you out here? Chapter 13. An unexpected encounter. My thoughts were consumed by Shinjinin, leaving me oblivious to Aunt Lu's figure downstairs. She stood on the first floor, her voice calling out to me, not overly loud, yet sufficient for Shinjinin to hear. The silence in the study was abruptly shattered, and the door swiftly swung open. Shinjinin emerged, his brow furrowed, the corners of his lips turned slightly downward, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. He was evidently displeased at that moment. I suppressed the turmoil within me, leaning against the doorframe, and with a haze of inebriation, I offered him a tipsy smile. Jinin, I've been looking for you for ages. So, you were here all along. I want to keep drinking, let us indulge ourselves today. I swayed unsteadily, my entire being teetering as if I might collapse at any moment. Sir, would you like me to assist you in taking Madam back to her room? Aunt Lu inquired respectfully from downstairs. There's no need. You may go and rest, Shinjinin replied with a cold tone, his eyes dark and forbidding. After uttering those words, he scooped me up and gently placed me back on the bed. Once he tucked the quilt around me, he sat beside me, his expression grave as he scrutinized me, asking, Ning Ning, did you hear what I just said? What did you say? That we should drink to our heart's content today. Come on, Jinin, let us keep drinking. Ning Ning, are you truly unaware of what I just said? I tilted my head, pretending to be dazed, and somewhat irritably waved my hand at him. Why are you being so bothersome, asking incessantly? I didn't hear a word you said, I just want to continue drinking with you. He understood me well, my tolerance for alcohol was poor, and when I drank too much, I tended to ramble on, which might raise his suspicions. Thus, I murmured to myself repeatedly. I carefully calibrated my charade of drunkenness, and after a while, my voice dwindled until I finally closed my eyes, falling into a profound silence. Shinjinin observed me for a considerable time, ensuring I had fallen asleep before he quietly slipped out of the bedroom. He must have gone to soothe the woman waiting outside. He was a man of meticulous thought. Despite having ample time to contact her during the day without my knowledge, he chose to risk my hearing him now, indicating that she was likely growing impatient. She must be pressing him to elevate her status. To prevent a scene, Shinjinin had no choice but to placate her with a call at this juncture. I pondered silently, recognizing that her pregnancy likely made her anxious to secure her position, and she would incessantly urge him on. As long as I denied him access to the shares, he could not marry her. Perhaps she would take the initiative to confront him. This moment was when Shinjinin was most vulnerable, and I couldn't help but think it was fortuitous for me. Fortuitous, I couldn't help but scoff coldly. Had this been my past life, I would have likely crumbled into tears, incapable of enduring it, and would have argued with him. However, having witnessed his cold-heartedness, I had completely lost hope in him in this lifetime. Shinjinin returned after what seemed like over an hour on the phone. I kept my eyes closed, wary of him, and did not sleep a wink that night. The next day, as soon as Shinjinin left, I promptly called Xiaoyu, seeking to purchase specialized listening devices. He quickly procured them according to my specifications, and we arranged to meet at our usual spot at noon. I hastily freshened up, applied a light touch of makeup, and chose a light blue long dress. Since it was already late autumn, I threw on a cream-colored long trench coat and grabbed my bag before heading downstairs. I spotted Wang Xiaoyan leisurely reclining on the sofa, enjoying grapes while issuing commands to the two ants. Upon seeing me, she immediately straightened up, her demeanor brimming with hostility and wariness. I ignored her, bypassing her as I made my way out. What kind of daughter-in-law is this, not adhering to propriety, dressing up and running out every day? I wonder if she is using my son's money to support some other man. Aren't you afraid of twisting your ankle in such a hurry? Wang Xiaoyun's voice dripped with sarcasm from behind me. I scoffed coldly, changing into a pair of stiletto heels at the entrance as I prepared to leave. Jiang Yuning, are you deaf or mute, or have you simply died? I am speaking to you. Did you not hear me? Seeing that I ignored her, she grew even more emboldened, raising her voice to continue her tirade. I knew she was afflicted with the ailment of discomfort when she went a day without being scolded, eagerly waiting for me to hurl some insults her way to alleviate her misery. Turning to face her, I calmly enunciated, if a dog barks at me, should I engage with it? Is your definition of me based on that wretched mouth of yours? You little wretch, how dare you? Wang Xiaoyun's face flushed crimson with rage, stammering for a while without managing to articulate a single coherent sentence. I slammed the door behind me, drowning out her shrieks, and swiftly drove away. I was no longer the timid daughter-in-law of my past life that I in this lifetime, faced with a domineering and arrogant mother-in-law, I harbored but one thought. To set aside any sympathetic notions and protect myself from potential harm aside from retorting to her, I had no desire for any form of retaliation against her. I was acutely aware that once Shinjinin fell from grace, his reputation in tatters, that would be the most profound revenge against her. Upon my arrival at the CAF, Xiaoyu was already waiting for me. Once I settled down, he handed me the miniature surveillance device, patiently explaining how to operate it and where to place it most effectively. I thanked him and transferred the payment. Due to our respective commitments, we exchanged only a few words before I bid him farewell with a smile. As I stood up and took a couple of steps, my balance suddenly faltered, causing me to stumble forward, nearly hitting the ground, but Xiaoyu caught me just in time. Once seated again, I checked my shoes in confusion, discovering that the heel of my stiletto was completely broken, the fracture exceedingly neat, a clear indication of foul play. Recalling Wang Xiaoyun's gleeful remark as I left, I suddenly understood. It was her doing. "Sister, your foot is swelling, I should take you to the hospital," he suggested. "There's no need, I can drive myself," I replied. "You really shouldn't put weight on that injured foot. Let me help you to the car." "Alright, thank you." My foot was indeed visibly swollen, and my ankle throbbed with pain. This time, I accepted his kindness as he carefully assisted me downstairs. Just as we stepped out of the CAF, we encountered Lawyer Fu Yunting, who was about to enter. "Lawyer Fu, what brings you here?" Before I could greet Fu Yunting, Xiaoyu, with a beaming face, spoke up, his voice resonating with excitement. Chapter 14. The overbearing CEO comes for a blind date. "I have come here to meet a client." Fu Yunting assessed us with a detached demeanor. A flicker of confusion crossed my mind. How could Xiaoyu possibly know him? Fu Yunting mentioned meeting a client. A lawyer of his caliber would likely have clients lining up in Paris, so why would he need to meet someone here? Moreover, the ambience of the CAF seemed more suited for a romantic rendezvous than a business negotiation. My initial choice to meet Xiaoyu here had been accidental, but I later appreciated its privacy, leading me to forego a change of venue. Fu Yunting glanced at me, and before I could decipher the emotions lurking in his eyes, his cool voice pierced the air beside me. "Miss Jiang, do you have a moment?" "I have a few words I wish to share." He is my divorce lawyer, and his request was not something I could decline, so I offered him a polite smile and nodded. "Very well, I shall wait for you inside." He uttered this expressionless remark before striding swiftly into the CAF. I sensed something unusual about him today. His demeanor was not only cold and distant but also tinged with anger. However, given his typically unpredictable temperament, I chose not to dwell on it. "Sister, you know Lawyer Fu as well?" "He is quite formidable in court, albeit a bit aloof. He has a good heart." Perhaps it's true that exceptional individuals often possess a hint of arrogance. Xiaoyu continued, "Our families have been friends for generations." "How do you know Fu Yunting?" Although I had enlisted Xiaoyu's help to investigate Shinjinin's extramarital affair, I refrained from disclosing that Fu Yunting was my divorce lawyer to avoid complicating matters. My sister's divorce case was handled by Lawyer Fu. At that time, my brother-in-law had an affair and even fathered a child. He transferred all the family assets away, and his mistress came from a powerful family, which deterred other lawyers from taking on the case. Eventually, my sister managed to seek out Lawyer Fu, and he helped her win the case, ensuring that the scoundrel left with nothing. "Ah, I see, your sister's success in reclaiming her assets from a scoundrel is indeed satisfying." "Yes, my sister suffered greatly at his hands. She even attempted suicide. Fortunately, she was rescued in time." This experience prompted my sister and me to establish this private detective agency, aiming to seek justice for more women wronged by men. Xiaoyu spoke passionately, his emotions rising. I felt the need to interrupt, concerned that Fu Yunting might become displeased with the delay. After all, a renowned lawyer like him had time that was exceptionally valuable. "Could you assist me to the car?" I limped my way inside, scanning the surroundings until I spotted Fu Yunting seated by the window, his expression stern. Taking a deep breath to suppress the pain, I attempted to walk with a semblance of normalcy as I approached and sat across from him. "Miss Jiang, what an interesting turn of events. You have yet to finalize your past romance, and already you are entertaining a new one. It seems you are quite the enthusiast for love, never leaving a moment idle." Fu Yunting's gaze bore into me, his chiseled features betraying no emotion, his dark eyes inscrutable. "Lawyer Fu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, having heard so much about your reputation." Just as I was about to explain, a sweet voice interrupted from behind me. Curiosity piqued, I turned to see a tall, strikingly beautiful woman with wavy chestnut hair and exquisite features, smiling warmly at Fu Yunting. In an instant, I understood the true purpose of Fu Yunting's visit. This CAF was a considerable distance from his law firm. I had wondered what significant client warranted such a journey, only to realize he was here for a blind date. I flashed a knowing smile at Fu Yunting. "Lawyer Fu, it appears you have quite the agenda. If you have matters to discuss, we can communicate over the phone. I shall take my leave so as not to intrude upon your conversation." Fu Yunting's expression remained grave, silence enveloping us. "Lawyer, may I inquire who this lady is?" The beautiful woman scrutinized me, her eyes filled with suspicion. Fearing a misunderstanding, I quickly smiled and explained, "Hello, I am a friend of Lawyer Fu's, and I happened to run into him here. Please, continue your conversation, I have matters to attend to." Her gaze shifted slightly, and she offered me a polite smile in return. Just as I prepared to leave, Fu Yunting's lips parted, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Miss Jiang, please return to the car and wait for me. I have important matters to discuss with you in person shortly." There was an edge of irritation in his low voice, compelling me to comply. I nodded and slowly made my way back to the carry board. I occupied myself with my phone, and soon enough, a text from Fu Yunting appeared on the screen. Come inside. Surprised at how quickly their conversation concluded, I glanced around, only to spot the striking woman storming out of the CAF, ire evident on her face. Such a beautiful girl, what a pity. Fu Yunting truly lacked an understanding of romance, I murmured softly, a sudden curiosity about his rumored ex-girlfriend bubbling within me. What kind of charm could she possess that would linger in Fu Yunting's heart over the years? With little time to ponder, I exited the car and re-entered the CAF, once again taking a seat opposite Fu Yunting. His countenance was dark, silence enveloping us, and I felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him that made me uneasy. Lawyer Fu, that lady was truly beautiful. I smiled awkwardly, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. If she were to pursue Shen Jinan, I dare say he would be easily ensnared. I doubt you would struggle to gather evidence of his infidelity. Lawyer Fu, you do have a knack for humor. If she were interested in you, how could she possibly be drawn to Shen Jinan? After all, you once favored Shen Jinan over me. I fell silent, my smile faltering at his sharp retort. Fu Yunting was indeed a lawyer of remarkable skill, both articulate and incisive. He fixed his gaze upon me, his tone cool. Did you injure your foot? Ah, you show concern. It seems you are not merely adept at delivering biting remarks. It's nothing, a minor issue. Lawyer Fu, if you have something to say, please feel free to do so. I sought to steer our conversation back on track. I shall take you to the hospital, we can converse during the journey, which will save us time. That's quite unnecessary, Lawyer Fu. I can manage to go on my own. If he hadn't uttered that last statement, I might have mistaken his words for genuine concern. Alas, I was merely indulging in wishful thinking, considering our previous unpleasant encounters. Ignoring my protest, Fu Yunting summoned the waiter and placed several bills on the table, his tone distant as he said, "Keep the change, the remainder is your tip." Had I not been somewhat familiar with his temperament through our prior interactions, I might have found his method of paying rather distasteful. But given his stature, I could not help but perceive him as a character from a primetime drama, exuding an air of aristocratic charm, and effortless handsomeness that was disarming. The waitress accepted the money, her face lighting up with a smile as she thanked him, casting lingering glances back at him as she left. It was evident she was captivated by him. After all, who wouldn't be enchanted by such a man? My curiosity about his ex-girlfriend abroad intensified. How could she have parted ways with someone as handsome, successful, and charming as Fu Yunting? Are you not leaving? Fu Yunting's dismissive remark broke through my reverie as he was the first to exit. How uncouth, I thought, couldn't he even extend a hand to assist me? No wonder she left him, I murmured under my breath, rising slowly to exit. Upon stepping out of the CAF, a Maybach glided to a stop before me. The window rolled down swiftly, revealing Fu Yunting, who cast a fleeting glance my way, his lips forming a cool smirk. Get in. I hesitated to approach the icy figure, but as I opened the back door and was about to sit down, Fu Yunting's frigid voice rang out once more. Miss Jiang, if you occupy the back seat, I shall feel as though you regard me as your chauffeur. In Chapter 15, I stumbled upon a few baby clothes at home. I was momentarily taken aback, but I quickly regained my composure. I apologize, Lawyer Fu, I will take the passenger seat. This time, Fu Yunting remained silent, swiftly raising the car window. My foot was already aching, and the situation was truly exhausting. Out of his sight, I shot him a fierce glare. After making a lengthy detour, I slowly settled into the passenger seat. The vehicle soon started moving smoothly. Fu Yunting focused intently on driving, his demeanor appearing rather grim. He did not speak, and I was equally disinclined to utter a word, as I did not wish to say anything that might further irritate him, especially since I was currently dependent on him. Alone with him, I felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness and unease, so I turned to gaze out the window, seeking to alleviate my turbulent emotions. Miss Jiang, how is your investigation progressing? Fu Yunting broke the oppressive silence, initiating the conversation. I am still in the midst of the investigation. I have gleaned some insights, yet substantial evidence of infidelity remains elusive. If you choose not to divorce, there is still time, he stated flatly, his expression impassive. I raised an eyebrow at him. Was Lawyer Fu questioning my resolve? Rest assured, I am resolute in my decision to divorce. Fu Yunting paused momentarily, his tone softening slightly. I discovered that the other 3 major shareholders of the Jiang Group, including Yuan Long, have all sided with Shen Jinan. All of them? That is inconceivable. Uncle Yu has been my father's loyal subordinate for many years. His character is upright and principled. Unlike the other 2 shareholders, how could he possibly align himself with Shen Jinan? I retorted incredulously, my back stiffening and my expression darkening. Miss Jiang, do not be so naive. Relationships between individuals fundamentally revolve around the exchange of interests. A lawyer relies not on sentiment but on evidence. They currently hold 75 of the Jiang Group's shares, and the present situation is decidedly unfavorable for you. I furrowed my brow. Knowing someone as face does not guarantee knowing their heart. Shen Jinan, driven by greed, could easily conspire against even his wife of a decade. How could I be certain that Yuan Long would not betray me as well? Fu Yunting was right, I had indeed been too naive. Fortunately, I had not yet reached out to Yuan Long privately, otherwise, my plans for revenge might have been thwarted before they even began. After a moment of silence, a cold glimmer appeared in my eyes. Lawyer Fu, what should my next steps be? I refuse to let this pack of scoundrels take away my father's lifelong efforts. As long as you uncover evidence of his infidelity, you can reclaim the 20 of shares you gifted him from Shinjinin. That would grant you 45 of the shares, making you the largest shareholder of the Jiang Group, thus providing you with leverage to confront them. But even then, how could I stand against them? I questioned. Businessmen are driven by profit. As long as they perceive a lucrative opportunity, switching sides is not a daunting task. Understood, I will hasten my search for evidence. The individuals around me were untrustworthy, and my emotions were complex. The car journey to the hospital passed in silence, with neither of us speaking further. The doctor informed me that my ankle had sustained a ligament tear, though fortunately, the severity was not critical. He prescribed some anti-inflammatory and analgesic ointments, provided a few precautions, and allowed us to leave. On the way back, Fu Yunting earnestly advised, once your foot heals a bit, I suggest you find some excuse to visit the Jiang Group and observe Shinjinin. Perhaps you will uncover something new. My eyes brightened at this, I countered. Could it be that lawyer Fu has already identified Shinjinin's mistress? Is she an employee of the Jiang Group? As for this matter, I hope you will investigate it yourself. If you uncover the truth and ultimately choose to divorce, then contact me again. Fu Yunting did not directly answer my question, but I understood that he must have already discovered Shinjinin's mistress. Perhaps his reluctance to disclose this information stemmed from a desire to leave me room for reconsideration, fearing my resolve might waver. Fu Yunting, as a lawyer, indeed covered all bases. Perhaps he had witnessed too many instances of women retracting their lawsuits due to emotional weakness. However, he was unaware of the extent of Shinjinin's misdeeds and how fervently I desired a divorce. Lawyer Fu, the moment I acquire evidence, I will contact you immediately. I reiterate, I intend to ensure that Shinjinin leaves with nothing and is utterly disgraced. To avoid Shinjinin discovering our contact, Fu Yunting dropped me off at the same CAF as before, and I drove home alone. As I entered, carrying the high heels, I found no sign of Wang Xiaoyan in the living room. I scoffed quietly, she must be hiding out of guilt. I extracted my keys from my bag and directly opened her bedroom door, only to find her leaning against the headboard, fiddling with several baby clothes. I had arrived too abruptly. Upon seeing me, she appeared startled, hastily concealing the clothes behind her back. Her eyes darted nervously, and her voice trembled as she stammered, Zhang Yuning, how dare you barge into my room? Do you not understand what privacy means? For someone who hails from a prominent family, you seem utterly clueless? Privacy? You discuss privacy while staying in my home. This is my house. I may enter any room I wish. I tossed the high heels in front of her, disdain etched across my face. You do not engage in any scandalous affairs, yet if you continue to provoke me, I will ensure you pay a double price. She initially seemed dazed at my presence, failing to react quickly enough as the heel struck heavily against her abdomen. With a sharp scream, she kicked off her shoes and pointed at me, hurling insults, you little wretch, how dare you throw something at me, just wait until I tear your mouth apart. She lunged towards me, but I swiftly raised my hand and slapped her. Her face visibly swelled, and she covered it, seething with rage as she cursed at me. In her fury, she overlooked the clothes she had hidden behind her back, and they were now conspicuously exposed. I gazed at the baby garments, my eyes cold as ice. It seemed Shinjinin had already informed Wang Xiaoyun about this matter. The two of them truly were two of a kind. For her, the revelation of her son's infidelity and a child on the way was not a scandal but rather a momentous occasion. To prevent her from becoming suspicious, I feigned anger, raising my chin and gesturing towards the clothes, questioning, what does this mean? Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze from mine, stammering, it's not what you think. You two have been unable to have children for so many years. I'm just going a little crazy thinking about grandchildren. You can't stop me from buying a few baby clothes for my enjoyment. I scoffed coldly, teasing, indeed, you are yearning for grandchildren, hence the choice of dark-colored garments. Humph. I could welcome either a granddaughter or grandson, the key is whether you can conceive, she retorted, her face a mask of mockery and derision. My body is my own to govern, the decision to bear children is none of your concern. I was all too familiar with Wang Xiaoyun's tactics. She was attempting to deflect her guilt onto me, remembering the surveillance cameras. I uttered that remark and allowed her to continue her incessant chatter as I exited her room and swiftly ascended the stairs. Following the method Xiaoyu had provided, I concealed the miniature surveillance camera behind the television screen. After checking from multiple angles to ensure not a hint of its presence was visible, I finally felt at ease and left the study. After dinner, I had just finished washing up and lay down on the bed when Shinjinin stumbled in, reeking of alcohol and appearing rather tipsy. He explained that he had dined with Zhou Boxiong, the chairman of the Zhou Group, hence his late return. The Zhou Group, an import-export trading company, stood as the largest distributor and partner of the Jiang Group. He kissed my forehead and affectionately declared, wife, I will be as devoted to you as Zhou Boxiong was to his first love. I'll wash up now so as not to disturb you with the smell. Zhou Boxiong was a legendary figure in the business world, well known for his deep affection for his first love, whom he had pursued despite familial opposition. He had sacrificed everything for her, ultimately eloping after severing ties with his family. It wasn't until Zhou's matriarch fell gravely ill that he returned home, only for his first love, not wanting him to appear unfilial, to leave quietly, pregnant and leaving behind a letter. He spent years searching in vain before succumbing to his family's arrangements for marriage and children. Within 2 years of his marriage, Zhou's matriarch passed away, and his wife supported his quest to find his first love and child. He had appeared in numerous media outlets, expressing his desire to locate them, stating that if she had moved on, he would not intrude, but if she had not, he wished for the child to recognize their heritage, offering to support them for life. An idea sparked in my mind: if I could assist him in locating his first love and child, he would likely align himself with me in the future. However, I quickly dismissed this thought, realizing how unrealistic it was, given that he had exhausted all resources in his search without success. As I pondered, Shinjinin returned, clad in a bathrobe, and collapsed onto the other side of the bed, leaning against the headboard and yawning wearily. "Jinin, I just saw a few baby clothes in Mom's room," I whispered calmly in his ear. Chapter 16. Is it just a coincidence? Shinjinin cast a fleeting glance my way, his lips parting slightly. For a moment, he stared at me in bewilderment before quickly regaining his composure. "Children's clothes? Those must be what Mother bought for a relative's child." I recall her mentioning there was a child approaching their 100-day celebration. Shinjinin's response was rather quick-witted, fabricating a lie with ease. She never mentioned any child celebrating 100 days. "Perhaps you misremembered." The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward in an instant, and after a brief pause, Shinjinin countered, "Well, what did she say then?" "She claimed it was for her own enjoyment," I retorted. At this juncture, I shifted the tone of our conversation. "Jinin, I must admit, I feel a twinge of shame. All these years, I have been unable to bear you a child. You are the sole heir of your family, and your mother is so deeply fixated on this. What if we resorted to IVF and it still didn't work?" I feigned a look of concern. "My dear, don't overthink it. Whether or not we have children, I will always love you. If after a year or so of IVF it proves unsuccessful and you truly desire children, why not consider adoption?" Shinjinin cautiously proposed. "Adoption? Oh, Jinin, that's quite a clever idea. I suppose you are planning that if after a year or so I fail to gain any equity and our marriage falters, you would bring back the child you have with your mistress for me to raise, thinking I would act as a fool for you?" A fleeting look of disgust crossed my eyes, yet I quickly masked it with a facade of normalcy. I had to acquiesce, at least to give him some semblance of hope, thereby diminishing his malicious intent toward me. After feigning contemplation for a moment, I nodded with apparent ease. "All right, but it would be a bit of a sacrifice for you, as an adopted child is not one of your own." He was taken aback by my swift agreement, his eyes lighting up as the tension on his face eased considerably. "It won't be a sacrifice, my dear. Children are a matter of fate. Whether they are born from us or adopted, they are destined to be ours. I only wish for your happiness and to alleviate any pressure you place upon yourself. I am perfectly content with whatever comes." Shinjinin's grandiloquent words made me feel a wave of nausea. To preempt any potential blame from Wang Xiaoyun, I recounted how she had ruined my heels, causing me to injure my foot. Only then did he realize the injury I sustained, and his concern for me became palpable. I had no desire to continue this charade, so after conveying my grievances, I yawned. He, having indulged in some spirits due to socializing, was also fatigued, and we soon retired to our respective slumbers. The following day, I awoke to find it was already 10 in the morning. After rising, I meticulously applied a light layer of makeup and selected a sharp, professional suit from my wardrobe before heading downstairs for breakfast. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Wang Xiaoyun lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the television. This time, her demeanor was remarkably subdued. She merely glanced at me before turning her head away. I surmised that Shinjinin must have specifically instructed her this morning not to stir up trouble following the incident with my attire and heels. After finishing my meal, I stepped out, driving directly to Genoa Road. Not far from the Jiang Group, I chose a CAF and ordered 50 cups of coffee once prepared. I paid, and had 2 staff members accompany me to the Jiang Group. Since it was nearby, I opted to walk rather than drive, and their conversation piqued my interest. "Joe Chow, how about we grab dinner after work? It's on me. There's a newly opened restaurant near Huayan Road that's quite nice." "Find someone else. I have to run errands at the barbecue stand tonight. I'm baffled as to why you, with a full scholarship to Qingbei, are still working a second job on weekends. You're in your senior year, and I assume you'll be burning the midnight oil in your dorm to revise your thesis, right? Your energy is truly remarkable. I want to pursue graduate studies. I need to save more money." Their casual banter swirled in my mind. Zhou Chao, Qingbei, senior year. A sudden realization struck me. The account information that Xiaoyu had uncovered about Shinjinin's transactions aligned perfectly with this Zhou Chao. A ripple of intrigue coursed through my calm exterior as I discreetly scrutinized the young man beside me. He was tall and well-built, clad in a navy baseball jacket paired with gray sweatpants, topped off with a vintage baseball cap. His features were strikingly handsome, with well-defined facial traits and deep-set eyes, exuding an invigorating youthful energy. Though his expression remained aloof, radiating an air of distance. Suppressing my excitement, I reminded myself that such coincidences are rare. He was working near the Jiang Group, and I could now reasonably conclude that he was indeed the owner of that account. Having discovered his whereabouts, I was unconcerned about unearthing the nature of his connection with Shinjinin in the future. As we approached the entrance of the group, a security guard halted us, stating that we were not company employees and could not enter freely. Having visited the Jiang Group only a handful of times in 6 years of marriage, he naturally did not recognize me. Just as I was about to explain, a girl in a tailored suit jogged over to me, smiling as she said, "You must be Mrs. Shin. I am Secretary Chen, and I've seen your picture on Mr. Shin's desk. No wonder she seemed familiar. She was the girl in the photo show you had shown me, standing behind Shinjinin. I smiled gently at her. Could you kindly inform the security guard on my behalf?" Our conversation was clearly audible to the guard, who, without waiting for her to speak, respectfully allowed us entry. Upon seeing the 2 staff members, Chen looked surprised, and Zhou Chao's companion greeted her warmly, while Zhou Chao himself merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. I could discern that Chen was interested in Zhou Chao. Her gaze would often drift toward him, and although he maintained a cool demeanor, she continued to beam at him. Beauty is universally appreciated, and given their similar ages and his striking appearance, he was surely not lacking admirers. Chen quickly returned her attention to me, flashing a bright smile. Mrs. Shin, are you here to see Mr. Shin? He is currently in a meeting. Would you like me to take you to his office to wait? Very well. As we made our way, she chatted cheerfully with me, and I learned that her name was Chen Yao. Although our time together was brief, I could tell she was quite perceptive and adept at handling interpersonal relations, which explained her rapid rise to the position of Shinjinan's secretary at such a young age. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Chen introduced me to her colleagues, who paused their work to greet me with friendly smiles while the two staff members distributed the coffee. I surveyed my surroundings, appraising the group of employees. Among them were several strikingly attractive young women, and for a moment, I was uncertain where to direct my attention. Ultimately, my gaze landed on a captivating young woman sitting not too far from me, whose beauty was alluring yet carried an air of sharpness that made me uncomfortable. Mrs. Chen, that girl is named Li Mutong. She has quite the heartthrob around here. Many male colleagues are infatuated with her, yet she is quite proud and has very high standards. Despite her modest background, she always wears designer brands, though I can't tell if they are gifts from admirers, Chen Yao whispered, noticing my fixation. Chen was astutely aware of my thoughts. A president's wife suddenly appearing at the company could only mean one thing, an inspection. Sensing my silence, she smiled knowingly and added, with such a stunning beauty around, if I were a man, I'd find it hard to resist. I glanced at Chen, catching her insinuation. My expression remained inscrutable as I replied coolly, Mr. Shin is also a man. Are you suggesting he too has been captivated? Chapter 17. May I sleep with you? Though she possesses striking beauty, her lineage, intellect, and appearance pale in comparison to that of Mrs. Shin, I refrained from addressing my own question, instead opting to delicately divert the conversation. After a brief silence, I offered her a smile and inquired, where is Mr. Shin's office? Please follow me, she replied. Mr. Shinjinan's office was exceedingly spacious and adorned with opulent decor, leaving me little time to appreciate my. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Yao went to fetch coffee for me, I slipped into the adjoining lounge of his office. No wonder Mr. Shin preferred not to have me at the company. The lounge resembled an extension of his home, replete with personal items and a change of clothes, everything one could possibly need. There was even a sizable bed. As Mr. Shin spent the majority of his time at the office, I grew increasingly convinced that the woman he kept hidden away was indeed someone from within the company, allowing him both time and opportunity for clandestine rendezvous while remaining discreet. On that prominent bed, I discovered two strands of black, slightly curled hair, and a sudden jolt of realization struck me. They matched perfectly with the hair of the girl named Li Mutong I had just encountered. Chen Yao's voice carried from outside, Mrs. Shin, I brought the coffee you requested. Thank you, just place it on the table, I replied, maintaining an air of composure as I discreetly gathered the two strands of hair, wrapping them with my fingers and disposing of them in the restroom's waste bin. After washing my hands, I emerged from the lounge at a leisurely pace. Chen Yao had yet to leave. Upon seeing me, she promptly approached with a radiant smile, handing me the cup of coffee. Mrs. Shin, your coffee. Thank you. I accepted the coffee, my gaze briefly scanning her hair with her chestnut medium-length locks. It was evident she did not match the description. Well, I'll take my leave now. Please call me if you need anything. All right. Once Chen Yao departed, I settled onto the sofa, pondering the girl named Li Mutong. During our initial encounter, she had shown me considerable hostility despite our lack of prior enmity. Could she be the mistress lurking behind Mr. Shin? Yet, the events had unfolded with such alarming ease that I began to feel a sense of unease. Mr. Shin was known for his meticulous nature. How could he allow himself to be discovered so effortlessly? Lost in thought, my phone buzzed incessantly from my bag. It was a message from Xiaoyu, informing me that he had uncovered crucial information and wished to meet immediately. I readily agreed, dismissing the need to await Mr. Shin's return. I concocted an excuse for Chen Yao to relay to him and left the company. I walked back to the CAF where I had previously been. Just as I was about to drive away, I spotted a group of rough-looking men pushing and shoving a boy named Zhou Chao by the roadside. He stood there with his head bowed, hands in his pockets, silent as they bullied and insulted him. An idea struck me. This was the perfect opportunity to get closer to him. Without a second thought, I leaped from my car and rushed to confront the group. I noticed Zhou Chao's fair face already sporting bruises, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Shielding him behind me, I glared at the men and demanded, why are you assaulting him? What courage lies in bullying one individual? If you lay a finger on him again, I will not hesitate to call the authorities. They turned to me, laughter escaping their lips. One man, his hair dyed a garish yellow, jeered, go ahead and call. We'll make sure this debt-ridden college student joins him in jail. Look at him, he has got a record. Who would hire him after this? How much does he owe you? I inquired, my resolve firm. The leader, cigarette dangling from his mouth, sneered, he borrowed 300,000 for his mother's medical treatment and owes us an additional 400,000 after quitting his job. His failure to repay is a light punishment. According to our agreement, we might even take a leg. The man appraised me with a lecherous gaze, adding, you seem well off, why not show some compassion and pay off his debt? After all, this pretty boy is more attractive than most women. You won't lose out. His words dripped with sleaze, causing the others to erupt in laughter. Leave him be, this doesn't concern you, Zhou Chao said, his eyes distant, his expression one of aloofness as he coldly addressed me. He made no attempt to refute their claims, indicating they held some truth. Ignoring his dismissal, I turned my attention back to the men, my brow furrowing in determination. I can pay off his debt, but what about the assault? He cannot simply endure your beatings without consequence. Zhou Chao suddenly looked up at me, a mixture of confusion and surprise evident in his eyes. He was not alone, the men appeared equally incredulous. The leader, a stocky figure with narrowed eyes, challenged me, if you're truly willing to pay, what is your proposal? But don't think you can play tricks on us, I won't hesitate to strike you. I retrieved my phone from my bag, addressing them calmly, let him slap each of you twice, and I'll transfer the money immediately. If I deceive you, feel free to take my car, I won T protest. I extracted my car keys and pressed the button to unlock the vehicle. You probably know it's worth more than 100,000. You'd be foolish to turn it down. After a brief exchange among themselves, the leader smirked at me. Alright, I doubt you'll try anything funny at He just a pretty face, let us proceed. Zhou Chao's eyes flickered. I signaled for him to act. He hesitated, remaining still and taking a deep breath. I moved with swift precision, delivering 2 sharp slaps to each of the men. They were caught off guard by my sudden ferocity, and one of them scowled, approaching me with intent to retaliate. I swiftly interjected, show me the QR code, I'll settle the payment. The leader gestured for the others to back down, pulling out his phone and presenting the QR code to me. Zhou Chao unexpectedly stepped in front of me, his gaze resolute as he declared, we're not close enough for you to pay my debts. The men surged forward, shoving him aside while impatiently telling him, pretty boy, don't waste our time. If you keep resisting, I won't hesitate to lay hands on you. A yellow-haired man chimed in, can't you see, this beautiful lady is interested in you, if you can't pay, use your body. Shut your filthy mouths. I snapped. You've had your fun. Enough is enough. Without further ado, I promptly scanned the QR code and entered my password to transfer 400,000. Once they confirmed receipt, they cursed and departed. Wait. I called after them. They turned, confusion etched on their faces. The yellow-haired man quipped, what, you can't bear to part with us? Leave behind the IOU, I demanded. The leader fished it out of his pocket and handed it to me. I glanced at it before tearing it into shreds. Why did you give them money? Zhou Chao questioned, disbelief lacing his voice. I struck them, if you don't pay, you'll face my wrath too. I'm asking why you chose to help me without reason. What do you want? His gaze bore into mine, filled with suspicion and unease, his demeanor brimming with wariness. What do I want? I met his gaze, a cold smirk gracing my lips as I echoed their earlier jest, as they said, I find you appealing. May I sleep with you? Chapter 18. The other woman of the scoundrel emerges. He stood stiffly in place, gazing at me intently, his eyes as dark as midnight, concealing any discernible emotion. In the next moment, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, as if he were strenuously suppressing his feelings. His voice emerged softly, laced with a hint of hoarseness, you've misunderstood me. I am not that kind of person. I can write you an IOU, I will repay you gradually in the future, and if you desire interest, I can accommodate that as well. Do you truly perceive me as someone who would act in such a manner? He lowered his head, his lips moving slightly, yet he uttered no words. A cold smile crept onto my lips as I interjected, consider me a bystander witnessing injustice, stepping in to assist. I have faced difficult times myself, yet no one was willing to lend me a hand, so I empathize with your current sense of helplessness. I endeavored to play the emotional card, attempting to bridge the gap between us. Zhou Chao abruptly lifted his head, hesitating for a moment before saying, do you genuinely have no ulterior motives? What other motives could I possibly have? You should know quite well that I am a married individual. Surely you do not believe I am coveting your physical form. Upon hearing my words, his face flushed instantaneously, and a glimmer of something sparkled in his eyes. This gaze was all too familiar to me. Shen Jinan had always been considerate towards me, and in my past life, I had looked at him countless times with such an expression, yet now, having been harmed by him, I had completely lost the ability to trust others. My eyes no longer sparked with that kind of light. He replied earnestly, thank you for your willingness to help me, I will write you the IOU right away, please wait a moment while I fetch some paper and a pen from the store. Before I could respond, he dashed off to the shop. I could tell he was a sincere young man, but I could not fathom how he became entangled with Shen Jinan. In no time, he returned, jogging back with the IOU, his handwriting elegant and neat. I gave it a cursory glance before folding it and placing it back in my bag. Let us exchange WeChat, it will be convenient for me to repay you in the future. I will return a portion every month. Although my current earnings are modest, I am about to graduate and start working, at which point I will be able to repay you more. He kept his head down, his neck slightly bowed, yet there was a dignified demeanor in his eyes. He no longer appeared as unapproachable as he had at the outset, indicating that my act of heroism was having an effect. He was no longer as defensive towards me. I recall you mentioning to your companion this morning that you plan to take the postgraduate entrance examination. I am not in urgent need of money, and I do not require interest, just remember this matter. I plan to balance work and studying for the exam without hindering my income. I smiled and nodded, retrieving my phone to add him on WeChat. Remembering that Xiaoyu was still waiting for me, I hurriedly said, alright, I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave. He called out to me, how should I address you? I smiled lightly at him, you should be a few years younger than I am. Just call me Sister Ning. His gaze towards me was somewhat ambiguous, but he nodded without further comment. Upon arriving at our appointed location, Xiaoyu was anxiously scanning the surroundings, glancing at his watch. Apologies, I was delayed by an errand. Once I settled down, Xiaoyu presented me with a file folder. Sister, please open it and see what's inside. I sensed a hint of concealment in Xiaoyu's words, but I didn't dwell on it and swiftly opened the folder. Inside were several photographs featuring Shen Jinan and the girl I had just encountered, Shen Yao, who was Shen Jinan's secretary. They were dining together in a high-end restaurant, likely in a private room, embracing intimately and exhibiting affection without restraint. There were also a few images of them strolling together in a neighborhood while walking a dog, both of them clad in hats and masks, concealing their identities thoroughly. As I surveyed the surrounding environment, a wave of despair washed over me. The apartment I had transferred to Shinjinan was located in that very neighborhood. He was clandestinely harboring a mistress in the very home I had gifted him. Gripping the corner of the photographs, I felt a surge of anger rise within me, and I forced myself to suppress it, whispering, "When were these taken?" "Yesterday." No wonder he returned so late the previous night. It all made sense now. Today, that Qinyao feigned respect and compliance, attempting to manipulate and mislead me while orchestrating a diversion. She was indeed shrewd and cunning. As for those 2 locks of hair, they were likely intentional on her part. Why did she want me to discover Shinjinan's infidelity? After mulling it over for a moment, I deduced that Shinjinan was currently unable to secure the shares I held and did not wish to divorce. Qinyao, likely eager to marry due to her pregnancy, aimed to incite conflict between Shinjinan and me, hoping to exploit the situation to elevate her own status. If that were the case, there must be some underlying tension between the two of them. I should seize this opportunity to pit them against each other. "Sister, are you alright?" Xiao Yu inquired, his expression filled with concern. I smiled at him. "I'm fine, I was simply contemplating how to handle them." "Sister, please don't." They are also from the same hometown. According to insiders, they had a good relationship, but they fell out for reasons unknown. All I know is that Zhou Chao had a huge outburst and smashed Shenyao's phone in anger. After their fallout, Zhou Chao gave Shenyao a bank card in his phone. Shenyao has likely been using Zhou Chao's card and phone for the past 3 years. So Zhou Chao has no ties to Shinjinan? Why did he give Shenyao a bank card? Is there some ambiguous relationship between them? I recalled how Shenyao had looked at Zhou Chao earlier. There was an unmistakable hint of affection in her gaze, while Zhou Chao's demeanor towards her was notably cold. Could it be a case of love turning to hate? Shenyao seemed quite attentive to him, but Zhou Chao did not reciprocate her warmth. It likely meant there was nothing between them. Zhou Chao's father had long since passed, and his mother had been ill for years. Shenyao must have lent him money in the past, which is why he returned the card to her, though I remained unaware of the reasons for their quarrel. Thank you, Xiao Yu, for uncovering such vital information. Of course, it's only right to take care of business. Sister, should I continue the investigation? Absolutely. I plan to divorce him, but these photographs alone are insufficient evidence. Please look into his assets, particularly any transfers, especially if there are any properties transferred to Qinyao. Understood, sister. I placed the photographs back in the folder and hurriedly drove to Juanhe Law Firm to find Fu Yunting. After the receptionist placed a call, she respectfully invited me into the firm. I took the elevator to the floor where Fu Yunting's office was located. His assistant informed me that he was currently meeting with an important client and arranged for me to wait in the reception area, thoughtfully providing me with pastries and coffee. I waited for nearly half an hour without any sign of Fu Yunting. Eventually, I stood up and began to pace back and forth at the entrance of his office. After a while, I heard movement coming from within. It seemed his client was about to leave, so I discreetly positioned myself around the corner. Soon, the door to Fu Yunting's office swung open, and he emerged alongside a woman who appeared to be in her 30s. She was strikingly beautiful, her figure alluring, and her attire exuded sophistication, with each of her movements radiating a charming grace. Fu Yunting personally escorted her to the elevator, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor as he pressed the button for her. The woman gazed at him, her voice sultry as she said, "Lawyer Fu, thank you for helping me recover those 50 million. Otherwise, I would have lost so much money to my partner, and my father would never trust me with the company again." Fu Yunting replied coolly, "Miss Meng, it was my duty. You need not be so formal. Lawyer Fu, do you have time for dinner tonight? I would love to treat you." The woman unabashedly directed her smoldering gaze at him, her smile enchanting. "Apologies, I already have plans for the evening. And tomorrow or the day after?" She was undeterred, persistently pursuing him. "My schedule is fully booked for the month." The woman smiled regretfully. "What a pity. It seems Lawyer Fu truly lives up to the rumors. You are indeed a devoted person. I can't help but grow more curious about your ex-girlfriend. I wonder what kind of enchantment she cast upon you that made you so infatuated with her for so many years." Chapter 19. Gathering evidence. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but perk up my ears, eager to hear what Fu Yunting had to say. He suddenly noticed me not far away, and I awkwardly smiled at him, yet he chose to ignore me. The elevator chimed, and the woman waved him goodbye as she exited. Fu Yunting paid me no heed. He turned and walked directly towards his office. Reluctantly, I followed him inside. Fu Yunting settled back into his leather chair, raised his gaze to meet mine, and scoffed. I was unaware that Miss Jiang had a penchant for eavesdropping. I offered him a sheepish smile and replied, "Lawyer Fu, it was unintentional. I merely stumbled upon this situation, with no way to evade it. I trust one have not disrupted you, have I?" "Of course you have. If you weren't here, perhaps we could have engaged in a more profound exchange," he retorted. I raised an eyebrow, maintaining my smile. "Lawyer Fu, you may pursue this conversation further. I wouldn't mind waiting." "Forget it, you've already dampened my enthusiasm," he sighed. Fu Yunting glanced at the folder in my hand and shifted the subject, saying, "Miss Jiang, in your haste to see me, I presume you've uncovered your husband's clandestine affair." He wore a knowing expression, confirming that he had been aware of this matter long before. I decided to confront him directly. "When did you discover this, Lawyer Fu?" "To be candid, Miss Jiang, it was 2 years ago, shortly after you joined Jiang Corporation." "Then why didn't you inform me sooner?" I asked, my brow furrowed in displeasure. How was I to know whether you were genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? This is your family matter, outsiders should not meddle. Moreover, given our long-standing discord, and considering Miss John's notorious obsession with her husband, I feared you might accuse me of slander later, rendering my involvement futile, he explained, his reasoning leaving me speechless. I chose not to dwell on this issue any longer. I placed the folder on Fu Yunting's desk, and he opened it briefly before closing it again. To achieve the results you desire, these pieces of evidence alone are insufficient. You will need video recordings of their interactions, text messages, and ideally, to catch them in the act. Only then will the repercussions be significant enough. Just as I was about to respond, a respectful voice came from the doorway. Lawyer Fu, Mr. Zhou has arrived. It was Fu Yunting's assistant. Aware that my presence was no longer warranted, I took the initiative to bid him farewell and left the law firm. As I drove along the road, my mind was in turmoil, reflecting on Fu Yunting's final remark. I pulled over and sent a text to Xiaoyu, requesting him to procure a set of surveillance equipment, which I intended to place in Shinjinan's office lounge. By the time I retrieved the equipment from Xiaoyu, night had already fallen. Arriving home, I paused at the sight of leather shoes by the entrance. Shinjinan had returned. Aunt Lu greeted me with a beaming smile. Madam, dinner is ready. The old lady is not home. Your husband has just come back as well. He is in the study. I shall call him down for dinner. The study, that was Shinjinan's private space. I instruct. Upon reaching the upper floor, I found the study door firmly shut. Leaning closer, I could indeed hear Shinjinan speaking on the phone, his voice barely audible. That he was being particularly cautious, likely conversing with Chen Yao. I slipped into the bathroom of the bedroom, retrieved the earplugs that accompanied the surveillance device from my bag, and placed them in my ears. Pressing the play button, with a series of beeps, the voices of two individuals filled the air. I've been pregnant for over 2 months now, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to keep it a secret. You're not an ordinary woman. I've been with you since my senior year. The child in my womb is the only heir of the Shin family. How can you bear to let us suffer in such a manner? Yao, just hold on a little longer. Once I acquire the shares from Jian Yuning, I will divorce her immediately. She went to the company today, and I'm unsure if she has become suspicious, so I can't yet mention the shares to her. Shinjinan, I see you think I'm easy to manipulate. You previously claimed that if we couldn't be together, you would take the child back to Jian Yuning. I suspect you merely wish to keep the child while abandoning me. If that's the case, I might as well terminate the pregnancy to spare you any trouble. Yao, please don't speak in anger. I've already sent my mother to care for you. How could I be deceiving you? My intention in having her adopt our child was to ensure he could legitimately inherit the Jiang family name. Misunderstanding me like this truly breaks my heart. Darling, it's just the emotional instability that comes with pregnancy. Ultimately, I'm only concerned about you. You cannot solely ensure the child's legitimacy. I, too, wish to be your rightful wife. Please refrain from mentioning adoption again. You should expedite the divorce, lest we risk exposure. Alright, my love, I cherish you. Soon, you will be the mistress of Jiang Corporation. What more could you possibly endure? At the latest, once the jewelry appraisal event next month is over, I will bring up the divorce with her. You must keep your word. You cannot touch her. I am carrying your child, and you cannot have your cake and eat it too. Rest assured, in bed, she is as lifeless as a corpse, utterly devoid of allure. She cannot compare to your ability to entice me, and she obeys my every command. Just thinking of you, darling, stirs my desires. You naughty boy, how scandalous. I'm ignoring you now. Naughty, isn't that what you adore about me? The lewd exchange between the two was unbearable, compelling me to remove the earphones. My insides churned, and I felt nauseous, as if a dead fly were lodged in my throat, impossible to swallow or expel. Ning, are you just returning? Your husband was busy in meetings this morning and didn't he see you? Xiaochen said you brought them coffee. How thoughtful of you, my dear. Shinjinan's duplicitous voice floated in from outside the door. My heart surged with hatred, my hands clenched into fists, nails digging into my palms. I suppressed my emotions and replied coolly, please go downstairs to eat. I'll join you shortly. Alright, your husband will be waiting for you downstairs. Once Shinjinan's footsteps receded, I gradually calmed myself, placing the earphones deep within my bag before extracting my phone to save that conversation, tucking it away in a seldom-used hidden folder. At this moment, a singular thought consumed me, to gather all evidence swiftly and confront the scoundrel and the vile woman. Recalling Xiaoyu's words, I couldn't shake the feeling that the relationship between Zhou Chao and Chen Yao was far from simple. I located Zhou Chao's WeChat and opened his profile, which contained only a dashed line. I shut my phone, washed my face, and collected my thoughts before descending the stairs at a deliberate pace. Shinjinan was seated on the sofa, legs crossed, perusing a newspaper. Upon seeing me, he greeted me with a radiant smile. He wrapped his arms around my waist and spoke tenderly, my dear, you must be hungry. Aunt Lu has prepared a feast of your favorite dishes. He led me to the dining area, gallantly pulling out a chair for me before taking a seat across from me. Ning, do try the food. Tell me if you enjoy it. Shinjinan served me a portion of each dish and ladled a bowl of soup for me. Aunt Lu, bustling about, cheerfully remarked, Madam, you and the sir share such a wonderful bond. You are the sweetest couple I have ever seen. All these dishes were specially prepared at the sir's request. He said you are nurturing your health and need nutritious meals. In that moment, I felt a torrent of rage towards him, yet prioritizing the larger picture, I offered him a smile. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Jinan. Shinjinan gazed at me with deep affection. This is what a husband should do. I surveyed the surroundings, meeting his gaze, and feigned confusion. Where is mother? Why isn't she home? Chapter 20. Did he collapse? Mother mentioned that she was feeling homesick and wished to return to her hometown for a while. Shinjinan lowered his head, picking at his food, his gaze evasive. Since Wang Xiaoyu arrived at the Lin family 6 years ago, I had yet to see her leave this place except for matters of importance. She had previously expressed her contentment with the good life here, declaring she would never return to the arduous existence of her hometown. Shinjinan's excuse was too flimsy. I couldn't be bothered to expose him. Suppressing my underlying disdain, I offered a nonchalant smile. Jinan, in just over 10 days, the annual Jiang Group Jewelry Appraisal event will take place. This will be your first significant gala as the president of the Jiang Corporation. How are your preparations coming along? This morning, I convened a special meeting regarding this very matter, which delayed my visit to you. Rest assured, Ning, I will demonstrate my capabilities to the board. He set down his utensils, took my hand, and pressed it to his lips, his eyes radiating a soothing warmth. Ning, your husband will make you proud. Proud? I had already resolved in my heart that on the day of the jewelry appraisal, I would expose his true nature before the city's elite. I aimed to ruin him utterly, ensuring he would be infamous for eternity, compelling the board to cast him aside. I subtly shifted my gaze and forced a smile, then I shall await the spectacle. Throughout the meal, I found the food tasteless. After finishing, Shinjinan stretched languorously, preparing to shower when I casually called out to him, Jinan, could you recommend your secretary Xiao Chen's WeChat? He paused for a moment, then scratched his nose in confusion, asking, what do you need her WeChat for? I intend to open a CAF, and she seems quite astute. I wish to inquire what flavors of coffee are favored by white-collar workers like her for market research. That might not be appropriate, dear. It's after work hours, and we shouldn't disturb her. How about I ask her tomorrow at work? You, a high-ranking executive, inquiring about such trivial matters on company time would be rather inappropriate. Never mind, I can wait until I visit your office to add her WeChat. Noticing Shinjinan standing frozen, I fixed my gaze on him, feigning innocence. What's wrong? Are you unwilling for me to contact your secretary? Have you stirred up some romantic entanglements at work, fearing that I might bribe her to inform me? Shinjinan snapped. How could I have any romantic debts? You saw for yourself at the office. None of them are as beautiful as my wife. I find that girl, Li Mutong, quite lovely, fair-skinned, beautiful, and with long legs. Xiao Chen mentioned that she is quite popular among the male colleagues at your company. What else did she say? His previously gentle demeanor quickly shifted to one of alarm, his lips trembling as he urgently interrupted. What did she say? I scrutinized him, skepticism evident in my expression. Why are you so anxious? Could it be that you and Li Mutong truly have something going on? No wonder Xiao Chen remarked that the male colleagues are fond of her, and that she is proud and disdainful. Could she be interested in you? Deliberately shifting my suspicions towards Li Mutong, I aimed to lower Shinjinan's guard. Upon hearing my insinuations, his complexion normalized. He approached and gently embraced me, leaning in to whisper softly, so my wife is feeling jealous. Rest assured, she was introduced by Song Si. How could I possibly have anything to do with her? I raised an eyebrow. Song Si was one of the 3 major shareholders aside from my father, holding a 20 stake in Jiang Group, and now in his 50s, a grandfather. My eyes darkened as I quietly asked, is she Song Si's mistress? Shinjinan nodded solemnly. So, my dear wife, you need not worry. I assure you, there is absolutely no relationship between me and Li Mutong. After reassuring me a few more times, he ascended to shower. Once he left, I began contemplating Li Mutong. It was no surprise that we had conflicting energies. She had been hostile from our very first meeting. How predictable, a mistress, upon encountering the legitimate wife, often bristles with resentment. I pondered, Chen could not possibly be unaware of the liaison between Song Si and Li Mutong. Why would she want me to direct my ire at Li Mutong? Aside from sowing discord between Shinjinan and me, she likely had ulterior motives. If I were to confront Li Mutong, I would undoubtedly offend Song Si. Shinjinan's ascent to the presidency was undoubtedly aided by Song Si, and Chen Yao would naturally wish for me to alienate the other shareholders of Jiang Group, forcing Shinjinan to distance himself from me and ultimately choose divorce. What a malicious woman she was. An epiphany struck me. I could leverage Shinjinan to eliminate Li Mutong, thereby dismantling the bond between him and Song Si, turning them into adversaries. If I could involve Chen Yao in this scheme, it would be even more thrilling. Resolute in my decision, I ascended the stairs. Upon entering the bedroom, I found Shinjinan already reclining in a bathrobe. The moment he spotted me, he threw back the covers and gazed at me with deep affection, silently inviting me to. I managed a reluctant smile. Jinan, I forgot to mention that I've decided to partner with a chain CF. IVE already contacted their headquarters today, and I'll be flying to Jinzhou for an interview tomorrow morning. You're going to Jinzhou? Yes, you should rest now. I need to organize my clothes and review some materials for tomorrow's interview. My dear, won't that be exhausting for you? You're reworking so hard, it pains me. His eyes brimmed with tenderness, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. For the sake of our little family, it's all worth it. Since I was determined to expose him at the jewelry appraisal, I needed to hasten my plans. I resolved to deceive him into leaving for a few days while also arranging for 2 housekeepers to take a break with paid. I aimed to lower his guard and gather more evidence against him. Moreover, reducing my contact with him was essential. Each encounter was a torment. Dear, are you leaving for several days? Shinjinan asked, reluctant to let me go. Yes, I would estimate at least 3 or 4 days. Please be careful on your journey. He continued, since mother has returned to her hometown, and you also have your outings, I thought I'd let the 2 housekeepers take their days off this month. Is that all right? Of course, I have no objections. The next morning, while Shen Jinan was still asleep, I took my packed luggage and left the house. I visited a real estate agency, specifically requesting to rent an apartment in Shangshi Fanghua, right across from the one I had transferred to Shen Jinan. Knowing Chen Yao's residence, I certainly wouldn't miss the chance to monitor Shen Jinan and her. My generous offer secured the rental swiftly. I paid a year's rent upfront, and the agent promptly signed the contract and handed me the keys. To avoid detection, I deliberately purchased several inexpensive new outfits at a small mall, opting for a neutral style. After removing the tags and changing into my new attire, I donned a mask and a hat. I scrutinized my reflection in the mirror, ensuring I wouldn't be recognized before departing the mall. I also made a point to buy a telescope at a specialty store before heading to my new apartment. Upon entering, I surveyed the surroundings. The previous owner had meticulously cleaned the house, leaving it spotless. I drew the curtains, leaving a tiny gap, and set up the telescope, adjusting it until it aligned with the apartment I had transferred to Shen Jinan. Through the lens, I caught sight of Wang Xiaoyu, bustling around the kitchen. I couldn't help but scoff. You can never awaken someone feigning sleep. In my home, she had complained of aches and pains, desiring to be waited on, yet in Chen Yao's presence, she was suddenly invigorated and full of energy. As I checked the time, it was 10 in the morning, and I hadn't seen Chen Yao through the telescope. She must have gone to work. I adjusted the curtain gap and settled back onto the sofa. To dispel any lingering suspicion from Shen Jinan, I had checked the morning flight schedule from Lin City to Jinzhou and sent him a message, indicating I was about to check in. I also messaged Xiaoyu, instructing him to keep a close watch on Chen Yao and Shen Jinan over the next few days. As I aimlessly scrolled through my phone, I suddenly received a WeChat call from Zhou Chao. I hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. Are you a family member or friend of the owner? He has collapsed, and his phone only has your contact. Could you come over? Chapter 21. The mystery of origins. Has he fainted? Where is he? He is at Sixth Brothers Barbecue on Changping Street. You must come quickly. A middle-aged woman, seemingly in her 40s, shouted at me. In that instant, I recalled the conversation he had with his companions earlier. He must have collapsed from working overnight. Although Changping Street is quite distant from the Jiang group, I did not wish to take any risks. If Shen Jinan were to see me, my plans would be utterly ruined. Could you please call 120 to send him to the hospital? If he has no money on him, who will pay for his medical expenses? If he wakes up thinking I ran into him, I certainly cannot afford to compensate him. You are the only contact in his phone, so you must be someone important to him. Please hurry over. I heard a cacophony of voices around me, mostly spectators, with no one willing to lend a hand. Furrowing my brow, I instructed, understood, please keep an eye on him, I will be there shortly. The inherent nature of a person is difficult to change. I could never emulate Shen Jinan's ruthless indifference. Without further contemplation, I donned my hat, mask, and glasses, and swiftly exited. Upon my arrival, I found Zhou Chao unconscious on the ground, a bicycle lying beside him. The same middle-aged woman who had called me stood nearby. Together, we managed to lift Zhou Chao onto the vehicle. I expressed my gratitude before driving him to the hospital. Following a series of examinations, the doctor diagnosed him with insufficient cerebral blood flow due to excessive fatigue, explaining his fainting spell. Additionally, his blood sugar was low, necessitating intravenous treatment, with further details to be discussed once he regained consciousness. After the doctor had settled him in and started the 4, I went to the first-floor lobby to pay the fees. Following the doctor's instructions, I also arranged for the cafeteria to prepare some millet porridge and a few buns for him. By the time I returned to the ward, he had already awakened. Thank you, I troubled you again, Zhou Chao said, managing a faint smile on his pale face. Not at all. We are friends now. I replied, attempting to bridge the distance between us. What happened to you? The doctor said it was due to excessive fatigue. Do you often work overnight? He hung his head in silence, tacitly confirming my suspicion. Your health is your greatest asset. Even if you do not think of yourself, you should consider your mother. Please do not work so hard in the future. My money is not urgently needed. If you require funds, feel free to borrow from me. Your primary task now is to study diligently and secure a good job after graduation. Having conveyed my thoughts, I offered him the food gently, saying, please eat something to replenish your strength. He did not reach for it but stood frozen, gazing at me with reddened eyes. Thank you. I don't know how to express my gratitude. I will certainly repay you as soon as possible. Seeing the emotion in his eyes, I suddenly felt a pang of guilt. My intentions in helping him were not entirely altruistic, and his sincerity unsettled me. Changing the subject, I raised an eyebrow playfully. Are you expecting me to feed you? He blushed instantly, shaking his head vigorously in denial as he quickly accepted the food, devouring it hungrily. I must admit, Zhou Chao is at a splendid age, radiating vitality, and with his appearance, he could easily be considered a charming young man in a society so driven by materialism, where many capitalize on their looks and physique. Zhou Chao, despite possessing both, chooses to earn his living through hard work. This speaks volumes about his character. If he were to lower his pride, countless wealthy women would be eager to shower him with money. Setting aside other considerations, I greatly admire his self-reliance and determination. I could not help but think of Chen Yao, who, despite graduating from a prestigious university like Zhou Chao, prioritized attaching herself to a married man over pursuing her career, disregarding all sense of honor and integrity. I could see that Zhou Chao had lowered his guard around me. Once he finished his meal, he first called his instructor to request a half-day leave. Then, I cautiously initiated a conversation. Did you graduate from Qingbei? I recall my husband's secretary, Chen Yao, also graduated from there. Zhou Chao lowered his head, his expression grave, choosing not to respond. Observing his demeanor, I sensed a connection between him and Chen Yao. but without his disclosure, it was challenging to ascertain. To avoid arousing suspicion, I shifted topics, and to my relief, he engaged warmly, answering each question earnestly. Noticing the darkness under his eyes, it was evident he hadn't slept well in quite some time. I urged him to rest and regain his strength. When it was time for a change of I would assist in calling the doctor. He hesitated to trouble me, but seeing my insistence, he reluctantly settled under the covers and closed his eyes. Before long, his breathing became steady, his brow relaxed, and he slept soundly. In that moment, he appeared less a man burdened by maturity and more a youthful boy, untouched by the trials of life. Just as I was admiring his beauty, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man entered. Our eyes met, and we both froze momentarily. I recognized him. He was an assistant to Zhou Boxiong, someone I had encountered years ago. Why was he here? Zhou Chao, Zhou Boxiong. My mind raced, and a daring hypothesis took shape. He approached me with a hint of deference, but just as he was about to speak, I gestured toward the sleeping Zhou Chao, silently urging him to step outside for a private discussion. Once the door was closed behind us, I asked, somewhat surprised, Li Shu, what brings you here? Do you know Zhou Chao? He did not answer my question but instead responded seriously, Miss Jiang, how is it that you are here? The presence of Li Hai signified Zhou Boxiong, and if I wished to re-enter the Jiang family, the support of the Zhou group would be paramount. Regardless of whether my assumptions were accurate, I feigned casualness and recounted how we came to know each other, particularly highlighting how I had come to his aid twice. After listening, Li Hai replied, Miss Jiang, our President Zhou is in the adjacent room. Please wait a moment while I report to him. Of course, I said, flashing a polite smile. Before long, Li Hai returned, gesturing for me to enter. President Zhou would like to speak with you. I nodded and swiftly entered the room, finding Zhou Boxiong standing by the window, deep in thought. Clad in a sharp gray suit, he exuded an air of dignity and confidence, his well-maintained physique belying his 50-plus years, breaking the tense atmosphere. I greeted softly, Uncle Zhou. He turned swiftly, smiling at me, and motioned for me to sit on a nearby sofa. As I looked at his face, it became clear, Zhou Chao bore a striking resemblance to him, and without a doubt, Zhou Chao must be his long-lost son. Zhou Boxiong wasted no time, stating directly, I have heard from Li Hai about your assistance to Zhou Chao. To be candid, I have already conducted a paternity test using Zhou Chao's blood samples. He is indeed my son. What a remarkable twist of fate. I had unexpectedly stumbled upon a significant opportunity. Perhaps I could leverage my connection with Zhou Chao to establish a rapport with Zhou Boxiong. Miss Jiang, should you require anything in the future, rest assured that I will do my utmost to assist you, he continued, his loyalty evident. Recalling his deep affection for his first love, I decided to take a risk. Uncle Zhou, I only hope that if you encounter Shinjinan in the future, you will not disclose our meeting here today. Chapter 22. It's not just a leg that was severed. Zhou Boxiong's gaze shifted slightly, his eyes sharp as he inquired, Miss Jiang, what do you mean by that? To be honest with you, Uncle Zhou, I told Shinjinan that I had flown to Jinzhou today. Had it not been for Zhou Chao suddenly collapsing, I certainly would not be here now. Uncertain of whether he was friend or foe, I deliberately spoke in ambiguous terms. He, a seasoned veteran who had dominated the business world for decades, naturally understood the implications behind my words. I aimed to ascertain his stance and attitude. I fixed my gaze upon his eyes, not allowing any subtle changes in his expression to escape me. His profound eyes suddenly flickered, and the next moment, he spoke with conviction. Miss Jiang, let me be direct. A businessman values not friendship but the exchange of interests. If you are willing to assist me in a particular matter, I will unhesitatingly stand by your side, regardless of any upheaval within the Jiang group. He had cut straight to the chase, presenting his terms. What matter? Miss Jiang should be aware of my situation. I once thought they would remain my lifelong regrets, but fortunately, I have finally found them in my lifetime. I understand Suyan's character. She is strong-willed and difficult to persuade. I know you can speak to Zhou Chao, and I only hope you can persuade him. Uncle Zhou, what do you wish for me to persuade him about? To acknowledge his roots. His gaze deepened, his expression increasingly resolute. I couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. We had only met a few times, and I was uncertain if he would heed my words. I could only promise to do my utmost. He smiled at me, saying, I believe with Miss Jiang's capabilities, it can certainly be achieved. When I returned to the hospital room, Zhou Chao was still sound asleep. It wasn't until I called a nurse to assist him with a change of that he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at me, bleary-eyed, and suddenly smiled. You truly haven't left. I must apologize for wasting your time. I returned his smile brightly. Since I promised to watch over you, I intend to keep my word. Besides, I am merely a free spirit with ample time. His eyelashes fluttered, and with a gentle demeanor, he said, in my life, apart from my mother, you are the only one who genuinely cares for me. Thank you. My heart skipped a beat, and feeling slightly guilty, I replied, what if all these years someone has silently cared for you, a person who is your own kin, would you be willing to accept it? Who? He stared at me, instinctively asking. I met his gaze and softly replied, your biological father, Zhou Boxiong. Zhou Chao's expression suddenly changed. He fixed his gaze on me with a stern countenance. The warmth in his eyes dissipated, replaced by an icy coldness that sent shivers down my spine. I felt a prickling unease under his intense scrutiny. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? His eyes were piercing, his tone icy as he retorted, I have only one biological father, and he passed away 10 years ago. I do not know anyone by the name of Zhou Boxiong. You must be mistaken. How could I be mistaken? He has been searching for you and your mother all these years. Have you never seen the newspapers or videos? He fell silent for a moment, a smirk creeping onto his lips, revealing a knowing smile that sent chills down my spine. So this is your true motive for approaching me. You already knew about my connection to Zhou Buoxiong, which is why you have been so ingratiating. I foolishly thought you were different from others. You are truly hypocritical, and you make me feel sick. Hypocritical? Sick? My face flushed, my voice strained with suppressed anger as I retorted, I only learned that you were Zhou Buoxiong's son today. Earlier, when I happened to be here, his assistant came looking for you. You were asleep, and he informed me of this matter. He asked me to persuade you. How can you accuse me so unjustly? Coincidence? Why is it that every time something happens, you just happen to be there? Who knows if there's some scheme of yours at play? Can you honestly say you approached me without any ulterior motive? His anger was palpable, and he shouted at me. I found myself at a loss for words. It was true that my approach had ulterior motives, yet he was wrong to accuse me so. If you do not believe me, then there is nothing more I can do. Since you think I am seeking to profit from you, let us not meet again. I shall take my leave. Realizing that remaining would be futile, I tossed the words at him in anger and made my way out. Just a few steps away, he called after me. I will repay you slowly for the money. Understood. I replied curtly as I exited the door, taking a deep breath at the entrance to calm my nerves before stepping into the adjacent hospital room. Zhou Buoxiong was pacing back and forth in the room. Upon seeing me, his eyes brightened, filled with anticipation to hear my report. I looked at him, my expression tinged with regret. I am sorry, Uncle Zhou. Our discussion did not go well. I was unable to assist you. He furrowed his brow slightly, fell silent for a few seconds, then smiled gently. No worries, if it doesn't work out this time, we can discuss it another day. This matter cannot be resolved in haste. Thank you for your efforts, Miss Jiang. You should return and rest. Before I left, he handed me a business card, urging me to contact him if there were any developments. I nodded in agreement, then exited the room and drove back to my rented apartment. After a long day, I collapsed onto my bed, feeling utterly exhausted. I furrowed my brow and muttered, had I known, I would have refrained from saving him. Good intentions truly can lead to trouble. I then pondered why Zhou Chao harbored such aversion towards Zhou Buoxiong. That he should have known that Zhou Buoxiong was searching for him. Why, in order to treat his mother, would he be willing to incur such exorbitant debts and endure beatings from debt collectors rather than seek out Zhou Buoxiong? There must be underlying circumstances. Just as I was deep in thought, my phone rang, and it was Lin Xing calling. Ning Ning, didn't you say we were going to partner in opening a CAF? Why have I heard nothing from you? Have you changed your mind? As soon as I pressed the answer button, Lin Xing's teasing voice came through. She had agreed so readily at first, but afterwards, she never inquired again, likely because she never truly believed I would follow through. Lin Xing, is there something you're hiding from me regarding you and Shen Jinan? If she was not the woman Shen Jinan had been hiding, then there must be some misunderstanding. I asked her directly. She fell silent for a moment, then replied softly, Ning Ning, have you discovered something? As my close friend, you should not be concealing anything from me to protect that scoundrel Shen Jinan. There was a brief silence on the other end before she took a deep breath and slowly said, Shen Jinan has a woman on the side. I've caught him twice. The first time, he begged me not to tell you, and the second time was on your wedding anniversary when I caught him, and I hit him. So that was why you were so vehemently opposed to my undergoing the IVF procedure? Yes. Hearing her say this, I let out a long sigh of relief. So that was why Shen Jinan had her perfume scent on him that day. Lin Xing must have discovered his infidelity and he feared that the truth would come out, hence he thought of killing me. Then why did he call you during our dinner together? Were you hiding something from me? What did he say? Lin Xing took a deep breath and replied calmly, yes, he called me that day, asking me not to tell you about his affair. He was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it and that it would lead to something drastic. He also mentioned our CAF partnership. Seeing that I remained silent, she continued to explain, Ning Ning, I have been conflicted during this time. I didn't know whether to conceal the truth from you or to tell you everything. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept it, yet I also feared keeping you in the dark. I wanted you to focus on your own career rather than revolve around him, which is why I agreed to the CAF partnership. I'm sorry, Ning Ning, I should have informed you with the first opportunity. Lin Xing, I have decided to divorce him. I said solemnly. Ning Ning, why do you seem so calm? Haven't you always loved him deeply? Are you okay? I smiled at her. Don't worry, I am no longer the person I once was. My principle is, once unfaithful, forever discarded. A dog deserves a dog, and I will not cling to trash. Ning Ning, if you truly feel this way, then I can rest easy. You have no idea how furious I was when I learned he was with Lin Ro, that pair of scoundrels. Lin Ro was so promiscuous during her college days, unable to resist men. I wonder when they got together. My expression changed instantly as I stared at her in shock. He is with Lin Ro? Chapter 23, The Counterattack Plan. Lin Ro was a university classmate of both Shen Jinan and me. During our college years, she was exceedingly attentive to me, yet I harbored a rather unfavorable impression of her. Our interactions were infrequent due to our incompatible temperaments and moral standards. She was extraordinarily vain. Even back in college, she clung to a wealthy businessman who was over a decade her senior, taking no shame in flaunting the designer handbags acquired through her physical allure as she paraded through campus. Ning Ning, weren't you aware? Lin Xing inquired cautiously over the phone. I could not help but let out a cold scoff. Shen Jinan truly had a knack for juggling multiple relationships without fear of calamity. I had hired a private investigator and discovered that Shen Jinan's secret mistress was his secretary, Chen Yao, who was nearly 3 months pregnant. When did Lin Ro resurface? What, Shen Jinan is cheating with his secretary, and that woman is pregnant? I exclaimed in disbelief of this scoundrel, this despicable man. How could he indulge so recklessly? What a thankless wretch, a beast. Lin Xing, disregarding my questions, unleashed a torrent of invective against Shen Jinan over the phone. Once she had exhausted her anger, she expressed her concern. Ning Ning, are you alright? Impulsiveness is a devil. Please do not make any rash decisions. I smiled faintly at her. Rest assured, I act with discretion. I would never squander my emotions on a scoundrel. All that remains for him in my heart is disdain. Time seemed to freeze for a moment before Lin Xing spoke again. Ning Ning, I sense a change in you. I thought you would crumble upon receiving this news, perhaps even sob uncontrollably, or feel utterly despondent. However, this transformation of yours is commendable. There are countless fish in the sea. Freed from the clutches of that dog of a man, you will discover a vast forest of opportunities. Stand tall, sister, there are plenty of good men out there. After Lin Xing offered me a few more words of comfort and confirmed my emotional stability, she finally hung up. After a moment's contemplation, I sent Xiaoyu a photograph of Lin Ro, instructing him to investigate her whereabouts. I transferred an additional 200,000 yuan to him, with a singular request to uncover the information I sought as swiftly as possible. Having briefed Xiaoyu, I made my way to the balcony and picked up the binoculars. I observed Wang Xiaoyun humming a tune while preparing a meal in the kitchen. Soon, Shen Jinan and Chen Yao entered the frame. He leaned down tenderly, embracing Chen Yao, his hands gently caressing her belly while she beamed with sweetness, an idyllic tableau of romance. A mischievous thought crossed my mind. I suddenly yearned to toy with him. I took out my phone and sent Shen Jinan a message. Darling, I spent the entire day at headquarters studying and just returned to the hotel. I miss you. Are you home yet? Through the binoculars, I saw Shen Jinan retrieve his phone from his pocket, still holding Chen Yao close, and he replied to my message with an unflinching demeanor. Wifey, moi. Hubby misses you too. I've had a long day and just got home. I couldn't help but admire Shen Jinan's talent for deception. I continued texting him. Shall we have a video chat? Wifey, I was just about to take a shower. Can you wait a bit? Sure, hurry up. Through the binoculars, I witnessed him whispering a few words into Chen Yao's ear, her smile fading as she pouted with visible displeasure. Shen Jinan comforted her for a moment. After he departed, I saw Chen Yao stomping her feet in anger, tears streaming down her face as she confided in Wang Xiaoyun, who appeared furious, likely cursing me. A smile crept onto my lips as I settled leisurely on the sofa. Approximately half an hour later, Shen Jinan initiated a video call, which I promptly rejected. I sent him a cold message. Darling, the head of headquarters has invited me downstairs for a dinner gathering. I cannot decline. It is inconvenient for me to take a video call right now. Let us do it tomorrow. Bye. Understood, wifey. Enjoy yourself, and don't stay out too late. Half an hour later, I peered through the binoculars again and saw Shen Jinan returning, visibly out of breath. At 11 o'clock that night, I called him, feigning urgency as I asked him to help me locate some documents, insisting that I needed them first thing in the morning. Thus, he dashed back home. This time, he seemed utterly exhausted. I watched through the binoculars several times but saw no sign of him returning. A plan began to form in my mind. I messaged Xiaoyu, asking him to procure a pinhole camera for me, which I needed by the following morning. With a steely gaze, I murmured to myself, Shen Jinan, things are becoming increasingly intriguing. I shall meticulously orchestrate a grand performance for you, letting the two of you tear each other apart. Early the next morning, I obtained the pinhole camera from Xiaoyu. He explained that the device contained a storage card capable of recording uninterrupted video, and it could connect to Wi-Fi, allowing remote access to download the recorded footage. Once I grasped the operational details, I inquired about Lin Ro's recent circumstances. He informed me that Lin Ro had recently worked as a personal trainer at a high-end gym, where she became the mistress of a wealthy member and even fell pregnant. However, she was subsequently beaten by the member's legitimate partner, lost the child, and was dismissed from the gym. The only connection discovered was that Shen Jinan had once been a member of that same gym, but no current interactions between him and Lin Ro had been found. After her dismissal, Lin Ro now worked as a model, but her income was unstable and her situation quite dire. Moreover, she had an ex-boyfriend who was addicted to gambling and frequently begged her for money. He would often show up uninvited, demanding cash, and when she refused, he would harass and assault her. Xiaoyu mentioned that just days prior, Lin Ro had been attacked by her ex-boyfriend. He had indeed uncovered a wealth of valuable information for me, including Lin Ro's current residence. After parting ways with Xiaoyu, I hurried home, where I found the place eerily empty. I placed the pinhole camera in the second-floor bedroom before driving back to my rented apartment. I opened Lin Ro's WeChat moments, filled with her pictures showcasing various culinary delights and leisurely activities, each accompanied by her meticulously edited photos. I located the post made on our wedding anniversary. She had indeed shared images of gourmet food and gifts. The gift was a Longines women's watch. I scoffed. This aligned perfectly with the over 10,000 yuan Shen Jinan had spent on our anniversary, which he must have used to purchase this watch for her, not for Chen Yao as I had presumed. From what I knew of Shen Jinan, he was acutely aware of Lin Ro's character. He would not willingly entangle himself with someone so troublesome. Their affair was likely nothing more than a fleeting romance, a mere dalliance. Lin Ro was merely a gold digger, and Shen Jinan would not maintain a long-term relationship with her. I needed to devise a plan to instigate discord between Shen Jinan and Chen Yao using Lin Ro. I was unwilling to wait for him to reveal a flaw. I resolved to take the initiative. I changed into an appropriate and stylish outfit, donned a hat, mask, and sunglasses, then drove to the bank to withdraw 200,000 yuan in cash. Following that, I proceeded to the address Xiaoyu had provided for Lin Roa's residence. Her apartment complex was situated in a remote area, far from the city center. After confirming the address multiple times, I rang her doorbell. I heard movement within, yet no one answered. I pressed the doorbell again, and soon a frustrated voice emerged from inside. What are you hurrying for? I told you I would pay the rent next month once I find a job. Even if you push me to the brink, I have no money to give you. I raised an eyebrow and softly replied, Lin Ro, it's me, Jiang Yuning. The noise within abruptly ceased, and the door swung open. Lin Ro, upon seeing me, widened her eyes in astonishment. Momentarily frozen in disbelief, compared to her former glamorous self, she now appeared disheveled and unkempt, a stark contrast. A smile played on my lips as I regarded her with calm detachment. Well, are you not going to invite me in for a visit? Of course, please come in, she managed to say, regaining her composure and stepping aside to let me enter. Inside the living room, the coffee table was cluttered with takeout containers and various open snack packages, while the floor was strewn with empty beer cans, the apartment filled with a disheveled chaos. She began to fluster as she hurriedly tidied up, shoving items aside on the sofa to clear a space, wiping it down with her hand before gesturing for me to sit. I narrowed my gaze and took a seat at the corner of the sofa as she stood nearby, head bowed, her eyes flickering with uncertainty as she stammered, Yuning, how did you find me? What do you need from me? I am already aware of your affair with Shen Jinan. I gazed at her with unwavering calm, her eyes widened in shock, and her expression turned pale. Yuning, I don't understand. Could you please repeat that? With a slight smile, I replied coolly, you need not be alarmed, I did not come all this way to confront you. On the contrary, I am here to assist you in escaping your predicament. Chapter 24. Please step into the trap. Are you going to help me out of this predicament? Lin Ro paused for a moment, her gaze fixed upon me, revealing profound doubt and confusion. Indeed. I replied with unwavering certainty. Her eyes flickered, filled with wariness, and she whispered urgently, why would you want to help me? We have no prior dealings, and considering my relationship with Shen Jinan, what scheme do you intend to employ for revenge? Revenge? So you are admitting to your inappropriate relationship with Shen Jinan? No, Yuning, you misunderstand. Lin Ro instinctively shrank her shoulders, lowering her head, biting her lip, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. Lin Ro, the very fact that I have come to find you signifies that I am already aware of everything. If my intention were truly to exact revenge, you should understand my capabilities. It would be beneath me to make this special trip. Suddenly, Lin Ro collapsed onto her knees before me, her eyes reddening as tears welled up, choking with a plea for mercy. I'm sorry, Yuning. I've been bewitched, I know how much you care for him, and I shouldn't have gotten involved with Shen Jinan. Please rise. A fly does not alight on a seamless EGG.as for revenge, I will only target the man who has betrayed me. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and gradually stood up. Yuning, what do you wish for me to do? I want you to seduce Shen Jinan. If you succeed in this endeavor, I will reward you with 500,000. Seducing him, Yuming, don't you care deeply for Shen Jinan? Why this sudden change? She was taken aback, her gaze fixed on mine, obscured in ambiguity. I merely wish to obtain leverage over him, to teach him a lesson so that he may behave himself in the future. She lowered her gaze slightly. But we have only been together twice. Shen Jinan is indifferent towards me. He has previously stated he would sever all ties. Thus, seducing him may not yield results. Lin Ro, how difficult can it be to seduce a man who loves to stray? You should know better than I do. It seems you are not in dire need of money. If that is the case, we need not waste time here. I will find someone else. Yuning, I will do it. Lin Ro readily agreed, but then added anxiously, but how can I trust you? What if this is all a ruse on your part? I pulled out 20,000 in cash from my bag and placed it on the coffee table, stating solemnly, this is your deposit. Upon completion of the task, I will return to give you the remainder. You should understand, I, Jiang Yuning, would not resort to deceit over such a trivial sum. Very well, when do you want me to carry this out? Tonight, in the master bedroom on the second floor of my villa. I will tell Shen Jinan that I am on a business trip for the next few days. Lin Ro, this is your sole opportunity. Whether you secure the remaining payment depends on your own abilities. I understand. I fixed her with a penetrating gaze. Lin Ro, let me advise you once more. Should you dare to disclose this matter to Shen Jinan, I will leverage all my connections to ensure you can never remain in Lin City. Between Shen Jinan and me, I hope you make the right choice. Yuning, rest assured, I am clear-headed. Shen Jinan is quite suspicious. You should simply explain your current predicament to him, letting him believe you seek his help due to financial issues, thereby alleviating his concerns and doubts. Lin Ro nodded repeatedly in agreement. After finalizing our arrangements, I departed from her residence. I first stopped by the supermarket to purchase some food before returning to my rented apartment. That evening, I closely monitored the movements across the street with binoculars. After several observations without catching a glimpse of Shen Jinan, I finally breathed a sigh of relief that I had arranged a video call with him for that day, and based on my understanding of his character, naturally, I refrained from initiating the video call, fearing it might disrupt his good fortune. At an appropriate time, I sent him a message, claiming to be occupied with a meeting at the company and to contact him later. Before long, Xiaoyu sent me photos of Shinjinan and Lin Ro entering my villa, one after the other. It seemed he could not withstand the solitude. In the early hours of the morning, I opened the file transfer assistant link to the pinhole camera on my phone. Although I had mentally prepared myself, the abhorrent scenes in the video nearly made me retch. What must it feel like to witness one's husband engaging in an affair with another woman? I did not collapse into tears, nor did I harbor hatred. I merely felt disgusted and numb. Late at night, I sat on the sofa, having watched the hour-long video, attempting to fortify my ability to confront the revolting reality. Subsequently, I calmly downloaded the video file for backup, preparing to unveil it at a pivotal moment. The next day, I visited the bank to withdraw the remaining 300,000 in cash as agreed upon with Lin Ro, then proceeded to her home. This time, it was not Lin Ro who answered the door, but a man who appeared to be around my age, leaning against the doorframe with a cigarette dangling from his lips. His attire was disheveled, and love bites adorned his neck, exuding an air of debauchery. His presence was saturated with a heavy scent of femininity, causing me to furrow my brows and step back, creating some distance between us. I briefly considered whether I had approached the wrong door, but upon confirming the house number, I realized it was indeed Lin Ro's home. Just as I was about to inquire, he preempted me. "Beautiful lady, are you looking for Lin Ro? I am her ex-boyfriend, Fong Zhang." He smirked lazily, raising an eyebrow in a nonchalant manner. I suppressed my disdain, realizing he was the abusive ex, and his presence only heightened my aversion. His gaze roamed over me, an unsettling scrutiny that made me uncomfortable. I wished to limit our interaction and asked flatly, "Where is Lin Ro?" He took a deep drag from his cigarette and stepped aside, languidly gesturing for me to enter. "She's inside." Upon entering, I found the living room devoid of Lin Ro. A glance at the tightly shut bedroom door informed me of her whereabouts. The state of the living room was even more chaotic than during my last visit, with a pungent mix of smoke and alcohol permeating the air, causing me to cough incessantly as I opened the window for fresh air. Fong Zhang leaned against the doorframe, hands in pockets, calling out towards the bedroom, "Lin Ro, someone is here." Lin Ro responded promptly, emerging from the bedroom clad in a nightgown, her hair disheveled and her demeanor weary. Fong Zhang lazily lifted his eyelids and addressed her in a tone devoid of emotion. "Lin Ro, remember what I told you, I will come looking for you again." He then turned to me, casting a flirtatious glance and a brazen smile. "Beautiful lady, see you." I chose to ignore him, noticing a flicker of indignation in Lin Ro's eyes. She pursed her lips, but before she could speak, Fong Zhang, humming a tune, triumphantly slammed the door behind him. Once I confirmed he was far enough away and his voice was inaudible, I spoke softly, "You did well. I am here to fulfill my promise, please count it." I retrieved the remaining 300,000 from my bag and placed it on the coffee table. "No need to count, I trust you," she replied. I smiled, hoping that this matter between us would remain forever undisclosed, especially from her recently departed ex-boyfriend. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She solemnly assured me, "I understand, you need not worry." The atmosphere in the house was excessively oppressive. I had no desire to linger. Just as I intended to leave, Lin Ro suddenly dropped to her knees once more. I stared at her in astonishment. "Lin Ro, what are you doing?" Chapter 25. Luncheon. She reached out and tugged at my sleeve, her eyes glistening with tears as she implored, "Yuning, I am acutely aware of your privileged background, your extensive connections, and formidable capabilities. I beseech you, given our shared history as university classmates, to assist me." "How do you wish for me to assist you?" I inquired. "Find someone to intimidate that scoundrel of an ex-boyfriend, preventing him from harassing me any further. I am on the brink of collapse, he clings to me like a persistent leech, impossible to shake off." Lin Ro trembled visibly, straightening her body as she gently shook my arm, her tear-streaked face resembling a weeping pear blossom. My heart stirred with empathy as I helped her to the sofa. Fixing my gaze upon her, I raised an eyebrow slightly. "Then why not report him to the authorities?" She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "It's futile. Even if I file a report, he will return that. He knows my parents' home address and has threatened me. If I go to the police again, he will disclose my previous affair with a wealthy man that led to a miscarriage to my parents." I pondered silently, recognizing the multitude of responsibilities I had at this juncture. Moreover, I was keen to avoid entanglements with such a ruffian. Any misstep could raise suspicions in Shinjinan regarding my connection with Lin Ro. At this critical juncture of revenge, I was unwilling to take any risks, and thus, I reluctantly declined her request. "I'm sorry, Lin Ro, but I cannot assist you." A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her eyes as she wiped her tears and swiftly composed herself, murmuring, "Understood, I will find a way on my own." Upon leaving Lin Ro, I made my way to Juanhe Law Firm. The receptionist, upon seeing me, refrained from voicing any objections. A faint smile graced my lips. It seemed that Fu Yunting had indeed granted me a free pass. I arrived at the 10th floor at an opportune moment, colliding with a poised woman who emerged from Fu Yunting's office, her expression one of dejection as she clutched a folder. Noticing his office door ajar, I entered without knocking. My gaze fell upon Fu Yunting, who was drying his back with a towel, half-naked, clad only in tailored trousers, with a white shirt draped over the chair. His well-defined physique was on full display, lean yet muscular, with sculpted abs. Upon noticing my presence, he raised an eyebrow, unperturbed, and donned the white shirt from the chair. I quickly averted my eyes, pausing to explain, "Lawyer Fu, my apologies for barging in without knocking. I was unaware you were changing. A client accidentally spilled coffee on my attire," I added, attempting to clarify the situation. He regarded me, seemingly puzzled by my explanation, as he was merely my attorney, and his personal life was of no concern to me. In my moment of bewilderment, Fu Yunting had already dressed, his physique strikingly fit. Sensing my confusion, he remarked coolly, "I simply do not wish to jeopardize my professionalism as a lawyer. During working hours, I refrain from engaging in unrelated activities." I understood then, recalling the expression on the woman's face moments prior. She must have attempted to seduce him in vain. Additionally, I remembered the striking client from my last visit to the firm, whom Fu Yunting had also turned down. Indeed, Fu Yunting was quite the object of female affection, yet he remained steadfast in his principles. A smile crept onto my lips as I softly replied, "Lawyer Fu, your professionalism is commendable." Fu Yunting glanced at his watch, raising an eyebrow at me. "Miss Jiang, it seems your timing is rather unfortunate. I am just about to embark on my lunch break." Engrossed in my thoughts of showing him the video, I had lost track of time, which explained why the receptionist had not stopped me. "I shall wait in the reception area until your break ends, as I have recently acquired new evidence that I wish to discuss with you." "Regrettably, my afternoon is fully booked," he informed me. "Lawyer Fu, may I return tomorrow?" I ventured, gauging his response. "My schedule for the next month is quite congested, Miss Jiang." "You must be aware of my popularity among clients in litigation," he replied, maintaining his composure. "When might you be available to meet with me?" I pressed on, suppressing my frustration. Fu Yunting shifted his tone, suggesting, "How about this? Why not join me for lunch? We can discuss matters over a meal. If you require my assistance in the future, we can arrange it during lunch or dinner. As long as I am free, I will meet with you." "Thank you, Lawyer Fu." I readily accepted his proposal. As we exited the law firm together, I recalled my previous awkward experience and took the passenger seat instead of the back. Suddenly, Fu Yunting leaned forward, his articulate hand hovering dangerously close to my chest. My eyes widened in alarm as I instinctively recoiled. "Lawyer Fu, what are you doing?" I stammered. He stared at me, his expression unreadable. "Miss Jiang, what thoughts occupy your mind? Do you think I would take advantage of you?" "You should know my standards. I am not so desperate as to resort to such actions." With that, he deftly fastened my seatbelt, causing my cheeks to flush crimson. The awkwardness lingered between us as we remained silent throughout the ride. Fortunately, we soon arrived at a Japanese restaurant. Upon parking, I followed Fu Yunting inside, where the staff greeted him warmly. "Good day, Lawyer Fu, would you like your meal served now?" It was clear he was a regular patron here. I surveyed the restaurant's decor, which exuded a refined taste that suited Fu Yunting's enigmatic demeanor. He replied casually, "Please add an additional portion to that order." Without delay, he ascended to the second floor, and I hurried to keep pace with him. Upon reaching our private dining room, the dishes were already prepared. He wiped his hands with a napkin and spoke calmly. To save time, I usually order in advance. I took the liberty of selecting a dish according to my preferences. "I hope you don't mind, Miss Jiang." Glancing over the table, I smiled and replied, "Not at all, these dishes appear quite appetizing." "Excellent, it is essential that we enjoy our meals together, as our tastes must align." While I was reluctant to dine with this acerbic man, I recognized this was my only avenue to meet him, so I nodded in agreement. Seizing the opportunity before our meal, I hastily presented the backup video file for his review. He glanced at it briefly before closing his phone, observing me with mild surprise. "May I inquire, Miss Jiang, is this your own creation?" "I am merely ensnaring the rogue in his own trap. Whether he takes the bait is entirely up to him. Please bear in mind, you have merely set up a camera at home and fortuitously captured this scene. Otherwise, such actions could constitute an invasion of privacy, leading to legal repercussions." "Understood," I acknowledged. While this video indeed presented advantages for our case, even if Shinjinan were unfaithful, the law would only permit a division of assets, not a complete severance, unless he willingly chose to walk away empty-handed. Given my understanding of Shinjinan's avarice, such a scenario seemed unlikely. Clenching my fists instinctively, a wave of indignation washed over me. It appeared the road to dismantling this cad would be long and arduous. Fu Yunting raised an eyebrow, his voice slightly elevated. "Do not lose heart. Once the shareholders of the Jiang Group become aware of this video, its implications will be significant. The reputation of a corporation is paramount, and the likelihood of him being ousted is considerably high. I believe you could leverage this video at a pivotal moment." I shifted my gaze, nodding with a smile. The meal proceeded pleasantly, and as we descended the stairs after dining, I rushed to the service desk to settle the bill, only to be informed by the server that Fu Yunting had already paid. "Lawyer Fu, allow me to treat you next time." "I abhor being indebted to others," I declared with a hint of displeasure. "It's a trivial matter, besides, I am not accustomed to spending a woman's money," he replied nonchalantly. Before I could respond, I overheard a commotion nearby. Glancing casually, I noticed a server standing respectfully to the side, while two patrons seated on the sofa berated him, their faces flushed with anger. Their silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Chao. "Miss Jiang, do you intend to linger and observe the spectacle?" Fu Yunting inquired impatiently. Recognizing his valuable time, I shook my head with a smile. "Let us depart." "I'm truly sorry for spilling on you. I can compensate you for the clothing," I heard Zhou Chao's voice apologizing softly as we walked away, causing me to pause in shock. Wasn't he supposed to be hospitalized? Chapter 26 Test. I remained rooted to the spot, a flicker of understanding crossing my eyes. He must have just left the hospital and returned to work, truly stubborn. Considering Zhou Buoxiong's perspective, I contemplated stepping in to alleviate his predicament, but recalling his previous demeanor towards me, I decided against it. I did not wish to present my warm face to his cold backside, only for him to accuse me of orchestrating a chance encounter with ulterior motives. Fu Yunting noticed my unusual behavior. He fixed his gaze upon me and coldly inquired, "Miss Jiang, are you not leaving?" Following my line of sight, his eyes briefly lingered on Zhou Chao before he questioned me in an assessing tone, "Do you know that boy?" At this juncture, their argument had ceased. I averted my gaze, pressed my lips together, and replied, "I do not know him, let us go." Wait a moment. Just as we had taken a few steps, Zhou Chao's voice reached us. I turned around, feigning ignorance as I asked, "Are you calling for me?" Zhou Chao jogged a few steps to stand before me, glancing at Fu Yunting beside me, and asked gently, "May I speak with you privately for a moment?" His sudden shift in attitude left me bewildered. Before I could respond, Fu Yunting cast several meaningful looks in my direction and coldly interjected, "Miss Jiang, I will be waiting for you in the car." With that, he exited with a stern expression. "What do you wish to discuss with me? You do not think I am following you on purpose, do you?" I was indeed taken aback by our unexpected reunion. One could only say that coincidence often breeds unexpected encounters. If he suspected I was stalking him, I had. He lowered his head, his face flushed as he explained, "I did not mean it that way. After you left yesterday, Zhou Buoxiong's assistant came to see me. He told me a lot, and I realized I misunderstood you. I just wanted to apologize in person." His demeanor was awkward, yet his sincere acknowledgement of his mistake softened my irritation considerably. After all, I did not wish to sever ties with Zhou Buoxiong. "Are you out here working again?" I inquired. "Yes, there are no classes today." "Can you forgive me?" His deep-set eyes were filled with remorse as they locked onto mine. "There's no need for concern and focus on your work, and please be mindful of maintaining a professional distance to avoid conflicts with customers. My friend is still waiting for me, so I must take my leave." "It was that customer from earlier who wouldn't let me go. I maintained a good attitude. I'm relieved you're not angry." "I feared you wouldn't forgive me." He smiled warmly, his eyes sparkling like stars. "I must leave now." I smiled faintly at him and hurried outside, mindful not to keep Fu Yunting waiting too long. Once I entered the car, Fu Yunting's gaze was somber as he coldly remarked, "Miss Jiang, did you not claim not to know him? Why then do you feel the need to deceive me?" I retorted, a hint of annoyance in my tone, "We have merely met a few times." "It hardly qualifies as familiarity." "In that case, my relationship with Miss Jiang is also superficial. I am quite curious how Miss Jiang perceives the nature of our connection." Fu Yunting's sharp gaze pierced through me, his voice laced with subtle detachment and indifference. "Our families have been acquaintances for generations, and since you are willing to assist me with my legal matters, I naturally regard Lawyer Fu as a friend." A sardonic smile played on his lips. "Miss Jiang, you are quite adept at flattery." His words dripped with sarcasm. However, such was Fu Yunting's nature, and I paid a little heed. Upon our steady arrival at the law firm, I politely bid farewell to him. Just as I was about to exit the vehicle, Fu Yunting's calm voice interrupted me. "I advise you, Miss Jiang, to maintain a distance from the opposite sex until the divorce proceedings are concluded. You are in pursuit of evidence regarding infidelity. Who knows if Shen Jinan is also investigating you? You should be well aware of his suspicious nature." It appeared Fu Yunting had misconstrued the nature of my relationship with Zhou Chao. I initially considered offering an explanation, but then thought better of it. There was no need. I nodded with a smile. "Thank you for the reminder, Lawyer Fu. I will keep it in mind." Fu Yunting retained his icy demeanor, and to avoid his chilling presence, I hastily exited the car. That evening, Shen Jinan called me, maintaining a facade of tenderness. His overt concern masked an ulterior motive to ascertain when I would return home. I suppressed my revulsion and replied that I would be home the next day. After exchanging a few words, I excused myself, claiming an early flight the following morning, and swiftly ended the call. Using my binoculars, I observed Chen Yao and Wang Xiuyan enjoying a jovial dinner together, surprisingly without Shen Jinan's presence. He had just claimed over the phone to be at home. Could it be that he feared a sudden confrontation, or was there another reason altogether? Before I could ponder further, a message from Xiaoyu arrived. I opened my phone to find several photos he had sent, depicting Lin Ro and Shen Jinan in jovial embraces as they entered my home. After examining the photos, I decided to devise a test for Chen Yao. I was curious to see how she would react to Shen Jinan's indiscretions. I called Xiaoyu, knowing that retrieving phone numbers would be a trivial task for him, and instructed him to send the photos to Chen Yao. Before long, Xiaoyu messaged me, stating that the task was complete and the photos had been sent. I picked up my binoculars again and observed Chen Yao still dining. She glanced at her phone a few times, and her expression suddenly. After pausing to converse with Wang Xiuyan, she gathered her coat and exited. No sooner had she stepped out than I called Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, ensure you are stationed at my doorstep and see if Chen Yao causes a scene." After receiving his assurance, I felt a sense of relief. I paced back and forth in my room. Half an hour later, Xiaoyu called me. "Sister, Chen Yao did come, but she lingered at the door for a while before silently leaving. This woman possesses remarkable restraint. I had anticipated this outcome. Thank you for your efforts, Xiaoyu. You may return home now." If a woman truly loves a man, upon discovering his infidelity, she would undoubtedly be unable to tolerate it. She might crumble, suffer, and become relentless. Conversely, if her affection lies in his wealth and power, her initial response to his infidelity would likely be to feign ignorance, although it was evident that Chen Yao was enamored with Shen Jinan's wealth and status. Thus, the situation became more manageable. Their bond was forged from mutual benefit, and it would ultimately unravel for the same reason. I was certain that I had sown a seed of doubt in Shen Yao's heart, a seed that would gradually take root and bloom, leading to a day of mutual destruction. The following afternoon, I packed my belongings and returned home. Upon my arrival, 2 housekeepers were busy tidying up. As soon as they spotted me, they hurried over to assist with my luggage. After ascending the stairs, I entered my bedroom, and the thought of Shinjinan and Lin Ro having shared this bed filled me with revulsion. I descended to pour a glass of milk, and upon returning, I poured the entire glass over the bed. I quickly instructed Aunt Lu to dispose of the sheets and duvet cover, reminding her to replace them with new ones before I retreated to the bathroom for a shower. When Shinjinan returned that evening, I was in front of the vanity applying skincare products. Upon seeing me, he immediately approached with a beaming smile, wrapping his arms around me and saying tenderly, "Wife, you are finally back. These past few days without you have felt like an eternity." His gaze flicked to the freshly changed sheets, and he casually remarked, "Wife, why did you suddenly change the sheets?" I replied nonchalantly, "Is it not normal to change the sheets every few days? Why do you ask?" I fixed my gaze on him, feigning confusion. "I was merely curious. I think the new sheets are quite lovely. I accidentally spilled milk on the sheets, so they felt sticky and unpleasant, which is why I discarded them." "You have no objections, do you?" Chapter 27 Provocation. My words were laced with double meanings, and a hint of guilt and panic flickered across Shinjinan's face. He paused momentarily, a smile gracing his features. After all, if something was dirty, it was only right to replace it. As he clearly wished to steer the conversation away from this topic, he shifted his gaze and his smile deepened. "Darling, how did the CAF inspection go? Have you decided to join?" I found the CAF's philosophy and brand culture quite appealing, sophisticated and aligned with the tone I desired. However, upon a cursory calculation, it appeared my budget was somewhat insufficient. I furrowed my brow, adopting a troubled expression. "If the budget falls short, how much more do you need, my dear?" "The headquarters calculated it for me. It seems I require an additional $1 million or so. Renovation and rent take up a significant portion of the funds," he replied, his eyes darkening with evident displeasure. Noticing his silence, I pouted slightly. "If funding the CAF proves too difficult, perhaps we should abandon the idea altogether. After all, I cannot guarantee it will be profitable. Maybe I should just return to the Zhong Corporation. That way, I could see you more often." Upon hearing this, Shinjinan's expression changed immediately. A smile curled at the corners of his lips as he responded, "If my wife wishes to pursue something, her husband should support her. I will transfer the money to you tomorrow." "Thank you, darling." Naturally, I was more than willing to extract further funds from him. He fell silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on me, before he spoke softly, "My dear, when will you transfer the shares left by Dad to me? Are you in a hurry?" I met his gaze, asking with calm composure. "Of course not. It's just that I am not the major shareholder of the company at the moment. I find myself constrained by the other shareholders, and I wish to bolster my own power to facilitate my work within the company." He leaned closer, his voice gentle. "My intentions are not solely to expand the company in honor of our parents' spirits but also for the sake of our little family." Hearing him mention my parents, my expression gradually darkened, and my fingertips dug painfully into my palm. My heart brimmed with resentment that was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Conversing with the man I deemed my father's murderer felt akin to a dull knife relentlessly scraping against my heart. I longed for a swift resolution to end the torment. Shinjinan quickly noticed my distress, concern etched on his face as he inquired, "Ning Ning, what is wrong? You look as though you could devour someone." Regaining my composure, I replied gravely, "Nothing. Hearing you mention my parents reminded me of that car accident. I am, of course, deeply angered that fate snatched my loved ones away. Ning Ning, I understand that you have yet to overcome the loss of our parents. You must learn to let go. After all, I will always be here for you," he reassured me. After a moment of silence, I managed a faint smile. "I know you are preoccupied with the jewelry appraisal event, and I too must. How about this? Once you conclude the appraisal, we can proceed with the transfer formalities." In an effort to allay his concerns and lower his guard, I began to weave a comforting narrative. "Thank you, my dear." Shinjinan's smile brightened considerably. "You know I have never been particularly interested in managing the company. Since you excel in that area, why would I not support you?" He suddenly turned my shoulders towards him, his gaze filled with desire as he leaned in closer, his lips nearing mine. Instantly, my body stiffened, feigning fatigue. I stifled a considerable yawn. "Darling, I've been flying back and forth these past few days. I'm feeling a bit exhausted and wish to retire early tonight." A flicker of disappointment crossed Shinjinan's face as he replied, "It has been several days since we shared any intimacy. I had hoped to indulge in some tender moments with you tonight, but seeing how tired you are, I could never bear to exhaust you further. Rest well, my dear." I found myself at a disadvantage, unable to rein in my emotions in the presence of someone I despised. I had to admit, when it came to pretense and insincerity, he was a master, and I had no choice but to concede defeat. After he finished speaking, he retreated to the bathroom. I pondered silently. 2 days prior, I had instructed Lin Ro to entice Shinjinan, yet yesterday, she had once again found herself entangled with him. This was clearly her choice, and I had to remain vigilant, as she could turn against me at any moment. Considering Lin Ro as an unpredictable variable, I knew I must hasten my quest for revenge. My mind was a whirlwind, and it wasn't until the early hours of the morning that I finally succumbed to a restless sleep. The following day, after meticulously arranging my appearance, I grabbed a thermos and drove to the Zhong Corporation, the container filled with the lunch I had specifically asked Aunt Lu to prepare for Shinjinan. Having learned from the previous incident, I was able to enter the Jiang Corporation without hindrance this time. The receptionist greeted me with a smile, and I returned her courtesy with one of my own. She picked up the phone to notify Shen Jinan, but I stopped her with a gesture, winking playfully. No need to call, I wish to surprise him. The young woman nodded respectfully. Understood, Mrs. Shen. The door to Shen Jinan's office was slightly ajar, and as I made my way through, I saw no sign of Chen Yao. My intuition as a woman told me that they were likely both inside. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to create a noise to announce my entrance when a delicate voice called from behind me, Mrs. Shen, are you here to see Mr. Shen? I turned abruptly to find a girl named Li Mutong, her voice loud enough to be heard inside, making it apparent that I would likely uncover nothing if I entered now. I raised an eyebrow, surveying her, and replied coolly, yes, are you looking for Mr. Shen? She shook her head, her smile radiant. No, I came to greet you since I saw you arrived. I smirked slightly. How thoughtful of you. After this exchange, she left with an air of self-satisfaction. I recalled our first meeting, where she had shown considerable hostility towards me. Her recent actions were clearly intended to shield Shen Jinan and Chen Yao, both of whom were equally culpable. I had not intended to expose Shen Jinan and Chen Yao immediately, as that would only alert them. I scoffed quietly. Li Mutong's behavior had inadvertently aided my cause. I paused for a moment before smiling and pushing the door open. Inside, I found Shen Jinan sitting upright, his expression serious as he issued commands while Chen Yao stood by, diligently taking notes. Upon hearing the door creak, their gazes shifted towards me. Shen Jinan sprang to his feet, striding over to me with a face full of tenderness. Ning Ning, what brings you here so suddenly? Chen Yao also greeted me with a beaming smile. Mrs. Shen, it's a pleasure to see you. I returned her smile before raising the thermos in my hand. I know you've been busy with work recently, and as I was nearby scouting locations, I asked Aunt Lu to prepare lunch for you before I left. It's all your favorites. My dear, you are truly considerate. I will enjoy it thoroughly, Shen Jinan said, pulling me close and seating me on the adjacent sofa. It has always been you who takes care of me. Given your affection, I ought to think more of you. Just as you said, it is all for our little family. I intentionally displayed affection in front of Chen Yao, hoping to stir discord between them. Xiao Chen, could you please fetch a cup of coffee for Ning Ning? Shen Jinan quickly devised a reason to send Chen Yao away. Although she maintained a facade of composure, I could see the simmering anger in her eyes. Moments later, Chen Yao returned with 2 cups of coffee. I raised an eyebrow, sensing her eagerness to eavesdrop on my conversation with Shen Jinan. She was clearly invested in our closeness. Mrs. Shen, your coffee. Thank you. Just as I reached out to take it, Chen Yao's hand trembled, and the scalding liquid spilled all over my hand. Chapter 28 Creating Conflict. A sudden, searing pain engulfed me, causing me to rise abruptly from the sofa, my hand now a vivid crimson. I'm sorry, Mrs. Shen, I didn't mean to, I apologize. Chen Yao stood awkwardly to the side, her lips trembling as she continued to express her contrition. Xiao Chen, I've noticed your usual cleverness. Why are you being so clumsy all of a sudden? Why are you still standing there? Hurry and fetch the first aid kit. Shen Jinan barked at Chen Yao with evident fury. Mr. Shen, I'll go get it right away, Chen Yao murmured softly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she wiped them away and hurried off. Shen Jinan then guided me to the inner lounge, placing my burnt hand under running water in the sink to cool it. My gaze discreetly wandered to the bed in the lounge, immaculate and devoid of any marks. He comforted me with a face full of concern. Ning Ning, the pain will subside soon, bear with it a little longer, and I assure you, I won't let her off lightly. Perhaps you should dismiss her. If she cannot handle such a minor task, I fear she might injure you severely one day. Shen Jinan suddenly looked at me, his expression complex. After a moment of silence, he hurriedly explained, actually, Xiao Chen is quite capable and usually sharp-witted. Besides, with the tasting event approaching, replacing her at this stage may delay our progress. Then let us wait until after the tasting event to let her go. Please notify the HR department to find a replacement in advance. Ning Ning? You have always been kind to others, why the sudden disapproval of Xiao Chen, merely for this small incident? After all, it wasn't intentional. Perhaps you might consider forgiving her this once. What she did was clearly deliberate. My hand is scorched like this, and you say it's a small matter. It seems you care for her more than you do for your own wife. I furrowed my brow, adopting a jealous and angry demeanor. My dear wife, you're overthinking it. She has no reason to intentionally offend you. In my heart, you will always be my top priority. Please don't be upset. As soon as the tasting event concludes, I will immediately dismiss her. Really? You not just saying that to placate me? I raised an eyebrow, fixing him with a serious gaze. Ning Ning, rest assured, I would never take you lightly. Hearing footsteps approaching from outside, I leaned affectionately against Shen Jinan, my voice imbued with tenderness. Jinan, I knew you would treat me the best. Shen Jinan slightly curled his lips, playfully brushing my nose with his hand. All right, people will be arriving shortly. It wouldn't be good for them to see us like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yao pushed the door open, entering with the first aid kit, and our tender moment was inevitably witnessed by her. Mr. Shen, I brought the burn ointment, Chen Yao said, her expression feigning respect. Upon seeing her, Shen Jinan instinctively wiped the smile from his face. He helped me sit on the bed, then retrieved the ointment from the kit to apply it to my injury. I'm sorry, Mrs. Shen, it was not my intention. Chen Yao's face showed signs of distress as she stood by, continuing to apologize. I glanced at her from the corner of my eye, noticing the tear streaks on her cheeks, indicating she had indeed been crying. Shen Jinan coldly warned her, if there's a next time, I won't let you off the hook. Chen Yao's tears fell once more, and she bit her lip, nodding in a pitiful manner. Shen Jinan shot her a glance of disdain before turning to me with genuine concern. Ning Ning, do you need me to take you to the hospital for a checkup? The tasting event is approaching. You should focus on your work. Why don't I drive Mrs. Shen to the hospital? After all, she was injured due to my carelessness. Chen Yao interjected, wiping her tears. Shen Jinan vehemently opposed this. He could not allow his legitimate wife to have private contact with his mistress. No need, you can leave now. Alright, then you can take me. Our voices overlapped as I insisted. Shen Jinan, visibly anxious, implored, Ning Ning, let me take you. Only then can I be at ease. I gazed at him with a gentle smile. I wouldn't want others to gossip about you neglecting the company for your wife. Let Xiao Chen take me. It will provide her with an opportunity to redeem herself. Besides, I think you needn't dismiss her over such a trivial matter. Chen Yao's head shot up in surprise, her expression one of disbelief. Dismiss? Shen Jinan coughed awkwardly, unable to articulate a response. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, I interjected with a smile, Xiao Chen, don't overthink it as long as you work hard and make fewer mistakes, Jinan won't dismiss you. Now, let us go, you can take me to the hospital. I deliberately spoke ambiguously, aiming to create misunderstandings between Shen Jinan and Chen Yao. Chen Yao, upon hearing my words, appeared momentarily dazed. I could distinctly sense her simmering anger toward Shen Jinan, yet with my presence, she had no choice but to suppress it. She acquiesced and we exited the company together. I handed her the car keys, and she drove towards the hospital. Throughout the journey, our conversation was casual, yet beneath the surface, tensions ran high. Mrs. Shen, did Mr. Shen really mention dismissing me just now? Chen Yao ventured cautiously. Shouch, rest assured, I won't let him dismiss you after all. Compared to those flamboyant beauties, I feel more at ease with you by his side. I observed Chen Yao visibly stiffen at my words. Objectively speaking, she was indeed unremarkable in terms of appearance and background, the sort of person one would hardly notice in a crowd. The notion of her being Shen Jinan's mistress often left me feeling defeated. How could a privileged heiress like me be outdone by such an ordinary woman? Mrs. Shen, Mr. Shen is tender and considerate towards you. He has always maintained his integrity. Indeed, he is utterly devoted to me, but in this day and age, one cannot underestimate those scheming girls who dream of climbing the social ladder. They fail to realize that without the fortune, the higher they ascend, the harder they fall. Don't you agree, Xiao Chen? Chen Yao chuckled awkwardly. Mrs. Shen, you are absolutely right. However, Mr. Shen is not one to change partners frequently. You should trust him. I used to be too willful and didn't treat him well enough. From now on, I will cherish our life together. Chen Yao paused, then added, I wish you and Mr. Shen a lifetime of happiness. Thank you, and we will. The car soon arrived at the hospital, where Chen Yao assisted in registering me. After the doctor treated my wound, she took the prescription and fetched the ointment. Once outside the hospital, I pulled out my phone and insisted to Chen Yao, let us add each other on WeChat, I'll reimburse you for the medical expenses. Chen Yao shook her head repeatedly, Mrs. Shen, it's unnecessary, it wasn't too much, and besides, it was my fault that you got burned. You're just a secretary, how could I let you bear the costs? Seeing my determination, Chen Yao reluctantly took out her phone. After I added her on WeChat, I transferred her 1,000 yuan. Mrs. Shen, that is too much, I didn't spend that much. It's just a small sum, don't overthink it. Chen Yao's eyes sparkled, and she smiled softly, thank you, Mrs. Shen. So, should I take you back to the company or home? It's almost lunchtime, I know a great restaurant nearby, let me treat you to lunch. Thank you, Mrs. Shen. I gestured for Chen Yao to drive to the Japanese restaurant where I had previously dined with Fu Yunting. After she parked, I entered the restaurant and, as expected, ran into Zhou Chao, who was working part-time there. Upon seeing me, his face lit up with a smile. Are you here to eat? Just by yourself? Before I could respond, Chen Yao entered behind me. Zhou Chao's smile vanished, and his expression fell. Chen Yao smiled at him, but before she could greet him, Zhou Chao gently said to me, I'll get back to work. Although I was unaware of their underlying tension, I knew Zhou Chao had always held a dim view of Chen Yao. I feigned ignorance and asked Chen Yao, do you two know each other? Why does he always act like that towards you? Chapter 29. Did she drug him? We are both from the same hometown. Previously, when his mother was ill and hospitalized, I empathized with him and even offered to lend him money. However, he possesses a rather aloof demeanor, making him somewhat difficult to engage with. Chen Yao's lips curled into a subtle smirk, although her expression remained calm and amicable, her words were laced with disdain and contempt. I smiled back at her, realizing the implication. Mrs. Shen, I see he treats you quite well. Are you two familiar with each other? Chen Yao's gaze shifted slightly, contemplating me with interest. We've only met a few times, let us head upstairs for a meal, you need to return to work soon. I replied somewhat dismissively. She maintained her gentle smile without further comment, yet I could sense her keen curiosity about my relationship with Zhou Chao. In the midst of our meal, a text from Zhou Chao arrived. Chen Yao is not a good person. If you trust me, keep your distance from her. I closed my phone, choosing to disregard his warning. Observing Chen Yao, I noticed she ate very little, so I used the serving chopsticks to place a piece of sashimi onto her plate. You seem rather thin. Are you solely focused on dieting? Sashimi is low in calories yet high in nutritional value, and in one tea cause weight gain you should indulge a bit more. Thank you, Mrs. Shin, but I'm not particularly fond of seafood. Chen Yao graciously declined. Would you like me to order something else for you? No, this is sufficient. My appetite is generally modest. I scrutinized her and, with a smile, offered her a bowl of oxtail soup. Since you're not fond of seafood, you absolutely must try this oxtail soup at a Japanese restaurant. I ordered it specially for you, it's quite nourishing, and I hope you won't turn down my good intentions. Oxtail soup is known for its strong flavor in Japanese cuisine. While it can be manageable for most, it poses a challenge for pregnant women with sensitive palates. Thank you. Chen Yao accepted the soup with a warm demeanor, but after just a few sips, she suddenly retched, quickly covering her mouth and grabbing a nearby trash bin to vomit into. Once she had finished, I handed her water and tissues, feigning ignorance as I asked, "What is wrong with you?" Chen Yao's complexion was pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Her eyes flickered nervously as she explained, "Perhaps I'm just not accustomed to Japanese cuisine. I apologize for my loss of composure, Mrs. Shin. It's quite alright. If you truly dislike it, there is no need to force yourself. From your earlier reaction, I almost thought you were pregnant. And no, I'm certainly not pregnant." Chen Yao's body visibly trembled, she raised her voice, repeatedly denying the suggestion. "Do you need me to take you to the hospital? It seems you're quite unwell." Chen Yao waved her hand in refusal. Before she could speak, her brow furrowed again, and she returned to the trash bin to vomit once more. After she was finished, I called over a waiter to clean up. My gaze bore into her, a mix of scrutiny and pressure. "Chen Yao, although I have never been pregnant, as women, I can't help but notice your state." I paused for emphasis, adding meaningfully, "In today's society, being unmarried and pregnant is not uncommon, but a man worthy of lifelong commitment would never allow a woman to bear such societal scrutiny alone." "Mrs. Shin, I am not pregnant." Chen Yao offered a feeble smile. "That is good to hear. You're too intelligent to be merely a flavoring in a man's life." Chen Yao's expression shifted dramatically. Her face flushed with a mixture of red and white. She opened her mouth as if to speak but ultimately held back her words. After our meal, we each left with our own feelings. Once I settled the bill, we descended the stairs one after the other. I scanned the surroundings but did not see Zhou Chao. Upon exiting the restaurant, Chen Yao respectfully inquired, "Mrs. Shin, do you require me to escort you home?" "No, the distance between my office and home is considerable, and you need to prepare for your work soon." "But your hand is injured. How will you return?" "I can call for a ride." Seeing my insistence, Chen Yao ceased her pleasantries, smiling as she handed me the car keys. After she had taken a few steps, I spoke softly from behind her, "Chen Yao, if you're still feeling unwell, I suggest you visit the hospital for a checkup. Prolonging illness is never beneficial. Rest assured, Mrs. Shin, I would never jest about my health." Though Chen Yao wore a gentle smile, I sensed an undercurrent of hostility and animosity in her eyes. "That's good." I raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Once Chen Yao departed, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Just as I prepared to drive home, Zhou Chao emerged from behind me. "Your hand is injured, let me drive you home." "You startled me." "I can drive myself, you should return to work," I exclaimed, clutching my heart in surprise and shooting him a glare. The restaurant had just reached its closing time, and I had a 3-hour break. "I'll drive you home." "Where do you live?" Zhou Chao asserted, unceremoniously taking the keys from my hand and making his way to my car. I shrugged my shoulders helplessly and followed him inside. After the car started, I voiced my displeasure. "Why are you so domineering?" "I'm simply being kind by offering you a ride, and you call me domineering?" "Truly, kindness is often mistaken for malice. Now tell me where you live, or I might just keep driving." Given his demeanor, I had no choice but to provide my address. He focused intently on the road, his voice serious as he asked, "Why haven't you been responding to my messages?" I turned my gaze away, replying coolly, "Your messages lack context. What am I supposed to reply, unless you provide a reason?" Zhou Chao pondered for a moment, then solemnly stated, "Chen Yao is indeed not a good person. Trust me, I wouldn't deceive you." I smiled at him, offering a somewhat perfunctory acknowledgement. He glanced at me, his brow furrowed as he coldly remarked, "Are you doubting my words? Then tell me the reason, and I'll believe you." I replied firmly as Zhou Chao fell silent. I knew that challenging him wouldn't work. He would only reveal what he wished to share. The car glided smoothly along the road. As we neared my home, Zhou Chao suddenly slammed the brakes, stopping the car at the roadside. "Why did you stop abruptly?" I asked, bewildered. His jaw tightened as he remained silent for a while, his gaze fixed on me, filled with an inscrutable emotion. After a pause, his expression turned grave as he spoke, "Chen Yao and I hail from the same hometown. She was also a senior at my school. When my mother was gravely ill, she lent me money, and I was profoundly grateful to her, viewing her as an older sister. However, one day, she drugged the water she handed me, attempting to initiate an inappropriate relationship." "And you?" I instinctively asked, then realized the question was intrusive. Falling silent, Zhou Chao's eyes darkened, his teeth clenched as he replied, "She certainly did not succeed. You're handsome. It is only natural she would be interested in you, albeit inappropriately." I later learned her motives for drugging me stemmed from knowledge of my background gleaned from my mother. She had secretly contacted Zhou Boisheng, attempting to leverage our connection to ascend into the Zhou family's ranks. A heavy realization settled over me. Chen Yao indeed possessed a cunning mind. After all, among the myriad of beautiful young women in the Jiang group, how could someone of her ordinary appearance hope to attract Shen Jinan? Was it possible she had also drugged Shen Jinan in the past? A bold thought emerged in my mind. Chapter 30. Hire him as a driver. Zhou Chao noticed I was lost in thought and gently patted my shoulder, inquiring with curiosity, "What occupies your mind so deeply?" Coming back to reality, I met his gaze, curling my lips into a slow smile. I was contemplating Chen Yao. "She is my husband's secretary. Given your remarks, I must remain vigilant around her. Thank you for the warning." Zhou Chao's eyes held a cryptic expression as he paused, tentatively asking, "If your husband were truly involved with her, what would you do?" "If he were to betray me, I would certainly send him packing," I replied with an air of nonchalance, my resolve unwavering. "It would be beneficial if you could genuinely think that way. You are exceptionally talented. Just look around, there are plenty of good men in this world." I scrutinized him, my eyes flickering with contemplation. Descending into silence, his discomfort grew under my gaze, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as he awkwardly cleared his throat and stammered, "Why are you staring at me like that? Your words are clearly laden with implication." "I'm considering that the CAF where you previously worked part-time is near the Jiang residence. Did you perhaps witness something?" I pointed a finger at him, my words sharp as Zhou Chao hesitated, his demeanor wavering before he finally spoke. I was afraid that you might be upset." "You would make me angry by withholding information," I asserted. He locked his gaze on mine, biting his lip before resolutely stating, "I inadvertently saw the two of them embracing on the street. Although they were both wearing hats and masks, I am certain it was Chen Yao, and I have encountered them together on several occasions since." I scoffed softly, choosing not to respond. "Most women would react with fury upon hearing such news, yet you appear so composed that it makes me somewhat uneasy," Zhou Chao remarked, scrutinizing me with concern. A cold smile suddenly graced my lips. My suspicions had already been aroused. "Knowing that, how can you still dine with her so amicably?" I asked. "It is not yet time to confront them directly. I must feign ignorance to avoid alarming the serpent in its lair." He nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging my strategy. "Thank you for sharing so much with me today, Zhou Chao. As friends, we ought to be candid with one another, and I too have something to confess." "What is it?" he inquired, his focus unwavering. With utmost seriousness, I disclosed the truth. "Initially, I approached you because I discovered that Shen Jinan had transferred a significant amount of money into your account." "I see," he replied, his handsome face momentarily stiffening, revealing a hint of disappointment. "I only learned of your connection to Zhou Boxian while at the hospital. I did not seek you out for his sake. If you are willing, we can remain friends. Although my intentions were not pure at first, my feelings are sincere now." Zhou Chao fell silent for a moment, his gaze piercing as he held on to a stubborn expression. "I only wish to ask you one thing. Are your feelings for me genuine now?" "Of course, otherwise, why would I divulge this to you?" I affirmed, nodding firmly, his eyebrows arched playfully. I might even begin to feel grateful towards Chen Yao. "Otherwise, we would not have met." I shot him a disapproving glance. His smile faded, and after a moment of silence, he stated earnestly, "I had given Chen Yao some money previously. I provided her with a bank card. She is quite astute and likely used it as a cover to avoid detection." His words echoed what Xiaoyu had mentioned. Shen Jinan and Chen Yao were indeed meticulous. Furthermore, Xiaoyu had yet to uncover any evidence or traces of Shen Jinan's asset transfers. This was the frightening aspect of their alliance. They had likely sought thorough legal counsel and had evaded all potential pitfalls that could expose their ulterior motives, which is why I had been completely oblivious. Most men who stray typically attempt to conceal shared marital assets, purchasing homes or cars for their mistresses. However, these transactions are often the easiest to detect and reclaim, which is why Shen Jinan and Chen Yao chose to refrain from such actions. It appeared that Chen Yao had complete trust in him. Shen Jinan and Chen Yao were undoubtedly formidable adversaries. To achieve my goals, my primary task was to instigate internal discord between them, followed by a methodical dismantling of their alliance. Upon arriving at my residence, I unbuckled my seatbelt and was about to exit the vehicle when I furrowed my brow. "How will you return?" This area, Jintan No. 1 Villa District in Lin City, is highly valuable, where residents either drive themselves or have chauffeurs, and the security is stringent, making it nearly impossible to hail a cab. I recalled that there was a subway station nearby, which would be convenient, albeit a 30-minute walk. "No worries, what is that to me? I have boundless energy," Zhou Chao replied, raising an eyebrow as he prepared to leave. I quickly interjected, "Why not take my car? After all, my hand is injured, and I cannot drive for the next few days. Once I recover, I will contact you to retrieve it." Zhou Chao contemplated for a moment, his eyes lighting up. "But what if you need to go out?" "How about this? I am working part-time anyway, and if you think my driving skills are satisfactory, you could hire me as your driver." His enthusiasm was palpable, his eyes sparkling with hope. As I hesitated, Zhou Chao continued, "Hiring me would save you the hassle. Wherever you go or whatever you investigate, you need not fear me divulging your secrets. Moreover, in critical moments, I might even assist you with small tasks within my capacity." After a moment's reflection, I nodded, agreeing to his proposal. Upon seeing my acceptance, Zhou Chao beamed, "I will go to the restaurant right now to resign and dedicate myself fully to being your driver. You are about to graduate. This part-time work will not hinder your prospects for a proper job, will it?" "You should be mindful of that," I cautioned. He earnestly nodded. "My thesis has already been approved, and I have applied to several companies, awaiting their responses. The school is no longer overseeing us, and I have ample free time, so being your driver is perfect." "All right, then drive this car to the restaurant." You need not return it, I will call you when I need it again, I instructed. Zhou Chao readily agreed and drove off with a smile, clearly delighted at the prospect of being my driver. Upon returning home, I resolved to take action. Later that evening, when Shen Jinan returned, he immediately took my injured hand, his eyes filled with concern. Darling, how is your hand? I noticed your car was absent and thought you might not be home. After applying the ointment from the hospital, it feels much better. I didn't get hurt, I simply hired a driver temporarily, and he will come to pick me up when I need the car, I replied casually. A driver, is it a man or a woman? Is he reliable? Shen Jinan's gaze darkened, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Of course, it's a male driver. As for his reliability, I cannot say for certain, but he is quite handsome and very young. I remarked. Shen Jinan leaned closer, pressing his lips together, his deep-set eyes revealing a mixture of scrutiny and displeasure. So, dear, who is more handsome, him or your husband? I curled my lips into a playful smile, teasingly replying, naturally, you are more handsome. Chapter 31. A call for money. As soon as I finished speaking, I could distinctly sense a layer of coldness enveloping Shen Jinan's eyes. His complexion turned a deep shade of gray, and in a low, somber tone, he inquired, Ning Ning, what do you mean by that? It was a rare sight to witness Shen Jinan in such a state of anxiety and anger. He usually presented a facade of warmth and politeness, seldom displaying fury. It was clear that he was not concerned about my loyalty, but rather worried that another man might snatch away the funds from my purse. I smiled coyly at him and playfully remarked, why so serious all of a sudden? I was merely jesting. You should know my feelings for you better than anyone. Shen Jinan fixed his gaze on me without flinching, his eyes dark and his expression intricate. Ning Ning, why do I feel as though you've transformed into a different person lately? You no longer exhibit the same enthusiasm and initiative towards me. Are you secretly hiding someone from me? He then immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, truly, a scoundrel adept at turning the tables. I gazed at him softly. Jinan, you're overthinking it. My feelings for you are well known throughout the social elite. Besides, if I were indeed hiding someone, would I be so forthright in telling you? Upon hearing my words, the tension in his expression eased considerably. So, where did you find this driver? As fate would have it, he hails from the same hometown and school as your secretary, Chen Yao. They are somewhat acquainted. I perceived him to be a struggling student, with his mother gravely ill and in need of funds, which is why I employed him as my temporary driver. I explained to him in a roundabout way, and upon noticing my casual demeanor, he suddenly smiled. He affectionately ruffled my hair. My wife has always had a kind heart. It seems she has been moved by compassion once again. However, speaking of your secretary, I intentionally paused. What about her? Shen Jinan elevated his voice slightly, looking flustered. Realizing that I was scrutinizing him intently, he recognized his previous outburst and quickly smiled, explaining, I meant to ask if she has upset you again? Not at all. It's just that we had lunch together today, and she kept feeling nauseous. She looked as though she might be pregnant. Pregnant? Impossible. Shen Jinan's eyes flickered as he vehemently denied it. How can you be so certain? Do you know her that well? I certainly do. She is my secretary, and if such a situation were true, she would inform me first. His tone was one of assumed certainty, yet a hint of insecurity was evident in his words. Why would she feel compelled to inform you first? Is it possible she is carrying your child? Shen Jinan tugged at his tie, chuckling awkwardly. How could it possibly be mine, dear wife? Please refrain from making such jokes. All right, I was jesting. I would never suspect her of such a thing. Chen Yao, in terms of both appearance and figure, is rather unremarkable. If you were to choose her, your taste would indeed be quite low. In the next moment, Shen Jinan suddenly leaned closer, cradling my face in his hands, his voice dripping with tenderness. Wife, rest assured, I shall love only you in this lifetime. Aside from you, I would choose no one else. The proximity between us felt overwhelming, his gaze brimmed with desire, enveloped in an atmosphere of intimacy, with a wall behind me and Shen Jinan's solid chest before me, there was no escape. I straightened my posture, desperately seeking a clumsy excuse to deflect him. Jinan, I haven't taken a shower yet. My dear wife, it has been ages since we bathed together. With your hand injured, allow your husband to attend to you. I shall wash you. As he spoke, he swept me into his arms and hurried toward the bathroom. My body stiffened, and I quickly searched for a reason to refuse him. However, at that moment, any excuse seemed unreasonable. Since my rebirth, we had yet to consummate our relationship, and if I continued to reject him, it might arouse his suspicions. Just as I felt cornered, Shen Jinan's phone, which he had left in his pocket, began ringing incessantly, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, he showed no intention of answering it. I raised an eyebrow and gently tapped his shoulder. You should answer the call. What if it's something urgent from the company? He pouted in dissatisfaction. Which fool chose to call at this moment? He retrieved his phone from his trousers, intending to answer, but glanced at me and said with a smile, Wife, please wait a moment. I will be right back. I offered him a faint smile. Work is important, so you attend to it. I can manage on my own. He then placed a kiss on my forehead. Take care of yourself. With that, he set me down and hastily exited the bathroom. Observing his urgent demeanor, I surmised it was likely a call from Chen Yao. Having just been in his embrace, I now felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I quickly shed my clothing, washed thoroughly, and scrubbed myself with shower gel repeatedly until I could no longer detect his scent on my skin. Only then did I cease. Upon exiting the shower, I noticed Shen Jinan was absent from the bedroom. I quietly pushed the door open and stepped into the hallway, where I observed the study door firmly shut. Shinjinin must still be on the phone. I returned to my room without revealing my intentions, retrieved my headphones from my bag, and locked the bathroom door. Once I donned the headphones, Lin Ro's voice resonated through. My brow furrowed. It appeared Shinjinin was still in contact with Lin Ro. Jinin, I haven't seen you these past couple of days. I've been longing for you. I've made it clear to you that you should cease all communication with me from now on, lest you wish for me to be unkind. You can't just pull up your pants and deny everything. When you were enjoying yourself in bed with me, your attitude was quite different. Lin Ro, stop beating around the bush. What is it that you truly want? Give me another 200,000, and I promise to never contact you again. Lin Ro, are you worth that? If it weren't for you throwing yourself at me, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. Shinjinin, if you continue to be so cold-hearted, I will have no choice but to reconnect with my old classmate, Jiang Yuning. Lin Ro, do not be greedy. You have already taken enough. Go ahead, I am eager to see whom she will believe. Then, the sound of disconnection echoed in my headphones. Just as I turned off the device, I heard Shinjinin's voice outside. Ning Ning, are you still showering? Do you need my assistance? I can manage on my own. Very well, your husband will be waiting for you in the bedroom. With Shinjinin in the bedroom, I had no choice but to hide the headphones in a corner of the bathroom. I mused to myself that judging by Shinjinin's tone earlier, Lin Ro must not be asking for money for the first time. As for her current financial woes, it was likely due to her gambling ex-boyfriend. I was acutely aware of the tasks I had assigned Lin Ro, and it wouldn't be long before she revealed everything to Shinjinin. With a subtle shift in my gaze, I concluded that since Lin Ro was using me as leverage against him, I would take the initiative to undermine her credibility before she could inform him. Regardless of what Lin Ro might say in the future, he would likely dismiss it. Once I resolved this, I decided to create some noise in the bathroom to avoid any intimate encounters with Shinjinin. I sat on the floor and began to feign distress. Hearing the commotion from the bathroom, Shinjinin rushed in. Finding me collapsed on the floor. He hurried to assist me. Ning Ning, are you alright? I displayed a pained expression. Jinin, I accidentally slipped and now my back feels uncomfortable. I can hardly move. He carefully lifted me and laid me on the bed. Once I was settled, he inquired with concern whether I needed to see a doctor. I declined, suggesting that if the pain persisted by tomorrow, I would consider it. Naturally, he began to blame that phone call, asserting that if it weren't for the company issues, I wouldn't have fallen. His performance was convincingly dramatic, but I had little interest in his theatrics. After a while, I feigned fatigue and decided to sleep. The following day, around noon, Xiaoyu called me. He informed me that Shinjinin had arranged to meet with an unfamiliar man, and upon following the stranger, he discovered that the man was investigating Zhou Chao. Xiaoyu speculated that Shinjinin had hired a private detective to surveil my movements. Chapter 32, Exposing the Infidelity. A cold scoff escaped my lips as I naturally had anticipated that he would discreetly investigate me. After Xiaoyu ended the call, I promptly reached out to Lin Ro, inviting her to lunch. She readily accepted, and I instructed Zhou Chao to drive me there. Upon arriving at the designated location, Zhou Chao waited in the car while I proceeded to the private room I had reserved in advance. I waited for nearly half an hour before Lin Ro arrived. Fashionably late, she was fully equipped with glasses, a hat, and a mask, obscuring her face entirely. Once she took her seat and removed her glasses and mask, I noticed the bruises at the corners of her eyes and the cut on her lip, still fresh with blood. Her face was swollen and battered. It was evident that she had been assaulted not long ago. Was it your ex-boyfriend who did this? I inquired. Lin Ro cracked a wry smile, a hint of resignation in her expression. You mustn't laugh. It was that scoundrel who hit me, just before I stepped out. You should report it to the police. She lifted her gaze to meet mine. It's futile, Yuning, what brings you here today? I fixed my eyes upon her and stated earnestly, you and Shinjinin are back together. Lin Ro averted her gaze, lowering her head and offering an awkward smile. You were the one who suggested I seduce him, weren't you? Why are you saying this now? You should understand the implications of what I just said. After a brief silence, she retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from her bag. Biting down on a cigarette, she lit it with a sharp click of the lighter. Taking a few deep drags, she raised her head to meet my gaze and nonchalantly replied, Indeed, I have rekindled my relationship with Shinjinin. I have that type of ex-boyfriend. I have no choice but to sell myself. Shinjinin is the highest bidder I've encountered. I let out a cold laugh. Lin Ro, I do not concern myself with your affairs. Just remember our agreement. Do not disclose that incident to Shinjinin. Yuning, if I find myself in a desperate situation in the future, this information might just earn me some money from Shinjinin. I hope you won't hold it against me. I am simply left with no alternatives. Lin Ro smiled lightly at me before forcefully extinguishing her cigarette in the ashtray. After a moment of stalemate, I slightly curled my lips and calmly stated, Do as you wish. I am never one to be threatened. With that, I grabbed my bag and stood to leave. As I passed by Lin Ro, she suddenly seized my sleeve and fell to her knees before me. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, Yuning, I was just speaking out of anger. I implore you, if you could help me and stop that scoundrel ex-boyfriend from harassing me, I swear I won't reveal anything. When I remained silent, she looked up at me with red eyes filled with despair. Yuning, please help me. I am truly at my wit's end. He keeps demanding money from me, and if I refuse, he beats me. I am terrified of him. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing numerous scratches and bruises on her fair arms. Lin Ro, you ought to go to the police instead of begging me here. You have mistaken your audience, and I genuinely cannot assist you. Upon hearing my words, Lin Ro instantly released my hand, wiped her tears, dusted herself off, and returned to her seat. With a sardonic tone, she remarked, Jiang Yuning, I know women like you from affluent families tend to look down on someone like me, but if it weren't for life's cruel circumstances, who would demean themselves by selling their body? After a pause, she added, no matter how noble you consider yourself, your husband is still sneaking around behind your back. We serve the same man, so what difference is there between us? I had never regarded myself as particularly noble, nor would I ever devalue her based on her background. No one forced her to sell herself. It was her own vanity that led her to degrade and debase herself. Lin Ro was struck by the truth of my words, rising abruptly with fury and derision in her eyes. Jiang Yuning, you were born with everything. Those limited edition handbags, you purchased them effortlessly, while I must scrimp and save just to afford one, pretending to accompany older men for meals and intimacy. You can maintain your facade of purity. Realizing that reasoning with someone like her was futile, I chose not to engage further and walked straight out. Just as I reached the door, Lin Ro's cold voice called after me. Jiang Yuning, let me be frank. A few days ago, my ex-boyfriend was diagnosed with an STD, and I, too. Now you understand why I continue to cling to Shinjinin. People like you always look down from your lofty heights. I intend to drag you all down to hell. Lin Ro burst into laughter after her declaration. Since my rebirth, I had never been intimate with Shinjinin. If Lin Ro's words were true, and he contracted an STD from her, it had no bearing on me. In fact, it was a gratifying turn of events. I turned to face her, her face contorted with a triumphant grin. I smirked lightly and calmly stated, you are indeed deserving of your current plight. Lin Ro did not perceive the reaction she had hoped for on my face. She continued to rage and curse at me from behind as I descended the stairs and exited the restaurant. Upon returning to the car, Zhou Chao gazed at me, a smile playing on his lips. You seem quite cheerful. Where to next? I glanced at the time. Shinjinin should still be on his lunch break. With a beaming smile, I replied, of course, we shall engage in something even more delightful. First, a quick stop at the mall for a purchase, then we will head to the Jiang Group. Zhou Chao paused for a moment before starting the car. I entered the mall and swiftly acquired a voice recorder, carefully stashing it in my trench coat pocket. Upon arriving at the Jiang Group, the security guard greeted me with a polite smile and respectfully ushered me inside. As I passed the front desk, I made no request for them to call Shinjinin, proceeding unobstructed to his office. Since it was lunchtime, the office was relatively emptied. I noticed Shinjinin's office door slightly ajar, and after clearing my throat a few times to create some noise, I inhaled deeply, my hand finding the recorder in my pocket. Pressing the record button, I swiftly entered his office. As I suspected, Chen Yao was present as well. Due to the commotion I had just made, they were not engaged in any intimate actions when I arrived. Upon seeing my smile, Shinjinin opened his mouth to speak, but I angrily approached him, shouting, Shinjinin, what on earth is going on between you and Lin Ro? How could you be involved with her behind my back? She claims you promised her you would divorce me and marry her. Fine, I shall grant you both your wish. This last statement was, of course, a fabrication. I knew what mattered most to Chen Yao, and I intended to sow discord between her and Shinjinin. Shinjinin was taken aback, his smile fading as panic washed over him. He rushed to stand before me, speaking softly, darling, you must have misunderstood. I could never have anything to do with her, nor would I ever consider divorcing you to marry another woman. I adopted a furious demeanor, my voice icy as I said, Shinjinin, do you still plan to hide the truth from me? If it weren't for her inviting me to meet today, I would have remained oblivious, blinded by your sweet words. How much more are you hiding from me? Darling, please let me explain. There must be some misunderstanding. This is the office, let's discuss this in the back. As Shinjinin spoke, he attempted to guide me into the inner room. I forcefully pushed him away, my eyes filled with disdain. Shinjinin, do not touch me. I find you repulsive. Lin Ro said she has been tested for STDs. If you wish to prove your innocence, you must go to the hospital for a checkup immediately. Chapter 33, the first step of the revenge plan. Shinjinin stood frozen in place, his complexion shifting dramatically. He trembled slightly, his face ashen, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. Darling, you have to believe me, I truly didn't. His expressions and actions betrayed him. At that moment, his explanation seemed particularly feeble and unconvincing. I could not help but let out a cold scoff in my heart. The usually astute and secretive Shinjinin found himself in such a predicament today, consumed by nothing but the fear of whether he had contracted a sexually transmitted disease from Lin Ro. Throughout this ordeal, his sole concern had been himself. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at Chen Yao standing beside us, her lips pressed tightly together, her expression grave, lost in thought. Although a storm of emotions must have been raging within her, her demeanor remained remarkably composed. I had to admire her resilience. I let out a long sigh, my expression softening a bit, and turned to Chen Yao, urging her, I was just overwhelmed with anger earlier. Chen Yao, I hope you won't breathe a word of what I said. You must understand how devastating the repercussions could be for the entire Jiang Group if this matter gets out. Chen Yao came to her senses and nodded at me. Madam, you needn't worry. I will not disclose a single word. After she spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at Shinjinin, who lowered his head, instinctively avoiding her gaze. That's good, you may leave now. Once Chen Yao departed, Shinjinin immediately locked the office door and fell to his knees before me with a thud. Darling, I realize my mistakes. Please, grant me another chance. I truly cannot live without you. I beg for your forgiveness this time. As he spoke, he began to beat himself in desperation. Noticing my lack of reaction, guilt-ridden, he hoarsely continued, Darling, I know you find it hard to accept this. You may treat me however you wish, but please don't keep it bottled up inside. It pains me and fills me with dread. He hung his head, choking back tears, lamenting, I wish I could just die. I cannot bear to see you like this. I feigned a heartbroken expression, my voice trembling with emotion as I said, Shinjinin, have I not treated you well? How could you betray me with another woman? Darling, please don't cry. I truly understand my wrongs. It was that wretched Linro who seduced me when I was drunk. I swear it was unintentional. I didn't tell you out of fear you wouldn't be able to handle it. Please, forgive me this once, it truly will be the last time. As I observed the man before me performing his poignant act, I felt a wave of nausea threatening to overwhelm me. According to my plan, I intended to forgive him, yet I knew I could not do so too easily, otherwise, with Shinjinin's suspicious nature, he would never genuinely believe it. With eyes ablaze with fury, I struck him across the face several times, causing his cheek to swell instantly. He covered his mouth, incessantly apologizing. I shouted hoarsely, Shinjinin, after all these years together, I trusted you completely, and yet you chose to do this. Let us divorce, I will set you free. Upon hearing my words, Shinjinin moved closer, pleading, Ning Ning, you can hit me or scold me however you wish, but I will never agree to divorce you. I truly cannot live without you. After a moment of silence, I wiped my tears and scrutinized him intently. Shinjinin, Linro claimed she was with you for money. How much did you give her? 200,000. I let out a cold, humorless laugh. After our marriage, I entrusted you with all my assets, and you used that money to entertain another woman. I must be the most foolish woman in the world. Darling, please don't be like this. I beg you for another chance. I swear I will never do it again. How can I ever trust you again? I can write you a guarantee. Shinjinin declared with utmost sincerity. After a long pause, I shifted my gaze and sighed heavily. Shinjinin, when I first learned of this betrayal, I felt as though the sky was collapsing. My only thought was to divorce you. Yet, when I came to find you, I realized I still couldn't bear to part with you. I must be utterly useless, unable to sever the bond we've shared for so many years. As I spoke these words, I broke down into sobs, covering my mouth to stifle my cries. Shinjinin sensed the glimmer of hope in my words and resolutely assured me, Darling, I promise I will never repeat this mistake. If you can forgive me, I will do anything you ask. I fixed my gaze upon him, articulating each word deliberately, then write me a guarantee. If you ever cheat again, you will leave with nothing, and I want you to return every property I transferred to you, along with all your financial assets. I. Darling, can you not? Shinjinin stammered, his face betraying his reluctance. I retorted coldly, Shinjinin, I have loved you wholeheartedly, entrusting you with all my wealth and shares, even considering relinquishing the equity my father left me for you. My eyes reddened as I continued, and you, I fear you might use that money to support another woman, and you won't even agree to this, Shinjinin, you have been deceiving me all along. In that case, let us divorce. Darling, you misunderstand, I will give you everything. I was merely contemplating what else I could offer you to put your mind at ease. I promise to transfer the properties to you tomorrow, and I will write the guarantee now. Shinjinin declared, rushing to his desk to draft the guarantee. Once he handed it to me, I felt my anger subside significantly. Shinjinin, I will give you one chance since this is your first offense. However, if I discover you contacting Lin Ro again, we will divorce immediately. You must block all her contact information now. Darling, I will block her right away, you need not worry. Shinjinin replied, pulling out his phone and blocking all of Lin Ro's contacts in front of me. I was certain Lin Ro would inform Shinjinin of my scheme to seduce him, and blocking her contact information was merely a temporary measure that would not hold much weight. After a moment of silence, I stated firmly, I met Lin Ro today. Not only did she discuss your affairs with me, but she also attempted to extort me, claiming she knew many of your secrets and demanded money in exchange. Has she ever asked you for money? Shinjinin shuddered, vehemently denying it. Darling, please do not listen to her nonsense. That wretched woman lies to get money. She has approached me for money as well, but rest assured, I did not give her anything. I nodded in satisfaction and said meaningfully, she spoke ill of you today, which drove me to madness and led me to come here to confront you. I have come to my senses. She is clearly trying to sow discord between us, aiming to profit from our misfortunes. Shinjinin hung his head, rage evident in his clenched teeth. That wretched woman. Rest assured, I will never fall for her tricks again. I won't give her a single cent. Merely speaking is not enough. To ensure you are not deceiving me, we will transfer the properties under your name to me tomorrow. Chapter 34. The dialogue of scoundrels and shameless women. Shinjinin was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief silence, he reluctantly nodded. He offered me several apologies, and only then did my emotions begin to soften. I averted my gaze slightly and concocted an excuse to retreat to the inner lounge. My makeup is ruined from crying. I need to borrow your lounge to touch it up. Wife, what do you mean borrow? You're just saying that out of anger. I'll accompany you. No need, I'm too lazy to deal with you right now, I replied, pouting and muttering irritably. Once I entered the lounge with my bag, I swiftly turned on the faucet, and with my back to the door, I quickly retrieved the voice recorder hidden in my trench coat pocket. I paused the recording and subsequently synced it to my phone. After completing this task, I deleted the recent recording from the voice recorder, activated the recording function again, and concealed the device beneath the bed in the lounge. I was quite certain that once I left this place, Chenya would immediately come looking for me. To avoid any eavesdropping, the most likely place for their conversation would indeed be this lounge. After carefully hiding the voice recorder, I hastily washed my face, applied a simple touch of makeup, adjusted my clothes, and then strode out with an expression of indignation upon seeing me emerge. Shinjinin hurried to my side, embracing me and saying sweetly, "Wife, look at how beautiful you are when you dress up. Crying doesn't suit you at all. I promise I won't make you cry again." "Humph, mere words won't suffice. I'll be watching your future behavior. It's time for work, so I'm leaving. You focus on your job, and I'll deal with you at home." I shot him a glare, filled with disdain and discontent. Upon hearing my words, Shinjinin's expression softened considerably. "Wife, rest assured, your husband will definitely behave from now on." After exiting the Jiang group, I returned to the car, where Zhou Chao glanced at me and casually asked, "Where shall we go next?" "Find any nearby restaurant. I'll treat you to a meal." Zhou Chao frowned slightly and replied earnestly, "That won't do. I should be treating you. You've helped me a lot before, and now you've given me this job opportunity. Besides, I'm a man, how can I allow you to pay?" Understanding his personality, I knew that further arguing would be a waste of time, so I acquiesced to his suggestion. "Alright, fine, whatever you say." I must admit, boys of his age wear their emotions on their sleeves, and interacting with Zhou Chao felt significantly more relaxed. After a short drive, he parked the car. As I glanced outside the window, I noticed a high-end Western restaurant. I furrowed my brows discreetly. He truly couldn't swallow his pride, trying to keep up appearances despite lacking the means. A meal here would surely cost thousands, far beyond what he could afford at the moment. Just as I stepped out of the car and had taken a few steps, he called out softly from behind me, "Not there, follow me." Confused, I turned to see him with his hands in his pockets, walking in the opposite direction, so I had no choice but to follow. He took me down a winding path, and soon I discovered a vibrant street filled with delicious food stalls hidden behind the bustling commercial area. The stalls were brimming with a variety of mouth-watering delicacies, and the vendors greeted customers with beaming smiles. The street was alive with excitement. Before long, we found ourselves with so much food in our hands that we could hardly manage it. Feeling a bit tired, I casually found a table to sit down. Zhou Chao gazed at me, clearly surprised. "I never expected you to enjoy these snacks. I thought you might look down on them. Did you think I would disdain them?" I shot back. He smiled at me, tacitly acknowledging my fondness. Back in university, I often ventured out for snacks with Shinjinin, and gradually, I grew to love them even more than he did. He came from a modest background, and his pride prevented him from indulging, so throughout our 4 years of college, I adapted to his simple lifestyle, rarely opting for luxury. Reflecting on this, I couldn't help but shake my head and let out a cold scoff. Looking back now, it all seems rather absurd. I had always worried that my family background would burden him, when in reality, it was precisely what he desired. If love can blind one, I was utterly lost. Zhou Chao paused briefly before confidently stating, "I believe you will certainly meet a truly deserving man in the future." I disagreed, retorting, "A woman's worth is never confined merely to marriage and love." Zhou Chao regarded me with a complex expression, and with a hint of earnestness, he asked, "It seems you have become quite disillusioned with marriage and men. If you were to divorce, would you still consider remarrying?" "Perhaps not. I won't easily define myself. I'll go with the flow. Everything is destined, however. I certainly won't prioritize love above all else as I did before." His eyes deepened with contemplation, a flicker of thought passing through his beautiful gaze. After our meal, as we returned to the car, I opened my phone and accessed the app connected to the voice recorder. Pressing the play button, aside from a flurry of static noise, there was no discernible sound. I pressed the fast-forward button, and at the 20-minute mark, I finally heard the voices of Shinjinin and Shenyao arguing. "Shinjinin, tell me how I can remain calm. I am carrying your child, yet you're sneaking around with another woman behind my back. She is now vying for position. What am I to you, just a surrogate for the Shin family? Shenyao, please don't get agitated. If you stress yourself, it could harm the baby. I'm only playing around with that woman. My heart belongs to you. Don't touch me. I find you repulsive. Who knows if you've caught an STD from that wretched woman? Shenyao, why are you suddenly so harsh? I've explained this to you before. Lin Ro is just a woman selling herself. She approached Jiang Yuning merely for money. How could I take her seriously? Rest assured, once the appraisal meeting concludes, and Jiang Yuning transfers the shares to me, I'll confront her and file for divorce. Shinjinin, if you dare deceive me, I will reveal everything about our affair to Jiang Yuning and inform the entire company. Let us see how you will continue to hold your position at the Jiang Group. Shenyao, I care for you deeply. How could I bear to deceive you? Besides, if you tell Jiang Yuning, the child in your womb will be left with nothing. Can you bear that? Shinjinin paused before adding, Shenyao, you must think clearly at this crucial moment. Don't gamble with our future and that of the child. Shinjinin, you know I'm carrying your child. If you continue with your affairs, I will terminate the only heir of the Shin family. If I were to remain faithful, whose child is in your womb, if I were to remain faithful, would you ever occupy the position of Mrs.? Shin, after we marry, don't be like Jiang Yuning. You need to be more magnanimous. Outside, it's just men playing around. Don't take it too seriously. You think wildflowers are more fragrant than cultivated ones. None of you men are worth anything. Yes, I am indeed not worth anything. There is an old saying, men aren't good, women don't love, you're pregnant, and I can't touch you, and Jiang Yuning won't let me touch you either. If I can't find some diversion outside, must I suffer in silence? How can you be suffering? I can help you. Chapter 35 of the game. Their conversation behind me was exceedingly vile. With Zhou Chao present, I could hardly bear to listen, and I swiftly pressed the pause button upon hearing the recording. Zhou Chao's face flushed with anger, and he exclaimed, Shinjinin is truly despicable. He and Shenyao are a perfect match. You must not let them off easily in the future. Naturally, I had no intention of sparing them. I would ensure that their infidelity became common knowledge. What they valued most was not money and power. I would see to it that they ended up with nothing but empty hopes. My fingertips pressed firmly into my palm as I murmured with unwavering conviction. If you need my assistance going forward, I shall do my utmost. I met his gaze. Zhou Chao's eyes were resolute, imbued with an air of undeniable certainty. A flicker of warmth surged within me, and I whispered, "Thank you, Zhou Chao." I had initially planned to call Fu Yunting to invite him for dinner to discuss the case, but recalling Xiao Yu's words that Shen Jinan had already begun investigating me, I decided to minimize my contact with Fu Yunting to avoid arousing Shen Jinan's suspicions. After a lengthy charade with Shen Jinan, I felt utterly exhausted, prompting me to request Zhou Chao to take me home. After a brief respite at home, I retrieved my phone and discovered that Xiao Yu had sent me several photos. As I suspected, Shen Jinan had indeed gone to the hospital for a checkup. After some contemplation, I texted Xiao Yu, instructing him to call me immediately if he spotted Shen Jinan in contact with Lin Ro. Later that evening, Xiao Yu called to inform me that he had seen Shen Jinan entering a Western restaurant, and shortly thereafter, Lin Ro arrived at the entrance of the same establishment, poised to enter. Just as I had anticipated, given Shen Jinan's suspicious nature, he would undoubtedly confront Lin Ro regarding my meeting with her, and she would likely reach out to him, leveraging our secret to extort money from him. I swiftly ended the call with Xiao Yu and dialed Shen Jinan's number, needing to ensure he returned home before they could interact. He answered promptly, and I got straight to the point, asking, "Where are you? Why haven't you come home yet?" "My dear, I'm working late. There is quite a bit to handle at the office today," he replied, with a grave expression. I retorted, "Shen Jinan, you've gone to meet Lin Ro again. Do you truly wish to abandon this family?" His deceit was exposed, and he stammered in a fluster, "Wife, please don't be angry. I only met her to sever all ties completely. I have no other intentions towards her. Shen Jinan, my patience has its limits. If you dare to see her again, we shall divorce immediately. Please, don't be upset. I want to see her again. I am on my way home now." Approximately 20 minutes later, Shen Jinan hurriedly returned. He pushed open the bedroom door and approached me, a look of contrition on his face as he explained, "Wife, you've misunderstood. It was that vile woman, Lin Ro, who kept calling me from different numbers, which is why I decided to meet her. My sole purpose was to ensure she no longer harasses me." "Is that so? You see her just because she called? I told you to cease all contact with her. It seems she holds more importance in your heart than I do," I shouted angrily. "No, my dear, you misunderstand. She claimed to have something important to discuss, something I would undoubtedly find intriguing, which is why I agreed to meet her." I raised an eyebrow, realizing Lin Ro was devoid of any sense of contractual integrity. My wariness of her was indeed warranted. What could she possibly want to discuss? Is it anything other than an illicit rendezvous? Your meeting was merely a means for her to continue extracting money from you while you sought to sleep with her again. You two are truly partners in crime, each fulfilling the other's desires. My dear, even if we were to entertain that notion, you mentioned she has a sexually transmitted disease. How could I possibly engage with her again? Besides, you just forgave me. I wouldn't dare take such a risk. Rest assured, I will never see her again." I scoffed coldly. Had it not been for the message someone sent me, I would have remained oblivious to your clandestine meeting with her. Shen Jinan appeared taken aback, his expression turning distant as he asked, "Wife, who sent you that message?" "I have no idea." When I tried to call back, the line was disconnected. "Who knows whom you've offended, prompting someone to hasten our divorce?" I feigned anger, subtly shifting the blame onto Chen Yao. Shen Jinan's eyes flickered, as if lost in thought. After a moment of contemplation, I fixed my gaze on him and said coolly, "Shen Jinan, the moment you met Lin Ro, someone reported it to me. This individual must seek to sow discord between us or is eager for our divorce. Have you offended anyone at work or encountered any rivals recently?" When he remained silent, I continued to stoke the flames. Shen Jinan, his demeanor serious, shook his head with conviction. "I was appointed as the executive president by the board. The shareholders are quite satisfied with me. I currently have no rivals at work." His eyes darted, pondering something. My gaze sharpened. "What could it be? Are you perhaps hiding another woman? Are they vying for your affection?" "My dear, how could that be? You're overthinking it. I've made this one mistake, and you've caught me red-handed. Shen Jinan, my prior trust in you led to my being deceived. If you wish to avoid divorce, sever ties with those other women. If I catch you once more, I will not spare you. My dear, I swear I will never do so again. Did you visit the hospital for a checkup today?" Shen Jinan lowered his head and nodded vigorously. "What were the results? Were you infected by her?" "My dear, it's only mild. Don't worry. As long as I take my medication on time, I will recover." I looked at him with disdain. "Do you think you can still fool around? Until you are completely cured, do not even think about touching me. To prevent you from bringing any viruses into our bed, starting today, you shall sleep in the guest room and take your showers there as well." Shen Jinan paused, nodding pitifully. As he prepared to head to the guest room, I called out from behind him, "Shen Jinan, remember to set aside half a day tomorrow, gather your documents, and we shall go to complete the transfer procedures." Shen Jinan's demeanor faltered, and he slowly turned around, his eyes evasive as he said, "Wife, could we postpone this matter? The appraisal meeting is just a few days away, and I'm quite busy. Once the meeting concludes, I'll take you to handle the transfer, alright?" He was clearly plotting, waiting until after the appraisal meeting would allow him to seize my father's shares, rendering me a useless pawn in his game, and he would have no need to transfer the property to me, proceeding directly with our divorce instead. His face bore a gentle smile, yet his thoughts were undoubtedly ruthless. I curled my lips into a smirk, coldly stating, "Shinjinin, that is unacceptable." Chapter 36 Confessions After a Drink. I calmly added to him, "If you care about this family, you must allow me to witness your attitude and determination. If you refuse, then there is no longer any reason for our marriage to persist." "Wife, could you refrain from uttering such harsh words? They wound my heart," he replied, his head bowed, wearing an expression of pitiful sorrow. "In the past, I would have felt compassion, but now I only felt disgust. I am fierce with my words, yet I fear your heart is equally ruthless." I averted my gaze, no longer wanting to look at him. Shinjinin scrutinized me, his expression complex. "Wife, you misunderstand me. It is often said that where a man's love lies, so too lies his wealth." "Very well, if you claim I misunderstand you, then demonstrate it through your actions." We stood in silent confrontation, the air thick with tension. He gazed at me meaningfully for a few moments, and after a prolonged silence, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. He leaned in close and embraced me, speaking softly, "Wife, tomorrow I will transfer those properties to you, as long as you do not harbor anger towards me." Though a smile adorned his face, I felt an icy chill emanating from him. After he departed, I exhaled deeply, fully aware that once financial matters were involved, Shinjinin's fate would soon crumble. I was not particularly adept at acting either, and my emotions were on the verge of breaking. I understood that the day of collapse was not far off of that night. As I lay in bed, I ruminated on various strategies to deal with Shinjinin until I finally succumbed to a restless slumber in the early hours. The following day, shortly after lunch, Shinjinin called me, instructing me to gather the necessary documents. He informed me that he had already made arrangements with the housing authority and scheduled an appointment for us at 5 o'clock to handle the property transfer. His sudden eagerness took me by surprise. I was uncertain of what scheme he was plotting against me, but for now, I could only respond to his moves. After I prepared the documents, I had Zhou Chao drive me. I first stopped by the hospital to change my dressings. The doctor assured me that my hand was healing well, the burn had scabbed, and it was unlikely to leave a scar. In just a few days, my hand would return to normal. I arrived at the housing authority at the agreed time, and upon entering the hall, I found Shinjinin already waiting. He approached me with a beaming smile. "Ning Ning, you've brought all the documents, right? Let us hurry inside, the staff is waiting." The staff then guided us through the property transfer process, and after completing the tedious formalities, the properties I had previously gifted to Shinjinin were restored to my possession. The ease of the proceedings astounded me. Given Shinjinin's notorious attachment to wealth, his sudden concession hinted at ulterior motives. I could only remain vigilant and counter his moves as they came. Shinjinin announced that he had completed his work early and suggested we enjoy a meal together, as it had been a long time since we had dined properly. His excessive courtesy made it difficult for me to refuse. I thought, it's just a meal, couldn't possibly have any tricks up his sleeve? I readily agreed. Shinjinin mentioned that his car was in for maintenance, so we shared a ride. Upon reaching the restaurant, he casually invited Zhou Chao to join us for dinner. I presumed he was merely being polite and expected Zhou Chao to decline, but to my surprise, he accepted without hesitation. Thus, the three of us entered the restaurant together. Shinjinin had reserved a table on the top floor, which was empty when we arrived. He explained with a smile, "It's been ages since we've shared a meal, and I wanted us to enjoy it without interruptions, so I booked this entire floor and asked the manager to clear it." During the meal, Shinjinin was exceedingly attentive to Zhou Chao, constantly offering him food and pouring wine, while Zhou Chao remained aloof, rejecting his gestures with determination. Shinjinin, unfazed, cheerfully remarked, "Brother, we have a connection. I took a liking to you at first sight. Since your help with my wife's driving during her injury, I must toast to you." "Allow me to drink first." He raised his glass and drank heartily. Zhou Chao, observing this, replied with a serious demeanor, "Mr. Shin, I must drive later. I truly cannot drink. I hope you understand." Shinjinin's expression darkened instantly, his voice laced with disdain. "Are you refusing to respect my wishes? Who would dare to disregard Mr. Shin, the president of Zhang's group? I simply have work commitments and cannot indulge in drinking." Zhou Chao's demeanor was cold and distant. "It seems you simply cannot hold your liquor, young man. It is nothing to be ashamed of, but it's regrettable if you concede before even starting," Shinjinin taunted, his brows raised in mockery. "Jinin, he needs to drive, do not press him," I interjected, sensing the tension at the table. Shinjinin gazed at me, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "Ning Ning, am I putting him in a difficult position? Why are you siding with him? Your words make me feel jealous." "Never mind, if he cannot drink, surely we as a couple can share a drink, right?" He leaned closer, wrapping his arm around my shoulder, his eyes filled with affection, whispering softly in my ear, "Ning Ning, let us share a cup of wine together." I furrowed my brow, subtly retreating to create distance between us. With displeasure, I replied, "Shinjinin, how can you act so intoxicated after only a few sips? What are you doing in front of others? What does it matter in front of anyone? We are legally married today. I have transferred the properties to you. Do you not see how much I love you? Why will you not even share a cup of wine with me? Do you not love me anymore? Have you found someone else?" Shinjinin leaned his head against my shoulder, persistently murmuring in my ear. I did not wish to continue this quarrel and pushed him away. Picking up a glass from the table, I coldly said, "Enough with the chatter. It's just a drink." "Ah, that's more like it. I knew you loved me," Shinjinin exclaimed with delight, raising his glass. Just as he was about to toast with me, I clinked my glass against his. "Cheers." The small cup of liquor swirled in my throat before I swallowed it down hastily, causing tears to form in my eyes as the harsh liquor burned. Noticing my struggle, Shinjinin immediately poured me another cup, insisting that one was not enough and inviting me to drink once more. As I was about to decline, Zhou Chao stood up with his glass in hand, solemnly stating, "Since Mr. Shin is not satisfied, I shall accompany him for a few drinks. Drinking is more enjoyable among men." Shinjinin's smile widened at this. "Excellent, it is fate that we have met. Let us drink until we are inebriated." I was initially opposed to Zhou Chao drinking, but his stubbornness prevailed, and soon the two of them were engaged in a competitive drinking bout, each refusing to back down. After several rounds, Shinjinin excused himself to the restroom. After a lengthy absence, I noticed Zhou Chao slumped over the table, his face flushed as he stared at me. Realizing something was amiss, I intended to inquire, but he stumbled towards me, eyes glazed, and collapsed into my arms. "Ever since you helped me deal with those thugs, I've had feelings for you. That's why I never called you sister, even though there's a 6-year age gap. I never wanted to see you as an elder sister. May I call you Ning Ning? I truly like you." His face was rosy, his gaze slightly intoxicated, and despite his usual cool demeanor, warmth now shimmered in his eyes. His voice was low and husky. In that moment, he seemed both innocent and alluring, a blend of sweetness and temptation. Chapter 37. It trapped. "Zhou Chao, you are intoxicated. You must regain your senses." How was I to know his tolerance for alcohol was so feeble? After just a few drinks, he was in such a state that I could hardly appreciate his handsome visage. I attempted to push him away with all my might, but his strength was overwhelming, rendering my efforts futile. He lay languidly against me, murmuring softly, and despite calling his name and tapping his shoulder in an attempt to rouse him, he showed no inclination to awaken. Suddenly, he leaned in closer, fixating his gaze upon me with a dazed look, his breath growing increasingly erratic. His warm breath cascaded over my neck, igniting a fluttering sensation within me, a subtle yet potent stir of emotion. "Ning Ning, do you like me?" Zhou Chao asked, his voice husky and fervent. His words became increasingly perplexing, and I coldly replied, "I do not, Zhou Chao, you are drunk." His expression tightened, his eyelashes quivering as he bowed his head. His hoarse whisper brushed against my ear, "I do not believe it. No matter how hard a person's facade may be, a kiss will reveal their true softness." I found myself uncontrollably meeting his gaze, and in the next moment, his kiss descended upon me gently. I yearned to push him away, yet my consciousness was fading, and an insatiable heat surged within me, overwhelming my senses. I suddenly found his lips irresistibly alluring, a desire to taste them rising within me. I struggled to suppress my racing heart and distance myself from him, but he swiftly ensnared my neck with his hand, his flushed face leaning closer as he murmured, "Ning Ning, you are truly beautiful. I could gaze upon you for a lifetime without ever growing weary." We were too close, and as I peered into his eyes, I saw them brimming with pure affection, an allure so profound it beckoned me. The air around us thickened with an intoxicating tension, rendering everything else ephemeral. At that moment, he was all I could see. In a moment of reckless impulse, I reached up to smooth his disheveled hair. This seemingly innocent gesture appeared to awaken something primal within him. He suddenly pushed me against the wall, and before I could comprehend the situation, a fervent storm of kisses rained down upon me. Overwhelmed, I emitted a delicate sound, which acted as a catalyst, tightening his entire being. He then grasped at the button of my shirt, and I froze, my mind turning blank. When I attempted to push him away with all my might, I discovered I lacked the strength to do so. The heat within me continued to escalate, and I felt increasingly unwell. Gazing at Zhou Chao, I saw the flames of desire enveloping him. The intensity in his eyes felt as though it could sear me. "Zhou Chao, wake up." I intended to halt him, yet my voice faltered, tinged with an ambiguous allure. "Ning Ning, I do not know what is happening. I am losing control. I want you." His towering figure loomed over me, his arms encircling me tightly, his face buried in my neck, his body pressed against mine, making me acutely aware of his arousal. Taking a deep breath, I summoned the last vestiges of my rationality and forcefully pushed him away. Staggering to my feet against the wall, I trembled as I approached the door, pushing against it, only to find it unyielding. I shouted several times, yet received no response. I banged on the door, but there was no answer. With Shinjinin delayed in returning, the implications of his earlier actions struck me with a chill. He had drugged both Zhou Chao and me during our dinner. It became evident that this was the motive behind his invitation to dine together today. A cold scoff escaped my lips as I realized he intended to ensnare me in a scandal. It seemed he had become aware of my movements, meticulously orchestrating this trap, fully prepared to confront me and sever our ties. Should he capture evidence of my betrayal with Zhou Chao, the ensuing divorce and battle for the Jiang group would place him in a far more advantageous position than I. Lost in thought, Zhou Chao lunged at me once more, attempting to draw me closer for a more intimate connection, and no matter how hard I struggled, I could not break free. My gaze shifted, and I reached for the phone on the dining table. Biting my lip, I endeavored to regain my composure, suppressing the tumult within me as I dialed Fu Yunting. The call connected swiftly, and his cool, detached voice resonated. "Miss Jiang, what is the matter? Fu Yunting, please save me. Where are you? What is happening?" His voice conveyed a palpable weight of urgency. "Fu Tang Restaurant, 4th floor, please hurry." No sooner had I spoken than Zhou Chao swatted my phone from my grasp. "Ning Ning, I can hardly contain myself. I want you, do not reject me, I beg you." Zhou Chao's breath was ragged, his affection overwhelming. I shot him a glare and bent to retrieve my phone, but he clung to me, kissing and nibbling at my neck. "Are you insane, Zhou Chao?" I summoned an unexpected strength and forcefully pushed him away. Unprepared, he stumbled backward, his head striking the ground with a resounding thud, and he let out a pained cry, likely having hit it quite hard. The heat within me continued to intensify, and as I picked up the phone from the floor, I noticed Fu Yunting had already hung up. Just as I contemplated redialing, Shin Jinin's call came through. I quickly answered. Shin Jinin, what is the meaning of this? I questioned coldly. What do you mean? Shin Jinin scoffed, then slowly replied, Zhou Chao is precisely the dish I specially prepared for you today. Before long, the news of you, the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family, engaging in an extramarital affair will circulate widely in Ning Ning. Do you enjoy the surprise I have prepared for you? Shin Jinin, you vile schemer. You despicable coward, how utterly shameless. Jiang Yuning, do not feign innocence, you have been playing a role all along, have you not? If I had not discovered the recording device you hid in my lounge, I would still be oblivious. You wish to gather evidence of my infidelity, so I shall preemptively release a wave of scandalous news for you. You scoundrel. Jiang Mengning, I advise you, instead of hurling insults at me, you should indulge in some intimate moments with him. Do not waste the potent concoction I have provided for you. You think you can challenge me, how utterly naive. Shin Jinin's chilling laughter echoed, his voice imbued with a sinister coldness. Shin Jinin, even if I descend into hell, I will drag you down with me, mark my words. I suppressed the fury within, articulating each word with precision. A silence ensued on the other end before I hung up. Zhou Chao approached me again, ensnaring me tightly in his embrace. I could feel his entire being radiating heat, beads of sweat forming on his brow as the veins in his forehead throbbed. I recognized he was exerting every ounce of restraint. Just a glance at him ignited a fire within me. Though I feigned composure, my ears burned crimson, and my breath quickened, threatening to spiral out of control. Ning Ning, I cannot hold back any longer. Zhou Chao's gaze darkened, his Adam's apple bobbing. In the next instant, he suddenly leaned in, grasping my chin, and captured my lips with his. A wave of electric sensation surged through me, causing my entire body to tremble uncontrollably. I closed my eyes, parting my lips to welcome his kiss. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door swung open and I lifted my dazed head to find Fu Yunting's piercing gaze fixed upon Zhou Chao and me, his expression forbidding. Chapter 38. Moving into Fu Yunting's residence, Zhou Chao was in a state of confusion, intoxicated and dazed, still pressing closely against me. The moment Fu Yunting appeared, I felt the effects of the alcohol dissipate significantly. My voice was hoarse and weak as I desperately attempted to explain the situation to him. Fu Yunting, you have finally arrived. Shin Jinin, take this gentleman to the restroom and splash some cold water on him to help him regain his senses. Fu Yunting interrupted me before I could finish. His voice was low and muffled, and his taut expression revealed no emotion. The two men behind him approached us directly, pulling Zhou Chao away from me and lifting him up. Where are you taking me? I want to stay with Ning Ning. Zhou Chao pouted, continuing to mutter as he was led away. Once he was out of earshot, Fu Yunting's expression softened. He approached me at a measured pace, squatting in front of me, his gaze complex. I feared he might scold me, unable to meet his eyes. There are reporters outside, do not move recklessly. In the next moment, he removed his suit jacket and draped it over my face, then lifted me effortlessly into his arms. The scent of warm, fragrant pine enveloped me, and I couldn't help but lean against him, greedily inhaling the aroma. As Fu Yunting carried me out of the restaurant, I heard the incessant clicking of cameras, flashes exploding around us. The atmosphere was chaotic, with a crowd clamoring for Fu Yunting's attention, eager to interview him. Lawyer Fu, who is the woman in your arms? Lawyer Fu, you have always kept your distance from women. Why the sudden intimacy? Is she your girlfriend? Lawyer Fu, please respond. Rumors suggest you have an unforgettable ex-girlfriend. Is this a case of emotional infidelity? Lawyer Fu, why are you covering this lady's face? Is her identity too sensitive to reveal? Surrounded by a throng of people, I felt Fu Yunting tighten his grip on me, and I instinctively wanted to peek out, but as soon as I moved, he pressed me back down into his jacket. You should be well aware that my primary profession is that of a lawyer. If you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you cease taking photographs. Fu Yunting's voice was calm yet undeniably assertive. The crowd fell silent in an instant. It was well known that Fu Yunting exuded a powerful aura, capable of commanding silence even amidst such chaos. I couldn't help but admire his control. Fu Yunting hastened towards the car, placing me inside. Once the cacophony of the outside world faded, I slowly emerged from the confines of the suit jacket. The partition in the car rose, and in the cramped space, I observed Fu Yunting sitting upright, his expression devoid of emotion, clad in a black shirt and tailored black trousers, with polished black leather shoes. He emanated an aura of somber elegance. He likely harbored displeasure towards me for causing trouble. I offered a faint smile, feigning nonchalance. Lawyer Fu, I apologize, it was my oversight that put you in this predicament. Understanding is one thing. I expect you to engage your mind in the future. Fu Yunting's lips parted slightly, devoid of any discernible emotion. I nodded vigorously, assuring him, understood, Lawyer Fu, I will be more cautious moving forward. During this time, refrain from contacting that Zhou Chao. Why? He is just my driver. Miss Chang, I must remind you that you are not yet divorced. If you wish to lose the case, feel free to proceed as you like. However, if you aim to win, do not leave any evidence for Shin Jinin. I understand. I must win against that scoundrel. Didn't he expect Miss Jiang to be so impatient? Lawyer Fu, how can you be so harsh with your words? We were both victims of Shin Jinin's schemes. Otherwise, how could we have been so confused? I see Miss Jiang appears to be enjoying herself. Fu Yunting leaned closer, and as I glanced up, I found myself ensnared by his profoundly deep gaze. In the confined space of the car, we were in close proximity, and I could feel his warm breath against my neck. The potent scent of male musk enveloped me. If Zhou Chao had ignited youthful excitement within me, Fu Yunting was a force of raw, magnetic allure. My face flushed, and the heat within me reignited, my heart racing, breaths becoming erratic and quick and unable to resist. I wrapped my arms around his waist, yearning to draw nearer. My fingers delicately traced the contours of his lips, and I leaned in, slowly closing my eyes, planting a gentle kiss upon his lips. Fu Yunting's gaze burned into me, and he did not push me away, an unspoken encouragement. Just as I was about to deepen the kiss, he suddenly pulled back forcefully. Miss Jiang, do you perceive me as some remedy for your physical desires? I will overlook your current state of disarray, but let this serve as a lesson. Do not indulge in alcohol with men carelessly. Fu Yunting had been so tender moments ago, and now he had changed his demeanor. Realization dawned upon me that he might have been teasing me. Embarrassment washed over me, prompting me to clear my throat awkwardly and avert my gaze. He tossed a bottle of water my way. Drink this to regain your clarity. I unscrewed the cap and gulped down most of it in one go. Fu Yunting's earlier sardonic remarks, combined with the water, helped diminish the heat coursing through me. Lawyer Fu, where are we headed? My voice trembled, revealing the tightness in my throat. To my home, Fu Yunting replied, sitting upright with a nonchalant tone. The oppressive atmosphere lightened considerably, and I questioned him, but why must I go to your home? Shen Jinan has uncovered all your little maneuvers. He is acutely aware that you possess evidence of his infidelity. Returning home would be akin to walking into a trap. Moreover, with the media swarming outside, my residence is the only safe haven. Staying there will facilitate our future communications regarding the case. But, Lawyer Fu, wouldn't it be inconvenient for me to stay at your place? I asked, my head bowed in unease. At this juncture, do away with the pleasantries. I previously mentioned that I would assist you. Our arrangement is mutually beneficial, so there is no need for apprehension. Fu Yunting lapsed into silence, leaving me with no choice but to comply. Before long, the car came to a smooth halt. I glanced outside to find myself at Lin City's most prestigious and private residential area, Lin Tingziyuan. This development had opened only a few years prior, and homes had been snatched up almost instantly. Residents here were either exceptionally wealthy or influential, and the developer was rumored to be quite prominent, albeit low-key and little-known. My father had considered purchasing a property here, but ultimately decided against it, reasoning that the homes under his name were sufficient. As I prepared to alight, Fu Yunting grasped my wrist and draped his suit jacket back over my head. His deep, resonant voice whispered in my ear, to avoid any disguised reporters outside, please endure this moment. After saying this, he once again lifted me from the car. Only after we descended the elevator did he remove the jacket from my head. Surveying my surroundings, I noted that the layout consisted of 2 units per floor. With a beep, Fu Yunting unlocked the door using his fingerprint, leading the way inside while holding the suit jacket. There's a pair of disposable slippers in the shoe cabinet. Please remember to change. Complying obediently, I retrieved the slippers from the entrance and neatly placed my shoes aside. As I surveyed the interior, which appeared to span approximately 300 square meters, I noted the cool-tone decor. The space, though empty, exuded an air of refined sophistication, revealing the owner's exquisite taste. The apartment was impeccably tidy, yet devoid of any signs of habitation. I mused that this must merely be one of his properties. Perhaps he had not resided here previously, opting instead to hire a cleaning service regularly. Fu Yunting lounged lazily on the sofa, reclining slightly with his legs crossed. Miss Jiang, why don't you go take a shower? Chapter 39. Manipulated by a scoundrel, a bath. I was momentarily taken aback, eyeing him warily. Fu Yunting suddenly rose, advancing towards me. Miss Jiang, do you stand here motionless, hoping I might assist you in bathing? No, I hastily waved my hands in refusal. Miss Jiang, you reek of alcohol, filling the room with its stench. Do you intend to sleep in such a foul state? Perhaps it was the drug Shen Jinan had administered that warped my thoughts, leading my mind astray. Fu Yunting's mere words jolted my senses back to clarity. Of course, I must bathe. I shall do so immediately. I replied awkwardly, forcing down the turmoil within, and made my way to the bathroom. The bathrobe in the bathroom was new, and I could change into it directly after my wash. Thank you, Lawyer Fu. After my bath, I felt the heat within me dissipate, and the effects of the alcohol had faded. Standing before the mirror, I scrutinized myself. The bathrobe, presumably Fu Yunting's size, was somewhat oversized for me, hanging loosely and ill-fitting. Upon returning to the living room, I found Fu Yunting standing on the balcony, engaged in a phone call. Hearing my approach, he glanced my way before redirecting his attention back to the conversation. Once he concluded the call, he appraised me with a gaze that bore complexity. Lawyer Fu, is something amiss? Before he could respond, my phone, nestled in my bag, began to ring incessantly. My eyelids flickered with a sudden premonition, and I opened the screen to find it was a call from Xiao Yu. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Yu's urgent voice came through. Sister, hurry and check Weibo for the posts. After hanging up, I swiftly opened Weibo, discovering Fu Yunting at the top of the trending list, with Zhou Chao and me following closely behind. The buzz surrounding Fu Yunting revolved entirely around a photograph of him embracing me outside the Futong restaurant, captured by reporters. Speculation ran rampant among media and netizens regarding my mysterious identity. Fu Yunting, a prominent figure in Lin City, had maintained a singular image of bachelorhood for years, even being dubbed its scandal repellent by journalists. Thus, his sudden appearance with an unknown woman whose face was obscured naturally incited a flurry of commentary and conjecture. The predominant sentiments among the public were curiosity, blessings, admiration, with a small fraction expressing heartbreak and sorrow. Scrolling further, I examined the trending topic about myself, only to find numerous photos depicting Zhou Chao and me in various affectionate poses. The clarity of the images so vivid one might mistake them for a magazine shoot. Though only the two of us were captured in these intimate moments, it was sufficient to ignite the imagination and define our relationship. Given Shen Jinan's modest upbringing and my affluent background, netizens speculated that I was ungrateful for my fortune, criticizing me for having such a good husband yet still being disloyal. I was labeled a debauched scion, unworthy of happiness. The tide of public opinion had turned overwhelmingly in support of Shen Jinan, with supposed insiders appearing in the comments to proclaim him a devoted man, while painting me as a shameless, immoral woman. As I read through the vile slurs directed at me, my fists clenched in anger. This post was clearly a scheme orchestrated by Shen Jinan, that scoundrel, truly a villain who plays the victim, turning the tables on me. Now, Shen Jinan had thrust me into the limelight, and even if I later revealed his infidelity, people's preconceived notions would allow him to shift the blame onto me. His cunning was impressive. I had to admit, I was no match for Shen Jinan's machinations. Lawyer Fu, what should I do now? This scoundrel Shen Jinan is scheming to slander me. I cannot let him get away with this. Fu Yunting's eyes darkened as he replied coolly, I have dispatched someone to trace the original source of the post. You need not worry, I will handle this matter. I could not allow him to treat me this way without any form of retaliation. I held evidence of his infidelity, and he could not slander me without consequence. I must unmask his facade and reveal the truth to everyone. Fu Yunting fixed his gaze upon me, stating earnestly, Miss Jiang, do not lose your composure. Should you choose to disclose the evidence now, it will only amplify the situation, causing the public to believe you are fabricating accusations against him to clear your name. The evidence you possess will lose its value, which is likely one of Shen Jinan's intentions. What am I to do then? Should I simply endure this? I suppressed my fury, my voice tinged with frustration. If you trust in my capabilities, follow my advice. Remain patient for the time being, continue gathering more evidence, and once you reclaim the Zheng family shares, we will address him accordingly. I will also find a way to have this post taken down. In a few days, the uproar will subside. I naturally trusted Fu Yunting's abilities, yet the thought of Shen Jinan ignited a seething rage within me. At that moment, I wished I could devour him whole to quell my fury. A small forbearance can lead to great strategies, Miss Jiang. I hope you can comprehend this principle. Fu Yunting's demeanor remained calm and unperturbed. My earlier agitation began to dissipate as I observed his composed countenance. Understood, Lawyer Fu, I have faith in you. It is getting late. You should retire to the master bedroom for some rest. Even the gravest matters can wait until tomorrow. I naturally spent the night in sleepless contemplation, devising strategies to confront the scoundrel Shen Jinan. The following morning, as I continued to slumber deeply, Zhou Chao called me. I apologize, I was inebriated yesterday, and only upon waking did I realize what transpired. It was my fault, I should not have acted that way towards you. I typically do not behave like this when drunk, Zhou Chao lamented, his voice laced with regret. It is not your fault. Yesterday was a trap meticulously laid by Shen Jinan. He drugged us in our drinks, intending to frame me for infidelity and secure an advantageous position for his divorce. Shen Jinan, that scoundrel. I am going to confront him right now. Zhou Chao's voice flared with rage at the other end of the line, ready to hang up and seek out Shen Jinan. Zhou Chao, Shen Jinan has likely anticipated your confrontation. He may intentionally provoke you into violence, which would thrust us back into the limelight. Such actions would only exacerbate the situation, skewing public sentiment further in his favor. Please, remain calm. After a night of reflection, I had regained my clarity and understood Fu Yunting's deeper intentions. He truly was a paragon in the legal profession, handling matters with poise and balance. What shall we do then? Allow him to frame us without consequence? Zhou Chao inquired, his agitation evident. Since Shen Jinan has included you in his schemes, it implies he remains unaware of your relationship with Zhou Boxiong. He is merely digging his own grave, oblivious to the fact that he has offended a crucial partner of the Zheng family, Zhou Boxiong. I paused, delivering my response with significant weight. Chapter 40, Are they friends or foes? I have no desire to entangle myself with him. Zhou Chao's resolve was unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. His reaction was entirely within my expectations. Zhou Boxiong was a man of considerable strength, and I had indeed contemplated leveraging the connection between Zhou Chao and Zhou Boxiong to strike at Shen Jinan. However, now that Zhou Chao and I had forged a friendship, I naturally felt compelled to respect his thoughts and stance. Since you are unwilling, I certainly will not pursue him. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, and then Zhou Chao spoke softly. I apologize, I truly wish to assist you, but I genuinely do not want to become embroiled with the Zhou family. I could understand. I would think of alternative solutions. Although Zhou Boxiong's support would undoubtedly smooth my path of revenge, I was not entirely without options. Zhou Chao's voice grew subdued as he began. Zhou Boxiong is not as loyal as the outside world claims. It was he who pursued my mother back in the day, but after they were together, he faced vehement opposition from the Zhou family. Initially, he did abandon everything to elope with my mother, but soon after, he regretted it. Later, he left my mother, who was then pregnant, to return to the Zhou family, and hastily became engaged to the Qis, who were a more suitable match. This was primarily due to the grave illness of the matriarch of the Zhou family and the intense internal strife, which delayed their wedding. It was only after he secured his position at the helm of the Zhou group that the Qis consented to the union. Zhou Chao's tone was heavy, as if he was struggling to control his emotions. He paused before continuing, my mother, having given birth to me out of wedlock, faced public scorn, which compelled her to leave her hometown. She raised me alone, juggling work and caregiving, which made life exceedingly difficult. Eventually, in a moment of desperation, she reached out to Zhou Boxiong for assistance, but he callously rejected her. Rejected? I asked, my curiosity piqued. He said he was married and instructed my mother not to contact him again, Zhou Chao replied with unwavering conviction. Then why did he seek you out? I mused, sensing that he was not merely putting on a show. From what I had observed during my last encounter with him at the hospital, he seemed genuinely intent on having you acknowledge your heritage. Zhou Chao scoffed, his voice icy. I cannot say for certain. Regardless, he does not truly love me, his intentions towards us must be ulterior. It was no surprise that Zhou Chao held such a stance towards Zhou Boxiong. The chill of long-standing resentment was not born overnight. Having witnessed so much, I had come to see many truths. Sometimes, even what we see is not reality. If I had not already faced death once, I would never have believed that Shen Jinan's gentle affection was merely a facade. Moreover, a man like Zhou Boxiong, who could rise above the brutal family feuds, likely harbored no genuine feelings, only self-interest. The most difficult thing to confront in this world, aside from the sun, is the human heart. Both of us were lost in our thoughts, enveloped in silence. After a lengthy pause, I finally ended the call. Venting my feelings seemed futile, yet it did offer a measure of relief, reassuring me that not all individuals in this world are driven solely by self-interest. There are still trustworthy friends. No sooner had I hung up with Zhou Chao than Lin Xing's call came through. The moment I answered, she bombarded me with questions. Ning Ning, what is going on with the news? Who is that Zhou Chao? Is this a trap set by Shen Jinan? Which question do you want me to answer first? I replied, anticipating Lin Xing's inquiry. Unlike yesterday, my emotions had calmed considerably, and I responded to her with a composed demeanor. You sound remarkably calm, and your spirits don't seem too dampened. Truly, you are my sister. Well done, Ning Ning. I retorted coldly. Lin Xing, while I may appear composed, I have long since harbored deep resentment towards that scoundrel. I wish I could chop him into pieces. Ning Ning, remain calm. It is not worth it to land yourself in jail over such a wretch. We still have our youth and bright futures ahead of us. By the way, how did you come to know Zhou Chao? He is even more handsome than a movie star. Considering that, you might just come out ahead. Are you still fixating on that? Your glee is so evident that I genuinely question whether you are my friend or Shen Jinan's. Of course, I am your friend. I merely wish to lighten the mood. Yet, Zhou Chao is undeniably handsome. Since you were set to divorce, you might as well consider him. You wouldn't be at a loss. Lin Xing teased playfully. Is this going to go on forever? I am already overwhelmed and have no time for your jokes. Lin Xing cleared her throat and adopted a more serious tone. Ning Ning, I call to tell you that you need not fear at any time. Even if the entire world turns its back on you, I am willing to stand against the world for your sake. I must go now. I need to continue tackling those trolls for you. Upon hearing Lin Xing's words, warmth surged within me, and my eyes glistened with unshed tears. I felt a twinge of shame for my earlier doubts about her. After a moment of silence, I softly replied, Lin Xing, thank you. How sentimental. Hang up now. After Lin Xing ended the call, I gazed at my phone, which was cluttered with missed calls and messages, feeling somewhat agitated. They were not here out of genuine concern, they merely sought to satiate their curiosity under the guise of caring. As I scrolled through the unread messages, intending to delete them all, one in particular caught my eye, prompting me to open it swiftly. I am Li Mutong. If you see this message, please contact me, I can help you. I recall Shen Jinan mentioning that Li Mutong was Song Si's mistress and that during our first encounter, she had been quite hostile towards me. However, upon reflection, this was but one side of Shen Jinan's narrative. Whether she was a friend or foe could only be determined after communication. I dialed the number from the message, and once connected, Li Mutong spoke in a hushed tone, I have time at noon. Let's meet and talk. She was likely at work, given the constraints in her voice. Meet, until I ascertain whether you are friend or foe. I remain cautious. What do you mean by helping me? You are Shen Jinan's subordinate, why would you assist me, and why should I trust you? Miss Jiang, as a woman, who would willingly become a mistress to someone who could be her father? I was merely a victim of circumstances. You should now understand who is to blame. My eyes flickered with understanding as I responded decisively, where shall we meet at noon? At the Lanhua CAF, room 216, at 12:30 sharp, Miss Jiang. I expect to see you. After ending the call, I glanced at the time. I had an hour until my appointment with Li Mutong. I rose and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Once I finished, I looked into the mirror. My eyes were sunken, my complexion pale, and I appeared significantly thinner than before. I silently reminded myself, Jiang Yuning, you must not yield so easily. Especially in these trying times, you must embody resilience. I then applied a vibrant makeup look, accentuating my lips with a bolder edit. It suddenly struck me that I was still in my nightgown, and I hurried to search for the outfit I had worn yesterday, but after scouring both my room and the bathroom, I found no trace of my clothing. I had no choice but to call Fu Yunting. Lawyer Fu, could you tell me where my clothes are? I threw them away, Fu Yunting replied nonchalantly. Threw them away? How am I supposed to go out now? I frowned, raising my voice slightly. Your clothes reeked of alcohol. Naturally, I had to dispose of them. Miss Jiang, I have a mild case of obsessive cleanliness, and given that I brought you home smelling of liquor, you have no grounds for complaint. You have a cleanliness obsession, yet you kissed me yesterday, you rogue. If it weren't for your invitation, I wouldn't have come at all. Chapter 41 The Secrets of the Wardrobe. This phrase was naturally spoken in my heart. At this critical juncture, I still hoped he would assist me in winning the lawsuit, so I certainly dared not offend him. With a slightly solemn expression, I inquired, what should I wear to go out? Go out, at such a time, Miss Jiang still has the inclination to step outside. Fu Yunting's words dripped with sarcasm. If I could not overcome such a trivial hurdle, then I need not take over the Jiang group in the future. I replied with a calm demeanor, the bedroom adjacent to yours has a wardrobe filled with new clothes. You may choose something to wear. I am currently in a meeting, so refrain from calling me about these trivial matters in the future, as it wastes my time. Following this, the sound of a dispassionate dial tone echoed through the phone. I rolled my eyes at the device, murmuring to myself, you still have time to mock me while in a meeting, Fu Yunting. Do you truly see yourself as a domineering CEO? Declining calls for such trifles, are you the nation's leader, with a grand air about you? If not for my current need of you, I would truly wish to retort. Reflecting on our meeting at noon, I did not linger any longer. I hastily made my way to the wardrobe, and upon opening the door, I was momentarily taken aback. The left side of the closet showcased an array of meticulously arranged high-fashion runway pieces in haute couture. The right side was adorned with a wall of various designer handbags, many of which were highly sought-after limited editions. In the center stood a dazzling jewelry cabinet. Fu Yunting was indeed ostentatiously wealthy. Although I was born into a wealthy family and had been raised in luxury, my family's collection of bags and jewelry could not even compare to a third of what was displayed here. My first thought was, does being a lawyer earn one this much? Secondly, as far as I knew, Fu Yunting did not have a girlfriend, so who were all these designer bags, clothes, and jewelry for? Could they possibly be for his rumored ex-girlfriend? My womaness intuition suggested I was not mistaken. Fu Yunting was indeed quite sentimental, for he could not possibly be purchasing these for himself. He wasn't that peculiar. He was indeed, as I had surmised, a restrained yet passionate man, presenting an aloof facade while harboring deep affection beneath. Thinking of my own calculative marriage, I suddenly envied his ex-girlfriend, cherished by someone with such fervent love. I could not afford to ponder further. I intended to select an outfit from the wardrobe that closely matched my size. Fortunately, his ex-girlfriend's measurements should be similar to mine, as each outfit seemed tailored for me, fitting perfectly. I chose a slightly alluring ensemble that complemented my makeup, donned a hat and sunglasses, and then swiftly exited. As I stepped out of the elevator, a troubling realization struck me. This was a high-end community, expansive and distanced from the bustling city center. I quietly calculated that if I walked out of the community to hail a cab, it would likely take an hour, rendering my meeting with Li Mutong futile. Just as I was fretting, a silver-gray Porsche appeared before me. The window rolled down swiftly, revealing a man who appeared to be around my age. His eyes crinkled with a smile as he lazily spoke, "Beauty, where are you headed? I can give you a ride." Not recognizing him, and seeing his nonchalant demeanor, I chose not to accept his offer. Ignoring him, I walked past his car, hoping to find another vehicle to hail. The man's car followed closely behind, and he enthusiastically called out, "Beauty, I'm just trying to help you out. You really want to find a cab here?" When he noticed my silence, he continued, "Moreover, the residents here are all cold-hearted elites. You won't find anyone as warm-hearted as me. If you miss this chance, you'll regret it." I turned and glanced at him, replying coolly, "I do not know you. I have already stated that I do not need a ride. If you continue to follow me, I will have to report you for harassment." I raised my phone, speaking with irritation. "Go ahead and report me. I don't believe that in this day and age, a well-meaning person like me could be imprisoned for just trying to help. I've lived this long without knowing what jail food tastes like. Perhaps you can send me there for a taste." He chuckled derisively, teasing me. I shot him a glare and prepared to dial. Noticing this, he laughed softly. "What a troublesome task Fu Yunting has assigned me. I won't be getting myself into trouble next time." "Fu Yunting, you know him? Did he send you to pick me up?" I scrutinized him, the words slipping out. He offered me a helpless smile. "Miss Jiang, you can come aboard now." "So Fu Yunting really did send you?" I inquired, my expression cautious. "Of course, otherwise, in broad daylight, do you really think I'm here to flirt with you? Hurry and get in, I have a date to attend after dropping you off." He waved me over impatiently. "I apologize for my earlier confusion, thank you for your assistance." I was in a hurry to meet Li Mutong and, without further hesitation, climbed into the car. After providing him with the address, he started the engine. After a moment of silence, he bit his lip slightly and casually remarked, "This is the first time I've been mistaken for a rogue, and while I may not be as handsome as Fu Yunting, I consider myself presentable enough, Miss Jiang. Do I seem like a man who lacks female company?" His name was Song Chi. I discreetly assessed him. His attire was indicative of wealth, and I realized he was the infamous second-generation rich kid, the subject of numerous rumors. No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar. His reputation in the social circle was less than stellar. Having spent years abroad, he had only recently returned, stirring up trouble with fights and flings, making him a topic of much gossip. Although I seldom attended socialite gatherings since my marriage, his notoriety had made him somewhat known to me. In terms of looks, he was indeed attractive, but his frivolous demeanor made it easy for others to perceive him as a rogue with ill intentions. I could not voice this directly, so I smiled slightly and expressed, "You certainly do not appear to be lacking in female attention. I apologize for my earlier overthinking." Song Chi's gaze lingered on me for a few seconds, and he replied nonchalantly, "Miss Jiang, do you plan to wear your sunglasses and hat in the car as well? You may not be aware, but I'm currently embroiled in a scandal. For safety's sake, I'll keep them on. This is beneficial for you as well, to avoid being implicated." Upon hearing this, Song-chi chuckled lightly, his tone casual. You mean the affair that's causing quite a stir? It is indeed making waves, but I'm not worried. I've never lacked for rumors. I did not cheat. I was set up by Shinjinin, I replied earnestly, adjusting my hat to shield my face. Internally, I mused that I should be more cautious to avoid being photographed with someone like him, as that would only complicate matters further. Of course, I understand that Miss Jiang need not be overly agitated. Upon hearing this, he raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was surprising that he and Fu Yunting were friends. One was a frivolous rich heir full of scandals, while the other was a shrewd individual devoid of gossip. I never expected such contrasting personalities to associate. Miss Jiang, you've been quite silent. What are you pondering? He asked, amusement evident in his voice. Nothing much, I replied. I suppose you're wondering how someone like me could be connected to Fu Yunting. How did you know? I asked, somewhat taken aback. What's so surprising? Everyone around me thinks the same. It's not hard to guess. They believe someone like Fu Yunting should be friends with exemplary individuals like my brother, not someone like me. He spoke with a light tone, dragging out the last word. You truly have a knack for humor. This is the first time I've heard someone refer to themselves as a rogue. I simply am, just stating the truth. To speak the truth is a virtue many lack nowadays, and your self-deprecating humor at least shows an open mind. With so many admirable qualities, why belittle yourself? Song-chi fell silent, and a brief stillness enveloped the air. After expressing my thoughts, I felt a pang of regret, realizing I had been somewhat loquacious, given that this was our first meeting. After a moment of silence, Song-chi chuckled softly. Thank you, you are the first person to compliment me. Has Fu Yunting never praised you? Chapter 42 United in resentment. Upon hearing my words, Song-chi scoffed coldly, remarking, you should be somewhat familiar with Fu Yunting. Just look at that expressionless face of his. Does it seem like he is capable of offering compliments? For a prominent lawyer like him, merely refraining from cursing is already commendable. Indeed, Fu Yunting possesses remarkable eloquence, which undoubtedly contributes to his prowess in the courtroom. I found myself uttering insincere platitudes to it. Appears that Miss Jiang lacks the virtue of candidness that I possess. With a relaxed demeanor, Song-chi raised an eyebrow and spoke nonchalantly. I felt a flush creep to my cheeks as I stammered an explanation. You are friends, so naturally, you can say whatever you like. I am currently counting on Lawyer Fu to assist me in winning my case, so I dare not speak ill of him. But he is always clear about the distinction between personal and professional matters, and I assure you, I will not disclose anything to him. We can freely jest about him, treating it as mere banter to lighten the mood. I am not particularly acquainted with Lawyer Fu, and given his exceptional professional competence as my divorce lawyer, I truly have little to criticize. I offered him a sheepish smile. Let me give you an example of Fu Yunting had a crush on a girl when he was merely 10 years old, and he has remained devoted to her ever since. Isn't that a worthy topic for jest? It's simply too romantic. He seems incapable of seeing anyone else, and I genuinely admire him for it. Song-chi's lips curled into a smile as he leisurely continued. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. 10 years old, at that age, I was still playing with Princess Castle toys. Fu Yunting's early maturity is indeed striking point. 10 years old, clearly, Lawyer Fu was profoundly devoted, and this hardly qualifies as a flaw. It is, in fact, a commendable trait. I chuckled lightly, offering a dismissive response. Miss Jiang, your approach lacks excitement. Where is the promised mockery? Your demeanor risks rendering our conversation mundane. I shifted my gaze slightly, following his train of thought, and added, today, in Fu Yunting's wardrobe, I discovered an abundance of designer women's clothing and handbags. According to your earlier assertion, these must be intended for the girl he fancies. Song-chi fell silent for a moment, contemplating my words. I have never ventured into his wardrobe. It is typically a private sanctuary for him, off-limits to outsiders. However, today, Lawyer Fu allowed me entry. I expressed my puzzlement, my thoughts spilling forth. For Song-chi cast me a knowing glance, remaining silent thereafter. Please do not misunderstand, my visit to the wardrobe was prompted by the fact that my clothes were discarded by Lawyer Fu, which is why he permitted me to select an outfit from there. Clearly, Fu Yunting holds Miss Jiang in high regard, Song-chi remarked, a teasing smile playing on his lips, as if he were on the verge of revealing something significant. I sensed a deeper meaning in his words, but I dismissed it as a misunderstanding. Aside from the wardrobe, Fu Yunting's residence contained no other women's clothing, which justified his allowing me access to the wardrobe. After all, it was only fair since my clothes had been carelessly discarded. Before I could clarify my thoughts to Song-chi, he halted the car by the roadside. I glanced out the window. We had arrived at our destination. I thanked him and stepped out. Just as I took a few steps, Song-chi called out to me. He shed his previously carefree demeanor, adopting a serious expression. Miss Jiang, I must say, despite Fu Yunting's cold exterior, he possesses a warm heart. He is remarkably devoted, without any vices, astute in financial matters, and quite handsome, truly a man of perfection. Being his wife would surely bring happiness. Upon finishing his statement, he winked at me with a playful grin. I was somewhat bewildered. Was he attempting to endorse Fu Yunting to me? It seemed he had misunderstood my intentions. Just as I prepared to clarify, his phone rang at an opportune moment. He glanced at the screen, his expression brightening as he raised an eyebrow at me. I have a date. Farewell, Miss Jiang. With that, his car sped away. I checked the time. It was precisely when I was to meet Li Mutong. I hurried into the CAF and, guided by the waiter, made my way to room 216. Upon pushing the door open, I found Li Mutong already present. She stood up upon seeing me, greeting me with a polite smile. Miss Jiang, what would you like to drink? I'm not thirsty. Let us proceed directly to business, I replied, taking a seat opposite her, my tone gentle as I delved into the matter at hand. She settled down and spoke softly. The purpose of my visit today is to join forces in tearing apart the deceitful men and women. The deceitful man you refer to must be Shinjinin. Who, then, is the deceitful woman you speak of? Naturally, it is Chun Yao. I am well aware of the inappropriate relationship between her and Shinjinin. She is not only his mistress and secretary but also his strategist, orchestrating many of his schemes. My current predicament is largely due to her machinations, Li Mutong said, her voice laced with bitterness. However, how can I be certain that you are not a spy sent by Shinjinin? After all, he is notoriously cunning, and I must remain vigilant. I raised an eyebrow, maintaining a watchful gaze on her. I understand your concerns. I have been employed at Zhang's group for a year, and my decision to work under Shinjinin was to gather evidence of his crimes. I possess incriminating evidence of his collusion with Chen Yao in embezzling company assets and misappropriation of duties, securely stored on a USB drive that I intend to hand over to you. Li Mutong's tone was calm, her eyes steady. After a moment of silence, I scrutinized her and spoke softly. Why would you choose to entrust this evidence to me, especially since I have yet to divorce Shinjinin? We are, in a sense, allies of convenience, and you must fear that I might destroy this evidence. You would not, for your hatred for them surpasses mine, Li Mutong asserted, her gaze unwavering. Are you so certain? After all, we are not well acquainted. I have overheard conversations between Shinjinin and Chen Yao, and I know you are investigating him. Moreover, during your last visit to the company, your actions revealed your awareness of his infidelity, yet you maintained an appearance of affection. As a fellow woman, I discern that you harbor no love for him. Given how he has wronged you, you would not easily forgive him. I pondered her words for a moment, then replied coolly, so, your initial antagonism towards me was a tactic to convince Chen Yao that you would not ally with me. Furthermore, your previous greeting was a deliberate attempt to prevent Shinjinin and Chen Yao from discovering your true intentions, allowing you to maintain the facade of ignorance and lower his guard. Li Mutong chuckled softly. Indeed, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Between you and him, I naturally hope you can gain the upper hand. I returned her knowing smile, resolutely stating, you have not miscalculated this time. I will not let them off the hook. I will ensure they face disgrace and lose everything. Miss Jiang, I eagerly await your actions. For someone like me, who feels hopeless in life, avenging them has become my sole obsession and motivation to carry on. I am acutely aware of my insignificant status, and as a commoner, I cannot ignite any flames of change. Thus, I entrust this matter entirely to you. Li Mutong's lips curled into a bittersweet smile, her expression tinged with sorrow. Although we had met only a few times, she had always presented herself as a polished, urban woman. This was the first time I had witnessed her in such a vulnerable state. Perhaps this was the authentic self behind her mask. Feeling a pang of empathy, I softly reassured her, you are still young, the future is bright, do not succumb to despair. She nodded thoughtfully, and I sensed that they were beginning to take notice of me. To be safe, I entrusted the USB drive to a friend, who would contact her within 3 days. I must return to work now. I shall take my leave. After saying this, Li Mutong rose to bid farewell. She had taken only a few steps when she turned back, her gaze lingering on me. Miss Jiang, should you succeed in this endeavor, please inform me, are you familiar with hyacinths? Their floral language signifies victory and rebirth, symbolizing the act of forgetting past sorrows and beginning anew in love. Chapter 43 A Clash of Wits. I raised my gaze to meet Li Mutong's eyes. Her expression was serene, yet there lingered a subtle, inscrutable emotion within her depths. I was perplexed as to why she suddenly brought up flowers. Her words seemed utterly nonsensical and ill-timed. Fixating on her, I maintained a calm demeanor and remarked, regardless of who prevails in the lawsuit between myself and Shinjianan, it is certain that we will both become the focal point of media attention in Lin City, and you will undoubtedly be among the first to know. Li Mutong offered me a faint smile, though her lips curled in mirth. I discerned a hint of desolation and helplessness in her grin. Miss Jiang, I wish you the best of luck. Her eyes darkened as she uttered those words and then departed. Once she was gone, I prepared to hail a cab back to Fu Yunting's residence, only to realize I was oblivious to the security code for his door, and I also lacked the access card for the elevator. Glancing at the time, I surmised that Fu Yunting was likely still taking his afternoon rest, and so I dialed his number. Lawyer Fu, I am unaware of the password for your door lock, and I do not possess the access card. As soon as the call connected, I cut to the chase to avoid him reproaching me for wasting his precious time. Come to Juanha and find me. His tone was indifferent. After delivering this sentence, he promptly hung up. Is your mouth on loan? I retorted, my voice tinged with displeasure, yet, after venting my frustrations, I descended to the ground floor and prepared to catch a taxi directly to the Juanha law firm. As I departed the CAF, I made sure to bring him a few cups of coffee and a selection of snacks. Upon my arrival at the Juanha law firm, the young receptionist greeted me with a polite smile. Miss Jiang, Lawyer Fu has already been informed of your arrival. He instructed you to go directly to his office. I returned her smile and made my way to the elevator. Once I stepped out, I headed straight for Fu Yunting's office. The door was slightly ajar, and just as I was about to knock, I heard a woman's sultry voice wafting from within. Lawyer Fu, I've been trying to schedule an appointment with you for ages, and since I couldn't, I had to come in person. Would you do me the honor of dining together this evening, given my sincere intentions? Standing there with my belongings, I contemplated whether to knock or not. After a moment's silence, I decided against entering, fearing he might scold me again for interrupting his affairs, as he had done previously. Just as I was about to retreat to the lounge, Fu Yunting's cold voice floated out. Miss Jiang, what are you waiting for outside? Please, come in. My brows furrowed slightly. It appeared he intended to use me as a shield. Pausing for a moment, I forced a smile and pushed the door open. What greeted my eyes was Fu Yunting's frosty countenance alongside a tall, alluring woman, her form half leaning against the desk. The woman was positioned quite close to Fu Yunting. Had I not entered, her figure would soon have been pressing against him. Upon noticing my arrival, the sultry beauty cast a piercing glance my way, her expression swiftly shifting to one of reluctance as she straightened her posture. I couldn't help but marvel at her enviable figure. As a fellow woman, I glanced at my own somewhat flat physique and felt a pang of inadequacy. Fu Yunting's perpetual ice-cold demeanor was indeed captivating, but it was a pity he always presented himself as an impenetrable fortress, leaving me to wonder whether his heart was truly devoted or if he simply lacked the capacity for affection. I awkwardly raised the coffee in my hand and chuckled lightly. Would you care for a cup of coffee? She scrutinized me with an assertive tone. Thank you, but I only drink hand-ground coffee. Naturally, I had purchased hand-ground coffee, and I raised an eyebrow, silently grating her on her pretentiousness. Miss Jiang, you are late. I have a meeting later, and I can only spare you 10 minutes to present your case. Fu Yunting glanced at his watch, his tone casual. He was clearly utilizing me to usher the other woman out, and I comprehended his intentions immediately. I apologize, Lawyer Fu. I was caught in traffic on the way here. I will present the case now, but what about this lady? I hesitated, glancing at her, sensing the futility of lingering any longer. She gracefully bid farewell to Fu Yunting, and I could distinctly perceive her resentment and sorrow in that moment. Before leaving, she did not forget to cast a flirtatious glance at him, saying meaningfully, Lawyer Fu, I shall return. The moment she departed, I placed the carefully packaged coffee and snacks on his desk. Lawyer Fu, I just came from the CAF and thought to bring you some coffee and snacks. As I was unsure of your preferences, I brought a variety for you to choose from. Fu Yunting's sharp gaze met mine, his voice icy. Do you believe me to be particular? Well, it seems quite evident, does it not? I thought to myself, though I would never voice such sentiments aloud. I offered him a gentle smile. Of course not, I simply did not know your taste, so I bought a few options. Then I shall thank you. Since I am representing Miss Jiang in her case, I will exert my utmost effort. In the future, such trivial matters need not trouble you, Miss Jiang. Fu Yunting took one of the cups of coffee, took a delicate sip, and remarked nonchalantly. I nodded with a smile, instinctively gazing at him, only to find our eyes locking. His dark, cool gaze scrutinized me, unyielding and direct, with an air of examination. He paused for a moment before speaking. How does this outfit suit you? I had anticipated a compliment, so I smiled and inquired, but he merely added in a flat tone, a waist. My smile faltered instantly. It was clear that he was incapable of uttering a kind word. Perhaps only Song Chi truly understood him. It was a miracle he refrained from insulting others, and expecting him to offer praise was nothing short of a dream. I shot him an irritated look and replied, this outfit was a gift from Lawyer Fu to his beloved. Naturally, it would be displeasing to your eyes on my frame. I shall head to the mall shortly to purchase a few new outfits and will return this one for dry cleaning. Fu Yunting replied dispassionately, no need. Since you have already worn it, consider it a gift, a compensation for the attire I discarded yesterday. That won't do. I am well aware of the price of this garment. I despise taking advantage of others and certainly do not wish to owe anyone anything. Fu Yunting's eyes darkened, and he fell silent. Lawyer Fu, how shall I return home later? I opted to steer clear of further conversation and got straight to the point. Return home? Fu Yunting's expression softened somewhat as he regarded me, his eyes betraying a hint of emotion I could not decipher. I was unsure what I had said to provoke such a look from him. My mind raced, and suddenly I realized I had misspoken. Hastily correcting myself, I meant to say, how shall I return to your home? Lawyers truly are adept at parsing language. Fu Yunting's demeanor reverted to its previous chilliness as he replied, Miss Jiang, a single word can lead to a world of difference. It was as though he could read my thoughts. My every sentiment was laid bare before him, leaving me feeling utterly exposed and uncomfortable. How then shall I return to Lawyer Fu's residence? Miss Jiang, why not wait until I finish work and we can return home together? Very well, I shall await Lawyer Fu to return home with you. I responded casually, placing emphasis on the last three words. With nothing better to do, I felt a sudden urge to challenge him. After all, he had just been nitpicking my words, yet he was careless with his OWN. It was a clear case of double standards. Miss Jiang, you're quite the quick learner. Have you considered being my assistant? Lawyer Fu, I am not a law student, you overestimate me. Fu Yunting regarded me with a calm gaze and added, Miss Jiang, I am referring to a life assistant, someone to make tea, run errands, and handle miscellaneous tasks. Miscellaneous tasks? I shot him a sidelong glance, disdain evident in my retort. Lawyer Fu, the best beauty treatment for you would be to remain silent. Chapter 44. Is she dead? The atmosphere hung in a tense silence for a few moments, during which Fu Yunting lightly curved his lips, his gaze calm as it rested upon me. I live to please myself, rather than being ensnared by the opinions of others, Miss Jiang. Let this sentiment be our mutual encouragement. His words rang true. We ought not to be overly concerned with the judgments of others. With a mere phrase, he had effectively brought me back to reality. In matters of conversation, I truly was no match for Fu Yunting. Meeting his gaze, I felt a wave of discomfort wash over me as I bit my lip. You still have work to attend to this afternoon. I was just thinking of heading to the mall to purchase a few outfits. Perhaps after you finish your shift, we could return to your home together. I wish to avoid any further confrontation with him, seeking an expedient excuse to leave this place. Miss Jiang, you possess quite the audacity. Given your current predicament, you still have the presence of mind to shop for clothes. In my humble opinion, it would be wise for you to lay low for the time being. Lawyer Fu, did you not state your intention to assist me in addressing this matter? How is the situation progressing? Miss Jiang, when the time is ripe, you shall be informed. For now, you may take a moment in the lounge of my office. I will endeavor to finish work early today. Fu Yunting gestured with his finger, and understanding his resolute nature, I knew that I had to abide by his directives as I still relied on him. Then I must apologize for the trouble, Lawyer Fu. I smiled politely at him before stepping into the lounge of his office. It must be said that Fu Yunting placed great emphasis on the quality of his surroundings. Even the decor of the lounge exuded style. The lounge was well equipped and remarkably tidy. I noticed that the bed was not a double, but a single one, and beside it stood a bookshelf filled with an array of legal texts. I couldn't help but reflect on how this contrasted with the differences between him and Shinjin and bored. I casually pulled a book from the shelf to peruse. The densely packed text seemed tedious, and I soon lost interest. Just as I was returning the book to its original place, I caught sight of a book titled The Straw House tucked away on the side. Curiously, I picked it up and flipped through its pages. Though it was well preserved beneath a plastic cover, it was evident that it had some age to it. Had I not removed the previous book, I would never have discovered this one. It appeared rather out of place among the others on the shelf, which explained why Fu Yunting had concealed it there. Suddenly, a memory stirred within me. My mother had gifted me a similar book in my childhood, expressing her hope that I would embody the protagonist's strength, courage, and hope in facing life. I recalled giving that book to a little boy my age during a family gathering, who sat alone in the garden, tears streaming down his face for reasons I could not ascertain. I shared the protagonist's tale with him and offered him the book that seemed like an eternity ago. All I remembered was that he was an exceptionally handsome little boy, his eyes shimmering with tears as he smiled brightly at me. Replacing the book on the shelf, I settled onto the sofa in the lounge, faintly hearing the hushed conversations emanating from Fu Yunting's office. The lounge was adequately soundproofed, so the words were not entirely discernible, yet I could clearly sense Fu Yunting's commanding presence, as he spoke with fervor. I couldn't help but mutter to myself. He spoke with brevity when addressing me about the case, yet elaborated extensively when dealing with others. Such a double standard. My eyelids grew heavy, and I gradually succumbed to slumber. When I next opened my eyes, I found myself lying on the bed, a blanket draped over me. My brow furrowed slightly. It must have been Fu Yunting who covered me. Checking the time on my phone, I saw it was already past 5 in the afternoon. I had slept for nearly 3 hours, perhaps due to my lack of rest the previous night, resulting in an unusually deep sleep. With a satisfied stretch, I stood and folded the blanket neatly, placing it back on the bed. Adjusting my somewhat wrinkled clothing, I leaned against the doorframe, listening for any sounds outside. Hearing none, I gently nudged the door open and saw Fu Yunting still diligently working at his desk, with no one else around. I stepped out cautiously. Lawyer Fu, thank you for covering me with the blanket and laying me down. Miss Jiang, you slept soundly. I intended to wake you, but you didn't stir at all. Thanks to your slumber, I managed to resolve another case. Fu Yunting's gaze lingered on me for a moment before he closed the file in his hands, rose, donned his jacket from the back of the chair, and walked purposefully toward the exit. Are we heading back now, Lawyer Fu? I asked, still groggy and slightly confused. Is there any other plan, Miss Jiang? Do you intend to continue sleeping in my lounge? Fu Yunting fixed his gaze on me, his lips pressed into a thin line, his tone casual yet pointed. And no. He continued walking without further comment, and I hurried to catch up with him. Once outside the law firm, he instructed me to wait as he went to retrieve his car. This time, he was not driving his usual vehicle. Instead, he arrived in a new Mercedes S500, the interior looking pristine, suggesting it was freshly acquired. Leaning back in his seat, he spoke nonchalantly. I wonder if Miss Jiang knows how to cook. I can manage, though I wouldn't say I'm an expert. Why do you ask, Lawyer Fu? Given your current circumstances, it would be prudent for us to dine at home. You shall prepare dinner. Fu Yunting was unwavering in his decisions, and I could only nod in agreement. He first drove us to the supermarket, and I waited in the car as he quickly returned with 2 large shopping bags filled to the brim. When we arrived at his home, darkness had already enveloped the sky, and Fu Yunting headed straight to his study to attend to paperwork, seemingly disinterested in assisting me. Struggling with the heavy bags, I made my way to the kitchen and sorted the ingredients, placing them in his refrigerator, which previously contained only water and beer but now appeared to be stocked like a proper home. Fu Yunting's purchases were comprehensive, including vegetables, meats, and various condiments. Although his kitchen was well equipped, it appeared unused, as though he seldom cooked. With my apron tied securely, I began to prepare the meal. Once I had set the food on the table, Fu Yunting emerged from his study. The spread was a feast for the eyes, enticing in both aroma and appearance. I felt quite satisfied with my culinary efforts and called him over to join me. He approached the table leisurely, surveying the array of dishes with a raised eyebrow. Who would have thought that Miss Jiang, a young lady from a wealthy family, possessed such culinary skills? Receiving praise from him was a rarity, and I smiled slightly, replying nonchalantly, Shinjinan's mother often made things difficult for me, so my cooking skills have improved considerably. Fu Yunting's expression darkened, his voice turning cold. Let us eat first. Afterward, I will discuss Shinjinan with you. At the mention of Shinjinan, my appetite waned, though Fu Yunting seemed to eat with gusto, finishing a fair amount. As we dined, Fu Yunting's phone rang, likely an important call. He set down his chopsticks and stepped out to the balcony to answer it. Upon returning, I noticed a shadow over his eyes, his demeanor solemn as he regarded me. After a moment of silence, he spoke gravely. Just now, Li Mutong was killed in a car accident. Chapter 45. So, are you considering supporting me financially? I stood frozen, my mind a blank canvas. My mouth hung slightly open, and after a prolonged moment of shock, I finally regained my senses and stammered, Li Mutong is dead? How is that possible? I saw her just this afternoon. Just moments ago, there had been a serious car accident on Songjiang Road where two vehicles collided. The other driver was severely injured and in a deep coma, currently lying in the ICU, while Li Mutong tragically died on the spot. Fu Yunting delivered this news to me word by word. I was so taken aback that I sank into the chair behind me, my eyes wide with disbelief as I murmured, how could this be? She was standing right in front of me at noon, telling me to remember to inform her when I won. Suddenly, I recalled her desolate and helpless expression from earlier, as well as her mention of hyacinths, and it all clicked into place. No wonder she had said that. Perhaps she had known all along that her fate was sealed. She must have wanted me to visit her grave with a bouquet of hyacinths after I won the lawsuit. My lips trembled, my gaze vacant, and my mind was a chaotic tangle. She held so many of their secrets. How could she possibly escape unscathed? I should have noticed her unease at that moment. Perhaps I could have saved her. Her appearance on Songjiang Road indicated she was preparing to leave Lin City, yet they were still intent on pursuing her. Their cruelty knew no bounds. I could very well be the next Li Mutong, but I had yet to avenge my great grievance. How could I allow myself to die? I wondered if her friends still had the courage to contact me. What if he became frightened and fled, or if the evidence was destroyed before I could act? My heart was tumultuous, and I muttered incoherently. Fu Yunting fixed his gaze on me, and only when I fell silent did he speak slowly. Rest assured, with me around, you will never become the second Li Mutong. I abruptly lifted my head. Fu Yunting looked at me with unwavering determination, and my eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Thank you, Attorney Fu. Indeed, although Shen Jinan and his cohorts were ruthless, Fu Yunting was not one to be trifled with. Observing his composed demeanor and hearing his words calmed my inner turmoil somewhat. Would you care for a drink? Fu Yunting asked calmly. I nodded vigorously in response. He retrieved a bottle from the wine cabinet, pouring 2 glasses, one for himself and one for me. I accepted the glass and downed it in one go, desperately seeking the numbing embrace of alcohol to alleviate my suppressed fear. Once I finished the drink, I felt a noticeable relaxation within me. You two met at noon. What else did she say to you? Fu Yunting took a sip of his drink and gently inquired. I quickly recounted our conversation during that meeting, and upon hearing my words, his expression turned complex. It seems we must act. In 3 days, the Jiang Group's tasting event will commence. You two have already burned bridges. He is well aware that the shares in your possession cannot be gifted to him, and he knows you possess evidence of his infidelity. To prevent you from causing trouble at the tasting event, he may strike first. Strike first? What does he intend to do? Kill me? My body tensed, fists clenched, and I asked with indignation. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. He should have already learned about your private communications with Li Mutong. Given that they murdered her, it indicates that the USB drive contains evidence highly detrimental to them, Fu Yunting analyzed coldly. Hearing Fu Yunting's words sent a chill down my spine. I had witnessed Shen Jinan's cruelty in my previous life, and now that they had killed Li Mutong, I was likely their next target. Heaven had granted me a second chance at life, yet I remained as foolish as ever. I might not even have the opportunity to avenge my parents before I fell victim to Shen Jinan's schemes. The thought of his illegitimate child taking over my parents' company and him and that vile woman moving into my villa made me seethe with hatred. In a daze, trembling slightly, I grabbed the bottle of wine and poured it down my throat, the sharpness of the alcohol causing tears to spring to my eyes. Fu Yunting made no move to stop me as I drained the bottle. I staggered over to him, clutching his arm, my voice hoarse and weak as I pleaded, Attorney Fu, I know of your capabilities. I beg you to save me. I still have not avenged my great grievance, and I cannot die now. What if I were to perish? Would you help ensure that Shen Jinan ends up in prison? He was behind my parents' car accident as well. Please, I implore you. As I spoke, tears streamed down my cheeks, filled with unwillingness, rage, and an unknown fear. Fu Yunting gazed at me, his eyes filled with emotions I could not decipher. After a brief pause, he spoke gently, I will protect you. You've had too much to drink. Do not think of anything right now. Go back and get a good night's sleep. Even the gravest matters can wait until tomorrow. I met his gaze, and his steadfast eyes instilled in me an inexplicable trust. I nodded and wobbled back to my room. Upon returning, I was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of desolation and fear, and I suddenly understood the turmoil Li Mutong must have felt when we last met. That night, I was overwhelmed with thoughts, clutching my pillow for a semblance of security, and only in the early hours did exhaustion finally claim me. When I opened my eyes again, a pounding headache from the hangover assaulted me. I rubbed my temples and slowly rose, my heavy limbs protesting. Through the curtains, I could see that daylight had already broken. I quickly glanced at my phone on the bedside table. It was nearly noon. Fu Yunting should have already left for work by now. Without time to put on my shoes, I rushed barefoot out of my room. Finding the living room and his room empty, he had indeed gone out. Just then, I heard a sound at the security door, and a wave of dread washed over me, my body tensing in fear and trepidation. Just when I was paralyzed with worry, Fu Yunting pushed the door open and walked in, carrying a large amount of food. Seeing me standing barefoot, he furrowed his brow. The floor is cold. Why don't you hurry and put on your shoes? I thought you had left me to go to the office. I bit my lip, and as I spoke, my eyes began to well up. He looked at me and teased, so, I am of such importance in Ms. Zhang's heart, perhaps you should consider supporting me financially. I wiped my tears and shot him an exasperated glance. Even at such a moment, Attorney Fu still had the gall to joke. Fu Yunting gazed down at me, his deep eyes reflecting a serious undertone. Ms. Zhang, I am not jesting, you might want to give it some thought. Chapter 46 of the breakup. You are a renowned luminary in the legal sphere of Lin City, and I cannot afford to indulge you. Moreover, I have completely lost interest in men. I find solace in solitude. Fu Yunting lowered his gaze, his eyes a profound abyss. He placed the items in his hands into the kitchen and then spoke in an unhurried tone, please wash your hands. Dinner is ready. By the time I returned to the dining area after washing my hands, Fu Yunting had meticulously arranged the provisions. He had purchased oatmeal porridge, steamed dumplings, sandwiches, and an assortment of fried dough sticks, soy milk, and egg pancakes. He had indeed bought a plethora of options. Lawyer Fu, have you purchased so much? Can the two of us possibly finish it all? I inquired, slightly furrowing my brows, feeling somewhat burdened. I was uncertain of your tastes, so I procured a variety. All of these are for you. I shall suffice with whole grain bread and milk, Fu Yunting replied, retrieving whole grain bread from the refrigerator and casually taking a cup from the cupboard to pour himself some milk. Lawyer Fu, you are excessively courteous. I cannot consume this alone, you must partake as well. His sudden warmth took me by surprise, prompting me to invite him to join me for the meal. I never consume such unhealthy fast food, Fu Yunting remarked, raising an eyebrow, his tone icy. Ah, I see. The fondness I had just begun to feel for him evaporated in an instant. Unsure of how to respond, I decided to change the subject, asking, Lawyer Fu, why didn't you go to the office today? I genuinely wished to inquire if it was because of me, but I quickly dismissed the thought, feeling I could not possibly hold such significance in his mind. I have taken on a highly significant case, necessitating a quiet environment to review the documents, he replied, biting into his bread and sipping his milk at a leisurely pace. I silently contemplated my good fortune in not having spoken my earlier thoughts aloud. I could only imagine how he would have mocked me. Lawyer Fu, what should be my next step regarding my case? I asked. He frowned, his beautiful dark eyes locking onto mine, and replied coolly, one should not speak while eating, Miss Jiang. We shall discuss any matters after we finish our meal. Upon hearing this, I fell silent and continued to eat. I felt a simmering frustration within me. To my mind, I was at a critical juncture, yet Fu Yunting, my divorce attorney, had scarcely discussed the case with me and had offered no substantial advice. I finished the meal in a state of vexation, and once done, I proceeded to wash the dishes. Just as I finished, my phone rang. I wiped my hands and glanced at the screen. Xiaoyu was calling. I hastily answered, and his next words left me utterly stunned. He claimed he had seen Shen Jinan meeting with Fu Yunting that morning, and Fu Yunting had handed him a document folder. The two appeared to be conversing amiably. Consequently, he investigated their correspondence and discovered that their phone interactions were frequent, and he even found that Shen Jinan had previously transferred 2 million yuan to Fu Yunting. I could no longer absorb what Xiaoyu was saying. My face flushed with anger as I abruptly hung up. A cold scoff escaped my lips. No wonder Fu Yunting seemed indifferent to my predicament. I had foolishly believed his deceptive words, remaining passive while it was likely that Shen Jinan had set a trap for me. With Fu Yunting orchestrating the ploy without an insider, how could Shen Jinan have suspected me so swiftly? It was evident he intended to stifle my efforts while aiding Shen Jinan in winning the lawsuit. After all, we had been mortal enemies previously, and his character was one of meticulousness. How could he suddenly forgive me and assist in my case without charge? His claim of needing my help for a task now seemed utterly implausible. What could he, the illustrious Fu Yunting, not accomplish that I could? Surely, his reasoning was merely a ruse to gain my trust. I turned to Fu Yunting, who sat leisurely on the sofa, fists clenched, and venomously retorted, Fu Yunting, it's no surprise you have never lost a case. A scheming lawyer like you is bound to emerge victorious. He fixed his gaze on me, his tone frigid. What do you mean by that, Miss Jiang? Quite literally, Lawyer Fu, are you not aiding Shen Jinan in his divorce proceedings? I suspected someone as mercenary as you would not selflessly assist me without a fee. I was indeed foolish to have trusted you. After a moment of silence, his voice, laced with anger, inquired, is this truly how you perceive me? Does my opinion of you matter? To you, the most crucial element is simply who offers the highest bid. I shall leave this place. There is no need for your assistance in my case, Lawyer Fu. Realizing I was still clad in the clothes he had purchased for me, I hastily stripped off the garments, leaving only my basic autumn wear. He regarded me with an icy stare. I will not take back clothing you have already worn, you may keep it. In that case, Lawyer Fu, simply discard it in the trash. I have a cleanliness obsession, and I disdain wearing clothes earned through unscrupulous means. His lips tightened, and the malice in his eyes was unmistakable. Zhang Yuning, should you step out that door now, I shall cease to concern myself with your affairs. I advise you, beyond me, no one else can aid you. Think carefully. I was entirely cognizant of my actions. Rather, it was you, esteemed lawyer, who ought to ponder why the exceptional, devoted woman you yearn for refuses to accept you. He stared at me, his eyes a tempest of emotions. You are cunning and treacherous, egotistical and arrogant. I met his gaze, enunciating each word with conviction, and observed as Fu Yunting's expression darkened, the veins on his forehead pulsating, his face resembling a storm cloud. I took pleasure in his reaction, grabbing my bag from the entrance and departing without a backward glance. As I stormed out of the building, I instinctively wrapped my arms around myself, sneezing loudly. Autumn had fully arrived, and my attire was far too thin. I quickly seized my phone, trembling as I dialed Zhou Chao, rapidly relaying my address and urging him to come fetch me. He readily agreed. I transferred 200,000 yuan to Xiaoyu, instructing him to investigate the communication records of Li Mutong's acquaintances prior to her demise. Fu Yunting had already drawn information from me. He was aware that the evidence of Shen Jinan's crimes lay with Li Mutong's friends. Today, he had likely met with Shen Jinan again, and they were probably initiating their plans. Although the chances of me uncovering the evidence first were slim, I had to try. The heavens do not harbor deceit. I could only pray for divine favor. Feeling a chill, I jogged alongside the small road. By the time I exited the neighborhood, I was panting heavily. Miss Jiang, what performance are you putting on? A teasing voice drifted toward me from behind. Chapter 47, A Narrow Road for Enemies. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, prompting my curiosity to turn around. There stood Song Qi, his chin slightly raised, casually leaning against the back of a chair. The thought that he and Fu Yunting were friends, coupled with the media's reports of his dubious past, made it clear to me that he and Fu Yunting were cut from the same cloth. I had no desire to engage with him and continued on my way. Before long, he drove up beside me, one hand on the steering wheel, lazily calling out, "Why are you ignoring me for no reason?" "I certainly haven't provoked you." "The fact that you are friends with Fu Yunting is provocation enough. I advise you to stop following me," I retorted. "Are you suggesting that if I continue to follow you, you will have me arrested?" Song Qi raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. I shot him an irritated glance and replied curtly, "As long as you understand, then keep your distance, otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." With that, I resumed my walk. However, not long after, I saw Song Qi jog up to me, holding a dark gray wool coat. He draped the coat over my shoulders just as I was about to remove it, but he pressed down on my shoulders, his tone laced with indignation. "If you catch a cold, how will you have the energy to fight your lawsuit?" "I won't wear your coat," I insisted, attempting to pull it off, but his grip was too strong. He frowned and scoffed, "You have to be reasonable. If you're angry at Fu Yunting, you can't take it out on me. That would be utterly unfair." He tightened the coat around me again. I pushed his hand away, my eyes filled with disdain. "We are not familiar, so please show some respect." "We weren't familiar the last time you accepted a ride from me. How can you be so heartless?" "Countless people in Lin City are queuing to seek Fu Yunting's help with their lawsuits. He has turned down many lucrative cases to assist you with your divorce. What on earth are you still angry about?" The mention of Fu Yunting ignited my fury. I raised an eyebrow, my voice laced with resentment. "Perhaps Fu Yunting is impressive, but I certainly do not hold him in high regard. Even if he begged me, I would never entrust my divorce case to him again." Song Qi inhaled deeply, his brows furrowing as he spoke in a low voice. "Zhang Yoning, don't be ungrateful." The air thickened with tension, and just as I was about to respond, Zhou Chao appeared before us. His gaze flitted between the two of us before he fixed me with a complex expression, asking in confusion, "What is going on? Is he bothering you?" I shook my head, dismissively replying, "Just an inconsequential person. Let us go." After saying this, I removed the wool coat and shoved it back at Song Qi, casting him a cold glance as I remarked, "I told you I wouldn't wear it. Here, take it back." Seeing this, Zhou Chao quickly took off his own jacket and draped it over my shoulders, saying, "It's chilly, don't catch a cold." Song Qi casually slung the wool coat over his arm, scrutinizing Zhou Chao beside me. After a moment, he remarked, "I think Fu Yunting is the biggest fool in the world." Zhou Chao glared at Song Qi, who met his gaze without flinching. Fearing a confrontation, I hastily turned to Zhou Chao, saying, "I'm a bit cold. Let us hurry back to the car." Zhou Chao nodded, casting a few displeased glances at Song Qi before swiftly helping me open the door of the car parked nearby. Song Qi, in a huff, stormed off. Once inside the car, Zhou Chao turned on the heater and studied me, cautiously asking, "Did something happen? You ran out dressed like this, and who was that man?" I shook my head, feeling my thoughts in disarray. "I really don't want to discuss this right now." "Can you not ask?" "Alright, I won't pry. Please take me to a nearby mall. I need to buy some clothes." Zhou Chao quickly started the car, and before long, we arrived at the mall. I pulled out a bank card and handed it to him, saying, "I can't go in looking like this. Please help me buy something. Anything warm will do." His eyes flickered momentarily, pausing before he accepted the card. He then exited the car and headed into the mall. Once he was gone, I took out my phone, found Fu Yunting's WeChat ID, and decisively blocked and deleted him. That still didn't feel sufficient, so I deleted his phone number as well. Before long, Zhou Chao returned, handing me a shopping bag along with my bank card. "There are no charges on your card. Did you pay for these clothes?" He nodded in affirmation. "I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I've been looking for an opportunity to thank you. Consider these clothes a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept them." His sincerity was palpable, and I was well aware of Zhou Chao's situation. I didn't wish to spend his money, but I also understood the pride that young people hold. Therefore, I graciously accepted, planning to reimburse him by adding the cost of the clothes to his salary later. Upon receiving the clothes, he visibly brightened, his smile revealing pearly white teeth, quite charming. "Take a look. This is my first time buying clothes for a girl, so I'm unsure if the sizes will fit." I told the sales associate that if the sizes are off, I can exchange them. I took the clothes from the bag and found a white fleece-lined sweatshirt, paired with light blue high-waisted wide-leg jeans, and a black leather jacket. I smiled at him, saying, "The sizes are perfect. However, this outfit makes me feel like I'm back in college. Do you think I might look too youthful wearing it?" His face flushed instantly, and he scratched his head awkwardly. "You're still quite young, and you genuinely look like you're in your early 20s. But if you don't like it, I can return it." As he spoke, he reached for the shopping bag, preparing to exchange the clothes. I quickly stopped him. Why would you exchange it? I really like it. I should wear something vibrant and full of life. You're right, I'm not that old, so why should I always dress so maturely? After saying this, I removed my outer coat and returned it to him, swiftly changing into the new outfit. Once I was done, I turned to Zhou Chao, who had turned away, and cheerfully asked, "How do I look? Is it a good fit?" He turned back, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Although it was fleeting, I noticed it. I was pleased with his reaction. Glancing at the time, I realized it was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and since I had barely eaten earlier, I now felt quite hungry. At that moment, I yearned to shake off all the troubling thoughts in my mind. I flashed a smile at him, saying, "I'm hungry, let us go eat." He readily agreed, and I chose a nearby Cantonese restaurant. To avoid drawing attention, we exited the car one after the other. After I had placed my order, Zhou Chao went to the private room, and I headed to the restroom. After finishing, I washed my hands at the sink when a familiar voice rang out beside me. "Madam Shen, you are quite bold. The news of your infidelity has made headlines, yet you still have the leisure to flaunt yourself in public." Chapter 48. The key person, Lin Ro, pursed her lips and smiled, her face brimming with a sense of triumphant mockery. No, I should perhaps address you as Miss Jiang now, considering that Shen Jinan's infidelity has become common knowledge throughout Lin City. What man could possibly endure such a situation? Your divorce is indeed a matter of certainty. I disdained to engage with her further and turned to leave. Lin Ro, relentless, continued her taunts from behind me. "Zhang Yuning, you used to carry yourself so highly, looking down on me at every turn. It seems you were merely putting on an act. Beneath that facade lies a core of lewdness and degradation. Your entire being is utterly rotten." She raised her voice, especially on the last 3 words, as if fearful I might not hear. Unable to bear it any longer, I pivoted on my heel and strode towards her, delivering a resounding slap across her face. She stumbled back, crashing against the sink behind her, furrowing her brow as she covered the bruised half of her face, snarling at me, "Zhang Yuning, how dare you strike me?" I scoffed coldly, "Hitting you is but a trifling matter. If you continue to provoke me, I shall ensure that your illustrious deeds are broadcast online for your parents to behold as well, sparing you the constant threats from your ex-boyfriend and the anxiety that shadows your life." "You wouldn't dare." Lin Ro's eyes widened in shock, a mix of fury and indignation directed at me. "Why wouldn't I? You should be well aware of my capabilities. As fellow women and schoolmates, I often refrain from engaging with you, but I do have my limits. From now on, when you see me, take the initiative to avoid me. Otherwise, you may not be so fortunate next time." Lin Ro stood frozen, pursing her lips but ultimately refraining from further comment. I could not be bothered to entangle myself with such a wretched individual and decisively left. To prevent Zhou Chao from footing the bill, I first settled the payment at the front desk before returning to our private room. Upon seeing me, Zhou Chao greeted me with a beaming smile, urging me to join him for dinner. I pulled out a chair to sit down, only then noticing that all the dishes had been served. I temporarily set aside my worries and began to relish the meal. The dinner proceeded quite pleasantly, and after we finished eating, Zhou Chao cautiously broached the subject. "Are you feeling any better now? Is the divorce matter proving somewhat troublesome? Is there anything I can assist you with?" I smiled at him, admitting that it was indeed a bit troublesome, but I could manage for the time being without help. He paused, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. "Isn't the recent news unfavorable for your divorce? I feel like I've made things worse for you." "It's not your fault, my lack of caution is to blame. Besides, since Shen Jinan has made it his mission to scheme against me, if this plan fails, he will undoubtedly concoct another. In truth, I have dragged you into this mess." "Are you doing all right at school?" Zhou Chao scratched his head, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "It's nothing, really, just a few whispers. They won't dare say it to my face. I'm thick-skinned and won't let it bother me." In the chaos of my impending divorce, I had neglected to consider the impact of this affair on Zhou Chao. After a moment's thought, I asked earnestly, "Has the school said anything about this? Will it affect your graduation?" Zhou Chao's expression shifted dramatically, a complex look crossing his face. He hesitated before speaking in a low voice. "Actually, I have been expelled from school." "Expelled?" My voice rose in shock. I remembered he was an academic star, on the verge of graduation, with a bright future ahead of him. It was incomprehensible that he would suffer such a consequence due to my troubles. His mother was still hospitalized, incurring substantial expenses, and her greatest hope must be that her son would graduate and secure a promising future. I could only imagine the devastation she would feel upon learning of this turn of events. I stood there, stunned, my thoughts a tangled mess, grappling with guilt and unsure of what to say next. "Don't worry about me, I'm still young, capable, and resilient. I can endure hardship, and there are many paths to success. As the saying goes, in every profession, there are those who excel. School is not the sole avenue." Zhou Chao offered me a shy smile, attempting to reassure me. "Your mother probably doesn't know yet, does she?" I gazed at him, watching as his smile faded, and he shook his head despondently. "You are her hope. It must have been incredibly difficult for her to support your education. Don't tell her just yet. I will think of a way to handle the situation with the school." I spoke with firm conviction. His eyes brightened momentarily before dimming once more. He offered a nonchalant smile. "If it's too difficult, then so be it. I understand you're already overwhelmed with the divorce, and I don't want to add to your burdens. Whether it's difficult or not, we must try. Only then will we know." After dinner, I asked him to drive me to a nearby bank. I withdrew 10,000 yuan and, upon returning to the car, handed the cash to him. He immediately furrowed his brow, pushing the money back into my hands, his tone stubborn. Why are you giving me so much? I don't need it. I pressed the stack into his palm, resolutely replying, take it. This is your payment for the past few days. It's too much, I merely assisted you with driving. His eyelashes fluttered, and after a moment's pause, he lifted his gaze to meet mine, a hint of melancholy in his eyes as he asked, are you saying you no longer want me to drive for you? I raised the hand that had been burned previously, softly saying, look, my hand has healed completely. Given the recent news, it would be better for both of us to avoid any unnecessary suspicion. He nodded glumly, falling silent. If you refuse this money, my guilt will only deepen. If you wish to ease my conscience, then please accept it. I spoke firmly, leaving no room for rebuttal, but he saw the determination in my eyes and ceased his objections, placing the money in his coat pocket. Previously, I hadn't considered this thoroughly. Driving this car must have drawn quite a bit of scrutiny, hasn't it? He chuckled lightly, my classmates are saying behind my back that I've been taken care of by a wealthy woman. That merely reflects their acknowledgement of your attractiveness, I jested, hoping to lighten the mood. I was outraged that they described you as a plump and unattractive matron. Thankfully, after the news broke, they finally realized how exceptional you truly are. You have faced expulsion from school and still maintain such an optimistic outlook. I certainly should learn from you. Zhou Chao's eyes deepened, a smile playing on his lips. The more one experiences, the more one learns to let go. After parting ways with Zhou Chao, I enlisted Xiaoyu to investigate the home address and schedule of the principal of Qingbei. Xiaoyu quickly provided me with the address, and resolute in my purpose, I drove to the mall to purchase an array of high-end nutritional supplements. That evening, I arrived at the principal's residence, bearing gifts. Upon meeting, I introduced myself and recounted the entire sequence of events. He expressed admiration for Zhou Chao and lamented the punishment he had received, but ultimately deemed the situation difficult to resolve. In summary, he informed me that the news had spread rapidly through the school, causing significant negative repercussions, and unless Zhou Chao could provide evidence to clear his name, the principal would be unable to assist. As I departed his home, he offered a meaningful reminder that the situation was not entirely without recourse, urging me to identify the key person involved, though he did not specify who that might be. Feeling somewhat disheartened, I began my journey back to the apartment I had previously rented. En route, I received a call from Zhou Boxiong. I parked on the side of the road, contemplated for a moment, and then answered the call. Miss Jiang, this is Zhou Boxiong. I believe I am the only one who can assist Zhou Chao at this point. Chapter 49 The Trap. As I had surmised, Zhou Boxiong is indeed the pivotal figure mentioned by the principal. Rather than merely being a key player, it would be more precise to describe him as the one orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Given his capabilities, suppressing this news should have been a trivial matter. However, he allowed the situation to escalate, seemingly intent on leveraging it to force Zhou Chao into a corner, compelling him to bow to his will. I suppressed my impatience and spoke with an air of calm. Uncle Zhou, you should know better than I that Zhou Chao is unwilling to accept your goodwill. That is precisely why I sought out Miss Jiang. Uncle Zhou, you may be disappointed to learn that I cannot persuade him. Miss Jiang, let us be frank, to my knowledge, the other shareholders of the Jiang Group stand firmly with Shen Jinan. Having distanced yourself from the group for so long, if you wish to reclaim it, you must have formidable backing. If you assist me in persuading him to acknowledge his roots, I am willing to stand by your side. Zhou Boxiong's voice was grave and austere, commanding respect. Uncle Zhou, your terms are indeed enticing, but I regret to inform you that I lack the capability to meet them. I replied with a measured demeanor. After a moment of silence on the other end, he scoffed lightly and remarked, it seems Miss Jiang is quite confident in her ability to reclaim the Jiang Group. I can only wish you the best of luck. Once Zhou Boxiong hung up, I took a deep breath, fully aware that I had not only lost a potential ally but had also possibly gained a formidable adversary. I slumped helplessly against the steering wheel, feeling utterly drained. It was not until the abrupt ringing of my phone jolted me from my stupor that I regained my focus. I glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number, prompting me to hesitantly press the answer button. Hello, are you Jiang Yuning? I am a friend of Li Mouton. The anxious voice on the other end sent a shiver down my spine, and I immediately straightened in my seat. You are a friend of Li Mouton? I am Jiang Yuning. I have something that Tong Tong left with me, and I am ready to hand it over to you. I will give you an address. You need to come here quickly. His words ignited a surge of excitement within me. I longed to find him immediately to obtain the evidence against Shen Jinan. My voice rose slightly. Where are you? I will come to you right away. I am at the abandoned quarry factory on the outskirts of Lin City. My brow furrowed at the mention of such a remote location, especially at this late hour, and doubt began to creep in. I steadied my nerves and asked sharply, how can you prove you are a friend of Li Mouton? The day before she died, she personally handed me a USB drive, saying it contained evidence against the person who harmed her. She instructed me to deliver it to Jiang Yuning, her friend. Can you trust me now? Since this was information that only Li Mouton and her friend should be privy to, my suspicion diminished significantly upon hearing this. Sensing my easing tension, he added, Tong Tong is dead, and I fear for my safety, which is why I chose such a discreet place and time. I will wait for you for just 1 hour. Please do not tell anyone else. The fewer who know, the safer I will be. Alright, wait for me. I will drive over immediately. With that, I started my car and headed toward the abandoned factory he mentioned. Given that my only confidants were Zhou Chao and Lin Xing, I did not want to drag them into this unwarranted peril, so I resolved to go alone. Just as I was about to exit the city, I decided to call Lin Xing, informing her of my destination and urging her that if she could not reach me in an hour, she should call the police. Naturally, she was exceedingly worried, and after much reassurance, she reluctantly agreed not to come after me. During this time, I received several calls from Fu Yunting, which I ignored. I suspected he might be attempting to manipulate me with his duplicitous nature, and I had no desire to engage with such a treacherous individual. Half an hour later, I arrived at the designated location. After parking, I dialed his number, and he instructed me to proceed straight ahead, assuring me he would be waiting for me inside the abandoned factory. The inky darkness of the night enveloped me, and the surrounding silence sent a chill down my spine. I switched on my phone's flashlight and cautiously made my way into the dilapidated building. Upon entering, I squinted into the darkness and softly called out, "I am Jiang Yuning, where are you?" There was no response. I checked my call log and redialed, only to find the phone was turned off. An unsettling feeling gripped me. I quickly turned to flee, but a loud crash echoed behind me as the building's exterior locked shut. Suddenly, a bright light flooded the abandoned structure. The unexpected brightness was blinding, forcing me to shield my eyes with my hands. Once I adjusted, I opened my eyes slowly to find Shen Jinan standing before me, flanked by several bodyguards. I was momentarily taken aback. It was I who had someone call you, so naturally, I am here. Jiang Yuning, you remain as gullible as ever, thinking you can contend with me for the Jiang group. How utterly deluded you are. Shen Jinan's face bore a mocking smile, his eyes glinting with disdain. How did you know about the USB drive? Could it be that you? A sudden jolt of fear coursed through me, and I felt a wave of panic. Indeed, that USB drive made its way into my possession, and I have destroyed it. As for your intentions to use it against me, Jiang Yuning, you are merely dreaming. I glared at him, my eyes ablaze with fury. What do you mean by luring me here? Do you intend to silence me? He leaned closer, smirking. Ning Ning, we have shared years of camaraderie. How could I ever consider harming you? As long as you sign over the equity transfer document, I assure you will return home unscathed. Noting my silence, he continued, as for the properties your parents gifted you, I will leave all of them to you, and I am even willing to offer you an additional 5 million. I believe I have shown you considerable kindness. Shen Jinan, you are truly a master of manipulation. Those shares are worth billions. Do you think me a fool? Let me make it abundantly clear. Abandon this notion at once. Not only will I refuse to transfer the shares my father left me, but I will also reclaim the shares I previously gifted to you. I gazed at him with unwavering determination. Shen Jinan erupted into a boisterous laugh, the sound grating to my ears. Jiang Yuning, what makes you think you can challenge me? Who gave you such misplaced confidence? Is it Fu Yunting? He may be formidable, but he cannot save you from your own foolishness, especially now that you have quarreled with him. My eyes flickered with intrigue as I pressed. What do you mean by that? Chapter 50. Near death, what does it mean? Jiang Yuning, you truly are the epitome of foolishness. Do you still not comprehend? Of course, I am aware that you sent someone to investigate me. Can I not counter your move? Shen Jinan's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. I turned my gaze slightly, incredulously asking him, so your meetings with Fu Yunting, including your prior frequent communications with him, were all orchestrated for my benefit? Your aim was to sow discord between us. As soon as the words left my mouth, the answer became glaringly evident. I was indeed too naive, failing to guard against Shen Jinan's ploy. I had missed my chance with Fu Yunting, and the thought of the harsh words I had hurled at him filled me with unbearable shame. Shen Jinan cast a sidelong glance at me, his voice cold as he remarked. Fu Yunting is the most formidable lawyer in Lin City. Initially, I genuinely hoped he would assist me with my divorce case. However, despite my multiple attempts to reach out to him and my sincere offer of a handsome fee, he remained unmoved, ultimately forcing me to concede. Shen Jinan paused, his brow furrowing, the smile on his face vanishing entirely as he examined me with malevolence, questioning. Jiang Yuning, in terms of financial power, you are far beneath me. Why would Fu Yunting choose to aid you and disregard me? Have you seduced him? What a case of the pot calling the kettle black. I scoffed at him disdainfully, retorting in a low growl. Shen Jinan, do not presume others to be as vile and shameless as yourself. My relationship with Fu Yunting is utterly innocent. Keep your mouth clean and refrain from slandering me. Shen Jinan's expression darkened, his voice frigid as he replied. I merely uttered a word about him and you were already unable to tolerate it. It seems you have indeed been entangled with Fu Yunting behind my back. Jiang Yuning, you shameless wretch, how dare you place a green hat upon my head? A shameless wretch. A faint smile graced my lips as I glared at him, my tone harsh. Shen Jinan, even if we were together, what of it? You, a man who has betrayed marriage and is utterly ungrateful, have no right to question me. Shen Jinan, you have betrayed me, and I shall ensure your disgrace and ruin. Shen Jinan's forehead pulsed with veins as he stepped closer, delivering a resounding slap across my face, the force of which sent me crashing to the ground. I could only hear a ringing in my ears, my face ablaze with pain, and a trickle of crimson appeared at the corner of my lips. I felt my left cheek swell rapidly. Shen Jinan crouched before me, gripping my chin to force me to meet his gaze, a mocking smile twisting his features as he said lightly, Jiang Yuning, I had intended to part ways amicably, but it seems you are completely ungrateful. Thus, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. I spat on his face, glaring at him with contempt, and hissed, a beast has no right to speak of friendship. Shen Jinan, spare me the lofty rhetoric. Between us, it is either your demise or mine. Shen Jinan retrieved a tissue to wipe his face, his gaze lingering on me, pausing for a moment before he suddenly chuckled. Jiang Yuning, you were always so obedient. I find your current demeanor rather amusing. If you had shown this side earlier, perhaps I would not have strayed. He stepped forward, caressing my face in a suggestive manner, which I forcefully swatted away, my expression one of utter disdain. Shinjinin, at this point, who are you still performing for? It is truly revolting. He exchanged a glance with several men behind him, who nodded and bowed as they exited the door. The moment they left, the door was swiftly locked from the outside. A realization dawned on me, my brow furrowing as I coldly questioned him. Shinjinin, what do you mean by this? Shinjinin smiled gently, gazing at me with feigned affection. Ning Ning, it is precisely what you think. We are not yet divorced, and as legal spouses, I wish to exercise my rights as your husband, and as your wife. He stepped forward, pulling me into an embrace, immediately tearing at my clothing. I pushed him away with all my strength, my eyes brimming with rage as I shouted, Shinjinin, do not touch me. You make me feel disgusted. A glint of malice flickered in Shinjinin's eyes, his visage contorted as he spat. Jiang Yuning, were you not utterly devoted to me before? How dare you now claim that I disgust you? You have indeed changed your heart. Very well, I shall be repulsive for your sake. With that, he advanced, continuing to entangle me, as we both unleashed our pent-up resentment and fury upon one another. I was no match for Shinjinin. He quickly gained the upper hand, and I soon succumbed to Jiang Yuning. I have always toyed with others. How dare you betray me? I will end you. He gritted his teeth, grasping my neck in a manner that threatened to suffocate me. I struggled with all my might, desperately clawing at him and kicking at his groin, but he deftly evaded each attempt, maintaining his iron grip around my throat without any hint of mercy. My vision blurred, my breath becoming shallow, I ceased to struggle, resignedly closing my eyes, tears pooling at the corners. I felt a deep hatred for my own impotence and stupidity, having lived a lifetime yet still unable to exact my revenge. Shinjinin suddenly flung me backward with great force, and I collapsed weakly to the ground. I gasped for air, my chest heaving, breath coming in rapid bursts, and it was only after a considerable time that I felt as though I had survived. Shinjinin tossed a share transfer contract and a pen before me, impatience etched on his features as he commanded, Jiang Yuning, I have no desire to waste more words with you. Sign the share agreement quickly, or I will send you to hell to reunite with your parents. I discreetly surveyed my surroundings, quickly noticing a discarded brick nearby. I attempted to lower his guard, feigning fear as I asked. If I sign, will you let me go? Shinjinin laughed derisively at my words, believing he had thoroughly intimidated me, his brow arched, lips curling. As long as you agree to sign, I will naturally let you go. Very well, I shall sign. I seized the contract from the ground, and while he was unprepared, I tore it to shreds. He was taken aback by my actions, his expression darkening, his voice sharp. Jiang Yuning, you are truly seeking death. I met his gaze fearlessly, speaking with unwavering conviction. Shinjinin, should you desire my father's shares, that is but a pipe dream. I swiftly turned, picking up the nearby brick, and with all my strength, I hurled it at his head, causing it to burst open, blood gushing forth. He touched his bleeding forehead, instantly erupting in fury, yelling at me, Jiang Yuning, you filthy woman, I will tear you apart. As Shinjinin lunged toward me, I sprinted towards the door, but after only a few steps, he seized my collar, viciously tightening his grip around my throat. This time, he exerted lethal force. Within moments, I felt dizzy again, reliving the sensation of near death. Just then, footsteps approached from outside, and with a loud crash, the door swung open. Upon hearing the noise, Shinjinin swiftly released me. Chapter 51. The wicked first to complain. Just as I was on the brink of consciousness, I spotted Lin Xing rushing towards me, her face etched with concern, accompanied by several police officers. Ning Ning, are you all right? You scared me to death. Lin Xing crouched beside me, enveloping me in her embrace, her eyes brimming with tears as she anxiously scanned my condition. Weak and breathless, I leaned against her and shook my head. At that moment, Shinjinin lay sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his head. With fiery anger, Lin Xing pointed at him and declared to the officers, Police, this is the man who lured my friend here. Look at the marks on her neck. He intended to take her life. If you hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shinjinin, pale as a ghost, feigned innocence and weakly interjected, the truth is evident. Thank goodness you arrived, or I would have been killed by my wife. I was well aware of Shinjinin's talent for theatrics and had anticipated his words. Before I could speak, the leading officer interjected, You two need to go to the hospital for examination. We will verify the details later. Subsequently, Shinjinin and I were each escorted into police vehicles and taken to the hospital. Upon arrival, we underwent separate examinations. After mine concluded, I lay on the hospital bed, with Lin Xing watching over me, her face a portrait of concern. After a brief respite, a female police officer entered to question me. I answered her inquiries truthfully, and once I finished, the officer gently reassured me, Miss Jiang, rest assured, I have documented everything you've said. We will verify the details promptly. For now, please take some time to rest. After she left, Lin Xing adjusted my pillow and helped me lie down comfortably. With genuine concern, she comforted me, Ning Ning, don't worry. The police will surely investigate thoroughly and deliver justice. They will ensure that Shinjinin, that scoundrel, pays for his misdeeds. Although Lin Xing spoke with conviction, we both understood that bringing Shinjinin down would not be an easy task. I pondered silently, as I was reluctant to place my trust in Xiaoyu. Aside from the divorce evidence I had him investigate, I had not entrusted him with the inquiry into my parents' deaths. Thus, the matter of their car accident remained unresolved. If only I could find evidence linking him to their deaths, then his life would be irrevocably ruined. I would accuse him of murder, and if convicted, he would surely face imprisonment. Yes, Ning Ning, you must sue him. He is far too arrogant. If he dares to commit such heinous acts now, if we let him go this time, he might just take your life next. Lin Xing was unaware of Shinjinin's attempt to push me down the stairs in my previous life. Deep within, I silently vowed that I would seize this rare opportunity to bring him down decisively, leaving him utterly defenseless. Lin Xing continued to voice her indignation in my ear when the leading officer knocked and entered the room. With a piercing gaze, he addressed me, "Miss Jiang, your husband is accusing you of murder. I need to ask you a few questions. Please answer truthfully." Shen Jinan accused me of murder, my brow furrowed. He truly was the epitome of a villain who complains first. Murder, this scoundrel is spouting nonsense. Officer, Shen Jinan is clearly lying. Do not fall for his deceit. He is the master of deception. The officer, maintaining a serious demeanor, turned to Lin Xing and said, "Ma'am, you are interfering with official duties. Please step outside. I have questions for the subject." With no option left, Lin Xing reluctantly exited, casting a supportive gesture in my direction before leaving. Once she had closed the door, the officer took a seat beside my bed and resumed his line of questioning. "Miss Jiang, your husband claims he discovered your infidelity, prompting him to seek a divorce, to which you refused. In a fit of rage, he alleges you attacked him, describing you as crazed and intent on causing him harm." "Officer, that is not true. He attempted to strangle me, which is why I struck him with a brick. It was self-defense," I quickly clarified. "However, according to your husband, he states that you were the one who first threatened him with the brick, prompting him to defend himself. He claims you intended to murder him, while he acted in self-defense." "That's not accurate. He is lying. He lured me to this abandoned factory, seeking to seize my shares in the Jiang Group, which my father left me. When I refused, he harbored murderous intent." I contained my rising anger and patiently explained to the officer. "Miss Jiang, both of you have conflicting accounts. We will investigate thoroughly, but until we clarify the situation, both of you are considered suspects, and you must remain here to facilitate our inquiries." I could only nod in agreement. After the officer left, Lin Xing quickly returned. "Ning Ning, how did it go? What did the police say?" I shook my head, feeling disheartened as I recounted the police's inquiries. Lin Xing's expression tightened, and she seethed. "That scoundrel truly is the first to complain. I regret not having kicked him to death long ago. Murderers must pay with their lives. He is unworthy of such consideration. Rest assured, evil will meet its end, and justice will prevail. I firmly believe he will face the consequences he deserves." I spoke with unwavering conviction. My words served not only to comfort Lin Xing but also to bolster my own resolve. Lin Xing embraced my shoulders and smiled at me. "Ning Ning, you're right. Shen Jinan will not escape unscathed. Let us wait and see his downfall." "Lin Xing, it's quite late now. How do you plan to return?" I glanced out at the night sky, feeling anxious. "Ning Ning, what are you saying? Your parents are gone. I am now your closest person. How could I possibly leave you and go home? I will stay in the hospital with you," Lin Xing declared with a firm conviction. My heart warmed at her words. Lin Xing had become a beacon of light in my life. "Thank you, Lin Xing." Lin Xing raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Why so formal among us? If you continue to be polite, I might just leave you to fend for yourself." "All right, I admit my fault, Lin Xing. I feel rather exhausted. I want to sleep for a while." After enduring so much today, I truly felt both mentally and physically drained. All I desired was to clear my mind and get some solid rest. "Sleep soundly. I will stay right here with you." With Lin Xing by my side, I no longer felt fear or trepidation. Before long, I slipped into a deep slumber. When I next opened my eyes, the day had dawned. I looked around, but Lin Xing was nowhere to be seen. Instead, I found Zhou Chao sitting beside my bed, staring at me intently. I propped myself up and asked in confusion, "Zhou Chao, how did you end up here?" Chapter 52. Adverse circumstances. Zhou Chao hurriedly rose to his feet, assisting me to lie down comfortably, his face etched with concern as he spoke. "The doctor has advised that you require ample rest. Please remain still and avoid unnecessary movement." "Have you seen my friend?" I inquired, only to realize my voice had grown hoarse. Suppressing the pain in my throat, I softly asked him. "Upon seeing you, she mentioned she would return home to take a shower and change clothes, promising to come back in the afternoon." "Oh, how did you end up here?" I gazed at him, perplexed. "I called you this morning, and it was your friend who answered. That's how I learned of your predicament, prompting my immediate rush to the hospital." "Are you feeling hungry? Is there anything you would like me to fetch for you?" "Thank you, please just bring me a bowl of congee. I can hardly manage anything else at the moment." "Very well, I shall go at once. Please wait here, I will return shortly." After Zhou Chao departed, I felt an urge to visit the restroom. My body was slightly dizzy as I slowly rose from the bed, yet, after taking only a few steps, I stumbled forward, but fortunately, a hand caught me, preventing my fall. "Thank you," I weakly uttered, lifting my gaze only to be taken aback. "Fu Yunting, what brings you here?" Fu Yunting regarded me with an air of nonchalance, stating, "I am your lawyer. Given your current situation, it is only natural for me to be here." He refrained from mentioning our previous conversation, causing my mind to drift back to those words I had spoken to him. I lowered my head, unable to meet his gaze. After a pause, I hesitantly mumbled, "Lawyer Fu, I regret what I said earlier. Why would you still come?" "Since I took on your case, I am committed to seeing it through to the end," he began, only to trail off. "Unless what?" I met his gaze, eager to hear more, my expression betraying my urgency. "Unless Miss Jiang no longer wishes to retain me as your lawyer." Upon hearing this, I quickly interjected, "I sincerely hope that Lawyer Fu will continue to represent me. I am immensely grateful." "Well then, I came specifically to discuss the case with you. Are you planning to go somewhere?" Fu Yunting assessed me with a contemplative look, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I mumbled, I merely wish to use the restroom. Allow me to assist you, he replied, his tone leaving no room for refusal as he set his briefcase aside. I sensed a change in his demeanor. Perhaps he was not as indifferent as I had previously imagined. Upon reaching the restroom door, he called for a nurse to help me inside, while he waited outside. The young nurse, with her bright, inquisitive eyes, asked, Sister, is that charming man outside your boyfriend? He is more handsome than a movie star. I smiled at her, replying, No. I can tell he cares deeply for you. You are mistaken, he has someone he likes. Disappointment flickered across her face, and she fell silent. After I finished in the restroom, Fu Yunting stepped forward to support me, thanking the nurse, who beamed with delight. Upon returning to the ward, I found Zhou Chao had already returned. His eyes lit up upon seeing me. I was searching for you everywhere, you frightened me, I thought something had happened again. He exhaled a sigh of relief, his previously tense expression softening. I noticed Fu Yunting's demeanor shift slightly as he regarded Zhou Chao, his posture momentarily stiffening. Before I could speak, Zhou Chao greeted Fu Yunting with a smile. Lawyer Fu, you are here as well. Fu Yunting's expression remained impassive, responding with a mere, Zhou Chao gestured towards the kanji on the cabinet, a smile gracing his lips. It's still warm. You should have some. Thank you. Zhou Chao approached me, taking my other hand, his smile unwavering. Lawyer Fu, I will assist her. Fu Yunting's demeanor turned icy. He did not relinquish his hold on me, and I sensed a palpable tension in the air. I quickly smiled at Zhou Chao. Why don't you place the kanji on the small table by the bed? Lawyer Fu can support me alone. Very well, Zhou Chao replied, his expression remaining placid, a gentle smile still present. After I awkwardly finished the bowl of kanji under their watchful gazes, Fu Yunting turned to me, his tone cold as he stated, I would like to discuss the case with you. It is not appropriate to have others present. Zhou Chao, understanding the implication, stepped outside, casually remarking, I will wait outside, let me know if you need anything. Zhou Chao, Lin Xing will arrive soon. I'm fine, I will wait outside for you, Zhou Chao interrupted, making his way out while ensuring to close the door behind him. I believe I advised you not to associate with him during this time. It appears, Miss Jiang, that my words have fallen on deaf ears, or perhaps you care for him too deeply, indifferent to how he might affect your case? Fu Yunting's gaze bore into me, his expression serious, his tone measured. That is not the case, Lawyer Fu. I was equally surprised by his visit today. I hurriedly clarified, fearing Fu Yunting's displeasure. He raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. What about yesterday? As I understand it, Miss Jiang, you sought out the principal of his school regarding his affairs. Lawyer Fu, how did you come to know of this? I asked, puzzled. If I am aware, it implies that Shen Jinan is also informed. If you wish to win your case, you must heed my advice, otherwise, I cannot assist you with Miss Jiang's legal matters. His eyes were cold, his tone grave. Understood, Lawyer Fu, I will ensure he departs shortly. Fu Yunting remained silent for a moment before his expression softened slightly. He spoke quietly, now, Miss Jiang, please recount the events of last night. I recounted the details plainly, mentioning Shen Jinan's deliberate approach and my misunderstanding of his intentions. From what you've described, the USB drive left by Li Mutong must have reached Shen Jinan by now. He likely destroyed it. Furthermore, the driver involved in the accident with Li Mutong has perished, and Shen Jinan is gravely injured, accusing you of murder. The current situation is dire. His voice grew heavy after I finished speaking. That scoundrel initiated the confrontation yesterday. He nearly strangled me, now he dares to level accusations against me. Lawyer Fu, I want to press charges for attempted murder. Anger seeped into my expression. Fu Yunting raised an eyebrow, his expression grave. Your medical report has been released. It indicates only minor injuries, thus Shen Jinan cannot be held criminally liable, at most facing administrative penalties. He paused before adding, moreover, the evidence you possess regarding Shen Jinan's infidelity could backfire, as you are known in the community as a devoted wife. These pieces of evidence may only solidify the notion that you acted out of jealousy. Miss Jiang, we are alone here. If you truly trust me, I must ask again, who initiated the altercation yesterday? Fu Yunting scrutinized me intently. My fingers gripped the blanket tightly as I met his gaze, tension radiating from me as I retorted, Lawyer Fu, do you doubt my word? Chapter 53 A Disadvantageous Circumstances. Fu Yunting gazed at me, his expression softening slightly. Regardless of whether you acted first or not, I shall ardently advocate for you. Your response will determine the direction of my defense. His implication was clear. He did not trust my earlier words, yet he was willing to exert every effort. I spoke to him deliberately and clearly. Mr. Fu, although I truly despise him and have indeed harbored thoughts of killing him, I assure you that I did not strike first yesterday, nor did I ever contemplate taking his life. I have always aimed to safeguard the Jiang group for my father. How could I possibly engage in unlawful activities? Very well, I understand, Miss Jiang. Fu Yunting furrowed his brow slightly. The current situation is exceedingly unfavorable for you. Only you and he were present last night, and there is no one to corroborate your statements. I abruptly lifted my head, responding with some agitation. There were others present. Yet, as soon as I spoke, my expression dimmed, and I lowered my gaze with a cold scoff. But those individuals are all in cahoots with Shen Jinan. They would naturally not come to my aid. You claim there were others present yesterday. Do you remember their appearances or heights? Were there any distinguishing features that might aid in identification? Fu Yunting inquired, his gaze fixed on me. I shook my head despondently. My attention was solely on Shinjinin yesterday. I did not pay close attention to them. All I can recall is that they appeared quite ruffian-like, akin to societal drifters, and they were very deferential to Shinjinin. Fu Yunting's eyes shifted as if deep in thought. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Do not lose hope. As long as there are witnesses, there is a possibility for a breakthrough. I will find a way to track them down. But they are all Shinjinin's people. Even if we locate them, they will not reveal the truth, I replied, my expression a complex blend of emotions and resignation. Miss Jiang, are you questioning my abilities? Fu Yunting asked coldly. I hurriedly shook my head and explained, Mr. Fu, you are the most formidable lawyer in Lin City. If you cannot help me win this case, I fear no one else can. I simply find Shinjinin too cunning and treacherous to contend with. Just trust me. Leave the rest to me, Fu Yunting stated, his gaze laden with meaning, carrying a hint of reassurance. I smiled at him, naturally confident in Mr. Fu's capabilities. After Fu Yunting departed, Zhou Chao entered. Recalling his earlier words, I had no choice but to subtly explain the situation to him. He understood immediately, advising me a few times before leaving with a grave expression. In the afternoon, as Lin Xing entered, she began to survey the surroundings. I knew her well enough to roll my eyes at her, laughing lightly. You infatuated fool, stop staring, he's long gone. Her face instantly reflected a hint of disappointment as she pouted, teasingly saying, Ning Ning, how come you possess such good fortune? That brother of yours is quite handsome, young and well-built, and clearly knows how to treat people right. You wouldn't believe how he rushed over as soon as he heard about your situation. Ning Ning, you truly are blessed. You're incredible. I'm currently overwhelmed, and you still have the energy to tease me. If my luck is so good, would you like to share it? Alright, Ning Ning, there will surely come a day when the clouds disperse and the moon appears. I believe in you. Shinjinin cannot possibly execute his plans flawlessly. He will eventually slip up, Lin Xing said, nudging my shoulder with conviction. Hearing her words lifted my spirits considerably. Suddenly struck by a thought, she retrieved a pot of chicken soup she had prepared for me, presenting it with both hands. Ning Ning, this is something I specifically cooked for you. Though it may not taste extraordinary, the care put into it is absolutely genuine. Do not overthink. Your priority is to recover swiftly and maintain a positive attitude in your ongoing battle against Shinjinin. I wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Xing's sentiments, lifting the bowl of chicken soup and consuming it in one go. Lin Xing, witnessing this, smiled and nodded. That's the spirit. Tomorrow, I'll prepare something else nutritious for you. I'll take care of your meals. Just as I was about to respond, two police officers entered, unfamiliar faces, not those I had previously interacted with. They presented their badges and solemnly informed me that Shinjinin had filed a lawsuit against me for murder. Given the gravity of the allegations, they were required to administer administrative detention. Since I was currently recuperating, they allowed me to remain in the hospital temporarily but forbade me from moving about freely if future visits would require their consent. After relaying this information, they advised Lin Xing to leave promptly. Lin Xing, her expression darkening, attempted to argue with them, but I desperately gestured for her to remain silent, and she complied. Once the officers departed, she frowned deeply, her brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. Ning Ning, why didn't you let me speak? You are clearly wronged, and I merely wished to voice some justice on your behalf. I sighed, maintaining a calm demeanor. They are reliant on evidence. Without it, words are futile. If your tone were to escalate, you could be charged with obstructing justice. Upon hearing my reasoning, Lin Xing lowered her head, exhaling a long breath. Ning Ning, I'm just worried about you. I understand your concern, but I have faith that the police will conduct a thorough investigation and provide me with justice, I reassured her gently. Lin Xing lifted her gaze, worry etched on her face. Ning Ning, what will you do now? I will contact my lawyer. Lin Xing, you should hurry home now. Ning Ning, there will surely be a turning point, she said, enveloping me in a warm embrace before reluctantly departing, glancing back several times. After she left, I took out my phone and dialed Fu Yunting's number. He informed me that he had already received the news and was in the process of facilitating my bail. Hearing this brought a sense of relief to my heart. Miss Jiang, there is something I must urgently remind you. Fu Yunting's voice on the other end was somewhat somber. Chapter 54. Fu Yunting is angry. What is it, Lawyer Fu? This matter of yours should be coming to court soon. Shinjinin is notoriously cunning and deceitful. You ought to be more aware of this than I am. I urge you to remember one thing. When you step into that courtroom, regardless of what Shinjinin may say, remain calm and do not fall into his trap. Rest assured, Lawyer Fu, I will. I replied to him with unwavering confidence. Furthermore, no matter the circumstances, you must remember that I will undoubtedly come to your aid. His words warmed my heart, akin to discovering a refreshing spring in the midst of a parched desert. To me, Fu Yunting has become a beacon of light in my darkness. Reflecting on our past, when we were once sworn enemies, and considering Shinjinin, I couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. I suppressed my emotions and softly said, "Thank you, Lawyer Fu." 3 days later, Fu Yunting visited me at the hospital. The moment I saw him, I rushed over with an anxious expression. "Lawyer Fu, when can I be released on bail? Why are they still not allowing me to leave?" Fu Yunting gazed at me in silence. My heart sank completely. I knew all too well that if I could be released on bail, I would have been out 2 days prior. There was no reason for me to still be here. Due to my injuries, I was likely being held in custody against my will. In the past few days, apart from Lin Xing bringing me meals, I had not seen anyone. Now, seeing Fu Yunting's demeanor, I felt a chill deep within. I paused and uncertainly asked him, "Lawyer Fu, did Shinjinin submit any damaging evidence against me?" "It's Lin Ro." Shin Jinan has presented evidence to the court that you bribed Lin Ro to seduce him. If this evidence is established, you will be implicated in a criminal offense, which will further complicate your current predicament. Fu Yunting sighed and spoke calmly. Though he said no more, I could discern the subtle hint of reproach in his tone. I raised my eyebrows and stammered, Lawyer Fu, I was simply too anxious at the time, wanting to resolve the matter swiftly. I never anticipated it would backfire. Had I known, I would have acted differently. I was foolish. Lowering my head, I felt a sting in my nose, and tears welled up in my eyes. At this moment, I loathed my own foolishness. I in this second chance at life, despite all my scheming, I remained ensnared in the web of Shin Jinan's machinations. Had I known, I would have ended him while he slept. Fu Yunting fixed his gaze on me, his eyes flickering momentarily. After a long silence, he spoke with a composed demeanor. I have a crucial question to ask you, and I need you to answer truthfully. Meeting his gaze, I nodded and said, It is well known in this circle. Why did you suddenly change your approach and actively seek to seduce him? Was it solely to gather evidence of his infidelity, or has he done something intolerable that made you completely lose faith in him and eager to take action? I stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. I was torn between deflecting him and revealing the truth. Lawyer Fu, I actually, if Miss Jiang does not wish to speak, then so be it. Once we introduce lies between us, it will be challenging to rebuild trust. A lawyer and their client must be candid with one another, otherwise, it will directly affect the outcome of the case. Fu Yunting interrupted, noting the uncertainty in my eyes. Lawyer Fu, I hesitated, knowing the gravity of the situation. It wasn't that I distrusted him, I simply feared that once Fu Yunting learned the truth, he would use it to counter Shin Jinan, causing him to become wary and potentially destroy evidence. The truth about my parents' deaths would remain obscured. Very well, I won't press you further. You can share when you're ready. The court is about to convene, and we must prepare for the... I could only imagine how aggressive Shin Jinan's lawyer would be during the trial. My spirits were low, and I wore a solemn expression, making it difficult for me to absorb Fu Yunting's subsequent questions. After multiple attempts to elicit a response from me, Fu Yunting finally spoke coldly, Miss Jiang, are you planning to flee at the last moment or simply give up? Are you so easily defeated by Shin Jinan? With your current demeanor, how do you expect to take over the Jiang group? You truly disappoint me. Had I known this, I would never have taken your case. This was the first time Fu Yunting had spoken harshly to me in days. I understood his intention was to rouse me from my stupor, yet all I felt was an overwhelming fatigue, devoid of any spirit. Lawyer Fu, I'm sorry. I have disappointed you. It is acceptable for you to disappoint me, but what about the death of your parents? Are you indifferent to that? Fu Yunting's tone was somber. I abruptly lifted my head, locking eyes with him, my emotions flaring as I asked, Lawyer Fu, how did you know? Our gazes met, the atmosphere thick with tension for a brief moment. His eyes darkened as he spoke coldly. I initially intended to wait for you to tell me yourself, but it seems, Miss Jiang, you do not fully trust me. Lawyer Fu, you misunderstand. It is not that I distrust you, I am merely afraid that in your desire to win, you might use this matter against Shin Jinan despite the lack of evidence. He looked at me, his tone resolute. I realized he had hit the nail on the head, and I could only nod in agreement. For me, avenging my parents is more important than my own life, and thus I cannot afford to gamble with this matter lightly. Fu Yunting's gaze darkened as he sneered, Miss Jiang, what do you take me for? Am I someone who would resort to any means necessary to win a case? Am I merely motivated by profit? Chapter 55 of the court session begins. As he pierced through my thoughts, a wave of shame washed over me, causing me to lower my head. I murmured softly, No, Lawyer Fu, you have misunderstood. I simply do not wish to bring this matter against Shin Jinan unless absolutely necessary, as I do not yet possess concrete evidence, and I fear it may alert the enemy. Fu Yunting interjected, You must focus on surviving and muster all your strength to confront Shin Jinan. Only then will you have the opportunity to seek evidence. Should you lose this case and find yourself imprisoned, the truth surrounding your parents' demise may forever remain buried, with no one left to pursue it. I imagine that is not the outcome you desire, is it? My gaze turned icy as I met his eyes, resolutely responding, Lawyer Fu, I acknowledge my earlier misstep. I shall diligently prepare my defense and cooperate with you to secure a swift victory in this lawsuit. At this, Fu Yunting's demeanor softened. He remained until the police arrived to urge him along, and as he departed, he imparted with a weighty significance, Miss Jiang, do not overthink, take care of yourself, eat well, sleep well. Justice will prevail, you only need to trust me. It was then that I noticed the dark circles under his eyes, a testament to the sleepless nights he must have endured on my behalf. His tireless efforts for my sake filled me with a sense of obligation. I could not let him down. Observing his steadfast expression, hope kindled within my heart. Rest assured, Lawyer Fu, I will gather my strength. I refuse to lose. There are still many matters awaiting my attention, and I must emerge victorious. As I gazed at Fu Yunting, courage surged through me, and I expressed my determination, eager to reassure him. Miss Jiang, I, Fu Yunting, have never faced defeat, and this time shall be no different. It seemed he still harbored some reservations, as he reiterated his counsel. In my eyes, he had always been the aloof and reticent figure of a domineering CEO, but after these days of interaction, I sensed a change in him. Perhaps I had never truly understood him, for my judgment of people has often proven inaccurate. I offered him a soft smile, Lawyer Fu, I have no intention of tarnishing your impeccable record or ruining your reputation, so I must win this time. Then I entrust this to you, he replied, a smile gracing his features. It was the first time I had witnessed him smile so freely, devoid of mockery or scorn. It emanated from the depths of his heart. I nodded earnestly, speaking gently, Lawyer Fu, has anyone ever told you that you look quite handsome when you smile? He paused momentarily before responding with a warm smile. Once we win the case, I promise my smile will be even brighter. Really? I inquired, feigning nonchalance. Indeed, he affirmed with a nod. It seemed that following this ordeal, a subtle transformation had occurred in our relationship. From now on, please call me by my name. Miss Jiang feels rather distant, I suggested, shrugging lightly. Fu Yunting chuckled. Very well, then you must also refrain from calling me Lawyer Fu and address me by my name as well. Only after the police reiterated their insistence did Fu Yunting slowly depart. I understood that as the trial approached, he had numerous matters to investigate and attend to, and he likely would not return to see me again. His intent was clear, to open my heart and inspire me to face the proceedings with optimism and resolve. I recognized his good intentions. For his sake, and for the sake of my parents' unjust fate, I could not afford to falter. I must remain strong and prepare to confront this arduous battle. 2 days later, my trial against Chen Jinan officially commenced. Accompanied by 2 police officers, I was escorted to the courthouse. Upon my arrival, throngs of media reporters surged toward me, their cameras flashing incessantly. Miss Jiang, please answer, did you attempt to murder your husband over an extramarital affair? Miss Jiang, it has been reported that your lover is a university student 6 years your junior. As a wealthy heiress, are you financially supporting him? Miss Jiang, your husband has treated you with great affection, having risen from humble beginnings thanks to your support. Did you kill him to pave a similar path for that university student? Miss Jiang, if your criminal actions are confirmed, the Jiang Corporation will fall entirely into Shen Jinan's hands. Will you regret it? The reporters bombarded me with piercing questions, and I had never anticipated that our situation would garner such immense attention. The facts had yet to be established, yet the media was already sensationalizing the story. I was acutely aware of the motives behind this. The police guided me forward, instructing the reporters to clear the way. I would not be easily defeated. I would summon every ounce of strength, a promise I made to Fu Yunting. I did not shy away from the cameras. I stood tall and responded with conviction. I am innocent. I believe the judge will deliver justice. Good will triumph over evil. I hope the media will refrain from speaking until they fully understand the truth, and not be used by those with ulterior motives. Thank you. Having delivered my statement, I fell silent and proceeded with the officers into the courthouse. Once inside, I was swiftly led to the waiting area. I noticed numerous individuals present, most of whom were unfamiliar faces. As I scanned the room, I soon spotted Lin Xing among the crowd. She met my gaze and made a gesture of encouragement, igniting a surge of emotion within me, yet I knew I must exercise restraint. Any slight change in my expression could influence others' perceptions of me and potentially impact my case. I nodded in her direction before being escorted to the defendant's position. I caught sight of Fu Yunting, who met my eyes with a reassuring look. I subtly nodded to him, signaling that he need not worry. He quickly grasped my message, visibly relaxing and turning his attention away. At that moment, the door swung open, and I instinctively glanced toward it. Shen Jinan was wheeled in, his forehead heavily bandaged, projecting an image of frailty. I scoffed inwardly. He was clearly preparing for another performance. Shen Jinan soon locked eyes with me, a fleeting glimmer of mockery and derision flashing across his face before he assumed a pitiful demeanor. I understood his intent to provoke me, but recalling Fu Yunting's earlier words, my tumultuous emotions settled. I silently reminded myself to remain composed, regardless of Shen Jinan's provocations, and not to fall into his trap. The trial commenced swiftly, and during the evidence presentation phase, the presiding judge first instructed the plaintiff to present his case. Shen Jinan outlined an array of accusations regarding my alleged infidelity, notably the photo. Next came the testimonies of witnesses. To my astonishment, the 2 nannies I had previously hired testified against me, claiming that I had treated Shen Jinan poorly within our home. Fu Yunting's prowess was evident. He had anticipated Shen Jinan's maneuvers thanks to his prior preparations. I was not caught off guard or overwhelmed by anger at the nanny's testimonies. Shen Jinan's lawyer proceeded to question me with sharp and intricate inquiries, to which I responded calmly and methodically. I glanced at Fu Yunting, who met my gaze with a profound look, silently encouraging me and conveying that I was performing admirably. Once I had addressed the lawyer's questions, my eyes locked with Shen Jinan's once more. From his placid expression, I discerned the chilling surprise and malice lurking beneath. Chapter 56 Unexpected Witness. With Shen Jinan's statement concluded, it was now time for us to present our evidence. Fu Yunting submitted the video of Shen Jinan's infidelity with Lin Ro, along with the recordings and photographs uncovered by Xiaoyu regarding Shen Jinan's affair with Chen Yao. Next came the witness testimonies. The first to take the stand was my dear friend, Lin Xing. As she stepped forward, a wave of warmth surged within me. She had always stood unwaveringly by my side, offering unconditional. Please respond truthfully, Fu lawyer began. Certainly, please proceed, Lin Xing replied. What is your relationship with the defendant? What kind of person is she? The defendant has been my classmate from middle school through university, and we are also good friends. As is widely known, the defendant is a wealthy heiress from an affluent family. While I come from a modest background, despite our disparate circumstances, she has never looked down upon me or acted pretentiously. She fosters camaraderie among her peers and is always ready to lend a helping hand. She is a person of impeccable character. Thus, I cannot believe she would ever commit an act of murder. She must be a victim of deception. As Lin Xing spoke, her emotions began to swell. Fu Yunting interjected, Miss Lin, please focus on answering my questions. Apologies, I became overly emotional, Lin Xing said, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye as she awaited Fu Yunting's next inquiry. To your knowledge, what is the nature of the relationship between the defendant and the plaintiff? They were also university classmates, and their relationship was once quite harmonious. The plaintiff comes from a humble background, having risen from an ordinary university student to the position of CEO of the Jiang Group. Largely thanks to the defendant's support, the defendant sacrificed her own career to become a full-time homemaker for the sake of the plaintiff, a fact well known to everyone. They have been married for 6 years, with the defendant managing all household chores. If she were truly as domineering as those two maids claimed, how could a wealthy heiress stoop to performing menial tasks? Moreover, she would never have brought the plaintiff's mother from the village to live with them for so many years. They have remained childless, and the defendant has consulted numerous renowned doctors in her quest to conceive, enduring great suffering and hardship along the way, which attests to her profound love for the plaintiff. How could she ever contemplate murder? Lin Xing's gaze shifted as she continued. In fact, I once caught the plaintiff in an embrace with another woman, which led me to strike him. Afterwards, he contacted me, pleading for mercy, asking me to give him another chance and to keep his infidelity a secret from the defendant. Your Honor, Fu lawyer, I possess chat records that serve as evidence. Shen Jinan shot a glance at his defense attorney, who hastily rose to his feet. He fixed a sharp gaze on Lin Xing and began to question her. Deep love begets deep resentment. Where there is love, there can also be hate. Given that the defendant loves the plaintiff so dearly, is it not possible that she harbored thoughts of murder upon discovering his infidelity? Absolutely not. The defendant is not that kind of person. She has long been aware of the plaintiff's infidelity. If she had intended to act, why would she endure for so long before taking action? Planning a murder requires time. To my knowledge, the defendant had already hired a private investigator to look into the plaintiff's affairs. She must have known about his infidelity long before, yet she feigned ignorance. If she truly loved him, why would she pretend not to know? This raises significant suspicions. Perhaps the defendant was merely waiting for the right opportunity to strike. At this juncture, Fu Yunting rose to his feet. Objection. I oppose the plaintiff's unfounded speculation regarding my client without any evidence. Objection sustained, the judge ruled, and Shen Jinan's attorney sat down. It seemed that the evidence of Shen Jinan's infidelity had now inadvertently become the motive for my alleged murder, and I noticed a smug expression emerge on Shen Jinan's face. He had tacitly acknowledged his infidelity. It appeared he preferred to risk losing part of his fortune through divorce rather than allow me to escape imprisonment. My fingertips dug into my palm, and Fu Yunting's earlier words echoed in my mind as I gradually regained my composure. The next witness to take the stand was Zhou Boxiong. I was taken aback upon his arrival. How could Zhou Boxiong be here? I had not agreed to persuade Zhou Chao on his behalf. I glanced at Fu Yunting, who offered me a reassuring glance, easing my anxiety. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Shen Jinan looking utterly bewildered. He likely never expected Fu Yunting to summon him. Fu Yunting began questioning Zhou Boxiong. Mr. Zhou, please introduce yourself briefly and clarify your relationship with both the plaintiff and the defendant. My name is Zhou Boxiong, and I am the chairman of the Zhou Group and the executive assistant. Our company has a close partnership with the Jiang Group, and I have frequent dealings with the plaintiff. Conversely, my interactions with the defendant have been limited. She ought to refer to me as uncle. Why have you come to testify? For the sake of my conscience. What do you mean by that? Fu Yunting inquired calmly. Zhou Boxiong paused before replying. The plaintiff once confided in me over drinks that he was preparing to divorce, anticipating a contest over the company with the defendant. He hoped I would support him, promising additional benefits if I did. I had also heard whispers of the plaintiff's infidelity, and for this reason, I did not wish to support him. However, he claimed that the defendant had also been unfaithful, asserting that he orchestrated it all, urging me to take his side. My conscience would not allow me to acquiesce, which is why I stand here today. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinan erupted in fury, momentarily forgetting his supposed weakness as he leaped from his wheelchair, vehemently pointing a finger at Zhou Boxiong. You are slandering me. All eyes in the courtroom turned to him. Realizing his blunder, Shen Jinan hastily returned to his wheelchair. However, this action only served to draw further scrutiny upon himself. Moments ago, he had feigned frailty, and now he appeared animated, clearly attempting to elicit sympathy. I, Zhou Boxiong, am a well-regarded public figure in Lin City. I would not resort to falsehoods since I have made such a claim. I naturally possess evidence. That day, the plaintiff dined at my home, which is equipped with numerous cameras, thus capturing his words. I have retrieved the footage to substantiate my statements. Shen Jinan was left speechless, his complexion pale and beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, I have no further questions. Once again, Shen Jinan signaled to his lawyer, urging him to continue pressing Zhou Boxiong. However, his attorney shook his head, signaling him to refrain from further reckless actions. Fu Yunting addressed the judge earnestly. Your Honor, we can demonstrate that the defendant's alleged infidelity was orchestrated by the plaintiff. Turning to the audience, he queried, consider this. One is a devoted wife who endures her husband's infidelity for the sake of her family, and the other is a man who thrives on his wife's success while engaging in affairs with multiple women, ultimately attempting to frame his wife for unfaithfulness. Who, then, is more likely to have committed murder? Chapter 57 of The Might of Fu Yunting. Whispers began to circulate among the audience, as they pointed fingers at Shen Jinan, whose countenance was notably bleak and restless. It was not until the presiding judge commanded silence that the audience settled down once more. Shen Jinan's attorney rose, directing a piercing gaze at Fu Yunting, and declared, I wish to inquire, Attorney Fu, our witness Lin Ro has already testified in court that her affair with Shen Jinan was orchestrated by the defendant. It was the defendant who approached Lin Ro, offering her a sum of money to seduce the plaintiff. The defendant harbors deep feelings for the plaintiff yet resorts to employing others to entrap him and gather evidence of his infidelity. This contradiction in logic leads us to believe that the defendant is either indifferent to the plaintiff or harbors a cunning agenda, having merely bided his time for the right opportunity to strike. At this juncture, I lowered my head, my brow furrowed in self-loathing. I detested my own foolishness. The video of Lin Ro seducing Shin Jinan had not only failed to discredit him but had instead become evidence implicating me in his alleged murder. Shin Jinan's expression brightened, evidently pleased with his attorney's remarks. Fu Yunting, however, revealed no emotion, responding in a frigid tone. If Lin Ro maintains an illicit relationship with Shin Jinan, her testimony cannot be deemed credible. Fu Yunting's gaze shifted back to the presiding judge. Your Honor, I recently discovered a transfer of 500,000 from Shin Jinan to Lin Ro's former boyfriend. This transaction was executed with great discretion, yet I managed to uncover it. Although Lin Ro had long since parted ways with her ex, their interactions remained frequent. As for why Shin Jinan would transfer such funds to Lin Ro's ex, it is clear that he paid him to ensure Lin Ro would testify on his behalf, asserting that their affair was a carefully crafted scheme by the defendant. Shin Jinan's attorney stood, vehemently objecting. I oppose this baseless and malicious speculation against my client in the absence of evidence. Objection sustained, replied the presiding judge, prompting Shin Jinan's attorney to sit down with a hint of satisfaction. Fu Yunting's eyes glimmered slightly. Your Honor, I would like to call forth the third witness. The judge consented. Fu Yunting had already delivered numerous surprises today. I could hardly anticipate who he would summon next. My eyes widened in anticipation of the third witness's arrival. Shin Jinan, too, appeared increasingly bewildered by Fu Yunting's intentions, his expression tense as he awaited the next witness. Soon, the third witness ascended the stand. Lin Ro's former boyfriend, Fang Zhang. My admiration for Fu Yunting grew. The witnesses he had summoned, aside from Lin Xing, were all unexpectedly advantageous for me. I felt assured that Fang Zhang's testimony would be beneficial, as he was brought forth by Fu Yunting. Fang Zhang maintained a nonchalant demeanor as he introduced himself. I am Fang Zhang, Lin Ro's ex-boyfriend. I can confirm that Shin Jinan indeed transferred 500,000 to me, intending for Lin Ro to testify that their affair was meticulously orchestrated by the defendant. Upon hearing Fang Zhang's statement, Shin Jinan's expression darkened considerably. Shin Jinan's attorney rose, coldly inquiring, if Lin Ro accepted money to fabricate evidence, I have ample reason to suspect that you too may have been bribed by the defendant. Fang Zhang smirked, his eyes flickering, yet remained silent. Fu Yunting, maintaining his composure, responded, assertions must be substantiated with evidence. If you possess proof, please present it. Mere speculation is unbecoming of a competent attorney. Shin Jinan's lawyer was rendered speechless by his retort. The recess soon arrived, and I encountered Fu Yunting, who flashed me a reassuring smile. You performed admirably just now, continue to exert yourself. As long as you remain steadfast, we shall soon glimpse the dawn of victory. I nodded, returning his smile brightly. Rest assured, Attorney Fu, I shall cooperate with you wholeheartedly. Your prowess is extraordinary. You have managed to summon Zhou Buxiong and Fang Zhang to testify on my behalf. Fu Yunting's smile deepened with a hint of pride. As the foremost attorney in Lin City, my reputation is not I possess genuine skill. So tell me, are you satisfied with my representation? Absolutely. I would rate you a perfect score. Even if we lose this case and I am sentenced, it shall not reflect upon your capabilities. You have exerted yourself to the utmost as my attorney. How could I allow you to lose? After all, my flawless record cannot be tarnished on your account. This case must yield success, with no room for failure. Very well, to safeguard your reputation, I too shall fight vigorously in this lawsuit. Fu Yunting and I exchanged a few more light-hearted remarks before he turned serious, advising me, do not let your guard down, and above all, do not succumb to fear. I will be here, simply maintain a calm demeanor. I understood. With Fu Yunting by my side, I felt an overwhelming sense of security, as the trepidation that had once lingered in my heart dissipated entirely. Before long, the court reconvened. When it was my turn to speak, I recounted the events of that day with utmost honesty. Then came the cross-examination by Shin Jinan's attorney. Throughout the ordeal, I remained remarkably composed, unperturbed by their rhetoric. When it was Shin Jinan's turn to speak, he artfully sidestepped the gravity of my actions, portraying himself as the victim of my alleged cruelty, while painting me as a malicious schemer. Shin Jinan was resolute in his intention to see me imprisoned. We both understood that his infidelity had been exposed, and Jiang's significant partners now stood by my side. Should I evade punishment, Shin Jinan was likely to lose his position as president of Jiang Group, a prospect he, a man driven by ambition and prestige, could scarcely accept. Though he spun a tale of woe, the recent revelations regarding his bribery of Jiang Ro, coupled with his machinations to ensnare me in infidelity, had utterly undermined his credibility in the eyes of the public. Chapter 58 Victory in Court. After Shin Jinan finished his statement, Fu Yunting regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze and coldly inquired, may I ask the plaintiff why you arranged to meet the defendant at an abandoned factory? This in itself raises significant suspicion. Moreover, the deep strangulation marks on the defendant's neck were inflicted by you. I invited her to discuss our divorce. Both of us are prominent figures in Lin City, and I did not wish to make our issues public. Hence, I chose that location for our meeting. I choked her because she relentlessly struck me with a brick, causing my head to bleed profusely. She was intent on taking my life, which compelled me to act in self-defense, Shin Jinan asserted with unwavering conviction. So you are claiming that she struck you with a brick first, and only then did you choke her? Fu Yunting's piercing gaze fixed upon Shin Jinan. Under his intense scrutiny, Shin Jinan felt his resolve wavering, but he maintained, albeit somewhat uncomfortably, indeed. Your assertion is that after the defendant struck your head, causing it to bleed profusely, she continued to assault you, thus leaving you no choice but to choke her in self-defense. Am I correct in my understanding? Yes, that is correct, Shin Jinan replied succinctly. After sustaining such a head injury, do you still possess the strength to choke her? Given that you had physical contact with the defendant, why is there not a single trace of your blood on her? This is entirely illogical. Upon hearing Fu Yunting's words, those present in the courtroom began to murmur, gradually recognizing the inconsistencies in the case. The presiding judge had to intervene to restore order. Once the courtroom quieted, Fu Yunting continued with a calm demeanor, the only plausible explanation is that you choked the defendant first. In response, she, acting in self-defense, took the opportunity to strike you with a brick, which is why the defendant bears no bloodstains. No, that is not the case. My gaze returned to Shin Jinan, whose complexion had turned pale, staring at Fu Yunting with panic and fear. Shin Jinan stammered, unable to articulate any further defense. His attorney wore a grave expression, remaining silent. Fu Yunting proceeded, I discovered a torn equity transfer agreement within the abandoned factory. This document states that the defendant agreed to transfer her shares to the plaintiff. The beneficiary of this contract is the plaintiff, bearing only his signature, with no signature from my client. I have ample reason to deduce that the plaintiff lured my client to the abandoned factory to coerce her into signing the agreement, which was subsequently torn up by my client, provoking the plaintiff's wrath and murderous intent. Shin Jinan's attorney stood up, indignantly retorting, Mr. Fu, your statements must be substantiated with evidence. If we follow your line of reasoning, I could also argue that this agreement was merely a bait used by the defendant to entice my client into meeting. Fu Yunting scoffed, the plaintiff has already admitted to having initiated the meeting with the defendant. If that is the case, why would the defendant need to prepare bait? Furthermore, knowing of the plaintiff's infidelity, how could she possibly be foolish enough to gift her shares to him? Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that the plaintiff compelled the defendant to sign the agreement, and upon her refusal, the defendant tore it up. Under what circumstances would someone sign an agreement they would never consent to? Only under coercion would such an act occur. Thus, it is evident that my client acted solely in self-defense and did not attempt to murder the plaintiff. Upon hearing Fu Yunting's assertions, I turned to Shin Jinan, who appeared stunned, his face devoid of color. Fu Yunting's astuteness was indeed formidable. He had reconstructed the narrative with remarkable precision despite the lack of evidence, and I found myself greatly admiring him. Shin Jinan's lawyer seemed taken aback, falling into silence. Fu Yunting then addressed the bench with a serious demeanor. I urged the presiding judge and jurors to carefully consider the credibility of the plaintiff's testimony and restore justice for my client. I glanced at Fu Yunting, who seemed to sense my gaze, returning it with a resolute expression. It was as if he were silently affirming, I told you we would win this case. All you need to do is trust me. Next came the recess. Fu Yunting flashed me a smile and earnestly declared, I told you, we won't lose this case. Although we were currently in a favorable position, I remained cautious, fully aware that Shin Jinan was not to be underestimated. Until the final moment, I dared not lower my guard. Fu Yunting noticed my apprehension, letting out a derisive snort. It seems someone still lacks confidence in my capabilities. I hurried to explain, Mr. Fu, I merely fear a false sense of hope. Until the conclusion is reached, I will inevitably harbor some concerns. I hope you can understand. Fu Yunting fixed me with a penetrating gaze, raising an eyebrow in discontent. What did you just call me? Mr. Fu, recalling our previous agreement, I smiled awkwardly, not Mr. Fu, but Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting nodded thoughtfully, yet still appeared dissatisfied, pouting slightly. That still sounds quite formal. You may call me Fu Yunting, but I can accept it. Thank you, Jiang Yuning. No need for thanks, Jiang Yuning. We exchanged playful banter, with Fu Yunting exuding confidence as my attorney. I felt encouraged and reassured, my anxiety easing considerably. Fu Yunting typically wore a stern demeanor, yet I understood he sought to alleviate my tension. Though I did not voice it, I appreciated his intentions in my heart. As our interactions deepened, I uncovered more of his unassuming, relaxed side. An hour later, it was time for the verdict. When the presiding judge announced the lack of evidence and ordered the immediate release, a surge of emotions overwhelmed me. The feelings I had suppressed for so long finally erupted, and I burst into tears. Shin Jinan was wheeled away, his expression far from pleasant. When our eyes met, I perceived a venomous glare directed at me, as if he wished to pierce my soul. Unfazed, I held his gaze, my eyes fierce. At this juncture, we were irreconcilable adversaries, unable to coexist. It was not until his lawyer patted his shoulder that he turned away to leave. I noticed Lin Xing, sitting in the audience, silently shedding. Our eyes met, and with a shared understanding, we both erupted into laughter. As the audience began to disperse, Lin Xing approached me with outstretched arms, enveloping me in a warm embrace. Ning, it's all over now, everything is alright. A warmth spread through my heart, and I felt tears welling up again. I squeezed her tightly. Yes, it's alright. After we embraced for what felt like an eternity, I responded with a radiant smile and returned. Chapter 59. Returning home with Fu Yunting, Lin Xing and I embraced each other as we walked ahead, while Fu Yunting followed closely behind us. At that moment, the illustrious attorney bore a striking resemblance to a bodyguard. Ning, you truly are remarkable. I can see that Attorney Fu has a special regard for you, his gaze upon you crackles with electricity. What exactly is going on between you two? Do enlighten me. Lin Xing leaned in closer, whispering with a mischievous grin. I quickly signaled her to silence with my eyes and, in a tone only audible to us, replied, Fu Yunting is right behind us. Please refrain from making such remarks, he is merely my defense attorney, and our relationship is entirely innocent. It would be most unfortunate for him to overhear. Lin Xing raised an eyebrow and flashed me a knowing smile. Understood. I shall not pry further. However, your anxious demeanor does raise my suspicions. I was merely jesting. I shot her a glare and turned my head to glance back. Fu Yunting was not far behind, his handsome yet inscrutable face revealing no discernible emotion. I preferred to avoid any misunderstandings, so I opted to change the subject. Lin Xing, undeterred by my expression, shrugged and continued, life is truly unfair. Why doesn't the universe open its eyes to my plight as a perpetual singleton? You have a youthful heartthrob in front and a lawyer tycoon behind. I can't help but envy your fortune. She spread her hands wide, feigning a pitiful expression. Lin Xing, have you no sense of decorum? I admonished her, my face serious. She glanced at me, her eyes sparkling with mischief. All right, I shall refrain from speaking further. Please don't be upset, dear lady. I merely envy your good fortune. I'd probably wake up laughing in my dreams if I had it. Her voice was not particularly quiet, prompting me to swiftly turn around and meet Fu Yunting's gaze. My face flushed crimson. Lin Xing, be quiet. I hissed at her, no longer wishing to walk alongside her. I quickened my pace, creating a distance between us. Ning Ning, I apologize, I truly do. I promised to keep my mouth shut, she called after me, catching up and covering her mouth with one hand while grasping my hand with the other, her eyes pleading for me to calm down. I shot her a half-hearted glare, then solemnly declared, Lin Xing, this is the last time, please do not make light of such matters again. Understood, I will remember, so please don't be upset any longer. We quickly reconciled, and as we neared the exit of the courthouse, Lin Xing cheerfully suggested, Ning Ning, why don't we invite Attorney Fu to join us for a meal to celebrate? I shook my head. Fu Yunting has likely gone several days without proper rest due to my issues. Let him recuperate. We can arrange a meal another day, I'll treat. Lin Xing nodded in agreement. Ning Ning, you are so considerate. He does seem a bit fatigued, I'll heed your advice. She then scrutinized me, her eyes narrowing slightly. By the way, Ning Ning, those dark circles under your eyes are becoming quite alarming. You should take care of yourself. Where are you planning to go? She pondered for a moment, her brow furrowing as her expression sharpened. Ning Ning, perhaps it would be best if you didn't return home just yet, considering Shinjinin is around. I worry for you. Why not stay at my place? It may be small, but just between us two, it's sufficient, provided you don't mind. Lin Xing raised an eyebrow, teasingly. Lin Xing, you know me well enough. I have a place to stay. I particularly rented an apartment across from Chenyao to investigate Shinjinin's infidelity. I intend to stay there for the time being. Lin Xing's face reflected disapproval, concern evident in her voice. What if Shinjinin discovers you there? I still don't feel comfortable with that. Why not stay at my house? If it comes to it, I can stay with you at your rented place. It would be good for us to look out for each other. I replied with a relaxed demeanor, rest assured, Shinjinin would not dare act recklessly at this moment. He wouldn't harm me, his primary concern has always been wealth. If anything were to happen to me, he would immediately be suspected as the perpetrator. He is not that foolish. Seeing my confidence, Lin Xing's expression softened somewhat, but she still voiced her worries. Ning Ning, please take care of yourself. If anything happens, call me immediately, my phone is always on for you. Why are you so kind to me? I feel somewhat inadequate, I remarked, touched by her sincerity. She smiled warmly at me. Ning Ning, you are my chosen family. Who else should I treat with kindness? Besides, I remember all the help you've given me. Our bond is one of complete trust. Once the three of us exited the courthouse, Lin Xing leaned in closer, playfully whispering, Ning Ning, I must take my leave now. I don't wish to be a third wheel. Without waiting for my response, she politely bid farewell to Fu Yunting and swiftly departed. After Lin Xing left, Fu Yunting fixed his gaze upon me, his expression calm as he spoke. I suggest you reside at my home for the time being before your divorce. Shinjinin has lost the case, and with his relationship with Zhou Guoxiong now severed, I fear he may resort to desperate measures. You should exercise caution. I furrowed my brow, realizing he had likely overheard my conversation with Lin Xing. Would he think me overly sentimental? However, as he did not bring it up, I felt it inappropriate to address it openly. Feeling a bit awkward, I avoided his gaze and replied softly, Thank you, but I wouldn't want to impose. You've already endured so much for my sake, you should rest at home. Fu Yunting's expression darkened slightly as he stated, Zhang Yuning, if you were wise, you would refrain from such hollow formalities. You should return home with me. I can assure you that you will be safe there. Shinjinin is not to be underestimated. After all I had been through, I was no longer afraid of Shinjinin. You need not worry. I do not plan to return to the villa. I intend to stay at my rented apartment, which is equally safe, and nevertheless, I appreciate your concern. Fu Yunting's gaze lingered on me for a moment before he fell silent, his expression darkening. As of now, your legal battle with Shinjinin has become the focal point of the entire Lin City. This situation has already delayed the Jiang Corporation's exhibition, and the shareholders must be aware of the outcome. What consequences await Shinjinin now that he is at odds with a significant client like Zhou Guoxiong? I worry he may act impulsively and put you in danger. His words resonated with me, and I could see the frustration and seriousness etched on his face. I conceded to his advice. After all, he was far more astute than I. As the saying goes, one who understands the times is a wise person. Very well, I will accompany you back to your home. Fu Yunting's tense demeanor relaxed upon my agreement. You are wise to comply. I am doing this for your own good. Should I provide you with any accommodation or meal expenses? I do not wish to feel uncomfortable in your home, I inquired earnestly. Fu Yunting studied me intently, his dark eyes penetrating. After a moment of contemplation, he relaxed and replied, Then may I ask how much savings you possess? I fear you may not be able to afford it. Chapter 60 of The Stranger Woman. Observing his demeanor, a smile crept across my face. My savings are a closely guarded secret, much like a woman's age, both falling under the realm of privacy. All I can assert is that I should be able to afford Attorney Fu's rent, and I assure you, I will not default on payment. Fu Yunting lifted his eyelids, casting a calm glance in my direction, his deep, tranquil eyes revealing a hint of amusement that he then casually remarked, "Consider the rent offset by your culinary contributions. You shall take care of the meals and household chores henceforth." I frowned slightly, discontent evident as I pursed my lips at him. Indeed, Attorney Fu is no fool, he has effectively secured himself a free housekeeper, and not just on an hourly basis, but full-time. A glimmer of mischief danced in Fu Yunting's eyes as he unabashedly replied, "You could interpret it that way. May I take this to mean that Attorney Fu acknowledges my culinary skills?" I inquired lightly, raising an eyebrow. After a brief silence, Fu Yunting's brow furrowed, and he donned a look of feigned difficulty before nodding and admitting, "I can only say your skills are passable." I let out a cold scoff. Attorney Fu, accustomed to the cuisine of master chefs, naturally finds little merit in my cooking. Just as Fu Yunting was about to continue, I heard someone call out to me from behind. Turning around, I spotted Zhou Chao, wearing a baseball cap, standing a short distance away. "I wanted to have a word with you." Zhou Chao's expression was somewhat complex. He glanced at Fu Yunting beside me and greeted him. Fu Yunting reverted to his usual stoic demeanor, coolly stating, "I'll go start the car, you two can chat." Without waiting for my response, Fu Yunting strode briskly toward the parking lot. I approached Zhou Chao slowly, but before I could speak, he smiled at me. "I heard from Zhou Buoxiong that you won your case. I am genuinely happy for you. However, to avoid drawing attention, I could not witness this moment in court, so I hope you won't hold it against me." The mention of Zhou Buoxiong's name made it clear to me that his unexpected appearance in court to testify on my behalf, along with his public confrontation with Shen Jinan, must have been driven by ulterior motives, likely concerning Zhou Chao. I furrowed my brow, my tone serious as I asked, "Is Zhou Buoxiong's sudden support for me related to you? You haven't made any promises to him, have you?" Zhou Chao quickly shook his head, looking downcast as he replied, "He did come to see me, but I didn't agree to anything." "I truly apologize for that." Hearing this, rather than feeling discomfort, I found myself feeling relieved. I did not wish for Zhou Chao to feel obligated because of my situation. After all, it involved too much complexity. If he had agreed, I would have felt guilty, as I have always dreaded owing others. "That's all right, I understand, but why then did he appear in court to testify for me?" "I'm not sure," he admitted. We lapsed into silence, both of us understanding well that Zhou Buoxiong's appearance as a witness surely concealed ulterior motives. Just then, Fu Yunting's car approached us, prompting me to ask Zhou Chao, "Do you have anything else to discuss with me?" His eyes darkened as he looked at me, his voice low, "Are you planning to stay at Fu Yunting's place?" I remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his question, and his expression immediately dimmed. "Could you not go to his house?" I found myself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Realizing he had overstepped, he scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and said, "He's waiting for you, you should hurry. I'll head back now." With that, Zhou Chao's figure retreated, leaving me with little time to ponder. I climbed into Fu Yunting's car. "Did you reach out to Zhou Buoxiong? Why would he suddenly testify for me?" As soon as I settled in, I couldn't resist asking. Fu, it can be described as a mutual agreement. My eyes narrowed as I retorted, "Are you aware of the relationship between Zhou Chao and Zhou Buoxiong?" He let out a cold scoff, as if my question were naive. After a pause, he replied, "Of course, when you and Zhou Chao were embroiled in rumors, I immediately began investigating his background. His connection with Zhou Buoxiong was an unexpected discovery. I am also aware of Xian Chao and Chen Yao's past, so I anticipated that Chen Yao would interfere with Shen Jinan's investigation of Zhou Chao, which is why I took the initiative to persuade him." I glanced at him, a cold smile gracing my lips as the words slipped out, "Attorney Fu, you are indeed formidable. I feel utterly exposed before you. Since you took on my divorce case, you must have thoroughly investigated me and those around me." Fu Yunting replied earnestly, "As a competent lawyer, background checks are fundamental." "You needn't take it to heart." Additionally, he trailed off, casting a teasing glance in my direction, adding, "Your previous remark was somewhat misplaced. Before me, you were not nearly as transparent. If you wish, after your divorce, I could certainly accommodate you. After all, I am not only adept at legal matters but also quite skilled in other areas." As he finished speaking, my face, along with my ears, turned crimson. I had merely been making a metaphor. There was certainly no need for that. It seemed Attorney Fu had a penchant for jesting as well, though he presented an air of aloofness. I was surprised to find that he could occasionally make risque remarks. Perhaps it was due to his forthrightness and striking appearance that I did not find it distasteful. Had it been someone else, I might have deemed them a rogue. I couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, women are also swayed by appearances. Fu Yunting smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon arriving at his home, he mentioned his intention to get some rest and instructed me not to disturb him. But he reminded me that there were ingredients in the refrigerator and asked me to prepare dinner before calling him. I agreed, then decided to take a shower to cleanse myself of the day's misfortunes. As I entered the bathroom, I immediately spotted the brand new nightgown placed on the shelf. Glancing at the unopened tag, I noted that it was from a well-known brand specializing in sleepwear, undoubtedly a thoughtful gift from Fu Yunting. I must admit, Fu Yunting is quite attentive, and he is undoubtedly confident in his professional abilities. He knows he will win the case and is well aware that I would return home with him. I must say, he is remarkably skilled. Being his adversary would indeed be unfortunate. As I turned on the shower, the hot water cascading over me brought an immediate sense of relaxation. It had been a long time since I had enjoyed a proper shower, and I scrubbed my skin vigorously, eager to wash away the grime and negativity. Only when I felt I might faint from the heat did I dry myself off and don the attire Fu Yunting had thoughtfully prepared for me. Standing before the mirror, I blow-dried my hair, observing my somewhat gaunt face. I resolved to prepare a hearty meal to restore my vitality, not for anyone else, but to ensure I had the energy to continue contending with Shinjinin. Upon entering the kitchen, I was greeted by a cornucopia of ingredients in the refrigerator. My gaze flickered with interest. It appeared Fu Yunting intended to dine at home more frequently. I swiftly prepared a feast, the sky darkening outside. Just as I was about to call Fu Yunting to join me, the doorbell rang urgently. This was Fu Yunting's home, and clad in sleepwear. I was disinclined to answer the door, yet the persistent ringing indicated that the visitor had no intention of leaving. Reluctantly, I approached the door and peered through the peephole, spotting a striking young woman. I opened the door, and upon seeing me, she froze, her radiant smile vanishing in an instant. "Are you looking for Fu Yunting? Who are you?" After a moment of silence, our voices overlapped, each of us taken aback. Chapter 61. Deliberately provoking her, she regarded me with a scrutinizing and hostile gaze, her tone icy wide-eyed. In an instant, I realized that she must have misconstrued my relationship with Fu Yunting. Before I could utter a word, she strode in without the slightest hint of courtesy. As she passed by me, she cast a dismissive glance, then plopped herself down on the living room sofa. After settling in, she shot me a cold look and languidly inquired, "Where is Fu Yunting?" "Why isn't he here?" "He just wrapped up a case and is currently asleep in his room," I replied. "What is your relationship with Fu Yunting?" she queried, her eyes appraising me critically. Observing her haughty demeanor, I had no inclination to engage with her, thus, I coldly responded, "What relation I have with Lawyer Fu is none of your business." She stared at me in silence for a moment before retorting with a hostile tone, "Don't presume that just because you possess a modicum of beauty, you can attempt to seduce Fu Yunting. I've encountered women like you before, he won't fancy you. I advise you to abandon that hope." I let out a few derisive laughs and, with an intentionally ambiguous tone, shot back, "If you truly believe he won't be interested in me, why do you appear so agitated? Moreover, whether he likes me or not is a matter between Fu Yunting and myself, so you needn't concern yourself with it." Her fury erupted at my words. "Fu Yunting is not one to be fond of women." "What do you mean by that? You're in his house wearing a nightgown, have you already slept with him?" I replied with an expression of calm, "As I've stated, it's irrelevant to you, and I am under no obligation to inform you." "You shameless woman, daring to seduce Fu Yunting," she shrieked, her voice hoarse with rage. Seeing her in such a frantic state, I couldn't help but think she was merely envious of me. "It seems you wish to be in his embrace, but he has spurned you. Besides, mutual affection cannot be deemed as cheap, rather, it is those who cling to unrequited love that truly embody cheapness. A woman ought not to undervalue herself." I smirked slightly, my voice icy, my gaze unperturbed. Upon hearing my words, she erupted in outrage, her eyes wide as she spat, You dare to provoke me. You should inquire about who Suyun is outside, you shameless woman, we shall see." With that, she stormed out. As I nonchalantly prepared to close the door, I heard Fu Yunting's deep voice from behind me. "If I heard correctly, you just told Suyun that we share mutual affection." I hadn't even noticed that Fu Yunting was awake. I turned around, offering him an awkward smile. "You have no idea how atrocious that woman's attitude was towards me, so I said that to provoke her." "John Yuning, you are once again sabotaging my romantic prospects," Fu Yunting said, his expression calm, though his tone revealed no discernible emotion. "Fu Yunting, you are better off without such a wretched romantic entanglement. Aside from her decent looks and figure, she is quite average, she does not deserve someone as exceptional as you." I smiled awkwardly, attempting to explain. "Miss Jiang certainly possesses a silver tongue. It would be a pity for you not to pursue a career in law." Fu Yunting raised an eyebrow, playfully biting his lip as he cast a sidelong glance at me. "Not at all. I cannot compare to Lawyer Fu. In the future, please be mindful of your words. If Suyun were to spread what you just said, others might think I have someone by my side. If you obstruct my romantic prospects, you shall bear the consequences." "Bear the consequences?" I faltered for a moment, lost in thought, and murmured, "Bear the consequences? What do you wish for me to do, Lawyer Fu? Introduce you to a partner or something? I naturally want you to be my romantic interest." Fu Yunting looked at me, his expression complex. I suddenly recalled what Lin Xing had said earlier, along with his teasing in the car. Wasn't he still hung up on his first love? Why then did he seek a romantic interest? I furrowed my brows, hesitantly asking, "You wouldn't want to keep me as a kept woman, would you?" "Lawyer Fu, I am not in need of money. Moreover, I am not yet divorced. Even if I were, I wouldn't. What are you getting at? How could I possibly keep a woman?" he interrupted. "Enough. I am hungry, let us eat." Fu Yunting's expression darkened, and he no longer looked at me. Heading straight to the dining room, I found myself perplexed. This man truly was unpredictable, so I followed him closely. During dinner, Fu Yunting maintained a stoic demeanor, though he appeared somewhat displeased. He ate heartily, indicating that he must have been somewhat satisfied with my cooking. "What are your plans moving forward?" he inquired after we finished eating. "Of course, I must first get a divorce. I am eager to sever ties with Shinjin, and once we are divorced, I will wholeheartedly investigate the circumstances surrounding my parents' car accident years ago. I paused, looking at Fu Yunting, and spoke earnestly, regarding my parents' case, I hope you can act as my attorney. I trust no one else but you. He pondered for a moment, his expression growing serious as he replied, your parents' case is quite old, and Shen Jinan is meticulous and cunning. He has likely destroyed much evidence, this case will be difficult to pursue. I raised an eyebrow, my tone grave as I told him, no matter how challenging this case may be, I will never give up. I must uncover the truth and ensure Shen Jinan receives his due punishment, otherwise, this life will have been in vain. Fu Yunting seemed lost in thought, his gaze lingering on me for a moment, his eyes profoundly deep. Then he spoke, his voice somber, I will take this case, your parents and my parents have been family friends for generations, it would be unreasonable for me not to help once I assist you with the divorce proceedings, I will diligently focus on this matter. I smiled at him, responding earnestly, thank you. However, I may not be able to afford your exorbitant attorney fees. If I truly cared about money, I would have chosen Shen Jinan for the divorce case long ago. Fu Yunting's expression tightened, his dark, profound eyes fixed on me. Indeed, Lawyer Fu is a man of integrity. I am ashamed to compare myself. I smiled, attempting to flatter him. Stop with the flattery, instead, use that time to clean the house that I have matters to attend to and must handle some paperwork, so please do not disturb me. Understood. Rest assured, I will do my best. I nodded repeatedly in agreement. Once he retreated to his study, I began tidying up. By the time I finished cleaning the entire room, it was already 9 in the evening. Just as I was about to take a shower and rest, a call from Xiaoyu came through. Sister, I have something very important to tell you, we should meet to discuss it. Chapter 62. The pressure of marriage. My gaze sharpened as I slightly arched an eyebrow and asked solemnly, Xiaoyu, whose matter is this concerning? Shan Yao. My hand, which was gripping the phone, abruptly paused, and I shot him a piercing look. Where are you? I'll be there shortly. After Xiaoyu provided me with the address, I hurried to Fu Yunting's study, although he had specifically instructed me not to disturb him. At that moment, I could hardly afford to be considerate of such requests. I swiftly approached the study and knocked on the door, raising my voice slightly, Fu Yunting, I need to talk to you. Come in. Fu Yunting's voice bore a trace of impatience. I pushed the door open and walked straight in, finding him leaning back in his office chair, perusing documents. He did not even lift his head upon hearing my entrance and coldly stated, I hope you have something of importance to discuss with me. He was clearly chiding me for interrupting his work. I quickly replied with a smile, Fu Yunting, I have an urgent matter to attend to, and my car hasn't returned yet, so I would like to borrow yours. He suddenly looked up at me, his gaze deep and unreadable. So late at night, where do you intend to go? Xiaoyu mentioned that he has uncovered some vital information and requested to meet. He closed the file in his hand and fixed his gaze on me, speaking slowly, you might find my car difficult to handle. Moreover, it is rather late, it would be wise for you to exercise caution regarding Shen Jinan. I initially thought he intended to refuse my request. Just as I was about to explain, he casually added, I'll drive you. Before I could respond, he stood up, adjusted his shirt, and walked past me towards the door. I was well aware of how precious his time was, and I did not wish to trouble him further. I quickly objected, Fu Yunting, I know you're quite busy, there's no need to go to such lengths. I will drive carefully. As for your concerns about going out at night, Lin City has excellent public safety, it will be fine. Fu Yunting scrutinized me, scoffing lightly, my concern for your safety is secondary. I am primarily worried about you damaging my car. You mentioned you're in a hurry, so let us be on our way. I couldn't help but shoot him an exasperated glance from behind. He truly had a knack for provoking irritation, never speaking in a civil manner. He was quite infuriating. Reluctantly, I followed him out. Once in the car, I relayed the address where Xiaoyu had asked to meet, and he promptly started the vehicle. During the drive, we lapsed into silence. Not long after, Fu Yunting's phone rang. Since he was driving, he put the call on speaker. Yunting, why haven't you attended the arranged blind date? Are you trying to drive your mother and me to our graves? The moment the call connected, Fu Jiangming's furious voice boomed through the speaker. Dad, I've been swamped with cases lately. I'm far too busy for blind dates, please stop worrying about me. I couldn't help but muse silently that even the most exceptional individuals could hardly escape the relentless pressure of parental matchmaking. You're always busy. Work is endless, our family isn't lacking in money, and your mother and I are getting older, our health declining year by year, you keep postponing marriage, what do you intend to do? Don T, tell me you're still waiting for that woman. That woman? Upon hearing Fu Jiangming's words, I straightened my back and perked up my ears, eager to glean more gossip about Fu Yunting. Dad, I know what I'm doing. I promise I will marry soon and strive to give you and Mom grandchildren as soon as possible. I see you're merely placating me. That you said this before, yet here you are, still single after all these years. I won't fall for your tricks again. Listen to me, I will arrange another meeting for you, you should at least meet someone. Dad, I assure you, I am not being insincere this time. Just give me 6 more months, and I guarantee I will marry. 6 months, very well, it's a deal, take my advice, there are some people you ought to let go of. Do not cling to a lost cause. I've seen the news, even if she dad, I understand, I'm driving right now, I'll call you back later. Just as I was getting engrossed in the conversation, Fu Yunting interrupted him and swiftly ended the call. It turned out that the illustrious lawyer Fu Yunting of Lin City also had someone who made him uneasy. I couldn't resist teasing him. I never expected lawyer Fu to be vulnerable at such a moment. Truly, everything has its match. Jiang Yuning, are you mocking me? Do not forget, you just interfered with my romantic prospects. Fu Yunting replied coldly, his tone laced with indignation. Lawyer Fu, how could I dare? At worst, I could introduce you to new friends in the future. I quickly laughed, attempting to placate him. He shot me a sidelong glance and retorted, your taste leaves much to be desired. If you were to introduce me to friends, I would rather decline. What if you introduced me to a duplicitous social climber? Fu Yunting was clearly taking a jab at Shen Jinan, and I felt a surge of indignation as I retorted, you cannot fault my taste. It is merely the other party's cunning that led to my misjudgment. I, too, am a victim in this scenario. Besides, with your sharp intellect, who could possibly outwit you? You may be overthinking it. Though my interactions with Shen Jinan had been limited, I had discerned from the outset that he was a duplicitous individual. After being with him for so long, you never noticed? Jiang Yuning, I fear your vision is not only poor but also clouded by infatuation. Fu Yunting continued to mock me in a cold tone. It appears you are simply afraid of your father, taking your frustrations out on me. Lawyer Fu, instead of finding amusement in my plight, you would do better to plan your wedding for 6 months hence. I am eagerly anticipating attending your celebration. I chuckled lightly, adopting a demeanor of detached amusement. Surprisingly, Fu Yunting did not seem angered. He paused for a moment, giving me a meaningful glance before responding nonchalantly, for my wedding, you need not bring a gift, your presence will suffice, and there will be more than enough celebratory wine. Indeed, Lawyer Fu was quite generous, refusing gifts altogether. Hearing him say that, I found myself starting to look forward to it. I wondered what kind of woman could possibly win the affections of a man like Fu Yunting. Suddenly, Fu Yunting's demeanor turned serious as he stated, it is simply due to love. When you love someone, you willingly give of yourself, willingly turning down any temptation, and humbly submitting. Seeing Fu Yunting's earnest expression, my smile faded instantly. I felt an overwhelming envy for the woman beloved by Fu Yunting. He was a prominent figure in Lin City, young, handsome, and wealthy, a heartthrob for countless ladies, yet he remained unmoved, waiting solely for that one special person. Leaning back in my seat, I murmured, Fu Yunting, I envy the woman in your heart. She is truly fortunate. Most women spend their lives yearning for a stable home and an unwavering partner, yet in this turbulent society, men like you are rare gems, truly a serendipitous find. After a prolonged silence, Fu Yunting glanced at me once more, his expression serious as he asked, Jiang Yuning, do you genuinely feel this way? Do you not think that a man like me, consumed by work, is rather dull? Chapter 63, a heartening revelation, how astonishing, good men are typically rare in the marketplace, making someone like Lawyer Fu, who is both unmarried and childless, an exceptional find. In the realm of romance, he is undoubtedly a coveted prize for many young women, each vying for his attention. If your heart were not already claimed, it is certain that someone would have whisked you away long ago. However, that girl truly seems to be a bit troublesome, making you wait for so many years. I feel a sense of injustice on your behalf. My face displayed a sympathetic expression for Fu Yunting, and I cast a silent glance at him. He seemed lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he finally smiled lightly, acknowledging that indeed, her judgment was poor, having left him and waiting for so long. Have you never considered giving up all these years? I inquired. Never. Fu Yunting answered with remarkable resolve and alacrity, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Just as I was about to delve deeper into gossip, Fu Yunting brought the car to a halt and quietly said, We've arrived, you go ahead, I'll wait for you in the car. You should know how precious my time is, so please wrap up your conversation promptly. Understood, don't worry, I replied with a smile before hastily exiting the vehicle. Upon entering the private room, I found Xiaoyu already waiting for me. After I took my seat, he promptly handed me an envelope, speaking in a somewhat casual tone, Sister, open it and see, the contents should be what you are looking for. Seeing his demeanor, I swiftly opened the envelope. Inside was a stack of photographs featuring Chen Yao with another man. The two were intimately linked, their arms around each other, and the backdrop suggested they were not in Lin City but rather in some town. Who is this man in the photos? I could hardly contain my curiosity after glancing at a couple of images. He is Chen Yao's first love, also from her hometown. This man is already married with children back in their hometown. Moreover, sister, I have made a significant discovery. Take a look at the last few photos. After hearing his words, I quickly examined the final images, which depicted Chen Yao and the man embracing in a maternity ward, both holding an ultrasound report, their faces radiating happiness and sweetness. A wave of confusion washed over me, and I furrowed my brow, hesitantly asking, Xiaoyu, is the child in Chen Yao's womb truly Shen Jinan's? Sister, let me explain slowly. I have been tracking Shen Jinan for the past few days and unexpectedly discovered that at this critical moment of your trial, Chen Yao went out of town alone. This struck me as suspicious, so I followed her, and indeed, I uncovered something surprising. She returned to her hometown. Xiaoyu took a sip of water, paused, and continued, I soon noticed this man by her side. During her stay back home, they were inseparable, perhaps because they were in familiar territory. They let their guard down. Chen Yao didn't even bother to wear a hat or mask, and they went for a prenatal checkup quite openly. So, the child in Chen Yao's womb is this man's? If you say he has a wife, why are they so brazen about it? I found it odd, considering Chen Yao had always been cautious, especially regarding matters of such gravity. Yes, the child is indeed this man's. In that environment, the doctors are not discreet, and I quickly found out the truth. Later, I followed the man to his home. Chen Yao resides in the town while he lives in the village. I spent a little money to inquire among the villagers, and guess what, sister? Xiaoyu paused for dramatic effect. I frowned, feeling anxious, and urged him, Xiaoyu, don't keep me in suspense. What's the story? It turned out that his relationship with his wife was quite poor, they often quarreled, and she was aware of his infidelity. Remarkably, the woman did not oppose it, having only two demands. Sufficient financial support for herself and the child, and no talk of divorce. This was indeed a gratifying revelation, and I could not help but sarcastically remark, the child Shinjinin and his mother have longed for is actually another man's. I wonder how they will feel once they learn the truth. My brow lifted, and a smile danced on my lips. Xiaoyu, you've worked hard during this time, this news is simply splendid. I must keep this secret close until the right moment to deliver a devastating blow to Shinjinin. Sister, this is what I ought to do. I never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. It is truly riveting, life indeed surpasses fiction. As Xiaoyu continued to elaborate, my thoughts drifted elsewhere. Noticing my distraction, he softly asked, Sister, what is on your mind? Xiaoyu, I need you to assist me with another matter regarding Chen Yao's home in her hometown. Please investigate whether it's possible that Shinjinin funded its purchase. Sister, your foresight is commendable. I will look into it tomorrow, Xiaoyu replied, a look of realization dawning on him as he patted his forehead. Subsequently, I transferred 10,000 yuan to him as a reward. Initially, he hesitated to accept, but upon seeing my resolute attitude, he finally relented. Once our discussion concluded, I hurried back to the car, not daring to linger. Seeing my beaming expression, Fu Yunting teased, Zhang Yuning, what has brought you such joy? I haven't heard of any incidents involving Shinjinin. Do share, lest you be celebrating in vain. It's quite significant. As Fu Yunting started the engine, he scoffed, pray tell, what calamity has befallen him? Isn't it enough that he has accumulated countless green hats, his long-awaited child turns out to be another man's? Or how about the fact that he, always scheming, has ultimately been outmaneuvered? I said, my demeanor light-hearted. Fu Yunting's expression remained stoic, devoid of surprise, rendering the moment somewhat dull. Such occurrences are all too common in our profession. However, for you, it should indeed be quite gratifying. I retorted with a cold laugh, not merely gratifying, it's exceedingly satisfying. A smile of schadenfreude graced my lips. At that moment, no words could convey my delight. After a brief pause, Fu Yunting remarked, it seems you have truly moved on from him. Zhang Yuning, you have changed considerably. Anyone who has endured such painful lessons and failed to grow would be utterly heartless. Everyone evolves, and not all experiences are detrimental. After your divorce from him, better days await you, I firmly believe that. Fu Yunting affirmed with conviction. His rare compliment prompted an authentic smile from me. Fu Yunting, thank you for rescuing me from the abyss. He glanced at me and replied nonchalantly, Zhang Yuning, just remember our initial agreement. My assistance comes with conditions. I pouted in discontent. I certainly remember, but must you bring up such stipulations at this poignant moment? Even if you have conditions, I genuinely wish to express my gratitude to you. I accept your thanks, Zhang Yuning. It is no trouble at all. Fu Yunting said with a serious expression. I raised an eyebrow, fixing my gaze on him, and inquired languidly, pray tell, lawyer Fu, what exactly do you wish for me to assist you with? Would it be convenient to reveal a hint in advance so I might prepare myself? Chapter 64 of The Plea of a Cad. The lawsuit has yet to reach its conclusion. Once your divorce is finalized, the truth will inevitably emerge. Fu Yunting spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, yet I found myself perplexed. The more he withheld information, the more anxious I became. Fu Yunting, regardless of the circumstances, after this period of acquaintance, we ought to consider ourselves friends. Would you truly compel me to commit acts against my conscience? I fixed my gaze upon him, my expression laden with gravity, yet he cast a fleeting glance at me and, with unwavering focus, replied coolly, Zhang Yuning, why do you always envision me in such a negative light? Hearing his words assuaged my unease somewhat. Since he chose to remain silent, I realized my inquiries would yield no answers. I resolved to disregard the matter, as long as he did not instruct me to undertake any heinous deeds. As our conversation meandered in a rather lackluster manner, my phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, my heart fluttered. It was a call from Shinjinin. What could he possibly want? Although I was unclear about his intentions, I felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. My hand instinctively tightened around my phone until Fu Yunting reminded me to answer the call, jolting me back to reality. I shot Fu Yunting a glare, indicating it was Shinjinin on the line. Fu Yunting's expression darkened. He promptly cautioned, Zhang Yuning, do not answer his call just yet. Once we arrive home, if he still persists, then you may respond. Yet, what if he does not call again? Although I harbored no desire for further contact, I knew the importance of answering his call to discern his motives. To know my adversary is to ensure victory in every battle. However, I mustn't respond too readily, lest he becomes suspicious. Rest assured, trust me, he will call again, and since he has reached out, it is with purpose. He will persist until you answer. Before I could finish, Fu Yunting interrupted me. Seeing the unwavering confidence in his demeanor, I found myself inclined to trust his judgment. Indeed, by the time we arrived home, changed into our slippers, and settled onto the sofa, Shen Jinan's phone calls continued incessantly. Leaning back on the couch, Fu Yunting lazily unfastened a button on his shirt and said, "You may answer the call now, but remember to record the conversation, maintain your composure and avoid allowing Shen Jinan to manipulate you into listen intently, and above all, do not let anger cloud your judgment." Fu Yunting patiently reiterated his advice. I exhaled deeply, striving to appear calm, before following his counsel to press the answer button and subsequently the recording function. Ning Ning, I knew you would still take my call. After all, we share so many years of emotional foundation. Ning Ning, I admit I was foolish during this time, and it was never my intention to sue you. I merely sought to frighten you. I could never genuinely bear to see you imprisoned, which is why I chose not to pursue the lawsuit further. As soon as the call connected, Shen Jinan's voice, soft and tinged with intoxication, reached my ears. The mere sound of it made me feel nauseated. His words prompted an involuntary scoff. What audacity! He had nearly suffocated me in the past, and now he dared to claim that such actions were not his true intent. I glanced at Fu Yunting, signaling that he need not worry. Suppressing my irritation, I coldly responded into the phone, "Shen Jinan, there is nothing left to discuss between us. Do not call me again. We shall settle everything in court." I spoke with an undeniable authority, wishing to uncover Shen Jinan's intentions, hoping to extract useful information. Yet, given the shattered state of our relationship, I knew I must not come across as overly amiable, lest he grow suspicious. "Ning Ning, please do not speak in anger. I acknowledge my faults. Could you not, for the sake of our 10-year relationship, grant me one reprieve? I do not wish for our divorce. Ning Ning, can we not reconcile? Forgive your husband just this once." I was lost in my own folly. Shen Jinan's tone was replete with pleading and sorrow, as if our prior legal battles had never taken place. This despicable man truly excelled at theatrics. Having treated me so poorly, he now had the audacity to utter such shameless words. Shen Jinan was indeed a master of subterfuge, capable of masquerading. At this moment, I felt a mixture of revulsion and fear towards him. I paused briefly, then added with a calm demeanor, "Shen Jinan, why must you feign sincerity? Do you truly believe you can sever ties with Chen Yao and Lin Ro? What scheme do you intend to employ to deceive me this time? Wife, I genuinely recognize my mistakes. After everything that has transpired, I realize I cannot afford to lose you. You are the very essence of my existence. If you would only return to me, I promise to cut all ties with them and ensure we never cross paths again." Shen Jinan continued to plead and ingratiate himself. "Oh, you would truly be willing to do that?" I raised an eyebrow, offering him a cold smile. Of course, my interactions with them were merely superficial. I could never truly desire someone like them. In this world, my heart belongs solely to you. Ning Ning. Return home to me. My darling, I cannot live without you. Shen Jinan, do you still take me for a fool? If you genuinely wish for my forgiveness, sever all connections with those outside before seeking me out again. Show me your determination. Should you dare to deceive me, I will initiate divorce proceedings immediately. I deliberately softened my tone, aware of Shen Jinan's cunning nature. He might not take my words at face value. "Ning Ning, I will not agree to the divorce. You are never to leave me." With that, I hung up the phone. Fu Yunting regarded me with a knowing look and remarked, "After losing the lawsuit, Shen Jinan's career will undoubtedly suffer. The Jiang Group's board must be applying considerable pressure, which explains his frantic attempts to plead for your forgiveness. He will likely insist on not divorcing. Whether or not he wishes to remain married is irrelevant. I am determined to end this marriage, having endured enough of his antics." Fu Yunting casually remarked, "Divorce is simple, but ensuring Shen Jinan leaves without a penny to his name will require some patience on your part, to wait for the opportune moment." I understood the implications of Fu Yunting's words and replied, "I shall continue to endure until the right moment presents itself for divorce." Your previous words to Shen Jinan, were they intended to be shared with Chen Yao, or do you truly believe Shen Jinan will heed your advice and cut ties with her? A hint of derision flickered in my eyes as I replied, "Neither. Chen Yao does not love him, making any recording sent to her utterly pointless. Moreover, Shen Jinan is exceedingly suspicious and would not follow through. I merely wanted him to believe there might still be a chance with me, allowing him to let down his guard, rather than constantly plotting against me." Fu Yunting scrutinized me, his expression inscrutable. After a prolonged silence, he spoke gently, "Zhang Yuning, you have indeed changed significantly." Chapter 65 of the theatrical performance. If given the chance, who would wish to alter their fate? If time could be reversed, I would long to return to my university days, a time when my parents were still alive, and I remained the cherished jewel in their eyes. I would certainly not have fallen prey to the allure of Shen Jianan. How I wish I could be reborn before my parents' demise. I mused silently. My eyes brimmed with unshed tears, my fingertips digging fiercely into my palms as I resolutely declared, "Yet life offers no path for retreat, thus we must look forward." Fu Yunting gazed intently at me, his expression composed as he spoke. Unaware of my rebirth, he could not fathom the turmoil within me at this moment, and I found it difficult to explain, for the notion was far too absurd. I concealed my current feelings of grief and regret, stating coolly, "If life afforded the option of looking back, Fu Yunting, I would have heeded your advice and steered clear of Shen Jianan." Fu Yunting's gaze flickered, and he questioned me, "If life truly allowed for a restart, would you choose to marry me as you once did?" I responded with a light laugh, unwavering in my answer, "Yes, I would choose to marry you." "Really?" he asked, his eyes fixed on mine, lips pressed together, a depth of emotion within his gaze. I smiled at him, affirming, "Indeed, for marrying you would have spared me from Shen Jianan's deceit, and our family would have evaded this calamity." Upon uttering these words, I felt drained. Fu Yunting revealed little emotion, his voice low as he remarked, I see that it's getting late, you should return to your room and rest. He then rose and walked towards his room. In that instant, I realized I had misspoken. I hastily raised my voice to call after him, Fu Yunting, I was merely jesting, please do not take it to heart, who wouldn't be delighted by a man as exceptional as you? Fu Yunting turned, his gaze sharp as he challenged, I am exceptional? Yet, during our blind date, you rejected my proposal for marriage, opting instead for a penniless Phoenix man. In retrospect, it seems I am even less worthy than the duplicitous Shin Jianan. I stood frozen, at a loss for words. He scoffed coldly, continuing, Jiang Yuning, it is not that I am inferior to Shin Jianan, rather, your judgment is undeniably flawed. Fu Yunting persisted in his critique, mercilessly mocking me, his words deepened my sense of foolishness, inciting further regret and humiliation. Fu Yunting, will you never cease? Is it your sole amusement to ridicule me? How dreadfully dull of you. With that, I stormed off in anger. Upon returning to my room, I found myself murmuring, why can't you let go of the past? I rejected you then, but did you not have someone in your heart at that time? Thus, marriage was never a possibility, why must you incessantly dwell on it? As my emotions settled, I soon grasped the underlying reason. Fu Yunting was not truly concerned about marrying me, rather, he was indignant at being compared unfavorably to Shin Jianan. A man of such pride and excellence could hardly bear that slight. Understanding this, I felt a measure of empathy for him, yet having already spoken so bluntly, I could not bring myself to apologize at that moment. I resolved to seek an opportunity to clarify my stance in the future. Once my chaotic thoughts were untangled, I succumbed to drowsiness and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following day, upon awakening, I found no trace of Fu Yunting in the room. He must have gone to the law firm. After completing my morning routine, I prepared a simple breakfast. Just as I finished, my phone rang with a call from Shin Jianan. Frowning, I chose to ignore it. After I had eaten, his calls persisted, and this time I did not overlook them, pressing the answer button. Shin Jianan, what is the meaning of your incessant calls? What do you want? Ning Ning, please don't speak to me like that. I have completely severed ties with Chen Yao and Lin Ro, can you grant me another chance? His voice dripped with pleading in an attempt at soothing. His words nearly caused the meal I had just consumed to rise in my throat. I let out a light laugh, my tone icy. Shin Jianan, do you take me for a fool? You've cut ties with them so swiftly? Ning Ning, I am telling the truth. Can we meet? There are things we need to discuss face to face. Shin Jianan continued to implore. Noticing my silence, he added softly, Ning Ning, it has been a long time since you returned home. Where are you staying now? I could come to see you and bring you a few changes of clothes. Your nightgowns and skincare products are all ones you are accustomed to, and they were purchased by me through a buyer. I fear switching brands now would be unsettling for you. Shin Jianan truly missed his calling in the entertainment industry, he acted with such effortless finesse. Shin Jianan, cease your calls, there is nothing left for us to discuss. My tone was laced with displeasure as I replied. Ning Ning, I have truly cut ties with Chen Yao. She has resigned from the company, please believe me, come home, your husband misses you dearly. Chen Yao has resigned, it must be undeniable now that her pregnancy is becoming increasingly obvious, prompting her departure from the Jiang Group. Shin Jianan, you are correct. That indeed is my home. After our divorce, I shall rightfully reclaim it. You would do well to savor your time in the villa while you can. Soon, such a residence may be beyond your reach, I remarked nonchalantly. There was a brief silence on the other end before Shin Jianan spoke again, his tone now cold. Ning Ning, are you truly so heartless as to insist on divorce? I know where you are staying. You are at Fu Yunting's home, are you not? Now that you have latched onto him, you naturally regard me with disdain. I scoffed disdainfully, replying coolly, Shin Jianan, how dare you send someone to investigate me? Jiang Yuning, did you not have someone tailing me? You better hope I do not discover who that is, or I shall not let them off easily. His voice carried a menacing quality. I smirked, unfazed. Shin Jianan, is this a threat? Instantly, he reverted to his previous gentle demeanor, saying softly, no, Ning Ning, you have misunderstood. I am merely offering us a chance to turn back. They say a day as a husband equates to 100 days of affection. We still share feelings, so why must we divorce? He paused before continuing, moreover, our divorce will undoubtedly impact the stock of Jiang Group, a legacy created by your father. Can you bear to let it crumble in your hands? At the mention of my father, a surge of rage coursed through me. I felt an overwhelming urge to silence him. My expression tightened, a dark fury blazing in my eyes as I shouted, Shin Jianan, shut your mouth. You are unworthy to speak of him. Once again, there was silence on the line. After what felt like an eternity, Shin Jianan finally spoke, Ning Ning, why do you become so enraged at the mention of my father? Do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? Chapter 66, Captured. A single question from Shin Jianan jolted me back to reality. To prevent him from suspecting that I had already uncovered the truth behind my parents' car accident, I hastily conjured up a facade of indignation. Shin Jianan, misunderstanding? What is there to misunderstand? The situation is all too clear, is it not? You have been unfaithful in your marriage, strayed into an affair, and betrayed the trust he placed in you. How dare you even mention my father? Had he been alive, he would never have let you off so easily. Upon hearing my words, Shin Jianan's tone softened considerably, and he continued to plead with me in a pitiful manner, Ning Ning, regardless of the circumstances, I am still a man. To grovel before you like this, you should at least show me some respect, if only for the sake of our past. I scoffed coldly at the phone, respect, Shin Jianan, the moment you chose to betray your vows, you should have known the consequences you would face. Your current predicament is entirely of your own making. Do not blame others. Spare me your insincere theatrics. I am exhausted just listening to you. Or have you worn your mask for so long that you cannot remove it? Realizing my resolute stance, Shen Jinan ceased his pretenses and shifted his tone. Jiang Yuning, since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for becoming ruthless. Your confidence stems solely from your connection to Fu Yunting, but I wonder, if the esteemed lawyer Fu were to be embroiled in a scandal with a party involved, how would it affect his reputation in the industry? I am quite curious. Let us wait and see. Shen Jinan sneered, delivering his threats with a sarcastic tone. Shen Jinan, you are truly despicable. Aside from plotting behind the scenes with these vile tactics, what else can you do? You are nothing but a cowardly, shameless scoundrel. I have never respected someone like you in my life. You are simply unworthy of being human. I glared at him, my eyes blazing with fury. Shen Jinan burst into an exaggerated laugh. Jiang Yuning, you look down on me, you find me disgusting. I have come this far entirely because of you. I scoffed disdainfully. Because of me, Shen Jinan, how shameless can you be? If it weren't for you, I would not be facing pressure from the board and career turmoil. Jiang Yuning, let me be clear, if I am unable to continue at Zhang's group, I will not let you off the hook. Even if I have to descend into hell, I will drag you down with me. You wish to divorce, you dream of being with Fu Yunting, Jiang Yuning, that is nothing more than a fantasy. It was he who betrayed the marriage, yet he audaciously sought to pin all the blame on me. Since you refuse to agree to a divorce, I will file a lawsuit. I believe, after the last court session, the judge will render a fair judgment. Shen Jinan, I am determined to end this marriage. Once we are divorced, you and your mother will have to vacate my property. I pouted, my tone resolute. Jiang Yuning, even if we divorce, as long as I draw breath, do not think you can escape my grasp. I assure you, I, Shen Jinan, will never let you go. He practically roared at me, and while I could not see his face, I could vividly imagine the rage etched upon it. I had no desire to continue this futile exchange, so I swiftly ended the call. I could clearly discern that Shen Jinan was in a dire situation at the company, which explained his feigned pleas for mercy, hoping to secure my forgiveness and stabilize his position at Zhang's group. Yet, he did not anticipate my unwavering refusal, which ultimately revealed his true colors. His madness compelled me to tread carefully, lest I fall victim to his treachery. In the afternoon, I received a call from the police station informing me that my car was ready for pickup. After agreeing, I initially intended to call Fu Yunting to retrieve the car for me that evening. However, given our recent disagreement and his tendency to hold grudges, I abandoned the idea. My gaze flickered as I suddenly thought of Zhou Chao. I called him, and the chaotic sounds of conversation indicated he was likely working part-time at a restaurant. After confirming my suspicion, he eagerly inquired if I needed anything. I concocted a trivial excuse and ended the call. Ultimately, I decided to head to the police station myself to collect my car. After a lengthy walk out of the community, I waited on the roadside for quite some time without hailing a taxi. Just as I was about to give up, a cab approached. Spotting an empty seat inside, I quickly waved it down and the driver promptly stopped, and after I climbed in and provided my destination, he accelerated swiftly. Not long after we set off, I received a call from Xiao Waiyu. As soon as I answered, he excitedly exclaimed, "Sister, the matter you asked me to investigate has yielded results." I raised an eyebrow, curious. So, is it what I suspected? Yes, indeed. The owner of that apartment is Chun Yao, but I scrutinized the transaction records between her and Shen Jinan since she joined Zhang's group. They were quite cautious, so I found little of significance. However, just days before Chen Yao purchased the apartment, there was a transfer of 500,000 from Shen Jinan to his mother, Wang Shouyun. So you suspect that the money Chen Yao used to buy the apartment came from Shen Jinan through his mother? I furrowed my brow and asked Xiaoyu. Exactly. The funds reached Wang Shouyun's account and were quickly withdrawn. Moreover, Chen Yao paid in full for the apartment. For someone from a modest background to buy a house shortly after joining Zhang's group is indeed suspicious. A cold snort escaped my lips as I considered the implications. Wang Shouyun must have been aware of Shen Jinan's infidelity long ago. It wouldn't surprise me if the mother and son colluded to conceal his betrayal from me. After Xiaoyu hung up, I noticed the car was speeding up, veering off course and moving further away from the city center. Realizing something was amiss, I became alert and observed the driver in the front seat. He was clad in a hat and mask, obscuring his features. "Where are you taking me? We are supposed to go to the police station," I demanded. The driver seemed oblivious to my words, accelerating even faster. "Who are you? Who sent you? What do you intend to do with me?" I inquired, my expression darkening. Seeing his silence, I discreetly reached for my phone, preparing to call for help. I scrolled through my contacts and resolutely dialed Fu Yunting's number. The call went unanswered, and as I glanced out the window at the increasingly desolate surroundings, anxiety clenched my fists, and cold sweat broke out on my back. At that moment, the driver noticed my actions and suddenly slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement. I was thrown around the car uncontrollably, and my phone was flung out of my hand and out the window. Before I could react, he swiftly exited the vehicle, brandishing a rope. He opened the back door and forcefully seized my arm, binding me with alarming speed. I fought back with punches and kicks, but it was evident I was no match for him, and I was soon rendered helplessly tied up. "Who are you? What do you want? Do you realize you are breaking the law? Let me go!" I screamed in desperation. He sneered coldly before removing his mask. My expression froze in shock as I stared at him, incredulous. "We have no grievances or grudges. Why are you binding me? Who sent you?" Chapter 67. Does Fu Yunting like me? Feng Zhang maintained a calm demeanor as he smiled at me, saying, "Jiang Yuning, no one sent me. I am here because I am short on cash and wish to ask you for a little money to spend." You'd best remain honest and stay in the car without pulling any tricks. You should know quite well that I am not one to show mercy out if you provoke me. It will ultimately be you who suffers. My eyes widened in fury, and just as I was about to retort, he viciously placed duct tape over my mouth and covered my eyes with a mask. I writhed and struggled in desperation, unable to utter a sound as my mouth was completely sealed. He then let out a cold laugh and slammed the door shut before swiftly returning to the driver's seat and starting the car. Before long, I felt the vehicle come to a halt. Fang Zhang forcefully opened the back door and yanked me from my seat. His strength was overwhelming. As he pulled me out, I lost my balance and fell heavily to the ground, letting out a muffled cry of pain. He paid no mind to my distress and continued to drag me forward. After what felt like an eternity of being dragged along, he finally tossed me to the ground. I then heard the heavy sound of a door slamming shut, leading me to deduce that he must have taken me to a warehouse. It wasn't long before I heard footsteps approaching, growing louder as they neared. Soon, the tape and mask covering my face were ripped away. I was finally able to see again and looked around to find myself in an abandoned factory. I gazed at Fang Zhang, who was squatting not far from me, and said coldly, "Fang Zhang, I have no enmity with you. If you release me now, I will act as if today's events never occurred." A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "Zhang Yuning, do you really think I would fall for your empty words? Enough of the nonsense. What I need is money. As soon as I have the cash, I will let you go, for I have no desire to create unnecessary trouble for myself." Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. His intention to bind me seemed unrelated to Shinjinan. He was a gambler, after all, and had previously pressured Lin Ro for money to cover his debts. It appeared that this time, he simply intended to kidnap me for ransom, rather than to take my life. I raised my brows and asked with a taut expression, "Fang Zhang, how much money do you actually want?" 1 million. He replied with a smirk, his tone indifferent, "You are simply asking for too much. Did you not conduct any research before you kidnapped me? I do not possess such a sum. Even if I were to sell my property to give you the money, I would still need to sign the paperwork in person. But here I am, tied up by you. How can I give you the money?" "Zhang Yuning, listen carefully, I am not asking you for money. I intend to use you as leverage for a ransom. I am well aware of your situation with Shinjinan, and I know exactly what you are going through." Furrowing my brows in confusion, I questioned him, "Then who do you intend to demand money from?" Fang Zhang, knowing the details of my relationship with Shinjinan, would obviously not ask him for money. At that moment, I could not fathom who else might be willing to pay such a sum for my release. "I will be demanding the money from the formidable lawyer of Lin City, Fu Yunting," he stated with a sinister grin, his interest evidently piqued as he slowly emphasized his words. I was taken aback. "You must be mistaken. Fu Yunting is merely my attorney. Why would you seek money from him? Are you so desperate that you have lost your mind?" Fang Zhang burst into laughter as if I had just told him the most amusing joke. I furrowed my brow in confusion and coldly inquired, "Fang Zhang, what have I said that is wrong? What do you mean by this? I find it laughable that you, Zhang Yuning, are so naive, and I also find it amusing how infatuated Fu Yunting is. Do you not see that he has feelings for you?" "Fu Yunting likes me?" I replied incredulously, taken aback by the revelation. "The reason I initially agreed to testify on your behalf was that Fu Yunting discreetly bribed me with money far more generous than Shinjinan's. When he met with me, he handed me a bag full of cash right away. Otherwise, how could I, already in Shinjinan's pocket, have switched sides at the last moment?" I vividly recalled his anxious demeanor when he approached me. Being a man, I could tell he had feelings for you, and when I inquired, he did not deny it. Otherwise, given Shinjinan's generous conditions, how could he resist the temptation of money? It is an undeniable truth that people die for wealth just as birds perish for food. He fixed his gaze upon me, speaking slowly and deliberately. I was left in a state of disbelief as I recalled the moments I had spent with Fu Yunting. He had indeed said many ambiguous things that made me wonder, but I had always known he had someone he cared for, so I dismissed those comments as mere jokes. Looking back, it seemed contradictory that he would offer to help me with my legal issues and even mention not being opposed to marrying me during our previous blind date. If he had no feelings for me, that would not quite add up. Yet, Fu Yunting had someone he had cherished for many years, as confirmed by his friends. I pondered deeply, questioning whether Fu Yunting had always harbored feelings for me. However, we had hardly met before he agreed to represent me, and our encounters had not been particularly pleasant. How could he possibly have developed feelings for me? Perhaps he was merely feeling lonely and wanted to play with me, but knowing him, surrounded by countless beautiful women and temptations, he remained single for years, indicating he was not that type of person. As I grappled with this conundrum, Fang Zhang pulled out his phone and commanded, "Zhang Yuning, call Fu Yunting right now and inform him that you have been kidnapped and need him to bring $1 million for your ransom. Otherwise, the kidnappers will kill you." I narrowed my eyes and replied coolly, "Fang Zhang, what if you are mistaken? Perhaps Fu Yunting does not care about me. This could all be a figment of your imagination." Fang Zhang scoffed at my words, evidently too desperate for money to accept my perspective. He glared at me and snarled, "Zhang Yuning, stop wasting my time, do as I say, and remember, my patience is limited. Do not provoke me or think of playing any tricks, or I will ensure your demise is a most unpleasant one." After delivering this threat, Fang Zhang loosened the ropes binding me, freeing my hands. He then quickly dialed Fu Yunting's number. As the phone rang, I frantically contemplated how to save myself. After what felt like an eternity, just as Fang Zhang was losing his patience, the call was answered. Fu Yunting's cold voice came through, asking, "Who is this?" Fang Zhang shot me a fierce look, urging me to speak. I hesitantly stammered into the phone, "Fu Yunting, it's me." "Zhang Yuning, why have you suddenly changed your number? When you called earlier, I was in a meeting, and when I tried to call back, it went unanswered." "Is everything alright?" Fu Yunting inquired, his voice filled with concern. Fang Zhang, growing increasingly impatient, shot me another glare, urging me to get to the point. Gritting my teeth, I decided to take a gamble. I would wager that Fang Zhang would not dare to kill me. I raised my voice and shouted into the phone, Fu Yunting, I have been kidnapped by Fong Zhang and he is demanding $1 million for my ransom. Chapter 68 Peril. Before I could finish my words, Fong Zhang swiftly interrupted me. He forcefully snatched the phone from my hand and delivered a heavy slap across my face. A searing pain enveloped the left side of my face, which quickly became red and swollen. Fong Zhang's eyes were filled with a fierce intensity as he spoke into the phone in a low, menacing tone. Fu Yunting, Zhang Yuning is in my possession now. I will grant you a 3-day grace period to prepare 10 million in cash for me, or I shall take her life. If you dare to alert the authorities, I will immediately end Zhang Yuning's life. I could not clearly hear what Fu Yunting said on the other end of the line, but I noticed Fong Zhang's expression grew grave. After a brief pause, he continued, in 3 days, I will inform you of the rendezvous location. Await my message. Let me remind you once more, should you dare to contact the police, I will ensure you never see Zhang Yuning again. With that, he abruptly hung up. I lifted my gaze to see Fong Zhang's face twisted in a menacing glare, veins bulging on his forehead as he approached me with an intimidating demeanor. His eyes were sharp as knives, as if he longed to carve me open. Terrified by his gaze, I trembled and instinctively retreated. In just 2 strides, Fong Zhang was before me, bending down to seize my collar and delivering 2 more resounding slaps to my face. I cried out in pain, my head spinning from the blows, blood trickling from the corner of my mouth, covering my face with my hand. I glared at him, indignation etched across my features. Fong Zhang, I have never wronged you. Why are you doing this? If you release me now, I assure you I will not report you to the police. Fong Zhang looked down at me condescendingly, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Zhang Yuning, you dare to question why I treat you this way? Was it not you who instructed Lin Ro to seduce Shin Jinan? Do you wealthy people think you are above reproach? To attain your desired results, you trample on the dignity of others at will. I have long been disgusted by you. I arched an eyebrow and retorted, Lin Ro did not seduce Shin Jinan because of me, she did so because I knew they were already involved. I only instructed her to do this to obtain evidence. Pausing, I fixed him with a piercing gaze. If you truly cared for Lin Ro, you would not gamble away her money, nor would you allow her to fill your bottomless pit of debts. Stop using her as an excuse. Fong Zhang's fury erupted at my words, his teeth clenched as he spat. Yes, you are correct. I kidnapped you solely because I am short on cash. This amount is insignificant to Fu Yunting, I have already inquired, and he casually earns several million from a single lawsuit. Zhang Yuning, you should be grateful, I am using this money to test his sincerity towards you. A man's affection follows his wealth. If he does not come to rescue you for this sum, it indicates you mean nothing to him. Conversely, if he does come, it signifies he still harbors some feelings for you. In this light, you ought to thank me, you surely do not wish to find another Shin Jinan. A faint smirk danced on the corners of Fong Zhang's lips, his expression mocking. What twisted logic is this? Crime is crime, and do not try to dress it up in grandiose terms. If you have made up your mind to kidnap and extort me, then be prepared to spend the rest of your life in prison. Fu Yunting is the most renowned lawyer in Lin City. Fong Zhang, you are truly foolish. I scoffed at him, my face a mask of disdain. He raised an eyebrow, a languid tone in his voice as he replied, Zhang Yuning, I dare say he will not report you. You are clearly unaware of your standing in his heart. Previously, he attempted to bribe me to testify on his behalf. If he dares to call the police, I will expose this matter, and his future will be irrevocably ruined. I trust Fu Yunting is not that foolish. I was at a loss for his confidence, as he grossly overestimated my significance in Fu Yunting's eyes. He and Shin Jinan were both self-serving individuals. Realizing he had made up his mind, I chose not to waste my energy arguing with him. It was more crucial to conserve my strength than await an opportunity to escape. I said to him, I am hungry, I need something to eat. Zhang Yuning, you, the pampered heiress, seem to be unaware of your current predicament. Even now, you are thinking of food. I merely scoffed at him and warned seriously, Fong Zhang, since you know how important I am to Fu Yunting, are you not merely after money? If something were to happen to me, you would have a difficult time explaining it to him. You should be aware of his character. Fong Zhang, visibly impatient, grabbed the backpack nearby and carelessly opened it, tossing some bread and water in front of me. Zhang Yuning, let me remind you, until I receive the money, all your needs must be met here. So, consume what you will, it is up to you. I frowned, looking at the bread and water he had thrown on the ground. Reluctantly, I opened a piece of bread and began to eat, only sipping a small amount of water to avoid needing to use the restroom. After I finished, Fong Zhang tightly bound me with rope, rendering me utterly immobile. With a grave expression, I shouted at him, Fong Zhang, if you tie me up this tightly, how am I supposed to sleep tonight? Moreover, I can barely breathe like this. I will not escape. You are right, I can use this opportunity to gauge Fu Yunting's attitude towards me. Fong Zhang merely raised an eyebrow, ignoring my protests. I feigned anger and continued, Fong Zhang, if you bind me so tightly that I am left with bruises, do you think Fu Yunting will let you off easily? Your goal is merely to obtain money? Loosen the ropes, and I will cooperate with you. In this desolate place, with no phone or money, even if you wanted me to escape, I would not be able to. I pretended to submit to him, hoping to lower his guard. Fong Zhang, uninterested in my rambling, stepped forward to loosen the rope slightly, coldly stating, Zhang Yuning, I know you will not dare to move. If you attempt any tricks, you will regret it. Although he had not bound me as tightly as before, I remained unable to move. Before long, Fong Zhang, too, began to nibble on the bread from his backpack. Since he had tied me up so securely, he did not devote much attention to watching me. As night fell, he leaned against the wall, snoring softly as he drifted into a deep slumber. Even though it was late, sleep eluded me, my mind was consumed with plans on how to escape. I glanced towards the large door not far away, locked tight, alone, I could never open it. The key must be on Feng Zhang, however, with him having bound me so tightly, I struggled to free myself from the ropes. I surveyed my surroundings, finding no tools at my disposal. For a moment, despair and heaviness settled over me. As the night wore on, my mind still blank, my eyelids grew heavy, and fatigue washed over me. I bit down hard on my lower lip, trying to rouse my senses. Once the weariness passed, I noticed Feng Zhang was in a deep sleep. I calmed my thoughts and began to carefully strategize my escape. After pondering for a while, my eyes inadvertently caught sight of a shattered window nearby, and suddenly, a plan formed in my mind. Chapter 69. Do you like me? I cast a fleeting glance at Feng Zhang, who was soundly asleep beside me, straining my body. I managed to maintain a precarious balance before unsteadily rising to my feet. Perhaps it was the prolonged duration of my sitting that rendered me dizzy. The moment I stood, I remained still, allowing myself a moment to recover before gently bouncing on my feet, making my way toward the shattered window. I endeavored to move with utmost delicacy to avoid awakening him, my actions executed with caution, periodically glancing back to check on Feng Zhang, who appeared to be in deep slumber, showing no signs of waking. With my mind at ease, I cautiously approached the broken glass. With every few steps, my body swayed due to an unstable center of gravity, forcing me to pause until I regained my composure before continuing forward. Upon reaching the shattered window, I felt beads of sweat forming all over my body. Leaning forward, I pressed my entire weight against the wall, raising my bound hands and gingerly lifting my toes. After exerting considerable effort, I finally managed to grasp a small shard of glass. I then lowered myself to the ground, carefully biting down on the piece of glass with my teeth, and began to pull at the ropes binding my hands. Initially, I struggled to gauge the proper force, inadvertently dragging my tongue against the glass, which elicited a metallic taste in my mouth and caused blood to seep from the corner of my lips. Stalling for a moment, I resumed biting the shard, gradually tugging at the ropes. After approximately 20 minutes of relentless effort, I finally saw a glimmer of hope as the bindings on my hands loosened. Stealing a glance at Feng Zhang, who was still lost in slumber, I suppressed my elation and continued with renewed fervor. Ultimately, the rope securing my hands snapped, granting me the freedom I so desperately sought. I carefully removed the shard of glass from my mouth and proceeded to untie the bindings around my legs. In no time, I had liberated my legs, and my gaze fell upon the imposing iron lock on the door not far from me. Without a key, it would be nearly impossible to open, and even the slightest disturbance could create a cacophony, potentially awakening Feng Zhang and rendering my efforts futile. I contemplated the idea of finding something to use as a stepping stool to escape through the small opening of the shattered window, but the area of broken glass was too confined, and any attempt to escape would surely alert him. Resolving to investigate the second floor of the abandoned factory, I ascended the staircase with utmost caution, guided by the moonlight streaming through the window. The second floor was cloaked in darkness, and I advanced slowly, step by step. Suddenly, my foot caught on something unseen, and I stumbled, crashing to the ground. A wave of anxiety washed over me as I feared the noise would rouse Feng Zhang, sending chills down my spine. After lying on the floor for a moment, I confirmed that no sounds emanated from downstairs before I cautiously rose to my feet and resumed my search for an escape route. Upon reaching the innermost corner, I discovered a large bundle of thick, sturdy rope. Observing the nearby window, which was not completely sealed, I gently pried it open and peered outside, estimating the ground was a daunting 10 meters below. My brow furrowed in determination, as I glimpsed a flicker of hope for my escape. I secured the rope around my waist, winding it multiple times, then fastened one end to the iron pillar by the window, ensuring my safety by wrapping it around the pillar a dozen times. Once I was satisfied with the security of my makeshift harness, I steadied my nerves and prepared to leap through the window. Gripping the window frame with one hand while clutching the rope with the other, I gazed down at the ground, which loomed ominously 10 meters below. Hesitation gripped me, paralyzing my resolve. Just as I grappled with my indecision, I heard the sound of hurried footsteps, and my heart raced as I turned to see Feng Zhang approaching me with a fierce glare. He quickly spotted me and shouted, "Jiang Yuning, you filthy bitch, how dare you attempt to escape? I'll make you pay for this." In that moment, as he closed the distance between us, I squeezed my eyes shut, released my grip on the window, and clung tightly to the rope, swiftly descending. With a resounding thud, I landed safely on the ground. Knowing Feng Zhang would soon pursue me, I frantically attempted to untie the ropes binding me. Perhaps it was the overwhelming fear that caused my hands to tremble uncontrollably, hindering my progress. My back was drenched in sweat, and tears of anxiety streamed down my cheeks. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to regain my composure and finally succeeded in untying the ropes. Just as I turned to flee, I collided with a firm embrace. My head felt as if it might explode, and my breath caught in my throat as I emitted a fractured scream. Too terrified to look up, I summoned all my strength and began to strike out at him with fists and feet. I then heard a pained grunt. "Jiang Yuning, I came to save you. Are you trying to get me killed?" At the sound of that familiar voice, I abruptly lifted my gaze. Indeed, it was Fu Yunting. Overwhelmed with joy, I burst into tears, my emotions flooding forth. His presence instantly dispelled all the terror that had gripped my heart, and I collapsed into his arms, sobbing in relief. He gently patted my back, his voice calm and reassuring. "Jiang Yuning, it's all right now. You safe." Soon, the wail of police sirens filled the air, and in my fear, I clung to Fu Yunting, reluctant to leave his side. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Feng Zhang being escorted to a police car in handcuffs. Once my emotions stabilized, I finally released myself from Fu Yunting's embrace. He scrutinized me, his expression grave as he noted, "You're bleeding from the corner of your mouth. Are you injured anywhere else?" I shook my head, assuring him it was merely a minor wound and that I was fine. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, two police officers approached us, asking a few brief questions before requesting that I accompany them to the station for a statement. Fu Yunting accompanied me to the police station, and after completing my statement and signing the necessary documents, the officers informed me that they would notify me of any developments in the investigation. Once we exited the station, Fu Yunting, without allowing me a chance to refuse, promptly contacted a familiar doctor. After making arrangements, he drove me to the hospital for a checkup. Upon reviewing my medical results, Fu Yunting's expression finally softened as we walked side by side out of the hospital. The dawn was breaking, and he instructed me to wait while he fetched the car. Reflecting on Fang Zhang's earlier words, I gazed at Fu Yunting's back and softly inquired, "Fu Yunting, do you like me?" Chapter 70. Fu Yunting is caught in a storm. His gaze flickered towards me, and he stood frozen for a moment, silence enveloping us. His expression stiffened as he asked in a low, somber tone, "Zhang Yuning, why do you suddenly inquire thus?" The moment the words escaped my lips, regret washed over me. I was acutely aware that he harbored a long-hidden affection for someone else. How could he possibly be drawn to someone as foolish and entangled in a marriage dispute as I? I merely felt that your kindness towards me exceeded that of a typical lawyer towards a client. Moreover, when Fang Zhang abducted me, he confidently asserted that I would undoubtedly prepare a ransom, prompting my question. As I looked at him, I nervously bit my lip. Fu Yunting's deep-set eyes scrutinized me before he smiled faintly and said, "Zhang Yuning, what would you do if I confessed my feelings for you?" My gaze shifted slightly, my fingers curled by my side. I could not bear to meet his eyes. I lowered my head, my mind swirling in confusion, and murmured, "Fu Yunting." Just as I began to speak, Fu Yunting's phone rang at the most opportune moment. I felt a flicker of relief, instinctively closing my mouth and gesturing for him to answer the call. Fu Yunting retrieved his phone with visible irritation, pressing the answer button. He hung up shortly after, a serious look etched on his face, as though something grave had transpired. My thoughts immediately turned to Fang Zhang, and I anxiously asked, "What is it? Has something happened?" After a moment of silence, Fu Yunting replied coolly, "I have an urgent matter to attend to at the company. Let me take you home first." Observing his demeanor, I understood he must be facing a challenging issue, so I hastily waved my hand in refusal. "If you have pressing matters, go ahead. I can take a taxi home." "Zhang Yuning, you truly are carefree. Aren't you afraid of encountering further trouble? Wait here for me, I will drive." With that, Fu Yunting swiftly made his way to the parking lot. Once I settled into the car, the air between us felt awkward, likely due to my earlier indiscreet question. To avoid any further mention of it, I attempted to change the subject, engaging in casual chatter. "Fu Yunting, how did you happen to be there at that moment?" "It frightened me terribly. I thought I had collided with Fang Zhang. If he had caught me, he might have truly taken my life." Fu Yunting glanced at me, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone as he remarked, "Zhang Yuning, I cannot predict Fang Zhang's actions. However, had your kick been just a tad off, I fear it would have cost me dearly." His words caused my face to flush crimson. "I apologize, it was not my intention. I was terrified and did not expect you to be there at that time. I thought it was Fang Zhang, which is why I reacted so forcefully." "I understand, which is why I did not press the matter," Fu Yunting replied with a light chuckle, brushing it off. I raised an eyebrow, retorting, "What do you mean by that, esteemed lawyer? Are you suggesting you wish to extort me?" "Why not? Just don't forget, I am a somewhat renowned lawyer myself. Indeed, I am well aware that you are the most illustrious and formidable lawyer at the Lin firm. However, you need not remind me of it incessantly." Our conversation lost its prior tension and awkwardness, the atmosphere swiftly shifting to one of ease and enjoyment. Fu Yunting chose not to revisit my earlier question, leading me to realize I had been overly sentimental. He had long held affections for someone else, rendering any possibility of his feelings for me unlikely. After escorting me home, he hurriedly drove away. Following a bath, I lay in bed, reflecting on the harrowing events of the previous day, still feeling a sense of unease. My thoughts wandered not only to Fang Zhang but also to Fu Yunting. Having endured so much recently, I found myself emotionally and physically drained, yet my perceptions of Fu Yunting had begun to shift. I transitioned from disdain and skepticism to a growing reliance and unconditional trust in him, a complex sentiment that could hardly be articulated in mere words. The ordeal with Shen Jinan had made me resistant to trusting anyone again, yet I found myself inexplicably drawn to Fu Yunting. This feeling troubled me, and I muttered to myself, "It must be that we've spent too much time together recently. He has saved me time and again during perilous moments." I cast aside my turbulent thoughts. Perhaps fatigue was the cause, as I soon succumbed to a deep slumber. When I awoke, it was to the sound of a door creaking open, blinking away sleep. I glanced outside to find darkness had fallen, realizing I had slept for quite some time. Slipping on my slippers, I emerged from the bedroom, only to spot Fu Yunting returning, weary and carrying a briefcase. "Have the issues been resolved?" I inquired. "All is well," he replied, then continued, "Zhang Yuning, have you only just awakened?" I nodded and softly asked, "Have you eaten? If not, I can prepare some noodles for you." He nodded, changing into slippers before retreating to his room. When he re-emerged dressed in sleepwear, my noodles were already served at the table. His hair was slightly damp, and the strands falling across his forehead appeared tousled. He must have just finished bathing. His mood seemed somewhat subdued as he approached and began to devour the noodles ravenously. It was the first time I had seen him eat with such urgency. He likely hadn't eaten all day. After finishing his meal, I cautiously asked, "Fu Yunting, is something troubling you? Have you encountered any issues?" He met my gaze, his expression calm as he replied, "It's nothing, I'm just a bit fatigued from recent events. A good sleep should remedy it." With that, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and returned to his room. I watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress a sigh. I knew he had encountered some difficulties but was reluctant to share them, leaving me with no choice but to let it be. After tidying up and returning to my room, Lin Xing's call came through. Ning Ning, have you seen the news? What is going on with Lawyer Fu? Is he alright? Your case against Qinjin and ISNT going to be retried, is it? Lin Xing bombarded me with questions the moment I answered the phone. Confused, I replied, Lin Xing, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What has happened to Fu Yunting? I already won my case against Qinjin and the divorce proceedings haven't even started yet. Ning Ning, do you mean to say you're not aware? Didn't Lawyer Fu inform you? Lin Xing asked, her tone laced with urgency. The more I listened, the more bewildered I became. Lin Xing, stop being cryptic and just tell me what is going on. Fang Zhang revealed your case against Qinjin. Fu Yunting allegedly bribed him to provide false testimony on your behalf. He is quite a prominent figure in Lin City, and as soon as this broke, it made headlines. Lawyer Fu is likely under investigation by the authorities right now. Chapter 71. The provocation of a scoundrel. Lin Xing spoke with a serious expression. Upon hearing her words, I felt a shiver run through me. Fang Zhang was indeed not to be underestimated. To bring down Fu Yunting, he was willing to self-destruct. My brow furrowed, filled with concern. I should have anticipated this. Fang Zhang's extortion for a ransom of 10 million was not something that would result in a light sentence. Seeing no hope, he chose to expose the truth at this moment. No wonder Fu Yunting had just appeared so grave. Ning Ning, are you listening? Furthermore, the news did not merely allege that Fu Yunting bribed a witness, it also suggested that he shared an unusual relationship with you, mentioning that you lived in his home and that his interactions with you, as his client, were improper. The news article even included photographs of you entering and exiting his residence. Fang Zhang was now under police custody for investigation. Even if he wished to harm Fu Yunting, he lacked the capability to create such a media spectacle. I suddenly came to my senses. This must be the work of Qinjin and Fang Zhang had just been captured, yet Qinjin had managed to obtain information so swiftly. I began to suspect that my kidnapping might also involve his scheming. Ning Ning, why are you silent? Are you still listening to me? Your silence is driving me crazy. While I pondered, Lin Xing continued to speak incessantly on the phone. I was too preoccupied to respond. All I wanted at that moment was to inquire about the situation directly from Fu Yunting. Lin Xing, I heard you. I'm going to find Fu Yunting to clarify things. I'll hang up for now. We can discuss the rest later. After ending the call, I hurried to Fu Yunting's room in search of him. Finding no one there, I noticed his study door slightly ajar. Without knocking, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, I was greeted by the sight of stacks of cash piled high on Fu Yunting's desk. He was busy packing them into a suitcase, and I stood frozen in place. Upon noticing my entrance, Fu Yunting raised an eyebrow and spoke with an annoyed tone. Zhang Yuning, are you not aware that one should knock before entering? I stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words, and replied, I saw the door was open, and feeling somewhat anxious, I just walked in. I apologize, I'll be more mindful in the future. What do you need from me? He continued his task, not even lifting his eyes. Why was Fu Yunting preparing such a large sum of cash? Connecting this to the news, I raised an eyebrow and uneasily inquired, Fu Yunting, what do you intend to do with so much money? I know about the news, you aren't planning to bribe the police, are you? Fu Yunting halted his actions, fixed his gaze on me, and said with a dark expression, Zhang Yuning, could you perhaps wish for me to have a bit of goodwill? Then what are you doing? I met his gaze, questioning him in confusion. This was the ransom I had prepared for Fang Zhang. Now that it is no longer needed, I intend to return this money to the bank. He truly had prepared 10 million in cash to ransom me. His demeanor remained calm, and his tone was casual, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. A warmth spread within me, and recalling the news made me feel even guiltier towards him. Fu Yunting, I'm sorry, I have caused you trouble. What do you plan to do now? I lowered my gaze, asking him with a dim expression. He looked at me, a smile barely touching his lips, and replied lightly, Zhang Yuning, you need not worry about this matter. It is but a trivial issue, I will manage it. Fu Yunting, will this situation affect your future? I locked my eyes on him, voicing my concern. He spoke to me with utmost seriousness. Zhang Yuning, I am a highly capable lawyer. This matter is merely a small hurdle for me. You should return to your room and rest. Given his earlier expression upon returning, this situation was likely not as simple as he claimed. He was likely only trying to comfort me. Fu Yunting, this incident originated because of me. If there is anything I can do to assist you, please do not hesitate to ask. Fu Yunting's eyes shifted slightly, and then he smiled at me. I can handle it well. I harbored serious doubts that Qinjin was the mastermind behind this incident, and perhaps even the kidnapping was part of his scheme. I voiced my suspicions to him. Fu Yunting raised an eyebrow and responded flippantly, Zhang Yuning, it seems you are not too foolish after all. I pouted and shot him a glare. Even at such a moment, he still had the audacity to mock me. Since you claim you can handle it, I shall return to my bedroom. Fu Yunting said nothing further and continued organizing the money. As I reached the door, I turned back and softly said, thank you, Fu Yunting, for being willing to take out so much money to save me. Zhang Yuning, you need not be overly moved. I have mentioned before that I will need your assistance in the future, so naturally, I must save you. Moreover, Fang Zhang kidnapped you for my money, so I have an obligation to rescue you. Fu Yun, although he spoke thus, I understood his character well, and I remained grateful to him in my heart. Once I returned to my room, I opened my phone and began to browse the news. The headlines indeed featured Fu Yunting, and the content was as Lin Xing had described it. However, public sentiment was divided. Some claimed he had offended powerful figures, and there were also those who asserted that his rise to prominence was not without its share of cunning strategies. Most people maintained a watchful attitude. The more I scrolled through the news, the more my indignation simmered. My emotions felt nearly uncontrollable, and I used a secondary account to confront numerous trolls. Just as I was embroiled in this verbal battle, I received a call from Shinjinin. My face flushed with rage. This scoundrel dared to call me. Just as I was about to hang up, I remembered Fu Yunting's predicament. Perhaps he was the one orchestrating it. I took a deep breath and pressed the answer button, simultaneously activating the recording feature. Shinjinin, why are you calling me? I cut straight to the chase, uninterested in any circumlocution. Ning Ning, could you refrain from this attitude towards me? After all, we were once married. I snorted coldly. Shinjinin, there is nothing between us to discuss. If you have something to say, say it. If not, I will hang up. You must have heard about Fu Yunting's situation. He is currently embroiled in a media storm, and I hear the police have begun investigating him. He is preoccupied with his own troubles. Why must you linger at his home and add to the chaos? Shinjinin spoke languidly, almost reveling in his malice. Shinjinin, I ask you, are you behind this? Did you orchestrate my kidnapping by Fong Zhang? I questioned, my tone frosty and laced with anger. What kidnapping, Ning Ning? When were you kidnapped by Fong Zhang? How could he commit such a despicable act? You weren't harmed, were you? Shinjinin feigned ignorance, but his demeanor only fueled my suspicions. I suppressed my rising fury and coldly replied, Shinjinin, if I have not seen Fong Zhang, speak with evidence. Without it, what do you intend to do? Shinjinin chuckled lightly, his words dripping with provocation. Shinjinin, every action leaves traces, nothing is ever completely seamless. Sooner or later, you will pay for your mistakes. I await that day. Chapter 72 Encountering the Scoundrel. Ning Ning, I firmly believe that time will restore my innocence, and I await the day you forgive me and we reconcile. Shinjinin chuckled softly, leisurely initiating the conversation. A person devoid of shame is indeed invincible. I found no desire to squander further words with him. I stated with gravity, Shinjinin, refrain from calling me in the future. I have nothing of substance to discuss with you. As I prepared to hang up, Shinjinin quickly interjected, Ning Ning, the reason I called is to urge you to return home. You and Fu Yunting, two solitary individuals sharing the same space, do you not fear the ensuing gossip? Moreover, let us not forget that we are still married. For Fu Yunting's reputation, you ought to come back. My expression tightened as I coldly retorted, Shinjinin, you needn't concern yourself with this matter from now on. Aside from divorce discussions, do not call me again. Your voice is repugnant to me. Very well, then let us discuss the divorce. Ning Ning, if you are truly eager to end our marriage, return home tomorrow. We can speak candidly. If the terms are agreeable, I might just consent to an amicable divorce, thus saving you the trouble of a lawsuit, which would squander both time and energy, especially since Fu Yunting is currently preoccupied with his own affairs. Shinjinin chuckled lightly, pausing before adding, Ning Ning, I fear you lack the courage to come. Provocation held no significance for me. He had suggested my return home more than once. His nature is cunning and insidious, and I would not fall into his trap. Just as I was about to terminate the call, Shinjinin spoke again, Jiang Yuning, Fu Yunting has exerted considerable effort on your behalf. Now that he faces such a significant predicament, should he handle it poorly, he risks being ostracized in the legal community. Given his dedication to your issues, surely you ought to do something in return? I furrowed my brow and coldly questioned, Shinjinin, what do you mean by that? Ning Ning, if you return home tomorrow, I assure you that all negative news concerning him will be promptly retracted. Why should I trust your words, or are you the one orchestrating those rumors? I replied with evident displeasure, Ning Ning, are you recording this to trap me? I can assure you that Fu Yunting's matters are of no concern to me. If you return home tomorrow to meet me, I will assist in retracting the news. As for Fong Zhang, I have my own means of dealing with him. Would you truly be so benevolent? Shinjinin, save your deceitful tongue for the gullible. Ning Ning, I confess to you, my loss in the lawsuit has adversely impacted the company, and the board is now pressuring me. Therefore, I hope you can play the role of a loving couple for a few days. Once the appraisal meeting concludes, we can negotiate the terms for our divorce. Please, do not hastily refuse me. Give me your answer tomorrow. I remained silent and swiftly hung up. It was no wonder Shinjinin persistently harassed me with calls, desperately pleading for my return, and from his tone, I was certain that the situation with Fu Yunting was a scheme contrived by him. His aim was to leverage this incident to coerce me into pretending to be a loving couple, thereby completing the first project of his tenure and ultimately appeasing the board. With this in mind, I felt even more guilt towards Fu Yunting, who was once again embroiled in trouble due to me. After much contemplation, I decided to return home to negotiate with Shinjinin. I surmised that he needed something from me, and thus would not dare to harm me, ensuring my safety. I did not wish for Fu Yunting to ruin his promising future because of me. The next day, when I awoke, Fu Yunting was already gone. After completing my morning routine and preparing a simple meal, I took a taxi to the police station to retrieve my car. Having sorted everything out, I then returned to my villa. As I took out the villa key to unlock the door, I found it unyielding after several attempts. Shinjinin must have changed the locks. I couldn't help but scoff internally. His petty tricks were utterly meaningless. I rang the doorbell, and it was quickly opened from the inside by one of the two maids I had selected from the agency, Aunt Lu. Upon seeing me, she immediately lowered her head, visibly flustered, and stammered, Madam, you have returned? I smiled lightly, nonchalantly replying, Isn't this my home? Am I not allowed to come back? Yes, yes, I spoke thoughtlessly. Of course, this is your home, please, come in. She stepped aside, respectfully gesturing for me to enter. I walked in, deliberately avoiding eye contact, and soon spotted the other maid, who froze in place, momentarily at a loss for words. Once betrayed, trust is forever lost. I had no desire to engage with them and proceeded directly upstairs. I first entered the bedroom, surveying my surroundings. The room remained unchanged. Then I made my way to the study, swiftly locking the door behind me and searching for the hidden camera I had previously placed there. To my expectation, it was no longer in its position. Shinjinin must have discovered and removed it. This was anticipated, and I felt no surprise. I rummaged through his study but found no valuable evidence. Just as I continued my search, I heard the sound of the door lock turning. With no time to spare, I hastily tidied the disarrayed documents just as the door creaked open. Shinjinin strolled in, hands stuffed in his pockets, a smile illuminating his face. I noted that he had not yet changed into slippers, and his breath was slightly labored as he spoke. My brow arched. His hasty return suggested he had something of great importance in the study. Ning Ning, you returned home and came straight to the study. Are you looking for something important? He asked, feigning a casual demeanor. Did you rush back out of fear that I might uncover something detrimental to you? I inquired, my gaze sharp and wary. Shinjinin chuckled. Ning Ning, I am a law-abiding citizen. There is nothing I fear you might discover. As for my quick return, it is simply because I missed you. He stepped closer, his hand reaching for my face, but I instinctively retreated a few paces, maintaining a safe distance. My expression hardened as I coldly demanded, Shinjinin, there is no need for theatrics between us. Now that I have returned home as you requested, when do you intend to fulfill your promises? Chapter 73, The Schemes of a Scoundrel. Ning Ning, are you truly so concerned about Fu Yunting? We have only just met, and yet you are so eager to assist him in resolving his troubles. Fu Yunting has expended considerable effort on my legal matters, and it is precisely due to my predicament that he has fallen victim to petty schemers. Naturally, I should lend him my support. I am not a heartless wretch devoid of gratitude and loyalty. I cast a cold, penetrating gaze upon him and spoke meaningfully. Ning Ning, you seem to be casting veiled insinuations at me again. Fear not, I shall make a call to retract the news immediately. As for Fang Zhang, I will find a way to persuade him to alter his testimony. I assure you, I will handle this matter to your satisfaction. Shinjinin's prompt agreement to my request filled me with profound suspicion. I scrutinized him with narrowed eyes, filled with doubt. Shinjinin, why are you suddenly so benevolent? Have you concocted yet another scheme or trap? He smiled nonchalantly, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Ning Ning, you are unjustly accusing me. I have stated before that as long as you are willing to return home, I shall assist you. If there is any ulterior motive, it is simply my desire to have you back under the same roof. I regarded him with a mixture of skepticism and uncertainty, choosing to remain silent. Shinjinin offered me a courteous smile, then his eyes glimmered slightly as he gently suggested, Ning Ning, why not take a moment to lie down in the bedroom while I make a couple of calls in the study? It won't take long, and I assure you, I won't keep you waiting for too long. It seemed evident that Shinjinin harbored secrets within his study, otherwise, he would not be so concerned about my presence there. I maintained an impassive expression as I quietly exited the study and descended to the living room. Upon seeing me come downstairs, Aunt Lou had shed her earlier awkwardness, her face radiated warmth as she hurried towards me, carrying a plate of fruit. She placed the fruit on the coffee table and, with a beaming smile, inquired whether I was thirsty and if I would like something to drink. Leaning back on the sofa, I responded with a relaxed demeanor. I am not thirsty. I need to discuss some matters with Shinjinin shortly, so you two should go upstairs to clean without disturbing our conversation. She nodded in agreement, signaling to another aunt, and together they swiftly ascended the stairs. Half an hour later, Shinjinin descended with his phone in hand, his demeanor relaxed. As he approached me, I fixed him with a piercing gaze and demanded, Shinjinin, how have you managed the situation? He flashed me a confident smile, assuring me, Ning Ning, I always keep my word. The matter has been resolved. If you don't believe me, feel free to check your phone, I would never deceive you. After saying this, he attempted to sit beside me, but my disdainful expression caused him to reluctantly distance himself. I glanced at my phone and noted that the post exposing Fu Yunting had indeed vanished. The trending topic was now an explosive romance involving a top-tier actor. Despite Fu Yunting's popularity, being an outsider meant that the buzz generated by a leading actor was far more significant. As anticipated, netizens had shifted their focus, fervently discussing this actor's relationship. Well, you have kept your promise, so let us now discuss the terms of our divorce. Shinjinin smirked at me, speaking nonchalantly. Ning Ning, it appears you are resolutely determined to divorce me. If that is the case, I have no desire to cling to you like a stubborn adhesive. Divorce is certainly an option, but the conditions must be suitable. He loosened his shirt collar and languidly leaned back against the sofa. What conditions are you proposing? If you transfer the shares your father left you to me, I will agree to divorce you immediately. Rest assured, I will commit to paying you 10 million. Of course, I cannot provide such a sum at present, but we can draft an agreement stipulating that I will repay you in 3 years, and I will not delay. He paused before continuing, Ning Ning, you have been away from the company for many years, and managing it would be a considerable drain on your energy. Retaining the shares serves little purpose, and you cannot contend with that group of old board members. It would be far more advantageous for you to transfer the shares to me. After all, you possess other assets, and that 10 million will secure your comfortable living for the rest of your life. I smiled at him and began to applaud. He looked at me, somewhat taken aback, his eyes darkening as he said, Ning Ning, I genuinely have your best interests at heart, please do not look at me like that. It's rather unsettling, Shinjinin, your calculations are astoundingly precise. You intend to treat me as a fool, don't you? Let me make this clear, you are merely daydreaming, and you would do well to abandon such delusions. His expression darkened abruptly, the smile fading as he regarded me. With a grim tone, he replied to Jiang Yuning, "Very well, that if you refuse to agree, we shall both drag this out. As long as I do not divorce you, you shall not have the chance to be with Fu Yunting. Let us see who can outlast whom. Very well, in that case, we shall meet in court. Shen Jinan, as a man who has committed adultery during our marriage, you dare to negotiate terms with me. If we are to discuss conditions, then mine is that you leave with nothing and depart empty-handed." Ignoring Shen Jinan's threatening gaze, I spoke to him in a calm, steady tone. After a moment of silence, Shen Jinan suddenly began to laugh, his smile chilling and sinister. "Jiang Yuning, Fu Yunting may be quite skilled in legal matters, but let me warn you. Should you push me to my limits, forcing me into a corner, I will drag you down into hell with me." I could no longer contain my disdain and replied, "Shen Jinan, you are utterly revolting. How could I have been so blind as to choose you?" Shen Jinan chuckled nonchalantly, responding, "Jiang Yuning, you have only yourself to blame for your foolishness, allowing me to manipulate you so easily." Recognizing that further entanglement with him was futile, I scoffed lightly and said to Shen Jinan, "Then let us meet in court." With that, I turned to leave, but Shen Jinan stepped forward, grasping my wrist firmly. He glared at me fiercely, stating, "Jiang Yuning, you cannot simply come and go as you please in this house." His grip was strong, preventing my escape. Meeting his fierce gaze, I replied calmly, "Shen Jinan, are you intending to unlawfully detain me? You should think this through carefully." Shen Jinan abruptly released my wrist, his tone icy as he replied, "Jiang Yuning, do not attempt to pin any accusations on me. We are not yet divorced, this is your home, and you came back of your own accord. Even if the police arrive, I will simply assert that we are merely a couple in conflict and that I was trying to persuade you to stay. It would merely be classified as a domestic dispute, hardly a case of unlawful detention." "Shen Jinan, you had this all planned out, hadn't you?" I stared at him, my brow furrowing as I questioned him. Shen Jinan's smile grew wider, and he casually remarked, "With the situation so tense between us, it is clear that I cannot genuinely expect you to play the role of a loving spouse. That was simply a ruse to coax you back. In truth, I only require you to remain in the house." My eyes darkened as my mind raced, and I fixed him with an inquisitive gaze. "What do you mean by that?" "Ning Ning, I merely wish for you to stay home for 3 days. Once that time has elapsed, I will set you free without delay." I pondered for a moment, suddenly enlightened, and replied coolly, "Are you afraid I will disrupt your plans during the tasting event?" Chapter 74, Under House Arrest. Shen Jianan gazed at me, lazily leaning back, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "You are not mistaken. The day after tomorrow marks the Jiang Group's appraisal meeting, the first project I am responsible for since assuming the role of president. Countless eyes are scrutinizing my every move. I must ensure that this endeavor is flawless under my stewardship, and you, Jiang Yuning, pose the greatest threat to my plans. I must remain vigilant." Shen Jianan's smile was flamboyant, his tone flippant. I let out a derisive snort, maintaining a calm demeanor as I replied, "Shen Jianan, do you truly believe you can impede my progress? Unless you resort to kidnapping me like Fang Zhang, I shall never yield to your manipulation." However, after just a few steps, Shen Jianan swiftly positioned himself in my path, raising a hand to block my way. "Jiang Yuning, it would be wise for you to comply and ascend the stairs obediently. Do not force my hand." My gaze was icy as I fixed him with a stare, retorting coldly, "Shen Jianan, I shall reiterate this one last time. I will not acquiesce to your arrangements unless you are prepared to face the consequences of your actions." Shen Jianan's insatiable thirst for power and wealth led me to believe he would not dare to take further action against me. He fell silent for a moment, standing aside and indeed allowing me passage till I suppressed the unease churning within me, maintaining a composed facade as I quickened my pace toward the door. Just as my hand was about to grasp the doorknob, Shen Jianan seized me from behind, forcefully covering my mouth and nose with a handkerchief. "Shen Jianan, have you lost your mind?" I struggled with all my might, but before I could call for help, a wave of dizziness engulfed me, my limbs grew weak, and soon I was enveloped in darkness. When I next opened my eyes, I found myself lying in an upstairs bedroom. On the nearby cabinet lay a meal. I sprang to my feet, barefoot, and rushed to the door, only to discover it was locked from the outside. I kicked the door with all my strength, but to no avail. I pounded on the door, shouting towards the outside, "Shen Jianan, open this door, you scoundrel, hurry and let me out. If you don't, I will not let this go. I will accuse you of unlawful detention." "Madam, I advise you to refrain from provoking the sir. Calm yourself, and once your anger subsides, have a rational conversation with him. Perhaps he will release you after all. Couples often argue, but they can reconcile," came the seemingly gentle yet slightly mocking voice of Aunt Lu from outside. Upon hearing her words, my anger surged. Shen Jianan was committing a crime of unlawful detention. Does she not realize she is an accomplice? You, whom I hired as my maid, are now colluding with Shen Jianan to harm me. If you release me now, I will overlook your involvement. Otherwise, I shall involve you in my accusations as well. My tone was icy, laced with a warning. I then heard her chuckle softly, pausing before speaking with a dismissive tone. "Indeed, we are employed by you, madam, but the sir compensates us 4 times more each month and treats us far more kindly than you do. Naturally, we will assist him." Without waiting for my response, she continued in a soft voice, "As for your claim of unlawful detention, you returned home of your own volition. The surveillance outside can verify that you were not abducted. How can being in your own home constitute unlawful detention? Firstly, the sir has committed no crime, and secondly, we cannot be deemed accomplices. Madam, do not attempt to intimidate us here." I raised an eyebrow, retorting indignantly, "It seems the scheme has been premeditated by you both. I underestimated your resolve. I hope you maintain this sharp tongue when you find yourself at the police station." "Madam, I will indeed. I advise you to conserve your energy. Your meal is prepared on the cabinet to prevent your escape." The Sir has decreed that this will be your only meal for the day. Eating it cold is detrimental to your health. You should consume it while it is warm without strength and spirit. How will you converse with the Sir tonight? Her words dripped with sarcasm, despite her smile. And where is Shinjianon? Call him, I have urgent matters to discuss with him. I knew they were both completely brainwashed by Shinjianon, and I had little desire to continue this conversation. Madam, the Sir has returned to the company. He mentioned he would return tonight. I can no longer converse with you. I must prepare the ingredients for the Sir's dinner. I then heard her footsteps descending cheerfully, surveying the room. I noted the absence of my phone. It was evident that Shinjianon had confiscated it. I quickly recalled the incriminating evidence of his infidelity stored within. Thankfully, I had previously backed it up on my computer. My spirits lifted momentarily, but soon anxiety returned. Despite having deleted the chat records with Xiaoyu, I had not erased the call logs. I began to worry, fearing that if Shinjianon discovered he was my private investigator, he might take actions detrimental to him. Moreover, I was uncertain whether he would manipulate my phone to set a trap for me. I began rummaging through drawers in search of any tools that might aid my escape. After an exhaustive search, I found nothing. The toolbox and scissors that had once been in the cabinet had all been taken by Shinjianon. Indeed, Shinjianon was exceedingly cautious and meticulous. Realizing I had no means of escape, I resigned myself to abandon that avenue, sitting despondently on the floor as I contemplated how to deal with Shinjianon. I, of course, did not touch the meal he provided. As night fell, I heard footsteps approaching from upstairs, my brow furrowing in anticipation. I knew Shinjianon had returned. I did not wish him to perceive my despondency, so I straightened my clothes and returned to sit on the bed. Shinjianon soon opened the door and walked in. I glared at him, my eyes icy, and spoke with a cold demeanor. Shinjianon, you despicable wretch. He studied my face, a smile playing on his lips, and spoke languidly. Ning Ning, seeing you like this upon my return is quite disappointing. You should be eagerly awaiting my arrival. Shinjianon, I've been out for quite some time. Fu Yunting will contact me soon. If he cannot find me, whom do you think he will suspect? You are foolish to think you can conceal me. I scoffed dismissively, my tone icy. Shinjianon smirked, strolling slowly toward me with his hands in his pockets. Indeed, Ning Ning, how could I have overlooked that? You must have realized I took your phone. Naturally, I have sent a message to Fu Yunting in your name. Would you like to hear how I worded it? He looked at me, his smile brimming with smugness. Scoundrel! I was instantly enraged, gritting my teeth as I grabbed the bedside lamp and swung it forcefully at his head. Chapter 75 Confrontation. Shinjinan's body swayed, and the desk lamp crashed against the wall, shattering into countless fragments in an instant. Shinjinan looked at me, a trace of cold amusement flickering in his eyes. Ning Ning, are you truly wishing for my demise? Your irrationality in dire situations is of no benefit to you. I advise you to abandon any hopes of rescue, remain here quietly, and I shall ensure the nanny attends to your needs. However, if you persist in your thoughts of escape, you will surely face dire consequences. I had already grasped Shinjinan's intentions. Further dialogue was futile, for he had no intention of letting me go. Shinjinan, if that is the case, then there is nothing left to discuss between us. It is not yet the day of the tasting event. It is premature to speak of anything now. Let us simply wait and see. I wish for you to leave. I no longer wish to see your face. I gestured toward the door, signaling for him to depart. Shinjinan staggered toward the exit, but as he reached the threshold, he abruptly halted. Turning his back to me, he casually spoke again. Ning Ning, is the private investigator you hired named Zhang Shangyu? My heart jolted. Shinjinan had indeed uncovered his information through his phone. I forced myself to mask the turmoil within and feigned a nonchalant demeanor. What Zhang Shangyu? I know not of whom you speak. I am unfamiliar with that individual. Shinjinan turned to face me, his gaze scrutinizing. I am quite occupied at the moment, unable to attend to many matters. Once the tasting event is No need to fret, we have plenty of time ahead of us. I met his gaze resolutely and replied coolly, not knowing him means just that. You may think as you wish. In any case, you do not believe my words. Indeed, we have ample time ahead, Shinjinan, and I eagerly await the day of your downfall. I articulated each word with conviction. He appeared unfazed, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he smiled at me before closing the door and locking it behind him. Once he departed, my mind raced. It was inevitable that Shinjinan would discover that Xiaoyu was my private investigator. Fortunately, he was currently preoccupied with the tasting event, leaving him somewhat distracted. With Fu Yunting here, he should not detain me for long. Once I escape, I must remind Xiaoyu to be wary of Shinjinan. My stomach began to grumble, yet I had no desire to consume the items on the cabinet. I had no choice but to endure. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. If I do not eat today, I fear I may not withstand tomorrow. I could only silently pray for Fu Yunting to arrive soon. To conserve my energy, I decided to sleep. Just as I was on the verge of drifting off, I heard a commotion from downstairs. I jolted upright, pressing my ear against the door, though the sounds were not entirely clear. I concentrated, straining to listen more intently. It was not long before I froze. I heard Fu Yunting's voice. He had come to find me so early. I overheard him arguing with Shinjinan, who adamantly insisted that I had returned of my own accord, claiming that I was currently bathing. Fu Yunting, however, firmly asserted that Shinjinan had unlawfully detained me, threatening to call the police if he continued to obstruct him. Shinjinan issued numerous threats, alleging that Fu Yunting was trespassing and that our news had just been erased. Was he truly willing to gamble his future for me? Fu Yunting simply stated a few resolute words that moved me deeply. He declared that it mattered not. In his heart, I was of utmost importance. I became so engrossed in their exchange that I forgot to call for help, desperately pounding on the door and shouting, Fu Yunting, I am here. Please save me. Shinjinan is holding me against my will. I continued to strike the door, shouting toward the outside. Soon, I heard the sounds of a scuffle, likely between Fu Yunting and Shen Jinan. A short while later, I heard the two nannies attempting to mediate. Judging by their tone, it appeared Shen Jinan had sustained serious injuries, and they were clamoring to call the police. Fu Yunting, however, casually retorted, "Sure, when the police arrive, you will see who truly bears the misfortune. You think you can contend with me, a lawyer? How foolish." I then heard Shen Jinan's furious voice commanding the two nannies to be silent, and they instantly quieted. "Jiang Yuning, I am coming to rescue you now. Step away from the door, I will kick it down, be careful not to get hurt." Upon hearing Fu Yunting's voice, I quickly moved aside. With a series of loud bangs, the door was swiftly flung open. Fu Yunting appeared in my line of sight, blood trickling from his lip, and his right eye swollen, for reasons I could not comprehend, my nose tinged with emotion, and tears welled in my eyes. Fu Yunting remained rooted in place, and upon seeing my state, he smiled gently. "Jiang Yuning, how old are you now, still crying?" I wiped away my tears and hurried to his side, scrutinizing him closely. Once I confirmed he had no injuries aside from the wound on his face, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, smiling gratefully. "Fu Yunting, thank you for coming to save me. Is a mere thank you all you offer me?" He gazed at me. "I shall gift you a new outfit and treat you to a lavish meal afterward. How does that sound? Let us make do. Come back with me." He nodded reluctantly, signaling for me to leave. My phone remained with Shen Jinan, and he nodded again, indicating I should follow him. As I stepped outside, I saw Shen Jinan, bruised and battered, standing at the staircase. Upon seeing us, he ceded. "Fu Yunting, do you believe this is your playground? My home is not a place you can enter and exit at will." Fu Yunting responded with a disdainful smile. "Oh, you want me to give you another beating as I leave?" Had the situation not been so serious, I might have laughed. Shen Jinan's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and growled at Fu Yunting. "Fu Yunting, do you genuinely think I would hesitate to take action against you? I am still married to Jiang Yuning, yet you covet her. Let me be clear, I will never allow you two to be together. I will bind Jiang Yuning to me for life. Abandon any hope you may have." Shen Jinan's gaze burned with fury as he looked at us. Fu Yunting, however, remained calm, stating, "Shen Jinan, you overestimate your importance. If I wish to achieve something, I certainly can." Shen Jinan snorted coldly. "You, Fu Yunting, merely rely on your slightly superior background. What is there to boast about? What you desire is merely what I have discarded." Jiang Yuning in bed is like a lifeless corpse, utterly lacking in passion. You will surely be disappointed. Chapter 76. The Resolution of Dilemmas. Shen Jinan, your shamelessness knows no bounds. Upon hearing those words, my eyes widened with fury, my hands clenched tightly around my sleeves, and my chest heaved with indignation. My brows furrowed deeply as I spoke in a low voice. Shen Jinan cast a sly smile in my direction. "Jiang Yuning, shameless, you say? We are not yet divorced, and you are so eager to be with Fu Yunting. How dare you accuse me of being shameless? You are truly a despicable woman." I stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across his face. "You vile creature, how dare you strike me?" Shen Jinan was about to retaliate when Fu Yunting stepped in front of me, grasping Shen Jinan's wrist tightly, his voice cold as ice. "You dare to hit a woman? What sort of man are you?" Shen Jinan scoffed at him, his tone laced with innuendo. "Whether I am a man or not, Jiang Yuning should have the most to say about it, considering we have tangled in bed for many years." He emphasized that last statement with particular weight. Shen Jinan's intentions were transparent, and I had no desire to continue this entanglement. I also did not wish to reclaim the phone that Shen Jinan had touched. I turned to Fu Yunting and said, "Let's go back." He looked at me and nodded, gesturing with his eyes for me to lead the way, while he followed closely behind. After taking a few steps, Shen Jinan's voice rang out behind us. "Fu Yunting, I will not let this matter rest. You will not escape my wrath." Fu Yunting did not turn around, replying coldly, "Very well, I await your move." Subsequently, we exited in succession, and as we settled into Fu Yunting's car, I quietly uttered an apology. He regarded me with a scrutinizing gaze, a smile playing on his lips. "Jiang Yuning, why the sudden apology?" "I was overly confident. I acted rashly this time. I should not have returned unannounced, causing you such great trouble." "It's good that you understand. In the future, exercise extra caution. Shen Jinan is cunning. You are no match for him." I nodded in agreement. "Given the sincerity of your apology, I shall let it slide." Fu Yunting then started the car, and I expressed my concerns with some regret. "Shen Jinan has taken my phone, and though I have a backup of its contents, he has already discovered my private investigator, Xiaoyu. I fear he may target Xiaoyu. Fu Yunting, I wish to call Xiaoyu using your phone to warn him." Fu Yunting acknowledged with a sound and handed me his phone. I hurriedly inquired about the unlock password, and he hesitated momentarily before unlocking the device and returning it to me. I suddenly felt a pang of intrusion. A phone is a private possession, and I should not have directly asked for his password. I swiftly dialed Xiaoyu's number, and he answered with surprise in his voice, asking why my number had changed. I quickly recounted the situation to him. There was a brief pause on the other end, and then he spoke with some irritation, revealing that my old number had messaged him this afternoon, arranging a meeting for tomorrow night. That must be a trap set by Shen Jinan. I promptly cautioned him to be more vigilant in the coming days and advised him to cease following Shen Jinan until I acquired a new phone. We would avoid texting for the time being for prudence's sake. Xiaoyu, however, seemed unconcerned, assuring me he would be careful. I urged him once more before he acquiesced to my suggestion. After hanging up, I returned the phone to Fu Yunting, who spoke again in a measured tone. What is your plan for the appraisal meeting? To expose him, I replied instinctively. Indeed, I shall assist you in making the necessary preparations. Thank you. You came to the villa to confront Shinjinin on my behalf, did you not? I looked at him, raising an eyebrow. How did you know? Because my news was retracted. I deduced as much. I smiled at him. Since this matter has implicated me, I naturally ought to do something for you. Jian Yuning, you are indeed somewhat naive. Can I not suppress this matter myself? I found his words puzzling, and with a slight shift in my gaze, I queried, then why not suppress it? He replied coolly, I have discovered that the source of the post was orchestrated by Shinjinin. He bribed a writer to carry out this deed. I plan to expose him after the situation escalates, as this will yield the best results. That is precisely why Shinjinin chose to retract the news. He understands my intentions. My eyelashes fluttered as I pondered his words, my expression growing serious. What about Fang Zhang? He kidnapped me and should face criminal charges. He is cornered now. In a bid to bring you down, he might very well turn on you. If it is proven that you bribed him, I fear for your safety. Do you believe I am less capable than Shinjinin? If he can resolve this issue, so can I, Fu Yunting interjected firmly. No, of course not. I apologize, I was too hasty. Concern can lead to confusion, I admitted, lowering my head in embarrassment. After a moment of silence, Fu Yunting smiled and said, I know you mean well, your concern is enough, and there is no need for guilt. I did indeed bribe Fang Zhang, but having made that choice, I am prepared for the possibility of his betrayal. I fell silent, but in my heart, I marveled at Fu Yunting's prowess. He could never be ensnared by such trivial matters. I had indeed been presumptuous. This situation served as a lesson, and I resolved to consult him before taking action in the future. Jian Yuning, should you ever find yourself uncertain again, feel free to seek my counsel. We were in sync, and I nodded cheerfully in agreement. I wonder if the consultation fee for Lawyer Fu is exorbitant. I am not sure if I can afford it. He chuckled, replying, to prevent you from inadvertently causing me trouble, I shall waive the fee. In that case, I shall take full advantage. The contents of your phone are likely already known to Shinjinin. It would be futile to reclaim it, which is why I refrained from asking him for it. I happen to have several unopened new phones at home, you may choose one for yourself. Fu Yunting casually remarked as he drove. Lawyer Fu, are you this generous with every client? I asked, a playful smile gracing my lips. Chapter 77 of the Acid Tongue, not entirely, I tend to pay extra attention to those rather foolish individuals. Fu Yunting remarked with an expression of indifference, his words laden with implication. Upon hearing him, I instantly grasped the meaning behind his statement. I shot him a glare, retorting with irritation, Fu Yunting, must your words be so venomous? Can't you refrain from disparaging others? Jian Yuning, you ought to broaden your perspective, this isn't mere malice. I am merely reminding you to exercise more caution in the future, lest you fall victim once again. Before I could retort, my stomach growled audibly, causing me a tinge of embarrassment as I cleared my throat softly. Does he not provide you with meals? Fu Yunting cast a glance my way and remarked nonchalantly. He does, but I dare not eat. I fear he may poison my food. Fu Yunting chuckled lightly, Jian Yuning, I must commend your vigilance. Has he not been attempting to cultivate the image of a loving couple between you two at the company? Perhaps he might lace your meal with an aphrodisiac, seizing the opportunity to capture some intimate photographs. A chill ran down my spine at his words. Fu Yunting made a valid point. Initially, I had not considered such sinister possibilities, my distrust stemming merely from instinct, yet now, the thought sent shivers through me, as such a deception seemed well within Shinjinin's capabilities. To avoid appearing foolish in Fu Yunting's eyes, I feigned understanding, nodding and smiling at him. Indeed, that is precisely what I thought. His gaze met mine once more, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes, as if to say he was acutely aware of my deceit. I closed my eyes, seeking to calm my mind, and chose to ignore him thereafter. Upon returning to his residence, he generously presented me with several new mobile phones to choose from, all of which were the latest Huawei business models. I casually selected one and murmured a soft thank you. Subsequently, I retrieved a first aid kit to tend to his injuries. Fortunately, his wounds were not severe, and after applying the necessary treatment, I retreated to my room. I resolved to purchase a new SIM card the following day. I had intended to enjoy a good night's rest, yet my stomach continued to rumble insistently, prompting me to rise and head to the kitchen. To my surprise, I found Fu Yunting in the kitchen, boiling noodles. He was cooking. I was utterly astonished and hurried to his side to inspect his culinary efforts, which, as expected, resembled a culinary disaster. I never anticipated the esteemed lawyer Fu Yunting would take to cooking. I could only wonder how it would taste. I offered him a teasing smile. Fu Yunting raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, you need not mock me. Cooking is not my forte. Since you are here, why not prepare 2 servings of noodles instead? Without waiting for my response, he promptly discarded the noodles into the trash. Fu Yunting, such wastefulness is shameful. Did your mother not teach you better? She did not. My parents divorced when I was young. She has long resided in New Zealand and seldom returns. Fu Yunting casually wiped the countertop, his tone unperturbed. It was the first time I had heard him speak of his family, and a sense of awkwardness washed over me as I scratched my head. I apologize, Fu Yunting, I was unaware of your family situation. When we first met, I encountered your parents and assumed that woman was your stepmother. He interrupted my explanation, his expression darkening slightly. All right, I will prepare the noodles immediately, they will be ready soon. I quickly diverted the conversation, focusing on cooking. Once the noodles were cooked, I felt a great sense of relief in my stomach after eating. After we finished our meal, curiosity got the better of me, and I asked, "Do you feel confident about handling Shinjinin at the appraisal meeting?" "Rest assured, after I agreed to assist you with the divorce proceedings, I have placed individuals close to him. I have everything under control." Fu Yunting assured me with unwavering confidence, allowing me to relax. "Please send me all the evidence regarding Shinjinin's infidelity that you previously gathered by tomorrow night." Once we had finalized our plans, he retreated to his study while I returned to my room. After a refreshing shower, I lay on the bed, my mind racing with thoughts on how to confront Shinjinin at the appraisal meeting. Before long, fatigue washed over me, and after a long day, I succumbed to deep slumber. The following morning, when I awoke, Fu Yunting had already departed. I noticed a sticky note on the dining table, left by Fu Yunting, stating that his assistant would return my car and provide me with a new SIM card. He also advised me to avoid going out today, as the appraisal meeting was just around the corner. To prevent Shinjinin from making another move against me, not long after I finished my meal, there was a knock at the door. It was Fu Yunting's assistant, who had returned my car keys and the new SIM card. After confirming the information, I cautiously opened the door. The assistant offered me a polite smile before handing over the items and departing. I inserted the new SIM card into the phone and called Xiaoyu, informing him to use this number for future communications. I requested him to resend all the information regarding Shinjinin's infidelity, which I organized and forwarded to Fu Yunting's phone. To prevent any further complications, I resolved to remain indoors the entire day. Since I had the time, I decided to prepare a hearty meal for Fu Yunting, as he had assisted me on numerous occasions. This would serve as both a token of gratitude and a good omen for the challenging day ahead. After a brief nap, I scoured his refrigerator for ingredients and diligently began preparing dinner. Although I had many dishes in mind and no helper at hand, I was fortunate to have ample time. By the time Fu Yunting returned that evening, I had prepared a splendid feast. As he entered, changing into slippers at the entrance, he remarked, "The aroma of your cooking has wafted into the hallway. Zhang Yuning, what grand feast have you prepared?" I smiled with a hint of pride, responding, "Thank you for the compliment, esteemed lawyer Fu. I merely made some home-cooked meals. I hope they meet your standards. I have no particular expectations, as long as it's edible, that suffices. At the very least, I trust your cooking is hygienic." With that, he retreated to his room. I had grown accustomed to his remarks. If he ever spoke sweetly, it would only unsettle me further. I sat at the dining table waiting for him, and he soon returned, dressed in fresh casual attire, approaching leisurely. After taking a seat, he sampled a bite of my cooking and then spoke in a nonchalant tone, "Zhang Yuning, I finally understand why you were so inept. You should focus all your efforts on cooking." Chapter 78. The grand performance begins. I raised my brow slightly and replied with an air of displeasure, "Lawyer Fu, are you complimenting me, or are you subtly insulting me?" "Zhang Yuning, interpret it however you wish," Fu Yunting responded, his focus unwavering as he continued to eat, his tone somewhat dismissive. Considering the significance of tomorrow's tasting event and my need for his substantial assistance, I decided to be magnanimous and let it slide. After finishing dinner, Fu Yunting wiped his mouth and stated indifferently, "Zhang Yuning, I trust you can handle the dishes. I have some important documents to attend to." "All right, you go ahead." The way he spoke made it seem as if he could help me with my tasks without looking at the documents, a sentiment I kept to myself. Once he retreated to his study, I began to tidy up. After completing the cleaning, I returned to my room. Perhaps due to the exhausting afternoon and the evening's chores, I quickly fell asleep after my shower. In my dreams, I witnessed Shinjinin and Shenyao tearing into each other at the tasting event, and then I appeared. I threw the divorce agreement in Shinjinin's face, which sent him into a frenzy. He lunged at me with a knife. I froze, bewildered and at a loss, before waking abruptly from the nightmare. Sitting up suddenly, I realized my back was drenched in cold sweat. I let out a long sigh, then stood and gazed out at the pitch-black window, my arms crossed tightly against my body, my thoughts consumed by the events of tomorrow's tasting. I yearned for Shinjinin's disgrace and infamy, silently praying that Fu Yunting would manage to bring him down decisively. Perhaps my excitement kept me restless. It was only as dawn approached that when I awoke again, the sun was already bright and shining. The day of the tasting event had finally arrived. Although I had slept late, I rose early. After freshening up and leaving my room, I found Fu Yunting seated on the sofa, reviewing documents. He looked particularly sharp today, having even prepared a stunning haute couture gown and matching jewelry for me. While I adored the outfit and wanted to look splendid for the occasion, I recalled seeing the dress and jewelry in the cloakroom. They were likely gifts for someone he favored. Hesitatingly, I smiled at him. "Fu Yunting, I appreciate your kindness, but I feel undeserving of such generosity. After all, this is something you had prepared for someone else. If you wish to witness Shinjinin's moment of humiliation in style, wear this outfit. If you dislike it, then consider it as if I never spoke." I naturally liked it. Fearing he might misunderstand, I quickly clarified, "I do like it." "Then that's settled. Stop dawdling and make yourself presentable. Time is of the essence, and we need to leave shortly," he urged, glancing at his watch with an impatient frown. I furrowed my brow in confusion. "Fu Yunting, our recent rumors have only just subsided. Attending the tasting event together might raise eyebrows." Fu Yunting, always calculating, surprised me with his hasty decision. "Zhang Yuning, why shouldn't we go together? It is precisely at such events that we should appear united to attract more attention from the media." "But what if they misconstrue our relationship and sensationalize it? I'm still married, and while I don't mind, I worry about the trouble it could bring you, especially since your own news has only just calmed down. Perhaps we should reconsider." I don't want to compromise your image for the sake of publicity. I hesitated, whispering my concerns. Fu Yunting lowered his gaze to me, speaking slowly. Zhang Yuning, there is no need for concern. I have everything arranged. If I say I will help you bring down Shen Jinan, I will do so. Just have faith in me. Looking into his steadfast eyes and calm demeanor, my worries began to dissipate, bringing a sense of tranquility to my heart. I pressed my lips together and replied composedly, Fu Yunting, I understand you can count on me to support you at the tasting event. I won't hinder your plans. Fu Yunting fixed his gaze on me, his lips parting slightly as he cautioned, also, regardless of how events unfold, maintain your composure and do not fall into Shen Jinan's traps. This advice may be cliché, but I hope you truly heed it. Now, go prepare yourself, time is running short. I smiled and nodded, then took the gown and jewelry back to my room. I swiftly changed into the outfit, adorned myself with the jewelry, and applied my makeup. Once I was satisfied with my appearance, I looked in the mirror and murmured, Zhang Yuning, you will succeed today. You can do it. I then flashed a radiant smile at my reflection. As I exited the room, I called out to Fu Yunting, who was waiting on the sofa, shall we go? He had been engrossed in his phone, but upon hearing my voice, he stood up, lifting his gaze to meet mine. I noticed a flicker of astonishment in his deep eyes, a rare moment of vulnerability for someone so accustomed to the company of beautiful women. I smiled warmly at him. Lawyer Fu, what were you thinking about? Let us get going. He quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat and saying casually, Zhang Yuning, you look beautiful today. A woman should take the time to dress up, it greatly enhances one's mood. I gazed at him, my eyes glimmering with intrigue. It seems Lawyer Fu possesses a profound understanding of women. Let us move on. Clearly, Fu Yunting preferred to avoid further discussion on the topic, and he stepped ahead. I followed closely behind as we made our way to the tasting event. Upon arrival, the venue was lavishly decorated, indicative of Shen Jinan's considerable effort. A crowd had already gathered, and after Fu Yunting parked the car, we walked in side by side. Many familiar faces greeted us with nods and smiles. Some I recognized, others I did not, but I was well aware that they were all acquainted with Fu Yunting. Due to the recent news, they likely recognized me as well. In this circle, gossip spreads like wildfire. Although they smiled politely at us now, I knew that as soon as we were out of earshot, they would eagerly discuss us. The more outwardly cheerful they appeared, the more fervently they would gossip behind our backs. Zhang Yuning, don't mind their gazes. As long as they don't speak ill of us openly, it matters little, just trust in me, Fu Yunting murmured in a tone only we could hear. I straightened my posture, wearing a bright smile, and nodded in agreement. As we approached the entrance, a security guard blocked our path. I'm sorry, but you two do not have an invitation and cannot enter, he stated politely, though with a hint of regret. Chapter 79. A subtle scheme. Shen Jinan had evidently premeditated this. He did not wish for me and Fu Yunting to gain entry, a fact I was fully aware of. However, how could I possibly acquiesce to his desires? I fixed my gaze upon the security guard and, with a serious demeanor, declared, I am Zhang Yuning, the only daughter of the former president of the Jiang Group, and the wife of the current president, Shen Jinan. If you do not recognize me, I bear no grudge, but now that you are aware, do not impede our entrance any further. Upon hearing my words, he did not relent. Instead, he bowed slightly and, with a troubled expression, added, Madam Shen, you and your companion lack an invitation. We are merely following orders and cannot permit you to enter. I kindly ask for your understanding, as failing to carry out our duties may cost us our jobs. Raising an eyebrow, I replied sternly, you have clearly resolved to deny us entry. As a shareholder of the Jiang Group, do you not fear the repercussions of offending me? I am sorry, Madam Shen, but we truly have no choice, he replied, his tone unwavering. My expression darkened, and just as I was about to continue my argument, Fu Yunting calmly retrieved 2 invitation cards from his briefcase. Upon seeing the invitations, a glimmer of hope ignited within me, though I was uncertain of their origin. His gaze was sharp, and his tone indifferent as he stated, now that we possess invitations, we are permitted to enter, correct? I had indeed overlooked the matter of invitations, it was a lapse on my part. While I had attended previous tasting events, my father had been the president at that time, and I had never required an invitation, as the best seats were always reserved for me and other prominent figures. Now, with the passage of time, I found myself reflecting on the changes that had occurred to the security guard. Upon seeing the invitations, swiftly countered without taking them, I apologize, Lawyer Fu, but it is still not permissible. This tasting event has limited seating, and only relevant individuals were invited. Moreover, even relatives are not allowed entry unless they are on the guest list. I scoffed coldly, retorting, you just stated that without an invitation we could not enter. Now that we have them, you still refuse. Since we possess invitations, there must be seats reserved for us within. Your reasoning seems rather contrived, and your apparent intent to target us is glaringly obvious. I am sorry, Madam Shen. I kindly ask for your understanding. The guard insisted. The 2 security personnel remained resolute, indicating that they were determined not to grant us entry today. As we lingered at the entrance, a crowd began to gather, whispering amongst themselves. Following orders? This tasting event was hosted by Shen Jinan, and as his wife, I was barred from entry. I was eager to ascertain whose orders they were truly following. Raising my voice slightly, I questioned them. Why don't you have Shenzong give me a call? If he agrees, I will accept your apologies and enter. In that case, please do have Shen Jinan call, Fu Yunting suggested. If they misheard or misunderstood, it would not bode well for them if we are denied entry and subsequently face repercussions. I quickly grasped his implication and dialed Shen Jinan's number, but after several rings, there was no response. I had anticipated this. He was likely avoiding my call due to suspicions regarding our intentions. As the organizer of the event, he must have been preoccupied, and it was evident he wished to keep us out. However, as his wife and a shareholder in the Jiang Group, the gathering crowd was growing, and the murmurs were intensifying, which would undoubtedly attract unwelcome attention later. Fu Yunting paused before adding, in the end, Shen Jinan will likely place the blame on these two security guards. They are merely workers trying to make a living, so why should you vent your frustrations on them? His demeanor was calm and collected, and though his voice was not loud, it was sufficient for me and the guards to hear. Upon hearing his words, I felt a sense of clarity. I noticed the guards exchanging glances, their expressions grave and uncertain. I continued to stoke the flames. Lawyer Fu was correct. I should not direct my anger towards them. My earlier reaction was excessive. Since we cannot gain entry at this moment, perhaps we should simply leave and address the matter later. Fu Yunting smiled, noting the presence of numerous media reporters. Being turned away like this could easily be captured by the press, solidifying the rumors of your marital discord. Shen Jinan likely has a ready excuse to deflect responsibility. Shen Jinan was indeed cunning and adept at finding scapegoats. This was not my concern. My mood had been adversely affected, and I decided it was best we depart. Exchanging a glance with Fu Yunting, we turned to leave. As we took a few steps, the guards called out, Madam Shen, Lawyer Fu, please hold on. I turned to face them, my expression a mix of skepticism and curiosity. What is it? The guards, their faces plastered with forced smiles, said, You and Lawyer Fu may enter. I regarded them with narrowed eyes, my tone icy. Did you not say we were not on the guest list? Now you suddenly change your tune. Are we to be summoned and dismissed at your whim? Madam Shen, we all know who is truly making things difficult for you. Please, show some leniency. As Lawyer Fu mentioned, we have families to support and merely wish to earn a living. Given that you possess invitations, I will pretend not to recognize your identities and allow you to enter. The guard's expression was a mixture of desperation and resignation. Understanding their plight, I softened my demeanor and replied, Very well. If Shen Jinan brings this up in the future, I shall pretend you did not recognize us, and I will not hold it against you. Though I spoke thus, I was acutely aware that if I failed to outmaneuver Shen Jinan today, he would not spare these two guards in the future. Should you find yourselves dismissed by Shen Jinan, come to Juanhe Law Firm for assistance. I assure you, my treatment will be far better than his. Fu Yunting produced a business card from his bag, which the guard eagerly accepted with both hands. Their earlier expressions of despair transformed into beaming smiles as they bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Once we had entered, I whispered my confusion to Fu Yunting. I never expected the typically aloof Lawyer Fu to display such kindness. Or perhaps you simply lack confidence in your ability to confront Shen Jinan today? Fu Yunting adjusted his bow tie and smiled at me. I would never genuinely employ them, nor would I ever doubt myself. Then what were you doing? I teased, raising an eyebrow. As a distinguished figure in the legal field, are you not concerned about them claiming you are not trustworthy and tarnishing your reputation? Chapter 80. The branches of Rebirth. Fu Yunting's lips curved slightly as he replied softly, I fear that before I finish my words, I shall be whisked away by the security personnel summoned by Shen Jinan. Did you notice the security guard who spoke to us just now? While the others donned black ties, he wore gray. Furthermore, his eloquence is quite commendable. He must have been specifically assigned to obstruct us. I suspect he is the head of security. To be prudent, I shall, of course, bestow a small favor upon him to ensure he shows us leniency. After hearing his words, I finally became aware of that little detail. Fu Yunting's analysis was indeed astute. He is, after all, the most esteemed lawyer in the circle, adept at reading the room. My confidence in myself was unwavering. I was certain that today I could bring down Shen Jinan, and he would soon be stripped of his position as president. At that point, he would be too preoccupied with his own plight to seek vengeance upon anyone else. The jobs of those two security guards would be preserved. They would not face dismissal, and consequently, I would not need to employ them. Fu Yunting's gaze was resolute, and a hint of mirth graced his countenance. Even though I possessed evidence of Shen Jinan's infidelity, I did not believe he would be ousted from his post at Zhang's group. Shen Jinan held the shares I had gifted him before our marriage, and he was currently colluding with other shareholders at Zhang's. People are pragmatic, and for those in high positions, such matters are hardly surprising. Unless Shen Jinan committed a grave economic offense, his status could not be easily shaken. Lawyer Fu, what have you discovered that gives you such confidence? I surmised he must have unearthed incriminating evidence against Shen Jinan, and I gazed at him, asking with utmost certainty. Jiang Yuning, walls have ears. You shall soon see. Come, do you not wish to witness Shen Jinan's expression upon seeing us? I eagerly anticipated the moment. Fu Yunting's eyes sparkled as he smiled. By the time we arrived at the venue, a multitude of Lin City's elite and merchants had gathered. Today, rather than merely a tasting event, it was more akin to a grand gathering of all the luminaries in the business world. I smiled at Fu Yunting. The opportunity was simply too precious. Fu Yunting, the performance is about to commence. Fu Yunting returned my smile and subtly gestured for me to follow him as we seamlessly made our way into the crowd. Shen Jinan, currently engaged in merriment with others, turned slowly upon receiving a silent signal from those around him, his face instantly reflecting astonishment. I lifted the glass of red wine handed to me by a nearby server, a gentle smile gracing my eyes. Shen Jinan appeared momentarily dazed before quickly regaining his composure, though a serious expression soon clouded his features, and I caught a fleeting spark of anger in his eyes. Surrounded by a throng of people, Fu Yunting was engaged in conversation, and without waiting for Shen Jinan's reaction, I strolled towards him at a leisurely pace. Standing before him, a cold smile unexpectedly blossomed on my lips. What has this expression? Am I unwelcome? Shen Jinan regarded me with heightened vigilance, remaining silent. I smiled at him again, my demeanor relaxed as I added, it's evident that you must have invested considerable effort into preparing for today's tasting event. I trust it will be an unforgettable experience for you. Shen Jinan's complexion darkened instantly, his eyes crystallizing with a layer of ice, as if he wished to freeze me on the spot. At that moment, all eyes around us turned towards us, and although Shen Jinan seethed internally, he dared not reveal too much emotion on his face. After a brief silence, he suddenly smiled. Jiang Yuning, you are quite audacious to bring Fu Yunting into such a gathering. Shen Jinan, have you not been spreading rumors about my alleged affair with Fu Yunting behind my back? We have decided to come together openly, catering to your desires. You should be quite pleased with my approach, I retorted. Shen Jinan smiled back. Indeed, I am quite satisfied. Jiang Yuning, let me make this clear. If you dare undermine me in this setting, I will not let you off easily. That individual, Zhang Xiaoyu, as a private investigator, has undoubtedly crossed paths with some formidable figures. Shen Jinan maintained his smile, yet his words were laced with threats. What do you mean by that, Shen Jinan? I furrowed my brow, perplexed at his intentions, and questioned him with disdain. Shen Jinan leaned closer, whispering in a tone only we could hear. I discovered that he assisted a powerful figure in investigating his wife's extramarital affair. The mistress, who was initially pregnant, was subsequently pursued by the legitimate wife. Not only did she lose the child, but her face was also disfigured, rendering her nearly incapacitated. What do you think that powerful figure would do if he learned of Zhang Xiaoyu's involvement? Shen Jinan, speak plainly. I glared at him, filled with repugnance and disdain. Jiang Yuning, what a coincidence. I happen to be friends with that powerful figure. Zhang Xiaoyu's fate hinges upon my word, and how I treat him now depends on your attitude, he replied. Are you threatening me, Shen Jinan? If you care for him, then this is indeed a threat. If you do not, consider it mere gossip. This powerful figure is ruthless. Having lost both his mistress and child, Zhang Xiaoyu will undoubtedly suffer, likely ending up gravely harmed, he remarked nonchalantly. If I do not undermine you today, will you spare him? I was weary of his circular dialogue and, with piercing eyes, asked directly. I assure you, as long as you do not disrupt my plans, I will not disclose anything about Zhang Xiaoyu's situation to that powerful figure, and he shall remain safe, Shen Jinan asserted confidently. You are inherently treacherous and cunning, unworthy of trust. How can I believe your words? Furthermore, I need to verify the truth behind this matter, I retorted with disdain. Very well, you may call Zhang Xiaoyu now to confirm. I cast him a frosty glance before stepping into a nearby corner to dial Xiaoyu's number. The call connected swiftly, and he promptly inquired about my purpose. I relayed Shen Jinan's words to him, and after a moment of silence, his tone grew somber as he acknowledged the situation. I reassured him not to worry, promising to resolve the matter, which eased his demeanor. He expressed his gratitude, a sentiment I felt undeserving of, as it was my actions that had led to his predicament. I soon hung up the phone. Spotting Fu Yunting still engaged in conversation with others nearby, I approached him, but he quickly noticed me and, after exchanging polite smiles, made his way towards me. Observing my somewhat dispirited demeanor, he gestured for us to step outside for a discussion. Once in the open, he calmly addressed me. Jiang Yuning, have you forgotten what I told you earlier? Do not heed Shen Jinan's words, nor allow him to sway your emotions. You promised so readily when you left. Why do you now appear so disheartened? I reluctantly recounted the conversation I had just had with Shen Jinan. Fu Yunting's brow furrowed, his eyes darkening as he regarded me, quietly responding, Shen Jinan does wield influence over you. Jiang Yuning, what do you intend to do now? You have persevered for so long, awaiting this moment. Surely, you do not intend to abandon your resolve? I paused, meeting his gaze before, with a hint of despondency. I confessed, I apologize, Fu Yunting, but I truly do not wish to implicate innocent individuals. Therefore, I have decided to forego my plans for revenge against Shen Jinan today. Fu Yunting regarded me silently, his expression darkening, and then he spoke deliberately. Jiang Yuning, I cannot agree. The grand performance unfolds. Fu Yunting, I am acutely aware of the extensive duration you have devoted to my inquiries, and I recognize the preciousness of your time. To suddenly ask you to abandon this pursuit seems profoundly unjust. Yet, I find myself powerless, watching innocent individuals suffer persecution because of my actions. I explained to him with a heart full of guilt, hoping to soothe his troubled spirit swiftly. Jiang Yuning, do you not realize how foolish you are? Why do you allow Shen Jinan to disturb you so easily? Can you truly guarantee that he will not leverage the situation against you in the future? Or what will you do if he has a change of heart afterward? I shook my head helplessly at him. My thoughts were in disarray, and I felt uncertain about him. Thus, I would soon demand a guarantee from him, something he must have anticipated. If that is the case, he should have already devised a means to earn my trust. I glanced at Fu Yunting, who remained silent, wearing an expression tinged with disappointment. I continued, Xiaoyu holds little significance for him. If I do not undermine him today, he likely has no reason to confront Xiaoyu. Fu Yunting let out a cold scoff and remarked, Jiang Yuning, you have an overly optimistic view of human nature. Do you not comprehend what kind of person Shen Jinan is? He is meticulous to the last detail. Zhang Xiaoyu assisted you in investigating his infidelity. He will undoubtedly retaliate against him later? Fu Yunting analyzed the situation for me, but the more I listened, the more my heart raced with anxiety. Suddenly, I recalled Fu Yunting's extensive network. I asked him, Fu Yunting, do you know that influential figure? He had previously approached me for assistance in a lawsuit, involved in nefarious activities. I had skillfully declined his request. Upon hearing this, the ripples of hope that had just surfaced within me were extinguished. John Yuning, there is someone who can assist you. He has connections with that influential figure. My gaze sharpened as I quickly inquired, who do you mean? Zhou Boxiong. They have business dealings, hence their close contact. If he speaks up, I believe Zhang Xiaoyu will indeed be safe. I shook my head in resignation. You should understand Zhou Boxiong's intentions better than I do. Zhou Chao would never consent, and I lack the capability to persuade him. John Yuning, those who achieve great things must be ruthless. If you hesitate, you will accomplish nothing. Trust me. First call Zhou Boxiong and ask him to help you with this matter. Of course, the premise is that you must agree to persuade Zhou Chao. The outcome can be discussed later. I heeded Fu Yunting's advice and called Zhou Boxiong. He was quite surprised to receive my call, yet he understood that I would not reach out without reason. He straightforwardly inquired about my purpose, and I swiftly explained the situation. He initially condemned Shen Jinan's shamelessness, then assured me with great enthusiasm that he would persuade the influential figure not to target Zhang Xiaoyu. With this assurance, I finally felt at ease. Towards the end of the call, he naturally requested that I persuade Zhou Chao to recognize his roots. Being as clever as he is, he was fully aware that, with the matter resolved, I finally felt a weight lift from my heart. Fu Yunting's gaze was heavy, and he spoke to me. In a moment, you must feign terror and concern while questioning Shen Jinan, allowing him to fully lower his guard. This will facilitate our plans. The appreciation event is about to commence, so you must hurry to find Shen Jinan. I nodded and smiled at him. Fu Yunting, your mind is indeed sharp. John Yuning, it is not that I am particularly clever. You ought to acknowledge your own foolishness. Alright, enough of that. I must hasten to confront that scoundrel. I made my way back to the inner hall, locating Shen Jinan and pulling him aside, demanding, how can I trust you? You wouldn't truly harm him, would you? John Yuning, I have noticed that you are quite attentive to all other men except me. At least pretend to care when you are in my presence. Shen Jinan feigned a wounded expression, yet his eyes sparkled with unabashed pride. Shen Jinan, I have no time for your banter. Answer my question directly. Shen Jinan, unfazed, retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened the chat with that influential figure, and proceeded to send a message in my presence. The text revealed that he had already dispatched someone to investigate, confirming that the information regarding the influential figure's mistress had been uncovered by his wife's associates, not by a private investigator she hired. Only then did I adopt an appearance of relief. Shen Jinan gazed at me and slowly declared, Zhang Yuning, I am genuinely sincere towards you. Should you dare to deceive me, I will ensure that Zhang Xiaoyu meets a fate worse than death because of you. Zhang Xiaoyu's secrets lie in your hands. I will not implicate innocent individuals, rest assured. I will not undermine your position today. At that moment, the stage lights suddenly illuminated, and the renowned host from Lin City Television strode onto the stage, capturing the attention of all. He began to passionately introduce the history of the Zhang Group and the theme of the appreciation event. His introduction was brief, after which he invited Shen Jinan to the stage. Shen Jinan walked confidently to the center, took the microphone from the host, and began to engage in superficial pleasantries with the guests below. Just as he reveled in his introduction, a video featuring Shen Jinan and Chen Yao exploded onto the large screen behind him. Their conversation and actions were utterly disgraceful, causing Shen Jinan to erupt in fury as whispers of speculation spread among the guests. Shen Jinan's face turned pale, veins bulging on his forehead, and he frantically explained, this is a deliberate trap. The video is fabricated, do not believe it. A cacophony of voices erupted from the audience, and Shen Jinan could no longer maintain his facade. He shouted at the crowd, someone, shut off the big screen immediately. I then witnessed a man rush to Shen Jinan, panic etched on his face as he stammered, apologies, Mr. Shen, but the equipment has malfunctioned, someone is remotely controlling the display, and I cannot turn it off. Shen Jinan lost all composure, his anger boiling over. Are you useless? You cannot even handle such a minor task. Can't you just cut the power? Mr. Shen, all the equipment's power lines are interconnected. If we cut the power, the entire venue will plunge into darkness, and all our valuable exhibits will be at risk. Are you certain? The man inquired cautiously. Who devised this plan? Bring him to me, I will have him dismissed at once. Shen Jinan's face contorted with rage as he spoke. Chapter 82 The Art of The man bowed his head, stammering as he addressed him, Mr. Shen, it's Li Mu, the designer you specifically appointed. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinan was immediately consumed by rage. Just as he was about to speak, the screen behind him switched to another image, revealing a young man seated in a wheelchair. I felt a surge of surprise. I recognized him as he had once been the most renowned and capable jewelry designer at the Qi Group. However, for reasons unknown, he had resolutely resigned from Qi and was rumored to have relocated to another city, disappearing from the market without a trace of his work. I had felt a twinge of pity for him at the time. The video seemed to showcase an exclusive interview with him conducted by Phoenix Network, the most prestigious media outlet in Lin City. How could he, in such good health, end up in a wheelchair? What connection did he have with Shen Jinan? I looked to the side at Fu Yunting, who appeared calm and exuded confidence. My gaze was fixed on the television screen, and the ensuing conversation between him and the journalist left the audience in uproar. Their discussion revealed that Shen Jinan had previously attempted to lure him away with high salaries, but he had refused out of gratitude for the opportunities provided by the owner of Qi Group. His designs had been plagiarized, with the Jiang Group producing jewelry that was identical to his stolen sketches. In response, he had gone to the police to request an investigation. Before the results of that inquiry could surface, he faced harassment and ostracism from his colleagues at Qi, who accused him of deliberately selling his designs to major corporations. Faced with such pressure, he was compelled to resign. He had come to suspect Shen Jinan's involvement in the theft, and just as he began to piece together the investigation, he was involved in a car accident. When he awoke, it was 6 months later. His parents informed him that the driver who struck him had died, and since the driver's vehicle was uninsured and their family was in dire straits, he received little compensation for his accident. However, his parents had received a charitable donation of 500,000 from Shen Jinan, which he thought was a gesture of goodwill. Since he had resigned and his family had incurred significant expenses due to his accident, he chose not to pursue the matter further, believing Shen Jinan. Yet, not long ago, he discovered that the accident was orchestrated by Shen Jinan, prompting him to decide to publicly disclose these events. In the concluding moments of the video, he stated that he had reported the incident to the authorities and submitted evidence to the judicial department, acknowledging that due to the time elapsed, the investigation would require patience. Since he filed the report, both he and his parents had received threats and intimidation from Shen Jinan's subordinates, who sought to deter him from pursuing justice. Feeling powerless, he turned to the media. His impassioned declaration stirred the crowd, intensifying their discourse against Shen Jinan. As soon as this video concluded, a new one emerged, featuring Shen Jinan and Li Mutong. Upon seeing Li Mutong, I was momentarily taken aback. Shen Jinan's reaction to the footage was one of unrestrained fury. His eyes, ablaze with rage, appeared as though they could consume anyone in their path. Suddenly realizing something, he seized an object beside him and hurled it at the television screen, causing it to shatter and the video to plunge into darkness. After regaining some semblance of composure, Shen Jinan addressed the audience in a forceful tone. You all just witnessed the previous video, and there are some truths I do not wish to conceal from you. I believe you have heard the rumors regarding my impending divorce from Jiang Yuning. I must clarify that these rumors are indeed true. Jiang Yuning is the only daughter of the former chairman of the Jiang Group, a woman of privilege, while I am but a humble man of ordinary origins. If she wishes to harm me, it would be an effortless endeavor. As I stood among the audience, listening to Shen Jinan's words and observing the scornful glances directed at him, I could not help but inwardly scoff. At that moment, I had no desire to immediately expose his deceit. I simply wished to witness his performance unfold and hear what further fabrications he might conjure. Shen Jinan, noticing the audience's reaction, continued. Surely you all saw the recent scandal involving Jiang Yuning and Fu Yunting. Of course, that news has since been retracted. I believe you know who possesses such influence. With palpable anger, he pointed a trembling finger at Fu Yunting and me, his voice hoarse with rage. Today, these two stand here brazenly side by side, indifferent to my feelings. This reveals just how arrogant Jiang Yuning is at home, which is why I was once nearly killed by her when she struck me with a brick. The attention of the audience swiftly turned towards Fu Yunting and me. He shot me a glance, signaling me to remain calm and to listen. I recalled what I had told him before. No matter what Shen Jinan said, I must not let it sway me. Shen Jinan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he suddenly turned to me, weeping. Ningning, it is indeed because of you that I have ascended from that remote mountain village to become the president of Jiang Group. I am profoundly grateful to you, and despite the pain you have caused me, I have remained silent. Yet now, in your quest to be with Fu Yunting, you have sought my life, and when that failed, you have begun to malign and defame me. How can you disregard even a fragment of our shared history? After all, we were once a married couple. Ningning, since your resolve is so unyielding, I, a man of flesh and blood, shall not cling to you shamelessly. I agree to the divorce, but I implore you to spare me. I have dedicated 6 years to Jiang Group with unwavering diligence, never once faltering. All I ask is for you to grant me a chance to continue my work there. Shen Jinan gazed at me with tear-filled eyes, his words dripping with humility and desperation. I could not help but admire his talent as an actor. His emotional plea transformed the crowd, who had previously been unforgiving towards him, into sympathetic supporters. They began to murmur among themselves, casting judgment upon me. Miss Jiang, one should show mercy when possible. Considering your past as a couple, you should let him off the hook. Miss Jiang, you are from a prominent family, and he is merely a small-town man. How could he possibly compete with you? I think you might be going a bit too far. Indeed, you two are not yet divorced. Your behavior with Lawyer Fu was rather inappropriate. What man could endure such treatment? Divorce is one thing, but why design schemes to harm him? You both hail from wealthy families, such actions lack grace. Exactly, part amicably, and do not bully him too much. The crowd's whispers directed at Fu Yunting and me intensified. I glanced at Shen Jinan on stage. When our eyes met, I noticed a fleeting glimmer of triumph in his gaze, which quickly vanished as he donned his mask of victimhood once more. The anger that had been simmering within me erupted, and I instinctively clenched my fists, ready to speak. However, Fu Yunting, standing beside me, broke into applause, his lips curling into a smile as he addressed Shen Jinan with a measured tone. Shen Jinan, you possess a remarkable talent for twisting the truth. You can turn black into white. If it were not for the overwhelming evidence I hold against you, I fear that both Jiang Yuning and I would be utterly powerless in your presence. Chapter 83. A confrontation of words. Shen Jinan widened his eyes, the veins on his forehead bulging as he spoke to Fu Yuntian in a hushed tone. Fu Yuntian, I am aware that you have looked down upon my origins from the very beginning, and you have never regarded me with any measure of respect. However, Jiang Yuning is still my wife. Not only have you taken my spouse, but you now stand here slandering me. Do not overstep your bounds. Fu Yuntian smiled mockingly, his face a mask of disdain. Shen Jinan, do you truly believe that you can conceal your criminal deeds with such theatrics? I am a lawyer, and I abide by the principles of evidence. I will not speak without grounds. Someone, quickly remove Fu Yuntian from here. As long as I still have a voice within the Jiang group, I will not permit someone like you to remain. Shen Jinan's gaze flickered as he commanded the security personnel below the stage, and several guards hastened towards Fu Yuntian. I instinctively placed myself in front of him. I am not only Shen Jinan's nominal wife, I am also a shareholder of the Jiang group. I hereby command you not to take him away. The guards exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Take Fu Yuntian away. I am the president of the Jiang group now, you need not heed Jiang Yuning's words. At Shen Jinan's order, several security personnel prepared to escort Fu Yuntian out. Shen Jinan, you may have concluded your tragic performance, but you certainly cannot tolerate my presence, as I am about to expose you. If your conscience is clear, why not allow me to finish my statement? Fu Yuntian remained steadfast, looking at Shen Jinan with a serious expression. Voices began to rise from the crowd below. Mr. Shen, since you are so confident in your innocence, why not let Lawyer Fu finish? I am curious to hear what he has to say. Yes, Mr. Shen, allow him to speak. Mr. Shen, you haven't truly committed any heinous acts, have you? Otherwise, why would you wish to silence him? Shen Jinan's expression faltered slightly, his agitation evident as he retorted, Fu Yuntian is a silver-tongued lawyer, I will not allow him to continue slandering me here. He turned sharply to the guards, barking, what are you standing there for? Are you unwilling to do your jobs? Hurry and throw him out. Upon hearing Shen Jinan's command, the guards quickly surrounded Fu Yuntian, posturing as if they would drag him away should he refuse to leave on his own. I understand you find yourselves in a difficult position, but let me make it clear. Shen Jinan will soon face legal consequences, and his presidential title will be forfeited. Are you certain you wish to offend me on his behalf? I am known for being meticulous to the last detail. Unless you wish to cease your endeavors in Lin City, think carefully. Fu Yuntian narrowed his eyes, his tone growing stern. The guards were indeed flustered, exchanging uncertain glances, unsure of how to act. The guard who had spoken to us at the entrance approached and said earnestly to his colleagues, brothers, trust me, I am more inclined to believe Lawyer Fu. Upon hearing this, the guards nodded in agreement. They stepped aside, no longer insisting that Fu Yuntian leave. You are receiving salaries I provide, and now you turn against me. You refuse to heed my words, you few opportunists. Fu Yuntian scoffed coldly. Opportunists, Shen Jinan, you repeatedly mention the disparity in status between us, attempting to elicit sympathy. Yes, Jiang Yuning hails from a wealthy family, but as everyone has witnessed, within the Jiang group, it is you, Shen Jinan, who holds authority. Jiang Yuning possesses no voice. Your earlier attempts to vilify her are rendered absurd. Shen Jinan staggered, panic flashing across his face as he realized he had just embarrassed himself. Earlier at the entrance, surely some of you saw that Jiang Yuning and I nearly failed to gain entry with our invitations. You should now understand who truly lacks influence. With that, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Next, I have some documents I wish to present to everyone. Those interested may collect them from me. Fu Yuntian then retrieved a stack of printed documents from his briefcase, and the crowd eagerly began to take them from his hands. Fu Yuntian, what are you up to now? Shen Jinan shouted furiously. Once the crowd had examined the documents, it became evident who was truly behind the machinations. The papers detailed Jiang Yuning's assets, and they must have found it astonishing that a wealthy heiress possessed so little. However, I believe it is clear to everyone now who was lying and who was genuinely wrong. As the crowd perused the documents, whispers erupted, fingers pointing toward Shen Jinan. Fu Yuntian paused briefly before continuing. It is how many heiresses would deign to cook and clean? How many daughters-in-law invite their mothers-in-law to live with them immediately after marriage? The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. Hearing Fu Yuntian's remarks only deepened my disdain for my former self. Jiang Yuning's marriage to Shen Jinan was a mismatched union. To bolster his confidence, she had transferred her shares in the Jiang group to him before their marriage and even transferred several properties gifted to her by her parents. Those present were likely aware that Jiang Yuning had once been notorious for her romantic naivety. Had she not discovered Shen Jinan's infidelity, she likely would not have sought a divorce. Fu Yuntian's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Shen Jinan, enunciating each word deliberately. Fu Yuntian, do not engage in alarmist rhetoric. My infidelity was merely a reaction to Jiang Yuning's indiscretions. I only strayed because she was unfaithful. If there is blame to be assigned, it lies with her shamelessness, compelling me to seek solace elsewhere. Shen Jinan adopted an indignant posture. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Jiang Yuning was unfaithful? This is the pot calling the kettle black. Wasn't the scandal with Zhou Chao orchestrated by you to frame her? Shall I play the recording of your scheming for everyone to hear? Fu Yuntian's voice was cold and accusatory. Shen Jinan's face turned pale as he continued to struggle, his emotions running high. Even if her relationship with Zhou Chao is fabricated, what of you, Fu Yuntian? She has been living in your home, and there are photographs to prove it. How do you explain that? It seems you have harbored feelings for her all along. You are not wrong, I have developed feelings for her, Fu Yuntian replied without flinching, causing an uproar among the crowd. I stood frozen in place, taken aback. Chapter 84. The scoundrel faces consequences. Fu Yunting, your arrogance knows no bounds. Even in the presence of the crowd, in front of me, you dare to publicly confess your feelings to a married woman. The entire Lin City has spread rumors that you are a man of virtue who shuns the company of women, yet I see you as nothing more than a hypocritical charlatan. Shen Jinan glared with wide eyes, his voice hoarse as he shouted at him. I stared at Fu Yunting, at a loss for words, bewildered by his audacity in this situation. Fu Yunting cast me a reassuring glance, maintaining his composure as he continued to address Shen Jinan. Jiang Yuning has indeed been residing in my home, and just a few days ago, rumors of our supposed affair surfaced. Today, we both appear here together, and I believe it is time to clarify the reasons behind this. Shen Jinan was clearly taken aback by what he might say, his expression betraying a hint of fear as he stammered defensively, Fu Yunting, no matter what you say, it does not change the fact that you coveted my wife. Today's tasting event was initiated by me, and I do not wish for your presence here. If you have any sense, you should leave immediately. Fu Yunting smiled lightly, retorting, you are free to slander others, yet you refuse to allow any explanation. Your double standards are glaring. I care little for others' opinions of me, but I will not permit Jiang Yuning to suffer from baseless accusations because of me. I have already located the author of the original post regarding our alleged affair. He admitted to receiving payment from you and acting under your direction to publish that post. As for why I allowed Jiang Yuning to stay in my home, it is simply because you intended to harm her. As her legal representative and given our family's long-standing friendship, I could not stand by and let her be in peril. Thus, for her safety, I took her in. Upon the conclusion of Fu Yunting's statement, murmurs erupted among the crowd. Shen Jinan's eyes turned crimson, a flicker of malice evident within them, his countenance darkened ominously as he hissed at Fu Yunting, do not slander me here, evidence is paramount, where is your proof? Shen Jinan, since I can boldly present these words to you, rest assured that I am well prepared with evidence. Initially, I had compiled all your incriminating evidence into a PowerPoint presentation to showcase today, but alas, your indignation resulted in the destruction of the screen. However, that was merely a backup. The original is not here. When the time comes in court, all the evidence of your crimes will be made public. I noticed Shen Jinan's form visibly sway, his balance faltering as he nearly collapsed. Fortunately, 2 security guards reacted swiftly, rushing to support him. Once steadied, Shen Jinan's complexion turned ashen, his eyes ablaze with fury, as he forcefully shoved the guards away, bellowing, get away from me. He then stormed off the stage, striding angrily toward Fu Yunting. I could sense the palpable rage and chilling aura emanating from him, yet Fu Yunting remained unfazed, standing there with an air of indifference. Fearing for Fu Yunting's safety, I rushed to intervene just as Shen Jinan was about to reach him. Aware of my presence, Shen Jinan shot me a murderous glare and forcefully pushed me aside, causing me to lose my balance and fall heavily to the ground. As Fu Yunting witnessed this, his expression shifted dramatically, and the two men quickly became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Shen Jinan shed all pretense, swinging his fists as he growled through clenched teeth, Fu Yunting, you've pushed me too far, I swear I'll take your life today. Several security guards attempted to intervene, only to be met with Shen Jinan's furious rebukes. Fu Yunting, not one to be trifled with, was physically superior to Shen Jinan in both height and strength. He remained silent, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches upon Shen Jinan. Outmatched, Shen Jinan soon found himself defenseless, battered, and bruised, his face a grotesque mask of injuries and blood. The onlookers, all of noble lineage and status, merely observed from a distance, unwilling to intervene, especially since Shen Jinan had previously forbade. Thus, he could only endure this humiliation in front of all, sensing that if I did not intervene soon, the situation could escalate fatally. I hurried to stand before them, raising my voice to Fu Yunting, cease this at once. If you do not, someone may very well die. After repeating my plea twice, Fu Yunting finally relented, gradually rising to his feet, a dark aura enveloping him, an intensity one had never before witnessed. I noticed blood streaming from his hands and quickly retrieved a handkerchief from my bag to bind his wounds, but he appeared unconcerned. Meanwhile, a few security guards approached to assist the incapacitated Shen Jinan, who shouted at them in anger, you useless fools. Where were you when he was beating me?